Dragon Marked War God Chapter 2490 to Chapter 2575. Xianxia did not expect Jiang Chen to be this powerful. Each of his punches landed on the leopard's flesh. In just a blink of an eye, all 30 leopards were killed by Jiang Chen. Lu Xingjuan and the other 2 were also saved by Jiang Chen. The 4 of them were panting heavily, their injuries were not light. Jiang Chen's attacks were as fast as lightning, like a tiger, all 30 leopards were killed in his hands. The leopards were slightly stunned, their hearts were filled with shock. This young man is really powerful. Lu Xingjuan looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated gaze. Although he was not convinced, they would have died without Jiang Chen. This fella is actually this powerful. He hid his strength well. I guess he's not any weaker than Master Shi, who is a peak mid-heavenly god. That's right. Just based on the strength of his physical body, he's actually this formidable. Truly unbelievable. Ma Jun and Shisan were filled with admiration. Jiang Chen had instantly become their idol. His footsteps were like lightning, his figure was like a ghost, every punch landed on the leopard's flesh. These heavenly god leopards were unable to retaliate at all. Such skills were worthy of their respect. Xianxia had a lot of feelings. At this moment, her attitude towards Jiang Chen was extremely complicated. After all, his strength was much stronger than theirs. Plus, it was Jiang Chen who saved her in that critical moment. If it wasn't for him, she would have been dead by now. Wasn't this the Prince Charming of her dreams? He was like a god descending to the mortal world, saving her from the fire and water. But compared to the so-called Prince Charming, Jiang Chen was far too lacking. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he joined Xianxia's battle against the leopards. The 2 of them joined forces and instantly pushed the leopard into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, Jiang Chen's punches were invincible and ruthless, not giving the leopard any chance to breathe. Xianxia was also a veteran in the battlefield, how could he give the leopard any chance? Under the relentless bombardment of the 2, the spotted leopard was completely defeated. Kill. Jiang Chen threw a punch. The wind whistled. You can't kill me. The leopard's eyes were filled with fear, but Jiang Chen's fist did not hold back at all. It directly penetrated the leopard. An overbearing aura. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the twin dragon leopards catch up to us, we'll definitely die. Those 2 fellas are late heavenly gods, we're definitely not their match. Xianxia said solemnly. There was no time to say more. Jiang Chen's strength had shocked him, but at this moment, he had to seize every second. You guys go first, I'll cover you. Jiang Chen said. No. How could you possibly be a match for the twin dragon leopards? Xianxia hurriedly shook his head with a solemn expression. Don't worry, I have a defensive movement skill. It won't be easy for a late heavenly god to kill me. Jiang Chen said. But, brother Shi, it's not like you to be so wishy-washy. Little brother, I, Xianxia, owe you my life. I'll wait for you outside the Black Rock Ridge. Xianxia did not even turn his head back as he brought Xianxia and the others out of the Black Rock Ridge. Xianxia looked back, her expression became more complicated. Jiang Chen could already feel 2 terrifying auras rushing towards him. Brat, how dare you kill my men and wait for your death here? You've got guts. This is the first time I, the silver dragon leopard, have met someone as arrogant as you. A silver leopard, Leng Leng, said. He was filled with killing intent, his body was over 10 meters tall, looking majestic. Beside him, there was another golden leopard that looked exactly the same as him. This was where the name twin dragon leopards came from. To think that a puny human could kill my vanguard, an early heavenly god. Hee, you're quite capable. The golden dragon leopard shook his head and smiled. Twin dragon leopards? You 2 leopards dare to call yourselves dragon leopards? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Today, I'm going to turn you into steamed buns. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking calm and composed. He looked at the twin dragon leopards with contempt. Brat, I think you're courting death. I, the twin dragon leopards, have roamed the Tianqi mountain range for thousands of years, but I've never met someone as arrogant as you. We can even fight a peak heavenly god if we join forces. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be courageous and intimidating. The silver dragon leopard sneered. Intimidating dragon? You too? Xianxia let out a sigh. Come, I'm in a hurry, don't waste too much time. Arrogant and conceited, die. The silver dragon leopard roared and took the lead, streaking across the night sky like a ray of light. Xianxia roared and circulated the dragon transformation skill. At that moment, his body was filled with a domineering dragon aura. The twin dragon leopards held their breaths, their dragon aura was nothing compared to Xianxia's dragon aura. Such a powerful dragon aura. The golden dragon leopard was shocked, but Xianxia's strength was still weaker than them. Second brother, be careful. This human is not simple. Before the golden dragon panther could finish his words, Xianxia's attack had already arrived. The late heavenly god silver dragon panther was suppressed by Xianxia's dragon mightiness and he was pushed back by Xianxia's attack. He was in a sorry state. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The silver dragon leopard's eyes were filled with fear and shock. A single punch was enough to push him back. Moreover, his dragon aura was too powerful, completely suppressing his battle strength. Big brother, I'm not his match. Although the silver dragon leopard was furious, he knew that his opponent's dragon aura was enough to suppress him. If he fought with his life on the line, he would definitely die. Alright, let's attack together and finish this quickly. How could the golden dragon leopard not know what his brother was thinking? Even he was shocked by the punch just now. A puny human is so powerful. They must finish him as soon as possible. They were able to become the leaders of the outer region between the Xianxia mountain range and the Huyu boundary. That's what I wanted. Xianxia smiled faintly and roared furiously. His thunderous strength, along with the monstrous dragon's prestige, crushed the void. His dreadful combat strength was comparable to a late heavenly god in terms of physical strength. With the addition of the dragon's prestige, the twin dragon leopards were at a complete disadvantage. Even though they attacked at the same time, it was still difficult for them to contend against Xianxia. Their combat strength was suppressed and the result was imaginable. Xianxia's attacks landed on the golden dragon leopards. It was like an iron rod landing on the ground. It was comparable to a divine tool. Xianxia's body was comparable to a divine tool. He had the upper hand against the twin dragon leopards. He didn't even need to take out the heavenly dragon's sword to suppress the twin dragon leopards. When Xianxia turned his head back, his heart was extremely solemn. Even from 100 miles away, he could clearly feel the unparalleled pressure from the terrifying dragon might. Xianxia was shocked. The twin dragon leopards had a powerful dragon aura. Is Xianxia in danger? Little brother, you must be all right. Xianxia was fighting two enemies at the same time. His fists were ferocious and terrifying, like a dragon emerging from the sea. His dragon prestige was matchless, completely suppressing the dragon prestige of the twin dragon leopards. The two brothers unleashed all their strength, but they were still suppressed by Xianxia's dragon prestige. That kind of suppression had caused them to lose their domineering aura. The twin dragon leopards that dominated the outer region of the Xianxia mountain range couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xianxia. Especially when they wanted to suppress Xianxia with their dragon might, they were met with an unexpected result. Xianxia gave them a taste of their own medicine, allowing them to understand the true might of a dragon. What a terrifying might! The golden dragon leopard sighed in his heart. He had never encountered such a powerful dragon might that made them unable to unleash their true strength. Roar! The silver dragon leopard roared furiously and rushed towards Xianxia. Its sharp claws slashed through the sky. Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. He met the silver dragon leopard's attack head-on. His fist collided with the silver dragon leopard's sharp claws. The silver dragon leopard was actually sent flying by Xianxia. Furthermore, Xianxia's physical strength alone was enough to make the silver dragon leopard suffer. The golden dragon leopard was not to be outdone. The two brothers attacked again and again. Xianxia also countered with violence, not taking a single step back. His bloody fists were incomparably sharp, ruthlessly smashing on the golden dragon leopard's body. Under Xianxia's tyrannical might, the twin dragon leopard couldn't resist at all. It's time to end this, Xianxia said faintly. His hands formed a series of hand seals. His dragon might was earth-shattering, causing the twin dragon leopard's eyes to be filled with shock. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Xianxia was. True dragon palm. The roars of the dragon might were unparalleled, shocking the heavens. The roars of the dragons and the roars of the beasts rang out endlessly. The boundless true dragon palm struck out ferociously, instantly knocking the twin dragon leopards back in a sorry state. Don't kill us. The twin dragon cheetahs were terrified. Only now did they understand how terrifying this early heavenly god human was. He fought against the twin dragon cheetahs alone. They had never met such a powerful human before. He was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Especially his dreadful dragon might, it was the most fatal. It suppressed their battle prowess and sealed their dragon might, causing the battle prowess of both sides to be at a standstill. Isn't it a little too late to beg for mercy now? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Xianxia said Lung Lung. He punched out with both fists. Thunder rumbled 3,000 times, mountains and rivers shattered, and pine trees roared for 1,000 miles. Xianxia shattered the twin dragon cheetah's heart meridians. Their heads were split into pieces. They were instantly killed. The twin dragon cheetahs never expected that they would die in the hands of an early heavenly god kid. And the reason was because of the gift from the 8 lineages Silver River. Clap clap clap. Xianxia gently clapped his hands and kept the twin dragon cheetah's demon spirits. 2 late heavenly god demon spirits are pretty useful. There's 1 mid-heavenly god demon spirit and 30 early heavenly god demon spirits. This time I can finally cultivate properly. Xianxia walked forward. Not long after, he saw the travel-worn Xizhen. Xizhen looked at Xianxia in shock. Little brother, are you all right? I'm fine. What could happen to me? Hee hee. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. His clothes were not stained after the bloody battle, and he was taking a leisurely stroll. Xizhen looked at Xianxia doubtfully. Is the twin dragon cheetahs going to just leave like that? Where's the twin dragon cheetahs? I vaguely heard 2 beast roars just now. Xizhen said solemnly. Maybe you heard it wrong. I didn't see anything. I've been walking carefully and didn't notice anything. Xianxia's expression was serious. All right then. Let's leave quickly. We shouldn't stay here for long. The twin dragon cheetahs haven't discovered us yet. Otherwise, we would have been exposed long ago. Xizhen was stunned. If the twin dragon cheetahs were really here, they wouldn't be able to handle 2 late heavenly god demonic beasts. Xianxia would be the first to bear the brunt. Even though he was strong, he was only an early heavenly god. He only managed to kill the early heavenly god demonic beasts and the spotted leopard with Xianxia's help. However, he could see that Xianxia was experienced. Perhaps it was as Xianxia had said. The twin dragon cheetahs might not be here. Perhaps they haven't discovered us yet. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Xianxia nodded and followed Xizhen. They quickly caught up with Xixing and the others. Xizhen looked back and felt doubtful. However, it was good that they were not discovered. After walking for nearly a month, they finally left the territory of the twin dragon cheetahs. Xizhen was always on tenterhooks along the way, afraid that the twin dragon cheetahs would catch up to them. However, it was obvious that his worries were unnecessary as Xianxia had already taken care of the 2 troublesome beasts. During this period of time, Xixing no longer made things difficult for Xianxia. Sometimes, she would even treat Xianxia politely. Xianxia didn't mind it. After all, he had saved her life. Moreover, when a person goes through a tribulation, even the most pampered person would grow. If she didn't change, then Xianxia would feel that she was really hopeless. Along the way, they didn't encounter any huge waves. Most of the demonic beasts would not attack randomly. However, some demonic beasts would still come out to hunt. Xianxia and the others did not encounter any demonic beasts that were stronger than the heavenly god realm. In front of us is the misty forest. Compared to the outer region, the misty forest can be considered as a natural barrier. It's not difficult to pass through the misty forest. However, we have to wait for the sun to shine and the mist to disperse. Once the weather is gloomy and rainy, the misty forest will become a natural barrier. the poisonous mist from the swamp will also rise. At that time, the entire misty forest will be filled with poisonous mist. Even a divine king realm expert would find it hard to pass through. Xianxia said solemnly, reminding everyone. However, at this moment, a scream was heard from the front. Run, run! A frightened scream reverberated in Xianxia's ears. After walking for such a long time, they finally met humans. Moreover, it seemed like there was more than one. Dozens of people ran back from the forest. All of them had a terrified expression on their faces. Friend, why are you guys running back? What happened in front? Xianxia stopped one of them and asked. A blazing flame heavenly lizard appeared in the misty forest. It breathed out mist and poisonous gas filled the sky. No one could pass through it. There's also a large number of heavenly god realm poisonous toads. Blazing flame heavenly lizard? How strong is he? Xianxia asked. You don't even have the right to speak in front of him. The middle-aged man sneered at Xianxia in disdain. He quickly turned around and left, as if he was afraid that the blazing flame heavenly lizard would catch up with him. There were more than 10 of them. There were even 4 late heavenly gods among them. However, all of them had a solemn look on their faces. It would not be easy for them to pass through the misty forest at this moment. Let's go first. Otherwise, we might not be able to escape death. Xianxia never did anything that he was not confident about. He looked at Xianxia and asked for Xianxia's opinion. I'll listen to you, Xianxia said with a smile. Since Xianxia was very familiar with the Xianxia mountain range, even though Xianxia was stronger than him, he was still a newbie when it came to crossing the mountain range. There were many dangerous places that Xianxia knew nothing about. Xianxia and the others were left far behind by the people who were running in a hurry. Xianxia could feel an extremely powerful aura closing in on them. Moreover, this aura was quite domineering, it was at least at the half-step divine king realm. Such a terrifying demonic beast was indeed a giant existence in front of humans, it held the power of life and death. Not long after Xianxia and Xianxia ran out, they saw the group of people from before returning. Their expressions were filled with even more worry. There's a tiger behind us. We're going to die soon. A white-haired old man sighed and said. His eyes were filled with despair. Guys, could it be that you? Xianxia looked at the people who were running away in a hurry. He was shocked. This trip might not be that easy. It's the 3-headed dragon of the 8 lineages Silver River. It's obvious that it wants to capture us. That's right. The whole Xianxia mountain range is in an uproar because of the wedding of the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. We're the ones who are going to suffer. I know, right now, we have undoubtedly become their cornucopia. Someone said while clenching his teeth. Currently, danger was lurking in every direction. Under the pursuit from the front and back, their safety had also fallen into a hopeless situation where they would definitely die. Xianxia was slightly moved. Who is this 8 lineages Silver River Lord? How could he be so terrifying? Could it be that he's able to control the entire Xianxia mountain range? Furthermore, his reputation had spread far and wide. It seemed like he was not someone to be trifled with. It was unknown whether the deacon was a human or a demonic beast. There's the blazing flame heavenly lizard in the misty forest and one of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River, the 3-headed dragon. We're in a dilemma now, Xianxia said solemnly. No one had encountered such a situation before. Even though he had been to the Xianxia mountain range for more than 10 times, this was the first time. East and west, can't we run? Xianxia asked with a frown. Seems like he's really a newbie. He didn't even understand the Xianxia mountain range and he dares to talk big. Hee, what a joke. Someone mocked. At this time everyone was incomparably nervous, but no one ran towards the east or west. Sigh. Xianxia let out a sigh. The east is the primitive area of the 100,000 mountain range. There are countless heavenly god realm beasts and divine king realm beasts there. It's the most inaccessible place in the entire Xianxia mountain range. Once you enter the east, you'll die. The west is connected to the misty forest. It's a place filled with poisonous insects and beasts. It's also a primitive area that no one has ever stepped into before. However, none of those who went through the east and west could walk out alive. It's the same since the ancient times. This old man is always straightforward. However, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten. The bridge I've walked is longer than the road you've walked. Hee hee. The white-haired old man said with a smile. He glanced at Jiang Chen with an arrogant expression. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was just a newbie. Looks like we're in a hopeless situation now? There are so many of us. Don't tell me that we don't even have the strength to fight? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. One battle? Ha ha ha. Young man, I admire your courage. However, I have to say that you're too naive. We only have 4 late heavenly god experts here. The rest of us are early and middle heavenly gods. We have more than 30 people. Fighting a peak heavenly god realm or even a half-step divine king realm beast is no different from courting death. A short-haired swordsman said with a sneer. Are we just going to surrender? Jiang Chen sneered. Compared to these people's nervous expressions, Jiang Chen's calmness made Xianxia admire him. I agree with this young man's opinion. Fighting to the death is better than surrendering, right? Hee hee. So what if the protector of the 8 lineages Silver River is here? Even a rabbit will bite if you push me too far. An elegant woman with a charming figure stretched out her slender fingers and gently lifted Jiang Chen's chin. The corners of her mouth carried a playful smile as she teased Jiang Chen to the extreme. Her graceful figure was enchanting and charming. Her every frown and smile could charm thousands of men. Especially her pair of soul-captivating eyes. They were purple and demonic, like the blooming red spider lily, filled with mystery and enchantment. Her fingertips brushed past Jiang Chen's cheeks. Her breath was like a spring breeze. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. This elegant girl was indeed as beautiful as a goddess, but compared to his wife, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu, she was nothing. However, the flirtatious nature in her bones was something that no man could resist. If it was a man with low resistance, he would have already kneeled down and kowtowed to her. You Ernyang, I'm not sensible. I hope you don't mind. Hee hee. Xianxia looked at the elegant lady and said with a smile, as if he was afraid that Jiang Chen would be eaten by her. Because none of the men she had set her eyes on could escape from her palm. Hee hee hee. As if I, Yu Ernyang, would eat you. Yu Ernyang covered her mouth and laughed. Everyone else was very serious except for her. However, she did not dare to be careless. Jiang Chen held Yu Ernyang's slender waist with one hand and pinched her buttocks with the other hand. Yu Ernyang's face was filled with anger, but her eyes were still charming as she looked at Jiang Chen. How could this guy be so calm? His heart was as calm as still water, without any ripples. Jiang Chen smiled. It was as if he could melt the ice and snow. Yu Ernyang felt very comfortable. Yu Ernyang, right? Your figure seems to be just so. What a pervert. Xining's face was gloomy as she saw the flirting between Jiang Chen and Yu Ernyang. Her heart was filled with anger. How could they be so shameless in front of so many people? It was a shame for a woman and a disgrace for a man. Xining gritted her teeth, but Yu Ernyang was indeed more flirtatious than her. Her figure was also more perfect. She looked at her own figure, which was slightly inferior to Yu Ernyang's. She was even more furious. Xianxia was slightly shocked by Jiang Chen's action. This kid is really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. He dares to provoke anyone. Yu Ernyang was quite famous in Huyu boundary. There were at least 8,000 men who had a close relationship with her. Just so? Ha ha ha. Looks like little brother is also a man of character. Ernyang has never lost to anyone in terms of experience and knowledge. Yu Ernyang frowned as if she was a little angry. She looked at Jiang Chen with a reproachful look and escaped from Jiang Chen's palm easily. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. However, right at that moment, the feeling of the earth quaking and mountains swaying rang alarms for everyone. It was likely that the true crisis was about to arrive. Blazing Flame Heavenly Lizard, it's the Blazing Flame Heavenly Lizard. This guy is more than 100 feet tall. The moment it crawled out of the foggy swamp, many people were shocked. That's right. We have more than 100 people here. Almost half of them died under the feet of this blazing flame heavenly lizard. God wants me to die. Am I really going to die here? I am not willing to accept this. I am not even married yet. I am the only son of 18 generations. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's gigantic figure appeared 1,000 meters away. It was a giant lizard that walked upright. With its bare hands, it pushed aside dozens of hundreds of meters tall ancient pines and maple trees. Its imposing manner was terrifying. Every step it took seemed to shake the earth and mountains. It was as if it was stepping on everyone's heart, shaking their soul. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the blazing flame heavenly lizard. Although it was only a peak heavenly god, it was extremely talented and its strength could reach the half-step divine king realm. Roar, roar, a deafening roar reverberated in the ears of Xianxia and the others. More than 30 of them were ready to fight. The blazing flame heavenly lizard gave people a feeling of a giant. Moreover, its roar was terrifying as if it came from the depths of everyone's heart. Master Shi, what should we do? What should we do? Lu Xingjuan said anxiously. His fearful expression made him look like a madman who had been wronged and had nowhere to vent. Lu Xingjuan saw that those who were much stronger than him had a solemn and fearful expression, not to mention him. Now that he was attacked by these demonic beasts, he was not mentally prepared at all. He initially thought that this would be an interesting journey. He would not have any worries following Xizhen. Moreover, he was considered to be quite talented in terms of his strength. He could definitely take on the responsibility of being Xixining's protector and become a hero in Xixining's heart. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation after leaving the Tianqi mountain range for a short while. This crisis had completely shattered the defenses in Lu Xingjuan's heart. Looking at the incomparably huge blazing flame heavenly lizard that was approaching them step by step, Lu Xingjuan's feet seemed to be unable to move an inch. Shut up. Who should I ask if you ask me? Do you think this is a tour? This is the Tianqi mountain range. Dangers are everywhere. You could be in danger at any time. Since the moment you entered the Tianqi mountain range, I have told you that death will follow you for 3 years. No one can guarantee whether you will live or die in these 3 years. Not even me. Do you understand? Xizhen shouted in a deep voice. For Lu Xingjuan, it was like a wake-up call. However, after hearing that so many people had died in the hands of the blazing flame heavenly lizard and the fear that was spreading in his heart, Lu Xingjuan's psychological defense had completely collapsed. Xianxia smiled. Such a person was only fit to live in the ivory tower of his sect or family. In the face of a real crisis, he could not withstand a single blow. At the moment when Lu Xingjuan was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws in front of Xianxia treated him as an angry child. Xianxia was never afraid of death. That was why he could crawl out of death time and time again and be reborn in a hopeless situation. I am scared. I don't want to die. Lu Xingjuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, he was completely crushed by the pressure. Xixing looked at Lu Xingjuan's ugly face and her heart was filled with disdain. On the contrary, Xianxia, who had always kept a low profile, was shining brightly in her eyes. Although he had some flaws and was a little dirty, he was still much better than Lu Xingjuan. Everyone here does not want to die. However, in the face of death, you only have one choice, which is to win against death. The other choice is to accept death. Xianxia said calmly, like a monologue of an elder. However, at this moment, Lu Xingjuan did not listen to anyone. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. You're quite confident. Little brother, aren't you afraid? Yu Ernyang stood beside Xianxia and said with a faint smile. She was also afraid. Everyone here was afraid. They had never encountered such a terrifying situation before. However, so what if they were afraid? Can God save you from this calamity? You can't, so you can only rely on yourself. When a person is in despair, their potential is limitless. I'm scared. I'm scared that I will never see such a charming girl like you Ernyang again. Xianxia said with a smile. You're so annoying. This is my first time being called a girl. Yu Ernyang rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, full of charm. A girl will always be a girl. Even if you're so flirtatious, you're still a girl. However, the blazing flame heavenly lizard will not let you go just because you're a girl. The moment Jiang Chen raised his head, the blazing flame heavenly lizard was already in front of him. Lowly humans, how dare you step into my territory and disturb my cultivation? You all deserve to die. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's deep voice was accompanied by a thick nasal sound. It reverberated above the void. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The night was eerie and desolate. Ha ha ha. Old lizard, I also want these people. How about it? Give me some face, how about it? It's the young master's wedding. If I give you these delicacies, there will be a great reward. I will share half of it with you. How about it? Everyone was shocked. Another peerless expert. As one of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River, the earthly fire 3-headed dragon was quite famous in the entire Xianxia mountain range. Even if he could not do anything he wanted, at least no one would dare to offend the 8 lineages Silver River. Except for some places that were rarely visited by humans, even demonic beasts like them did not dare to step into. The earthly fire 3-headed dragon was considered as one of the overlords in the Xianxia mountain range. There might be many who could compete with him, but not many dared to offend the 8 lineages Silver River. You want to eat these humans, refine them, and expel them. I don't think I need to say more, right? Let's not beat around the bush. These people didn't offend you. You just wanted to find an excuse for yourself. Do me a favor and give them to me. The River Lord will be very happy. The earthly fire 3-headed dragon said with a faint smile. He did not put the blazing flame heavenly lizard in his eyes at all. You're dreaming. The blazing flame heavenly lizard stomped his feet fiercely. Haha, looks like we'll have to see who exactly these humans belong to. The earthly fire 3-headed dragon pretended to sigh and said. There were many peak heavenly god realm demonic beasts, but the earthly fire 3-headed dragon was able to become one of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River. This meant that his strength should not be underestimated. An ordinary half-step heavenly god realm expert would not be able to do anything to him. That was why the earthly fire 3-headed dragon was so arrogant. The earthly fire 3-headed dragon and the blazing flame heavenly lizard treated Jiang Chen and the others as their food. They did not even need to hunt for them. It seems like we've become their prey. Yu Ernyang shrugged her shoulders and said. She seemed to be full of charm at any time. Men could never move their eyes away from her exquisite face. Her deep eyes and deep collarbone attracted everyone's attention. Little brother, I'll run with you later. What do you think? We'll run away as soon as these 2 big fellas attack us. We'll have a chance to escape. Yu Ernyang crooked her finger at Jiang Chen. What if you eat me? Jiang Chen shook his head. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Since they both want to eat us up, then someone has to make a concession. Otherwise, both sides will definitely suffer. The short-haired swordsman said in a deep voice. His eyes flickered with a bright light. They were also waiting for an opportunity. If there was an opportunity, they would leave this place. After all, humans becoming food for demonic beasts was a very difficult thing to accept. However, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, nothing was impossible. When the time comes, all of you will be finished. Don't get separated from me. Although these people are biding their time, that's because they're waiting for an opportunity to act. Otherwise, they'll only be waiting for death here. Shizhen said solemnly. Shi Xining, Lu Xingjuan and the rest nodded their heads like chickens pecking at grains. Especially Lu Xingjuan, he was filled with fear towards death. His mentality had completely collapsed. Jiang Chen looked at the 2 colossal creatures silently. The dreadful earthly fire 3-headed dragon had a huge body, it was more than 100 zhang long. All 3 of its heads were the color of green flowers. There was a throbbing earthly fire on its forehead. Hence, it was named the earthly fire 3-headed dragon. The most terrifying thing about the earthly fire 3-headed dragon was its beast fire, earthly fire. This kind of beast fire was quite terrifying. Although it was not as powerful as Jiang Chen's 5 elemental true fire, It was extremely terrifying when compared to other beasts of the same level. As his strength continued to increase, the earthly fire three-headed dragon's earthly fire became even more terrifying. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? 8 Lineages Silver River, I've been wanting to experience it for a long time. The blazing flame heavenly lizard took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. 100 meters of pine and cypress trees were crushed like toothpicks. Its claw swept across the void, causing the wind to howl and the crane to cry. The earthly fire three-headed dragon harumphed coldly. Its 3 heads moved at the same time. Its long body swept across the surrounding pine and cypress trees and rocks. It then collided with the blazing flame heavenly lizard fiercely. The violent collision made everyone feel deafened. The most primitive battle was the most terrifying battle. Especially for the demonic beasts, they loved to fight hand to hand. They wanted to see who would have the last laugh in the end. This was an unwritten rule among the demonic beasts. The battle was a battle of strength and a terrifying physique. The blazing flame heavenly lizard and the earthly fire three-headed dragon were not to be outdone. At this moment, the 2 demonic beasts were fighting against each other. However, there were some people who escaped during the chaos. Neither the blazing flame heavenly lizard nor the earthly fire three-headed dragon would allow such a thing to happen. I, the earthly fire three-headed dragon, will kill anyone who dares to step out of the 10-li radius. The earthly fire three-headed dragon repelled the blazing flame heavenly lizard with a single strike and killed 4 people consecutively. At that moment, everyone's movements came to an abrupt halt. Facing the bloody scene, Lu Xingjuan had completely collapsed. His life was so fragile at this moment that he was on the verge of crying. He could not even breathe under such pressure. After the earthly fire three-headed dragon attacked, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. A late heavenly god and 3 mid-heavenly gods were killed by the earthly fire three-headed dragon in an instant. No one dared to believe it. However, the truth was right in front of them. Who would dare to take a step forward? This was a prison. As for the blazing flame heavenly lizard, he didn't attack the earthly fire three-headed dragon, because he knew that if he didn't give these humans a show of strength, they would definitely take advantage of the chaos to escape. The blazing flame heavenly lizard and the earthly fire three-headed dragon weren't stupid. The outcome of their battle was to fight for these humans, so they naturally couldn't run away. Xianxia did not move at all. Everyone retreated slowly. Their faces looked even more terrible now. The intelligence of the demonic beasts was not any lower than that of humans. If humans could think of escaping during the chaos, how could they not think of it? Therefore, no one was able to escape at this moment. They had to stay in the circle and wait for their death. This kind of feeling engulfed everyone bit by bit. No matter if it was Lu Xingjuan or the others, they all felt extremely depressed. Death was scary. However, what was scarier than death was the torture of waiting for death and not being able to do anything about it. Show the enemy that we are weak. What we can only hope for now is for the 2 demonic beasts to injure each other. That will be our best chance. Not to run away, but to fight with them. It's impossible to run away. Moreover, it will only boost their morale. The 2 demonic beasts have similar strength. It's impossible for them to kill each other easily. Therefore, it's better for us to stay put before the 2 of them take action. Whether you can survive or not depends on whether you can bear the loneliness. Xianxia said in a low voice. Everyone's life had their own destiny. He did not want to change anything as he was not a savior. Surviving was an opportunity, while death was another form of rebirth. Xianxia's words made a lot of sense. Many people nodded their heads slightly. Their dispirited mood had improved a little. It was true that if they were to fight now, they would definitely be suppressed by the 2 beasts. However, the result would be different if they were to fight until their heads were bleeding. You're right, little brother. We're too impatient. Indeed, it's not the right time to take action now. Xianxia said in a deep voice. At this moment, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was extremely confident in his own strength. He clashed with the blazing flame heavenly lizard once again. The terrifying collision force caused a loud bang. Even Xianxia felt pain when he heard it. These 2 monsters were really going all out. Moreover, both of them were peak heavenly god realm experts. but they were comparable to half-step divine kings. That's right. If we make a move now, we'll most likely die without a burial. Let's wait and see what happens. That's a good idea. But I'm not sure if it'll work. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, this is our last chance. In the face of survival, everyone's potential was limitless. Little brother, you're really smart and quick-witted. You're really exquisite. Yu Ernyang patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said with a smile. That's for women. I prefer you to call me mighty and domineering. Facing Yu Ernyang's provocation, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Even though they were all early heavenly gods, Jiang Chen's calmness and judgment were outstanding compared to the others. Lu Xingjuan was too ashamed to raise his head because he was afraid of death. He just wanted to leave this place alive and never come back again. Ha ha ha. You don't even know if you're going to live or die, but you still have the guts to brag about yourself. You're really lovable. Yu Ernyang giggled and rolled her eyes at him. What's the joy in life, what's the bitterness in death? Life and death are all in our own hands. Yu Ernyang was slightly surprised by Jiang Chen's confidence. Jiang Chen could even kill her with a single strike, but he could still be so calm. It was true that newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. However, he had taken it for granted. After all, they were in a very dangerous situation now. Originally, she only wanted to tease Jiang Chen, but in the end, she realized that this little fellow was really fun to play with. Such a man, compared to a coward like Lu Xingjuan, was simply the best in the world. Everyone chose to remain silent. After all, they could only wait. Their chances were not high. Even if the two demonic beasts were injured, they were still peak heavenly gods. No one knew who would be the last one standing. Jiang Chen saw the different expressions of nervousness and graveness on everyone's faces. Life was full of emotions, all for the sake of survival. Even Yu Ernyang, who was always smiling and calm, had her own worries. Xizhen was still calm because he was experienced and had encountered danger before. He wasn't someone a newbie like Lu Xingjuan could be compared to. Kid, if you really die here, don't blame me. Xizhen looked at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, full of bitterness. Brother Xi, you're worrying too much. Jiang Chen shook his head. If possible, help me protect these kids. You're different from them. Xizhen said solemnly. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment. He understood that Xizhen's confidence in him was also a form of trust. This is their first time coming here, and it might also be their last time. Life is long, but also short. Sometimes, it's fleeting. The heavens were merciful and should give them a chance. My niece is the only child of Xilan escort. Her father met with danger in the Tianqi mountain range. But I couldn't do anything about it. Xizhen took a deep breath, as if he was full of self-blame. Jiang Chen could see the struggle in his heart. He was full of guilt towards his brother, and he didn't want his niece to follow in her father's footsteps. Although she's unruly and willful, she's a good girl. If it wasn't because she missed her father, she wouldn't have set foot on this land. She begged me for 3 years before I agreed. Jiang Chen saw the sad scene of Xizhen. He wasn't a sentimental person, but it was hard for him to remain indifferent. If I'm not wrong, the twin dragon leopards have disappeared from this world forever. Xizhen looked at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice. I'll try my best. Jiang Chen nodded. At this moment, the battle between the blazing flame heavenly lizard and the earthly fire three-headed dragon was getting more and more intense. Neither of them would lower their heads to the other. Moreover, the 8 lineages silver river didn't stop the blazing flame heavenly lizard, which meant that both of their strengths were on par. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's whole body was red as if it was made of lava. It had copper skin and iron bones. Its sharp claws grabbed onto the tail of the earthly fire three-headed dragon and entangled with each other. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's roar shook the sky. Both of them were struggling on the edge of rage. Even though their bodies were tough, their defense was still torn apart by the other party. The blazing flame heavenly lizard roared and bit off the tail of the earthly fire three-headed dragon. The green python dragon's body swept across the sky and instantly slapped the blazing flame heavenly lizard away. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's mouth was full of blood, but its huge eyes were shining brilliantly. Damn old lizard, you bastard. My tail. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was obviously furious because the blazing flame heavenly lizard had bitten off his tail. Your tail doesn't taste very good. Ha ha ha. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's huge claws slapped the earthly fire three-headed dragon fiercely. The three heads of the earthly fire three-headed dragon moved at the same time and bit the blazing flame heavenly lizard's body. Blood flowed out and the scales were broken. The defense that the blazing flame heavenly lizard was proud of was torn apart by the earthly fire three-headed dragon. Both of them were on par with each other. The battle was getting more and more intense. Old lizard, I will let you know how stupid it is to offend the people of the 8 lineages Silver River. 800 dragons and snakes, listen to my command. Come out now. Under the roar of the earthly fire three-headed dragon, 800 early heavenly god realm earthly fire giant pythons came from all directions. At that moment, Xianxia and the others' countenance changed and their bodies were trembling. They could feel the terrifying earthly fire giant pythons passing through the forest and their hearts sank. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was too terrifying. Why do I feel that someone is staring at me? Xianxia frowned, a solemn expression could be seen on his face. That was why he didn't want to expose his true strength. There must be someone hiding in the dark, but Xianxia had no idea who it was. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. It's not difficult for him to leave now. Although it was difficult to kill the earthly fire three-headed dragon, it did not mean that Xianxia could not do it. However, he was worried about the intention of the person hiding in the dark. At this very moment, a cold and sinister figure stood on the peak of the mountain. Looking at this scene silently, his lips curled into a sinister smile. If Xianxia saw it, he would definitely recognize who that person was. 800 dragons and snakes. Hee hee. What a fool's dream. Do you think these fellas can do anything to me? The blazing flame heavenly lizard said with a sneer. He looked disdainfully at the 800 dragon snakes that were charging at the front lines with contempt in his eyes. Then let me see exactly what you're capable of. The earthly fire three-headed dragon snorted coldly. The 800 dragon snakes rushed towards the blazing flame heavenly lizard at lightning speed. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's every step was astonishing. His footsteps were everywhere, shaking the universe. His terrifying power instantly overturned countless earthly fire giant pythons. However, these earthly fire giant pythons were all heavenly gods. They should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, even ants can bite an elephant to death. Moreover, there were so many earthly fire giant pythons. Even the blazing flame heavenly lizard had to avoid them. He retreated while fighting. The earthly fire three-headed dragon's attack was quite effective. All of the earthly fire giant pythons were spitting out earthly fire from their mouths. They were exceptionally ferocious. The earthly fire giant pythons were the disciples and grand disciples of the earthly fire three-headed dragon. They were absolutely loyal to the earthly fire three-headed dragon. They rushed forward without fear of death, giving the blazing flame heavenly lizard a great pressure. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was looking for an opportunity. Once the blazing flame heavenly lizard revealed a flaw, he would rush forward without hesitation and give it a fatal blow. The blazing flame heavenly lizard was also a fire attribute demonic beast. However, facing so many earthly fire giant pythons, he still had to show them respect. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's roar was like thunder. Flames were rising from his body and his body was covered with black flames. It was strange and terrifying. He rushed into the group of earthly fire giant pythons and repelled more than 10 of them in an instant. His overbearing aura was not to be underestimated. However, the earthly fire three-headed dragon who was watching the battle could not sit still anymore. He had found an opportunity. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's black flames could not cause much damage to the earthly fire giant pythons. However, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was able to fend off the blazing flame heavenly lizard with his earthly fire. At this moment, the earthly fire three-headed dragon exerted all of his skills. The blazing flame heavenly lizard had to defend himself with all his might. However, the pressure from the surrounding earthly fire giant pythons was too strong. Hence, the blazing flame heavenly lizard was repelled by the earthly fire three-headed dragon's attack. The earthly fire fused into a light ball and pierced through the sky. The moment the purplish-blue flame light ball exploded, the earthly fire three-headed dragon sneered coldly. The mightiness of three heads was overbearing. Its huge body entangled the blazing flame heavenly lizard. Hundreds of earthly fire giant pythons followed up, not giving the blazing flame heavenly lizard any chance to take a breather. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, the third exhaustion. Obviously, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was not a fool. If he could not suppress the blazing flame heavenly lizard at this moment, he might gradually stabilize the situation. However, he would not give him the chance to do so. He had already forced the blazing flame heavenly lizard to retreat. With the help of the 800 dragon snakes, if he still could not suppress the blazing flame heavenly lizard, he would not be able to hold his position as one of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River. Die, blazing flame heavenly lizard! Watch my touch of hellfire! The earthly fire three-headed dragon roared angrily. 6 rays of blue light pierced through the void and forced the blazing flame heavenly lizard to retreat. The 6 rays of light pierced through the body of the blazing flame heavenly lizard. In addition to the attacks of hundreds of earthly fire giant pythons, the blazing flame heavenly lizard was severely injured. However, the blazing flame heavenly lizard was not easy to deal with. At this critical moment, he exerted all his strength and pounced towards the earthly fire three-headed dragon. A mouthful of heart fire was spurted out and attached to one of the heads of the earthly fire three-headed dragon. The heart fire of the blazing flame heavenly lizard was burning. The earthly fire three-headed dragon roared continuously. The feeling of pain filled his heart with anger. However, the burning heart fire of the blazing flame heavenly lizard almost made him fall into panic. One of his heads was almost burnt by the blazing flame heavenly lizard. Old lizard, I will not rest until one of us dies. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was helpless. He was enraged and entangled with the blazing flame heavenly lizard violently. He whipped the blazing flame heavenly lizard repeatedly. Although the blazing flame heavenly lizard was severely injured, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was not having an easy time either. Hee, this feeling is not good, right? That is my heart fire. You are destined to cut off one of your heads. The blazing flame heavenly lizard sneered. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was furious. However, as the blazing flame heavenly lizard had said, if he did not cut off one of his heads, the heart fire of the blazing flame heavenly lizard would turn into a prairie fire and burn the other 2 heads. At that time, he might also be severely injured. I will not let you off. The earthly fire three-headed dragon roared angrily and cut off one of his heads. At that moment, everyone was trembling. The earthly fire three-headed dragon and the blazing flame heavenly lizard were too terrifying. Especially the earthly fire three-headed dragon, he was so ruthless. When the earthly fire three-headed dragon's head was cut off by himself, everyone felt breathless. At that moment, the blazing flame heavenly lizard seized the opportunity to escape. Except for the earthly fire three-headed dragon, no one could easily catch up with him. At this moment, the earthly fire three-headed dragon could not even take care of himself. Even if I have to search every corner of the Xianxia mountain range, I will not let you off. Blazing flame heavenly lizard, I will definitely pull out your tendons, peel off your skin and drink your blood. The earthly fire three-headed dragon roared angrily. The excruciating pain caused his body to tremble. After all, he had cut off one of his heads. His current strength had been greatly restricted and his injuries were not light. These fellas are not that easy to deal with. Xianxia thought. A peak heavenly god realm demonic beast strength was comparable to a half-step divine king realm expert. No wonder they were able to dominate a region. Some gifted demonic beasts were indeed comparable to the gifted humans. What are you waiting for? This is our last chance. The short-haired swordsman said in a deep voice. His face was cold and gloomy. The white scarf on his sleeves was a little messy. The stubble on his beard looked a little old. At this moment, he held his longsword and took the lead. If they did not finish off the earthly fire three-headed dragon, then they were destined to become prisoners. This was not what anyone wanted. Before they could reach the earthly fire three-headed dragon, they were already blocked by hundreds of earthly fire giant pythons. Lu Xingjuan, Shi Xining, and the rest could barely block the attack of a earthly fire giant python. They were all in a sorry state, and it was obvious that they had no experience. Especially in this kind of battle of life and death, they were all rookies. Even protecting themselves was a problem. The most powerful ones were the short-haired swordsman, Yu Ernyang, and the white-haired old man. The three of them were late heavenly gods. The other late heavenly god went straight for the earthly fire three-headed dragon, bringing along 5 other experts. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This fellow was basically seeking his own death. Even though the earthly fire three-headed dragon was injured, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They thought that they could capture the earthly fire three-headed dragon alive. How stupid. The earthly fire three-headed dragon harumphed coldly and raised his head. His 100-zhang-long body instantly smashed towards them. Even a late heavenly god was sent flying by his tail, let alone the other 5 experts. It was wishful thinking to launch a sneak attack on the earthly fire three-headed dragon. No, the late heavenly god expert was terrified, but he was already crushed by the earthly fire three-headed dragon. His body was smashed into pieces, leaving nothing behind. The other 5 experts were swallowed by the earthly fire three-headed dragon. It was extremely cruel and terrifying. The earthly fire three-headed dragon's attack was extremely terrifying. They could not feel how terrifying the earthly fire three-headed dragon was during the battle with the blazing flame heavenly lizard. However, at this moment they felt that the earthly fire three-headed dragon could only be described as terrifying. A late heavenly god could not even withstand a single blow from it. Isn't this earthly fire three-headed dragon too terrifying? Hiss. Are we really going to die here? This is just an injured earthly fire three-headed dragon. These hundreds of earthly fire giant pythons are enough to take our lives. Everyone was extremely bitter, because the earthly fire giant pythons were the most direct pressure on them. Hundreds of earthly fire giant pythons had put them in a difficult situation. There were less than 30 of them, and every one of them had used all their strength to fight 1 against 3, 1 against 5. Even the most powerful short-haired swordsman and Yu Ernyang could only block 10 to 20 earthly fire giant pythons at most. Shizhen wasn't afraid at all as he blocked a dozen earthly fire giant pythons. However, the endless attacks from the earthly fire giant pythons gave them endless pressure and despair. If this continued, no one would be able to stop these beasts. The fact that Jiang Chen was fighting against 10 people alone was quite eye-catching. After all, his cultivation was only at the early heavenly god realm. Jiang Chen had been paying attention to Shi Xining since Shi Zhen had asked him to protect this innocent girl. Not everyone had the courage to chase after her. Xianxia mountain range was not a place that anyone could enter casually. The moment you chose to enter the Xianxia mountain range, you had to disregard life and death. Lu Xingjuan, who had been injured time and time again, was beaten to the point that he pissed his pants. This was the best proof. Yu Ernyang and the short-haired swordsman were extremely ferocious because the earthly fire giant pythons were constantly attacking them. Even they couldn't defend against them. If this continues, I'm afraid that we'll all die here. Yu Ernyang sneered as she was sweating profusely. Her eyes were filled with coldness and sharpness. Don't tell me you have a better idea? The short-haired swordsman said. However, they knew that the earthly fire three-headed dragon could easily crush them in the Xianxia mountain range. They were always around the 8 lineages Silver River, how could they not know about the earthly fire three-headed dragon? Especially Yu Ernyang. Not knowing why, Yu Ernyang suddenly looked at Jiang Chen. His strength was terrifying. Even though he was only an early heavenly god, he was able to fight against 10 people at once. Compared to those greenhouse flowers, he was totally different. Moreover, he was walking leisurely and calmly as if he was very experienced. Such an interesting fella. Yu Ernyang murmured. Ha ha ha, Ernyang, it's so lively, how can I miss out on this? You went to look for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart and left me behind. How unkind, unkind. A loud laughter resounded through the void. A blue-robed young man arrived on his sword, standing on the edge of his sword. His aura was gloomy, he had already reached the peak heavenly god realm, he could not be underestimated. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk and his expression changed slightly. Scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, isn't that the herb that he's been looking for? It's an essential herb for the heaven-seizing fortune pill. Xianxia was shocked. He did not expect to receive news about the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart here. Moreover, Yu Ernyang knew about it. Cut the crap. Lan Xiaoxing, get lost if you don't want to help. Yu Ernyang said coldly. Even though she was in deep trouble, she was not courteous at all. She did not lower her head to the blue-robed young man. Don't be angry, Ernyang. I'm here to save you. I'd like to see who dares to touch you, not even the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River. Lan Xiaoxing smiled with a flattering look on his face. He was even more subservient to Yu Ernyang. However, Lan Xiaoxing's gaze was like a torch, cold like a knife. The sword under his feet was filled with a domineering aura. Xianxia could feel that this fellow was not simple. His strength was ridiculously strong. He might not even lose to the earthly fire 3-headed dragon. Lan Xiaoxing, it's him. Looks like we're saved. Rumor has it that Lan Xiaoxing's strength is terrifying and he's infatuated with Yu Ernyang. However, Yu Ernyang did not accept him. Looks like the rumor is true. Lan Xiaoxing against the earthly fire 3-headed dragon. Looks like there's always a way out. Haha. The hope of survival was reignited in the hearts of many. Xizhen was slightly startled. He knew that Lan Xiaoxing would not just stand by and watch for Yu Ernyang. Lan Xiaoxing was an overlord of the Tianqi mountain range. He was infatuated with Yu Ernyang and had never given up on pursuing her for 100 years. Black Rock Stronghold, Lan Xiaoxing? You want to interfere too? The earthly fire 3-headed dragon squinted his eyes and looked at Lan Xiaoxing. He was not scary, but the elder brother behind him was extremely scary. Even the earthly fire 3-headed dragon had to be polite to him. Do you think I'll stand by and watch you fight in front of my woman? Lan Xiaoxing said indifferently. I'm not your woman. Yu Ernyang said coldly. One day, yes. Hee hee. Lan Xiaoxing chuckled. His face was cold as he approached the earthly fire 3-headed dragon. If it wasn't for the Black Rock Stronghold, you'd be dead by now. Lan Xiaoxing. The earthly fire 3-headed dragon said. Really? I'd like to see what you can do to me. Xianxia smiled. This fellow was arrogant. Compared to him, Lan Xiaoxing might not be any weaker. However, arrogance required strength. If this Lan Xiaoxing underestimated his opponent, he might not be able to defeat the earthly fire 3-headed dragon, even if he was injured. Lad, why do I feel annoyed seeing you smiling so brightly? Lan Xiaoxing looked at Xianxia and said coldly. I don't feel the same when I look at you. Xianxia shrugged and smiled faintly. He looked into Lan Xiaoxing's eyes, an early heavenly god and a peak heavenly god. Xianxia was not afraid at all. Lan Xiaoxing's eyes were cold as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia was not to be outdone. As their eyes met, Lan Xiaoxing's murderous intent was revealed. I don't mind, but before that, I'll kill you, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lan Xiaoxing's flattery towards Yu Ernyang was gone. His face was as cold as frost, and his aura was as cold as a sword, piercing towards Xianxia's heart. Don't make things difficult for him. His strength is far from yours. Don't tell me you don't want to lose face? Lan Xiaoxing, don't forget that you're the chief of the Black Crag Stronghold. Yu Ernyang snorted. But most importantly, she wanted to protect Xianxia. These words were very harsh to Lan Xiaoxing's ears. When he looked at Xianxia, his murderous intent became even stronger. Yu Ernyang had never been so protective of a person, and a weakling at that. This made Lan Xiaoxing extremely angry, and he completely saw Xianxia as a thorn in his side. Lan Xiaoxing had pursued Yu Ernyang for 100 years, but she had never shown any feelings for him. Her persistence was admirable. Moreover, Lan Xiaoxing would never allow any man to be by Yu Ernyang's side. If there was one, he would kill him. Xianxia's eyes were extremely cold. This Lan Xiaoxing was already very arrogant, and now that Yu Ernyang was protecting him, it was obvious that Lan Xiaoxing had already regarded him as his rival in love. Simple-minded, but well-developed. Xianxia sneered. Brat, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Lan Xiaoxing took a step forward, and rushed towards Xianxia at lightning speed. Yu Ernyang also stood in front of Xianxia. Ling said, "If you dare to make a move, I won't let you off." Yu Ernyang said resolutely. At this moment, Lan Xiaoxing suppressed the anger in his heart, but Jiang Chen knew that Lan Xiaoxing had already put him on the list of people to kill. The murderous intent in his cold eyes could no longer be concealed. "You're actually hiding behind a woman. You're really impressive." Ha ha ha. Lan Xiaoxing sneered. Jiang Chen was unmoved. He really disdained to be enemies with such a person. Otherwise, wouldn't he become public enemy number one? A mere woman had made him so angry that he treated her as his exclusive property. Moreover, Yu Ernyang did not even look at him in the eye. "Lan Xiaoxing, looks like you're really shameless. Haha, so this woman is the woman that you've been pining for 100 years. Today, I've really broadened my horizons. But, if your woman is captured by me, what do you think?" The earthly fire three-headed dragon transformed into a white-haired middle-aged man with a flame burning between his eyebrows. He stood proudly, wearing a green armor that covered his entire body. His tall figure was overbearing. Even though he and the blazing flame heavenly lizard were injured in the battle just now, his aura did not diminish. He was still able to deal with Lan Xiaoxing with ease. After all, the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River were not just for show. Even though the Black Crag stronghold was quite famous in the Xianxia mountain range, the earthly fire three-headed dragon still did not put them in his eyes. "Earthly fire three-headed dragon, looks like you're courting death." Lan Xiaoxing was furious. The earthly fire three-headed dragon had crossed his bottom line. This fella dared to joke about his beloved woman. Lan Xiaoxing could not bear it anymore. "Even if your big brother is here, I'm afraid he doesn't have the capability to touch me." The earthly fire three-headed dragon held the snake-shaped long sword in his hand. The sharp edge of the sword was moving towards Lan Xiaoxing. "This fella is a madman, you don't have to care about him." Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen and said. "Really? If you didn't use me as a shield, he wouldn't have acted like this." Jiang Chen smiled and said. "Others want to be my shield, but I haven't used it yet. I wonder if your little brother is just an embroidered pillow that looks good but is useless?" Ha ha ha. Yu Ernyang smiled charmingly. Her every frown and smile was charming. She was indeed a beauty. "Watch your back, he's gone. At this moment, no one will be your protector anymore." Jiang Chen threw a punch and sent the earthly fire giant python flying away. The flame burned on Jiang Chen's fist. Yu Ernyang was slightly shocked as she did not expect Jiang Chen to be unscathed. This fellow was indeed much stronger than other Heavenly God Realm experts. He could probably fight against a mid-Heavenly God Realm expert. However, his strength was still too weak in the Xianxia mountain range. "Don't I still have you?" Yu Ernyang's eyes rippled. She bit her lips and rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. "I don't have the strength to protect you." Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen took 10 steps forward and the earthly fire giant pythons around him were all forced to retreat. Such an unromantic fella. Yu Ernyang chuckled and went up to the 20-odd earthly fire giant pythons. She didn't dare to be careless at all. At this moment, the 800 earthly fire giant pythons surrounded Jiang Chen, Yu Ernyang and the others. This time, the 800 earthly fire giant pythons poured down like a tidal wave. They did not hold back anymore. These 800 giant pythons attacked in an instant. They had the ability to turn the world upside down. Except for Lan Xiaoxing, no one could control such a huge situation. Even Yu Ernyang, the short-haired swordsman and the white-haired old man were having a hard time. Their injuries were not light and their numbers were decreasing. Xizhen was also having a hard time. The continuous attacks forced him, a man of iron blood, to take on the task of protecting Lu Xingjuan, Shi Xining and the others. He was surrounded by enemies. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the attacks of dozens of earthly fire giant pythons. Xizhen and the short-haired swordsman were injured one after another. Yu Ernyang was in a better condition. However, she was forced into a dead end. There were less than 15 people left from the initial 30 people. Although the 800 dragon snake giant pythons were weaker than the earthly fire three-headed dragon, it was more than enough to deal with these people. At this moment, Lan Xiaoxing was exceptionally ferocious. He had the initiative from the start to the end, forcing the earthly fire three-headed dragon to retreat. However, he did not suffer any substantial damage because the earthly fire three-headed dragon was still stronger. Even though it was injured, it did not give Lan Xiaoxing the slightest advantage. Lan Xiaoxing's sword was ferocious, but it lacked strength. As for the earthly fire three-headed dragon snake sword, it was a terrifying silver snake that was cunning and vicious. Even though Lan Xiaoxing was rather cautious, he was still successfully ambushed by the earthly fire three-headed dragon. Several sword strikes landed on his body. Xianxia shook his head. It seemed like he had no choice but to take action. Xizhen and the rest were in danger, especially Xizhen. He had already taken a lot of damage for Xixing and Lu Xingjuan. Even if he wasn't on the brink of death, he was still heavily injured. His steps and body were in a mess. Facing the attacks of the earthly fire giant pythons, it was obvious that he was at his wits' end. Yuanyang was nimble, but her clothes were also burnt. The situation was getting more and more difficult, and it was becoming one-sided. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. His fists were piercing, and a cold wind blew. Each of his fists was lethal. Each of his fists would cause at least one earthly fire three-headed dragon to fall, and some even had their heads pierced. Jiang Chen's every step was filled with killing intent. He was no longer as agile as before. At this moment, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Jiang Chen to be this strong. A terrifying gust of wind blew, and the surroundings were filled with chaotic afterimages. Jiang Chen's killing intent surged, and in an instant, 70 to 80 earthly fire giant pythons were killed by Jiang Chen. Pools of blood and corpses were everywhere. So strong. This fella has been hiding his strength all along. Yeah, I didn't expect an early heavenly god realm fella to be stronger than us. You really can't judge a book by its cover. We're saved this time. This young man's speed, agility, and strength are all at the peak. I'm afraid that no one here, except for Lan Xiaoxing, will be his match. What a young hero. Everyone was excited and incomparably happy. Jiang Chen had killed more than 300 earthly fire giant pythons in just a few moves. Nearly half of the giant pythons' corpses were scattered all over the forest. It was a shocking scene. Lu Xingjuan, Xixing and the rest looked at Jiang Chen silently. Lu Xingjuan felt his face burning when he thought about how he ridiculed Jiang Chen in the past. Now, it was like an ear-piercing buzzing sound, and he had mixed feelings. In front of Jiang Chen, he was already a coward. Xixing looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Her beautiful eyes were glittering. Jiang Chen was like a heavenly god that had descended from the heavens and became her protector. He killed the earthly fire giant pythons one after another. Such a terrifying attack was unbelievable. Was this the combat strength of an early heavenly god? It was simply unimaginable. Xizhen looked at the scene silently. He had already guessed it, but he couldn't believe it. Until this moment, when Jiang Chen displayed his skills, he finally understood how low profile this person was. Previously, Jiang Chen did not answer him whether the twin dragon leopards were still alive or not, and whether he was the one who killed them. Now, it seemed like Xizhen didn't need any proof. He invited Jiang Chen to join them because he knew that Jiang Chen was capable. However, he never thought that Jiang Chen would save their lives at this moment. Little brother, you're getting more and more adorable, more and more mysterious. Yuanyang smiled, her eyes were filled with astonishment. The difference between Jiang Chen's strength and his battle strength was like heaven and earth. Even she couldn't achieve such strength. However, Jiang Chen was like a sharp knife, killing all the earthly fire giant pythons. It was like a one-sided massacre, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Jiang Chen killed half of the earthly fire giant pythons, and it was an eye-opener for everyone. They were all shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. On the other side, Lan Xiaoxing and the earthly fire three-headed dragon also noticed the scene. Lan Xiaoxing was slightly surprised, but it wasn't enough to shock him. He could also kill those earthly fire giant pythons easily. However, the earthly fire three-headed dragon felt differently. Jiang Chen had killed half of his disciples, and the number was still increasing. If this went on, all 800 of them might die here, and that would be a great loss. Lan Xiaoxing had completely entangled the three-headed dragon, and the three-headed dragon was unable to split himself. Although he was still at a disadvantage, Lan Xiaoxing had also caused him a lot of trouble. However, at this time, a young man with low strength had appeared out of nowhere and completely disrupted the earthly fire three-headed dragon's overall plan. If this continued, it would only bring him harm. In the eyes of the earthly fire three-headed dragon, there was only Xianxia. The current Xianxia was like the god of slaying. Every punch was fatal, and every punch seemed to land on the body of the earthly fire three-headed dragon. As his disciples fell one by one, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was powerless. If this went on, he would only suffer more losses. Lan Xiaoxing sneered and said in a deep voice, "Why? Being impatient is a taboo. Are you going to surrender now?" Lan Xiaoxing's mockery made the earthly fire three-headed dragon even angrier. "You're just a bully. You can't even win against me. If it wasn't for that bastard, where do you think your chances of winning are, lowly human?" The earthly fire three-headed dragon gritted his teeth and swung his sword. The snake-shaped sword shadow covered the sky, and crushed towards Lan Xiaoxing. Lan Xiaoxing took a few steps back, but he managed to block the sword. Lan Xiaoxing looked at Xianxia. This fella has become everyone's focus. Indeed, if it wasn't for him, the earthly fire three-headed dragon could have defeated all of them by just holding him back. Now that half of his 800 dragon snakes were dead or injured, he didn't have the courage to continue wasting his time. So what? Ha ha ha. Let's see if you can keep your composure. Lan Xiaoxing said in disdain. Bastard. Lan Xiaoxing, Black Crag Stronghold, I'll definitely remember this. Wait till the day I return, I'll definitely wash the Black Crag Stronghold with blood. I'll definitely let you die a horrible death for offending my 8 lineages Silver River. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was extremely anxious. If he still insisted on going his own way, the 800 dragon snakes would be completely annihilated here. For the long term, the earthly fire three-headed dragon had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. TSK. To think that the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River are so weak. This has really opened my eyes. Ha ha ha. Lan Xiaoxing laughed and said. The earthly fire three-headed dragon harumphed coldly. He had no choice but to leave with his earthly fire giant python. He never expected this to happen. But where there's life, there's hope. I'll remember you, kid. Who is the hero? Thank you, little brother. If it wasn't for you, we would have all died here. Yes, thank you so much. We have no way to repay you. Young hero, you are truly the bravest and mightiest I have ever seen. Ha ha ha. Who's right? He's young and promising. Although he's only an early heavenly god, his battle prowess is much more terrifying than ours. This is a true peerless monster. The short-haired swordsman and the others were also full of praise for Xianxia. After all, at the last moment, he had swept away thousands of enemies and pulled everyone back from the gates of hell. This scene made him an absolute hero in everyone's hearts. Xianxia looked at the escaping earthly fire giant pythons and did not continue to chase after them. After all, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be dangerous if the earthly fire giant pythons came back again. Although Xianxia did not know much about 8 lineages Silver River, it was enough to prove how terrifying 8 lineages Silver River was. Yu Ernyang looked at Xianxia, feeling more and more delighted. Because Xianxia's combat capability had proven that he was worthy of everyone's respect. Hero? Haha, if it wasn't for me delaying the earthly fire three-headed dragon, you would have been dead long ago. How would you have come to save the day? He could still display his divine might? I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. Lan Xiaoxing's sneer made everyone's breathing stagnate. What he said was right, but his words were so ear-piercing in their ears. It was even filled with unfriendliness. Xianxia's expression was calm, and he wasn't affected by Lan Xiaoxing at all. There was no doubt about it. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Moreover, he did not care about these praises at all. Otherwise, he would have made a move long ago. Not bad, not bad. Brother Lan is righteous. If it weren't for him, we would have been dead long ago. Haha. Brother Lan is also a true hero. How can we not be grateful to him for saving our lives? That's right, Brother Lan. We're proud of you. Lan Xiaoxing snorted coldly in the face of the praises. This group of fellows simply did not know what was good for them. Are you okay? Second mother. Lan Xiaoxing only cared about Yu Ernyang. Thank you for your concern, Chief Lan. I'm fine. Yu Ernyang said faintly, as if she was 1,000 miles away from him. Second mother, why are you always so cold to me? Tell me, is it because of that stinking brat? Lan Xiaoxing's eyes were cold as he looked at Jiang Chen. He didn't have a good impression of him. Even if he saved these people, it didn't mean anything to Lan Xiaoxing. I treat everyone the same way. It has nothing to do with anyone. Yu Ernyang said in a low voice. I don't believe it. I'll kill him right now. Let's see what you'll do then. Lan Xiaoxing sneered and walked toward Jiang Chen. This time, it's all thanks to you, little brother. I, Shi Zhen, have finally seen what it means to be a true expert in this lifetime. A true expert doesn't show his true colors. Compared to you, my cultivation is really too shallow, hee hee. Shi Zhen shook his head and smiled. Brother Shi, you're overpraising me. If I continue to hide my abilities, then our lives will be in danger. Jiang Chen said. Otherwise, if it wasn't for you, all of us here would have been defeated by the earthly fire three-headed dragon. Even if Lan Xiaoxing held him back, we would still have been crushed by the 800 dragons. That's why I said that you're the one who deserves the most credit. Shi Zhen said sincerely. It was true that Shi Zhen had stopped the earthly fire three-headed dragon, but without Jiang Chen's help, they would have been slowly devoured. Lan Xiaoxing's contribution was indelible, but the one who played the decisive role was Jiang Chen. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. Thank you. Shi Xining said shyly. At this moment, Jiang Chen had become the invincible hero in her heart. Lu Xingjuan and the rest could only smile awkwardly. In front of absolute power, any pretense would be ruthlessly slapped in the face. Lu Xingjuan had learned his lesson. Little bastard, I want to kill you. What do you think? Lan Xiaoxing was domineering. His face was filled with killing intent as he stood in front of Jiang Chen. His aura was incomparably overbearing. No one would have thought that Lan Xiaoxing would be so rude. Just a moment ago, they were fighting together, but now, they became enemies. Lan Xiaoxing, don't push your luck. You're too much. Who he is, what's his relationship with me, and what does it have to do with you? Do you want me to never see you again? Yu Ernyang shouted. Lan Xiaoxing's lips twitched as he stood there in a daze. Don't tell me it's really because of this pretty boy? How am I inferior to him? I'm the third leader of the Black Crag stronghold in the Xianxia mountain range. How am I inferior to an early heavenly god? I'm not willing, not willing. Lan Xiaoxing's anger had been completely ignited. You're a madman. Unreasonable. Yu Ernyang's eyes were filled with disappointment. Are you still a man? If you are, then stand up and say something. Hiding behind a woman, do you think you can hide forever? Coward. Lan Xiaoxing said with a gloomy face. You can be strong, what does it have to do with me? You like your woman, what does it have to do with me? Does everyone who is weaker than you have to die? If you're weaker than her, do you think you deserve to die? If you like her, you should fight for it yourself. If a woman looks down on you, do you think that a man will respect you? I just don't want to be bitten by a dog. I'm afraid that I'll bite the dog again. Jiang Chen said calmly. If it was the previous Jiang Chen, he would have been dead by now. But the current him knew how to hide his strength and bide his time. It wasn't difficult for him to kill Lan Xiaoxing, but the troubles in the Xianxia mountain range would be endless. Plus, he didn't want to expose his true strength. Because from the beginning, Jiang Chen had never seen him as an opponent. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm. There was only disdain and contempt in his eyes. You dare to scold me? Lan Xiaoxing's expression became gloomy as he stared at Jiang Chen. He never thought that he would be provoked by an early heavenly god. He held his sword tightly in his hand. But at this moment, Yu Ernyang was already standing in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. Women are really troublesome. Looks like he should not offend them easily, especially beautiful ones. So what if I scold you? Lan Xiaoxing, if you dare to take a step forward, I'll never know you again. Yu Ernyang said in a cold voice. Lan Xiaoxing remained silent for a moment before a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. What a good husband and wife. I, Lan Xiaoxing, admit defeat today. Kid, I'm not done with this. Lan Xiaoxing took a step forward and suddenly turned his head, staring at Jiang Chen. Lan Xiaoxing had left, but his advice was still echoing in Jiang Chen's ears. He did not want to stir up trouble, but there were many people who came looking for him. And Lan Xiaoxing was one of them. Brother, you have to be careful in the future, especially when you pass by the Black Crag stronghold. Lan Xiaoxing is the third leader of the Black Crag stronghold, his words carry enormous weight. He is quite famous in the Tianqi mountain range. Yeah, not many people are willing to offend him. Even the earthly fire three-headed dragon did not go all out against Lan Xiaoxing. This is enough to prove that this fella has his own abilities and status. And his big brother is said to be the one closest to the Divine King realm. This is also the reason why Lan Xiaoxing is so domineering. Lan Xiaoxing is not someone who is easy to deal with. If it wasn't for Yu Ernyang, he would not even frown even if we were to die. The crowd advised Jiang Chen to be careful and not meet Lan Xiaoxing again. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Looks like this fella is not a kind person. He only took action because of Yu Ernyang's presence. There's a reason behind it. Moreover, Jiang Chen had completely offended the little Yama of the Tianqi mountain range. Obviously, Jiang Chen had won their good impression. But the arrogant Lan Xiaoxing made them stay away from him, not wanting to have too much contact with him. Moreover, a person like Lan Xiaoxing was in a completely different world from them. Oh right, Sister Yu, are you going to look for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Jiang Chen looked at Yu Ernyang and asked. Yu Ernyang was slightly shocked and looked at Jiang Chen. She knew that Lan Xiaoxing had let the cat out of the bag. Ordinary people did not know about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Even a divine king would covet it. You know about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? I know a thing or two. Jiang Chen said. Yu Ernyang was smart, how could she not see that Jiang Chen was interested in the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Otherwise, he would not have asked her. You want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Yu Ernyang continued to ask. Let's leave it to fate. If there's a chance, I'll naturally want to obtain it. Such a treasure is something that can only be obtained by those who are fated with it, and it can't be forced. Hee hee. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is one of the greatest treasures in the Tianqi mountain range. The Ancient Vine Heart is comparable to the Bodhi tree, able to revive the dead and obtain the fortune of the heavens and earth. Many people are fascinated by it. Yu Ernyang murmured. She was also longing for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. He did not expect Yu Ernyang to know so much about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Moreover, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart only appeared once every 10,000 years. Coincidentally, it was in the Tianqi mountain range. If you want it, then come with me. When the time comes, it will depend on your luck. Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen with an enchanting smile. Her lips curved into a flirtatious smile. Her eyes were like waves that could seduce one's soul. Why do I feel that you're setting a trap for me? Jiang Chen gave Yu Ernyang a meaningful glance. This woman was really scary, especially her charming eyes, which carried a kind of soul-captivating intent. If it wasn't for his pure heart, he would have already fallen into her lap. However, Yu Ernyang didn't seem to have any evil intentions towards him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to protect him when Lan Xiaoxing attacked him. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Ernyang. It's my pleasure to have such a good helper. Moreover, only you know if you're that kind of person. Yu Ernyang giggled. Her entire body was gorgeous, and many men were staring at her. This woman was born to be a seductive beauty. Lan Xiaoxing's strength seems to be stronger than mine. Jiang Chen said lightly. I don't like him. Does that mean that I've gained Sister Yu's favor? Jiang Chen smiled. Honey-mouthed little brother, I thought you were an unromantic guy. I didn't expect you to have such a glib tongue. Sigh, it seems that all men in the world are the same. Yu Ernyang rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen with a hint of rebuke. She looked like an extremely resentful woman. You said it yourself. You don't like narrow-minded and calculative little men like him. You'll definitely like a high-end, low-key, luxurious man like me. Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. Yu Ernyang was amused by Jiang Chen and she couldn't stop giggling. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented joy. On the other side, Shi Xining was very angry. She snorted coldly. Seeing Jiang Chen talking and laughing with Yu Ernyang, she felt extremely uncomfortable. What's wrong? Jealous? Shizhen looked at his niece. He had just survived a disaster, but he still had a faint smile on his face. His little action had saved all of them. Jiang Chen had made him understand that there would always be someone better than him in this world. An early heavenly god had saved all of them. Jealous? Hee, don't joke around. Uncle, do you think I'll be jealous because of someone I have nothing to do with? Why should I be jealous of him? He's already head over heels in love with that vixen. Look at how happy he is. Who am I? Shi Xining's questioning tone had already given Shizhen the answer. He smiled without saying a word. Little brother, should we be on our way? Shizhen asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Shizhen and said, I'm sorry, brother Shi. I might have to leave with you Ernyang. I'm really sorry. Shizhen was slightly stunned. Although he was a little disappointed, it was her own choice after all. They were just strangers who met by chance. It's all right. All good things must come to an end. We'll see each other again. Shizhen said. We'll see each other again, brother Shi. Jiang Chen said and turned to leave. He was ready to leave with Yu Ernyang. He must get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. What did I say? He doesn't like us at all. Now that he has that vixen, he's going to be with her forever. Hee. Men are really all the same. Shi Xining said in a weird tone. Her words were heard by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly and declined to comment, because there was no need for him to explain anything to them. This was his own choice and his own life. Shi Xining turned around and a tear could be seen at the corner of her eyes. Which girl did not want to fall in love? But what could she say? How could she persuade Jiang Chen to stay? From the initial hatred to the final joy. She had always been a person who dared to love and hate. But she knew that they were not from the same world. There's a kind of love called letting go. Giving up for love for eternity. If leaving can give you everything, why should I cover my face and be sad? Shi Xining raised her head and smiled brightly. She looked up and muttered, I didn't expect you to be so cool. That girl couldn't forget you, but you didn't react at all. You're such a blockhead. Yu Ernyang said with a smile. The two of them were heading in the opposite direction of Shizhen and the others, because the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was located in the west, which was a desolate area. It was filled with poisonous snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Demonic beasts roamed freely in that area. Compared to the central area of the Xianxia mountain range, it was like hell. Do I have to like you just because you like me? Shameless little fella, I like big ones. Ha ha ha. I'm not small. Jiang Chen said with a smile. This time, it was Yu Ernyang's turn to blush. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. You're so naughty, I don't dare to go with you anymore. You might eat me up one day. It's good enough that you don't eat me up. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked worried. They had traveled for 2,000 miles, but there was still no danger. Because of this, they had to be extra careful. Perhaps this was the calm before the storm. In the Xianxia mountain range, a slight mistake could cost one's life. Why are you looking for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Jiang Chen asked. Yu Ernyang did not speak much along the way, but her words were full of provocation. She had been very careful for the past 10 days, even more so than Jiang Chen himself. This made Jiang Chen value Yu Ernyang even more. So what if you want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Yu Ernyang asked. Alchemy. I'm an alchemist. Of course, I'm very fond of these treasures. Xianxia did not hide anything. After all, this was his original intention. Yu Ernyang's eyes lit up. She was surprised. I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. You're young and promising. Although she was surprised, Yu Ernyang did not believe that Xianxia could concoct any powerful pills. After all, his strength was undeniable. Anyone who could refine a supreme-grade pill was a genius in the field of alchemy. Moreover, he was so young. Yu Ernyang thought that Xianxia was just a beginner in the field of alchemy. You haven't answered me yet. Secret. Yu Ernyang chuckled. She was like a butterfly, fluttering gracefully and agilely, treading on the snow. The western part of the Xianxia mountain range was covered in white snow and the temperature dropped. Even so, hundreds of flowers were still blooming and the ancient trees were still lush. Even the water was flowing down the mountain with a faint heat. The hot spring water was exceptionally sweet. Xianxia felt that the western region of the Xianxia mountain range was too peaceful. It was the complete opposite of the purgatory of death that they were talking about. Xianxia and Yu Ernyang did not let down their guard, so they had to move forward carefully. The Wudong Luoxiao mountain is 40,000 miles ahead. It'll take us about 3 months to get there. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine is in the Thousand-Li Grand Canyon of the Wudong Luoxiao mountain. However, the Thousand-Li Grand Canyon is ever-changing. Every year, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine will change its location. No one knows where it is. Yu Ernyang said in a deep voice. White snow stretches for thousands of miles and stretches across the wilderness. The mountain winds howl, and everything is wrapped in silver. Who will rise and fall in the boundless mountain? Looks like we still have to travel a long way. It's not that easy to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Xianxia nodded and said. The Wudong Luoxiao mountain is even more dangerous. My 2 brothers are waiting for me there. You're not alone? Xianxia was surprised. I never said that I'm alone. Yu Ernyang said. Looks like there are quite a lot of people who want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Xianxia sighed. 100 years ago, my 2 brothers and I came to the Tianqi mountain range. We've been guarding the Wudong Luoxiao mountain, waiting for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, but we couldn't find it. So I couldn't bear the loneliness and went out to play. I encountered a crisis and was saved by Lan Shaoxing. He fell in love with me, but I don't like him. But he has been pestering me for more than 100 years. He knew that I'm looking for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, so he wanted to accompany me. But I'm not willing to go with him even though he's strong. But I think, as someone from the Tianqi mountain range, he should know about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Moreover, there are quite a lot of people who know about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Rumor has it that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart matures every 10,000 years, and it will cause a huge commotion in the Tianqi mountain range. This means that the battle for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart will be a grand feast. Xianxia said. That's right. But no one knows where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is now. But my 2 brothers have already sensed the strong life force of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart last year. It's just that they couldn't find its trace. Yu Ernyang obviously knew about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. I didn't find myself a difficult opponent, did I? Yu Ernyang suddenly looked at Xianxia. Don't worry, I'm not that crazy yet. Although the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is precious, my character is more valuable than it. Xianxia said confidently. I hope so. Ha ha ha, don't let me look down on you. As soon as Yu Ernyang finished her words, she suddenly looked into the distance. The sound of battle attracted their attention. What a terrifying sword aura. One sword, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Although this person's strength is on par with mine, I'm still far behind him. Yu Ernyang's expression was solemn, her pretty face was filled with shock. A long sword swept across 800 miles, the sword light was extremely cold and dazzling. Dozens of late heavenly god realm fire spiritual lions could not even get close to him, they were completely suppressed by him. Such a terrifying sword shadow appeared from the void, it was extremely overbearing. Indeed, it's a little terrifying. Xianxia's expression was solemn, but he felt that the sword aura was somewhat familiar. Roar, roar. Dozens of fire spiritual lions covered in red crystals were extremely swift and fierce. They could even tear a peak heavenly god realm human into pieces. However, in the hands of the white-robed swordsman, they were in an extremely difficult situation. His sword was invincible, his blade was cold and murderous, as fast as lightning. It's him. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he said faintly. To think that it was an old friend. Do you know him? Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. This fellow was much stronger and more terrifying than Jiang Chen, he was even comparable to Lan Shaosheng. Moreover, this person's coldness made her shiver, it was a coldness that came from the bottom of his heart, she could feel it from the tip of his sword. This was Yu Ernyang's understanding of the white-robed swordsman. He was like a sword, unstoppable and unstoppable. His head could be chopped off, but his sword could not be broken. His blood could flow, but his sword would never turn back. White-robed sword god, Shui Liang. Yu Ernyang was shocked by Jiang Chen's explanation. She was curious about this guy's identity. What was he trying to do? Why does he know the white-robed sword god? Although Yu Ernyang was not interested in this name, this white-robed sword god should be a famous person. How are you compared to him? Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen curiously. After all, there was a huge gap between them. I'm not as good as him, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yu Ernyang was disappointed. She curled her lips and looked at the white-robed sword god again. He had already killed 13 late heavenly god realm fire spirit lions. To think that I could meet you here. Jiang Chen smiled. Fate follows the heavenly Tao, Tao follows nature. Everything is fated, Shui Liang said indifferently. He looked at Jiang Chen emotionlessly, but his eyes were filled with admiration. Jiang Chen was able to stir up the entire Linhe boundary, killing 500 heavenly god realm experts, 10 half-step divine kings and the people of the 100 Sect Alliance. He even managed to escape under the watchful eyes of a divine king. It was an impossible miracle, but Jiang Chen did it. Shui Liang rarely admired anyone. Whether it was in the hidden secret realm or the battle of life and death in the Linhe boundary, Jiang Chen had shown him how a monstrous genius was raised. In front of Jiang Chen, all the geniuses were destined to be overshadowed. All the monstrous geniuses were just fleeting clouds. You're right, it's fate that we met. Jiang Chen nodded. I'm here to look for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. As soon as Shui Liang finished his words, Yu Ernyang's expression became more solemn. It was not easy to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Looks like the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart has attracted a lot of people. Shui Liang raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yu Ernyang without saying anything. Then let's go together, Jiang Chen said. All right. Shui Liang did not say much and agreed to Jiang Chen's request directly. From Shui Liang's attitude towards Jiang Chen, Yu Ernyang could understand that this arrogant white-robed sword god respected Jiang Chen very much, even though he was only an early heavenly god. However, Shui Liang didn't even look at her. In his eyes, she was just a friend of Jiang Chen. Could it be that she was not charming enough? Yu Ernyang had never doubted her own charm. This could only mean that the white-robed sword god was truly a sword maniac. In his eyes, there was only the sword in his hand, nothing else. Yu Ernyang could not help but be curious about Jiang Chen. The three of them traveled for a few months and finally arrived at the place that Yu Ernyang mentioned. It was the place where she and her two brothers had agreed to meet. Peach blossoms were scattered all over the mountains and plains. Everywhere was cool and refreshing. Meandering streams led to the blue sky. Looking at the boundless forest from afar. It's here. I can't be wrong. The 100 Miles Peach Forest is extraordinary. Yu Ernyang frowned. It was the first time for Jiang Chen to see her so nervous. The forest of peach blossoms was valiant and fragrant, causing one to feel relaxed and happy, as if they were intoxicated by it and unable to control themselves. This peach forest is strange, Shui Liang said in a low voice. The moment the three of them stepped into the peach forest, Jiang Chen could feel an extraordinary force pulling them into the 100 miles of peach forest. Moreover, there was something strange about this place, causing them to have no idea what was going on. I clearly remember that it's here. But why can't I find it? Yu Ernyang said in a deep voice. Her pretty face was filled with coldness. Her two brothers would never leave so easily. This was the time they had agreed to meet. After 3 years of spring wind, the mountain was nowhere to be seen. When the peach blossoms fell, they talked about the ancient vine again. This 100 miles peach forest is a formation. If I'm not wrong, we should have entered the formation by mistake. Xianxia said. The arrangement of the peach forest was quite exquisite. Every peach tree catered to the Tao of Yin and Yang of the 4 symbols of Tai Chi and 8 trigrams. The person who arranged this formation must be a peerless expert. Moreover, the peach trees grew naturally. The roots were the foundation of the formation and the peach blossoms were the shadows of the formation. The peach blossoms were ever-changing, and the formation was ever-changing. As long as the peach blossoms did not die, the formation would never die. You mean, we are trapped by the formation? My brothers might be trapped by the formation too? Yu Ernyang's face became more and more serious. They felt that it was difficult to find their way in this peach forest. They had completely lost their sense of direction. You can say that. I'm not sure if your brothers are trapped here. But we are indeed trapped in this peach forest. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said. Why are you still taking a stroll? Since you can tell that this is a formation, why do you still want to enter it? Yu Ernyang rolled her eyes and said. I didn't know it was a formation before I came in. Xianxia said innocently. This formation is really not simple. Shueliang said in a low voice. The 3 of them had observed for a long time, but they could not find any clues. Let's take one step at a time. Otherwise, no one will know what is so strange about this peach forest. Although Xianxia knew about formations, he could not be considered as an extremely powerful formation master because he had yet to fully understand the no-beginning formation. Therefore, he was not an omnipotent formation master. At least, he was still clueless about this peach blossom formation. However, Xianxia did not panic. He had even broken the no-beginning formation. He believed that this peach blossom formation would not be a problem for him. But Yu Ernyang did not think so. She was most worried about her brothers. Are you sure you can get out of here? Yu Ernyang asked with a serious look on her face. I'll try my best. Xianxia nodded silently. At this moment, Yu Ernyang had placed a heavy burden on him. However, the peach blossom formation was indeed strange. It was not aggressive at all. It was more like a misty formation that could trap people in it and make it hard for them to get out. Whoosh, whoosh, a gust of chilly wind blew, and the peach flowers fell. But Xianxia felt that a gust of chilly wind was eroding their bodies. Oh no, my strength is slipping away. Yu Ernyang's facial expression changed drastically. The chilly wind was howling, and wherever it passed, the peach blossoms were in a mess. Their thoughts were also disrupted by the chilly wind. Yu Ernyang could feel that her strength was slipping away without any warning. I had the same feeling. Around them, the peach blossoms were still there. The wind seemed to blow away their divine power. Xianxia also felt the loss of his divine power. What's going on? Xianxia looked around at the strange peach blossom formation, his heart filled with solemnity. Shueliang and Yu Ernyang fell into complete silence, because they had no other way. Look, there are so many snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Yu Ernyang exclaimed. Tens of millions of snakes, insects, rats, ants, centipedes, green snakes, poisonous spiders, and all kinds of poisonous animals had appeared in front of them. With a terrible yin qi, they covered the sky and covered the earth. The pink, fairy tale-like peach blossom forest was completely infected by the black devil qi at this moment. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants instantly annihilated half of the peach blossom forest, and Xianxia and the others were the first to bear the brunt. These snakes, insects, rats, and ants are all poisonous and have corroded the peach blossom forest. If we don't get out of here as soon as possible, we are likely to be devoured by these guys. Yu Ernyang said in a low voice. She also understood the crisis at this moment, but at this point, they could only take one step at a time. Go, you two go back first. Xianxia said, shielding Yu Ernyang and Shueliang behind him, and retreated step by step. A black fog filled the sky, accompanied by a horrible squeaking sound, swallowed Yu Ernyang's heart little by little. Her brother's situation was still unknown, and now they were in danger. Facing such a strange and horrible beast, her heart seemed to be swallowed up little by little. Yu Ernyang showed a panicked expression, but it was reasonable. After all, she was not only worried about herself. The poisonous gas emitted by the poisonous creatures here has formed a thick layer of poisonous miasma, which is gradually spreading. If we can't find a way out quickly, we may be swallowed by this poisonous miasma, and then we will really become the food of these poisonous creatures. Shui Liang said lightly. I'll try my best. Xianxia whispered as he led the two of them through the peach blossom forest, looking for a way out. As time passed, Xianxia still couldn't find a way out. Especially when they were in a panic, finding a way out was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that the peach blossom forest was almost completely covered by this black miasma, the area they could stay in was rapidly shrinking. However, at this moment, the peach blossoms did not wither in the face of such a terrifying miasma. Instead, the peach trees were still thriving. However, this miasma made Xianxia and the others feel as though they were facing a great enemy. We have nowhere else to go. Yu Ernyang said in a low voice. Facing the miasma in front of them, they were in a critical situation and had to hold their breath. However, both Shui Liang and Yu Ernyang's divine power was draining away at this time. So was Xianxia, but he didn't feel it strongly. Because of the restorative power of the wood spirit, the draining of his divine power was almost negligible. Then we can only fight our way out. Xianxia said. Facing the poisonous miasma and the poisonous creatures that were running around, the smokeless war had begun. Follow me. We'll kill as we walk. All the demonic beasts and poisonous creatures have disappeared. They should be gathered here. This peach blossom forest is like a huge furnace, trapping all the demonic beasts here. Xianxia said in a low voice with a solemn expression. He exchanged a glance with Shui Liang and suddenly held Yu Ernyang's hand, taking a step forward. Yu Ernyang was slightly startled and blushed. However, at this moment of life and death, she couldn't care less. She followed Xianxia and fought their way out. At this moment, they had been swallowed by the miasma. They could only rely on their divine power to protect their heart meridians from being attacked by the poisonous gas. Otherwise, they would be seriously injured or even die. Tens of millions of poisonous creatures are mixed together. This almost covers all the poisonous creatures in the west of the Xianxia mountain range. This peach blossom forest is so powerful. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, Xianxia heard the sound of a flute, which was sometimes hurried, sometimes melodious, sometimes exciting, and sometimes panicked. These poisonous creatures were releasing their poisonous gas along with the sound of the flute. The poisonous gas was mixed together in an orderly manner. That kind of poison was almost incurable. As long as one was poisoned, even a heavenly god realm expert would not be able to survive. Kill these poisonous creatures. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Although he knew that this was not a good solution, they had no other choice. The flame on Xianxia's hand rose up, the five elemental true fire merged into one. The 3,000 flames dragon seal was formed and struck out. At this moment, Yu Ernyang finally felt how terrifying Xianxia was. The 3,000 flames dragon seal was like a flaming fire dragon. It shot out and swept across the sky and earth. Countless poisonous creatures were engulfed by it and turned into ashes. The poisonous miasma in the surroundings also dissipated. Shui Liang also took action quickly. The shadows of his sword shone brightly, killing those poisonous creatures continuously. Although the poisonous creatures were not strong, it was still a disgusting sight to see tens of thousands of snakes, insects, rats, and ants rampaging in the peach blossom forest. Many ants could even bite an elephant to death. Perhaps a single poison wouldn't be able to kill a person, but if tens of millions of poisons were mixed together, it would be the poison of poisons, the king of poisons. No matter how ferocious Xianxia's attacks were, how could he possibly kill all the poisonous creatures that were coming at him endlessly? All the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the western region of the Xianxia mountain range were gathered here. Shui Liang's face was pale, so was Yu Ernyang. Xianxia turned around and found that they had been poisoned. Damn it! Jiang Chen's eyes were cold as he glanced at the tens of millions of poisonous creatures that were rushing towards them endlessly. The entire peach blossom forest had been flooded. They were trapped in the peach blossom miasma, and a person's goal was to kill them. Jiang Chen's biggest worry now was whether this peach blossom forest was man-made or natural. However, according to Yu Ernyang, the peach blossom forest had already existed 3 years ago before he decided to come here. It should not be targeted at him. However, why did nothing happen to Yu Ernyang when she was here? Are you two alright? Jiang Chen asked. I'm fine for now. However, I may not last long. If I don't force the poison out of my body before dark, I may be in danger. Shueliang said in a low voice. Yu Ernyang, on the other hand, was pale and bloodless. She was no longer as charming as she was before. She was not strong enough and had been corroded by the poisonous gas. The peach blossom forest had become their nightmare. Why are you all right? Shueliang asked. Because I am immune to all poisons. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. There was no need for him to hide anything at this moment. Yu Ernyang was in a life-and-death crisis. A woo, a deafening buzzing sound was heard. A blood-red centipede with tentacles rose from the ground. It was more than 10 feet wide and rushed to the sky. Its thousands of feet long body covered the sky. Its roar was so ear-piercing that it made people's scalps numb. It was as if thousands of ants were devouring their souls. The crimson centipede rushed towards Jiang Chen and the others as if it had received a command. Its claws were as sharp as a knife, tearing the void apart. Under the setting sun, it looked like an unstoppable giant beast. Shueliang dashed forward with his sharp sword, fighting against the crimson centipede. The sword radiance was piercingly cold. However, the crimson centipede was stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. Hundreds of giant legs attacked at the same time. Even Shueliang could not deal with it. I'm poisoned. Am I going to die? Yu Ernyang murmured. Her eyes were filled with fear. No one could remain calm in the face of death. Moreover, Jiang Chen could not let anything bad happen to her when she was in such a strong desire to win the battle. Don't worry. You won't die. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and cut his wrist. Drink it and you'll be immune to all poisons. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Yu Ernyang was slightly stunned. She did not expect that Jiang Chen would ask her to drink his blood. However, since he was immune to all poisons, it was true that his blood could detoxify the poison. Thank you. Yu Ernyang drank Jiang Chen's blood. It was not ordinary blood. It was the blood essence that Jiang Chen had forced out. Otherwise, it would not be able to detoxify the poison. After losing part of his blood essence, Jiang Chen felt weak. He was not physically weak, but mentally weak. He would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Shueliang tried his best to fight back. However, his injuries were too severe. Most of his divine power had been blown away by the chilly wind. Now that he was poisoned, it was not easy for him to resist the attack of the crimson centipede. The crimson centipede was extremely powerful. It had reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. It was comparable to the earthly fire three-headed dragon. Such a terrifying centipede was invincible. Shueliang retreated step by step. He could only defend passively against the crimson centipede. He could not fight back at all. It's that strange flute sound again. Jiang Chen frowned. The strange flute sound seemed to complement the crimson centipede. The crimson centipede's attack became fiercer and fiercer. Jiang Chen and Yu Ernyang attacked together. The three of them fought against the crimson centipede together. Suddenly, the crimson centipede's attack was weakened. Moreover, Jiang Chen's fierceness and overbearingness made the crimson centipede feel pressured. Although Yu Ernyang was not as powerful as Jiang Chen and Shueliang, she was able to deal with the crimson centipede's harassment perfectly. Jiang Chen's punch was powerful and overbearing. He even broke the crimson centipede's claws. Even the crimson centipede felt that Jiang Chen was difficult to deal with. In addition to Shueliang's sword qi, the crimson centipede started to struggle. The crimson centipede waved its huge body, covering the sun and the sky. Under the fierce attack, Shueliang was knocked away. However, he turned around and slashed a dozen claws of the Crimson Centipede. At that moment, the Crimson Centipede was even angrier. The flute was getting more and more urgent, the blood-red centipede's anger was getting more and more terrifying. It swept across the peach forest, destroying everything in its path. It spat out a mouthful of poisonous fog. Xianxia was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He did not care about the poisonous fog at all as he sprinted through it. When he landed on the ground, he punched the blood-red centipede's head with a deafening noise. Xianxia's fists fell on the Crimson Centipede's head like a storm. Although its head was hard, Xianxia's fists were harder. The Crimson Centipede was dizzy from Xianxia's punches and quickly retreated. In the urgent flute sound, the Crimson Centipede roared and burrowed into the ground unwillingly, disappearing without a trace. Xianxia looked up. He seemed to feel that the person behind the flute sound wanted to kill him, but he could not find out who that person was. Xianxia staggered. Because he had fed Yu Ernyang his blood essence, he needed to take a good rest. Shuiliang was also in the same situation. Looking at the setting sun that gradually sank into the mountains, Shuiliang finally heaved a sigh of relief. The poisonous gas in his body had not entered his 8 extraordinary meridians, so he could still force it out of his body with his skills. Yu Ernyang had recovered and was guarding Xianxia and Shuiliang. Although the Crimson Centipede had retreated, they did not know what kind of danger was waiting for them. 10 days later, both Xianxia and Shuiliang had recovered their strength. Yu Ernyang was full of admiration for Xianxia. She did not expect him to be so domineering, especially when he was fighting with the Crimson Centipede that day. He could still be so confident when there was such a huge gap between their strength. I feel it. My brother and the others should not be far from us. They should be within 100 miles. Yu Ernyang suddenly said in a low voice. Xianxia and Shuiliang followed closely behind her. At this moment, the worry in Yu Ernyang's eyes was enough to explain everything. Although Yu Ernyang could not find the way out of the peach forest, she could sense the location of her 2 brothers with the special sense of her family. The 3 of them ran for a day and a night before they found Yu Ernyang's brothers. At this moment, a group of gibbons surrounded the 2 young men. The 2 young men looked extremely solemn. They looked at the gibbon around them and seemed to be deep in thought. 3rd brother, 5th brother. Yu Ernyang cried out in alarm. But the dozens of gibbon monkeys suddenly roared and rushed towards Yu Ernyang's 2 brothers. Yu Ernyang and Yu Ernyang let out a low growl and pushed back the dozens of gibbon monkeys. Girl, are you finally willing to come back? The young man with a long beard, dressed in luxurious clothes, said in a low voice and stared at Yu Ernyang. Yu Ernyang curled her lips. I still remember the promise I made with my brothers. When the peach blossoms fall, we will talk about the ancient vine. This is my 3rd brother, Yu Jingfan, and my 5th brother, Yu Huafan. You still remember? And these 2 are? Yu Jingfan squinted his eyes and looked at Xianxia and Shuiliang. They are my friends. They are here to help us find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Nonsense. Yu Huafan said coldly. His eyes became cold. Xianxia could see their hostility. It must be because Yu Ernyang told them about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Yu Ernyang sighed in her heart. She knew that her brothers would fall out with each other. But the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was hard to find. One more person meant one more chance. An early heavenly god dares to come to the Tianqi mountain range to die. Ha ha ha. What a joke. You dare to say that you are looking for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? What a joke. Yu Huafan said with a cold smile. He looked at Xianxia with disdain. It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar. This old ape lives in the peach forest and does not care about worldly affairs. Why did you guys hurt my disciple? An old gibbon with long eyebrows said in a low voice as he walked out from the cave. He was calm and submissive. Such a powerful old gibbon. Xianxia thought in his heart. He couldn't see through the old gibbon's strength at all. It was as if each and every movement of the old gibbon had become one with the heavens and earth. It was as if the old gibbon had never changed in this cave. Yu Huafan and the others looked solemn. They could feel that the old gibbon's strength was not ordinary. Even their dissatisfaction towards Xianxia was reduced by a lot. Obviously, the old gibbon made them feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Who are you? Yu Huafan said proudly with cold eyes. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is who you are and what do you want to do. It's your fortune and misfortune to enter the peach blossom spring by mistake. The old ape spoke in a low voice while putting his palms together with a solemn expression. He was like an eminent monk that had attained the Tao, and he was composed and unmoving like a mountain. Stop acting mysterious. What is this peach blossom spring? Why can't we get out of here? Yu Huafan pointed at the old gibbon and said. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. What the hell are you talking about? Who are you? Are you the one who set up the formation in the peach blossom spring? Beating up your disciples and grand-disciples is just a way for you to gain some knowledge. Don't blame us for being impolite if you don't tell us. Yu Huafan's expression was gloomy. They had been trapped here for more than 3 years. How could they not be angry? Now that they finally found the old gibbon, they would not let it go easily. Not to mention that they were trapped here, they were suffocated to death. There were only peach trees and peach blossoms. Yu Jingfan did not say anything. He did not want to stay here and wait for death. They were here to look for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Being trapped in the peach blossom spring, it would be impossible to find the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. There are people in the depths of the peach blossom spring. You should be well aware of where you came from. Those who covet after it cannot change anything. The old gibbon smiled indifferently. He was not angry at Yu Huafan's rebuke. Jiangchen looked at him silently. He had a feeling that this old ape was not someone easy to deal with. Despite facing so many people, he was still calm and composed. It was not easy for him to maintain his composure. Little girl, let this old ape give you a piece of advice. If you do too much, your fate will surely end early. After speaking, the old ape turned around and disappeared without a trace. Even the entrance from before had disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was the boundless peach blossom spring. Yu Ernyang was slightly startled. She was a little hesitant. What did the old ape mean? What do you mean by everything is too much, fate is bound to end early? Am I really supposed to listen to him and comprehend his words? Yu Ernyang's heart was moved at this moment. This old ape was too shocking. He disappeared without a trace just like that. Trying to act mysterious. Old ape, don't let me catch you. Yu Huafan roared angrily. His voice could be heard from thousands of miles away. However, the peach blossom spring was still indiscernible. Jiangchen, Yu Jingfan, and the others were shocked. This was not an illusion, the old gibbon really existed just now. However, it disappeared in a blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. It was unbelievable and hard to find its trace. Since we are already here, let's take things as they come, Jiangchen frowned. At this moment, he began to think about how to get out of this peach blossom formation. The old ape's words were thought-provoking. He did not mean any harm. It was not difficult for him to deal with them with his strength. However, the old ape did not take any action. He chose to disappear. Fifth brother, he is a friend that I brought here. He has saved me several times in the past. Yu Ernyang looked at Yu Huafan and said in a low voice. At this moment, Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan's faces became slightly better. Since your 2 brothers do not trust me, I will not disturb you. Jiangchen shrugged and said. Little brother, please stay. Please forgive my brother for his rudeness. We are all brothers in the world. Since we are fated to meet again, everything is predestined. Yu Jingfan said with a faint smile. Little brother, forgive my rudeness. I did not know that my sister is so indebted to you. Although Yu Huafan was reluctant, he knew what was right and wrong. He was able to save Yu Ernyang several times, so his strength should not be weaker than Yu Ernyang's. They were now looking for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart to make a breakthrough. The mystery of the peach blossom forest had made them suffer a lot. At this moment, they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Looking at Yu Ernyang's pleading eyes, Jiangchen did not continue to argue with Yu Huafan. After all, Jiangchen was a soft-hearted person, especially towards women. Third brother, have you ever encountered a swarm of poisonous miasma insects here? Yu Ernyang asked. No. Why do you ask? Yu Jingfan looked at Yu Ernyang in surprise. I didn't before, but I have now. Yu Huafan pointed at the back of Jiang Chen and Shui Liang with a pale face. Countless poisonous bugs and rats rushed towards them again. The sky was filled with purple-black poisonous miasma. The whole peach blossom forest became pitch-black again. The blood-stained sunset had already sunk into the darkness, looking like the half-closed eye of the blood wheel. At the moment when Jiang Chen and Shui Liang turned their heads, countless snakes, insects, rats and ants had already covered the sky. This time, it was more densely packed than before. It was frightening to look at. Shit. How could this be? Isn't this too terrifying? Yu Huafan's heart trembled. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. After all, his strength had reached the peak heavenly god realm. It was the same for Yu Jingfan. Facing so many snakes, insects, rats, and ants, they would definitely devour them. Not even their bones would be left. 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiangchen suddenly thought of something. Fire was the nemesis of all things, especially the snakes, insects, rats and ants. Even the poisonous miasma was dispelled by the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Within a radius of 500 meters, no snakes, insects, rats or ants could get close to them. Unexpectedly, this lad is quite capable. Yu Huafan looked at Yu Jingfan and said in surprise. Thanks to Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation, they were able to relax a lot. Countless snakes, insects, rats and ants rushed towards Jiang Chen like moths darting into a flame. Unknowingly, the 5 elemental trigram fire formation had burned countless snakes, insects, rats and ants into ashes. I wonder how long this insect tide will last. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He had a bad feeling about this. Why didn't the two of them encounter any attacks from the insects for 3 years? They were just trapped in this place. However, as soon as he entered the peach blossom forest, he was attacked by the insects one after another. Moreover, the strange flute sound was very thought-provoking. Jiang Chen didn't want his premonition to come true. If that happened, someone else would become his scapegoat. This tide of insects seems to be affected by the sound of the flute. It's unpredictable. Someone must be controlling this tide of insects. Yu Jingfan squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. Undeniably, even though they were in the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, they were deeply shocked and even a little worried. Could the 5 elemental trigram fire formation withstand the insect tide? Moreover, the tide of insects had turned into a giant sword that decorated the sky. It could give them a fatal blow at any time. Yu Huafan could not help but have a creepy feeling. He felt that the small 5 elemental trigram fire formation would definitely collapse when the giant sword of the insect tide fell. Lad, are you confident? Yu Huafan asked again. You can go out and try if you don't believe me. Jiangchen smiled and shrugged. I'm not forcing you to stay in the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Yu Huafan, who had suffered a setback, could only remain silent. If he were to go out and fight with the tide of insects, it would be no different than courting death. The green-clothed girl walked through the air to the peak of the peach blossom formation, Eastwu Sunset Mountain. Her eyes flickered as she gently blew on her bamboo flute. The sound was pleasing to the ears, and the endless insect tide was under her control. A black figure was standing in front of the green-robed girl. He was holding a black token that looked like a devil spirit. It carried a terrifying devouring power as if it was going to absorb all the darkness. Seeing the Futu token is like seeing the Futu. The black figure said faintly. The green-robed girl nodded slightly and played the bamboo flute again. Her eyes were as calm as a clear spring, as if she was isolated from the world. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, the rapid sound of the bamboo flute reverberated in the sky. The giant sword of the insect tide fell at this moment and hit Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, but his expression did not change. With his own strength, he had withstood the attack. At this moment, the 5 elemental trigram fire formation shook violently, as though it was about to collapse. Jiang Chen had used all his strength to stabilize the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Without the protection of the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen could only rely on himself. Once the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was broken, they would be trapped and drowned by the insect swarm. This time, Xianxia had no choice but to go all out, because once the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was broken, they would definitely fall into a situation of death and escape. At that time, they would really be running for their own lives, and the chances of them surviving in the end would be extremely slim. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. However, the insect swords had almost shattered the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. "Can you hold on?" Shuiliang asked. "Yes, I can." Xianxia smiled brightly, as though he was not worried at all. Shuiliang nodded slightly. From his point of view, if Xianxia had promised, he would definitely be able to do it. "Little brother, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. Our situation now is not very optimistic. If we risk our lives and go our separate ways, we might still have hope," Yu Jingfan said solemnly. He was the strongest, and his words were the most authoritative at this moment. Even Yu Ernyang looked at Xianxia. "Let's see how many more times he can come." Xianxia accumulated his divine power again, and his 5-elemental trigram fire formation was strengthened by him again. The wood spirit could completely recover the divine power that he had consumed. Now, Xianxia did not know how strong the enemy's attack was, so he had to go all out. "Not bad, let the storm come more violently." The black figure glanced at the green-robed girl. The latter remained silent, but the flute continued to play, and a terrifying sound wave exploded. It even became a whistling sound that shook the forest. The insect swarm in the sky gathered once again. Even though the dead snakes, insects, rats, and ants had piled up into a mountain, they were still like moths flying into a flame, rushing up layer by layer to meet the challenge. The insect swords merged together again, and this time, it was several times stronger than before. Even Yu Jingfan's expression changed. At this moment, Xianxia's 5-elemental trigram fire formation might not be able to hold on anymore. "Come, I want to see if your spear is sharper or my shield is thicker." Xianxia's eyes were sharp as he looked at the sky. He knew that someone was behind this, but he did not know who it was. Thus following the flute's charge, the giant swords of the insect swarm fell on the 5-elemental trigram fire formation once again. Xianxia continued to strengthen it, but the 5-elemental trigram fire formation still started to crack. Xianxia had no choice but to shrink the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. However, the waves of insects seemed to be endless. They gathered 3 times and landed 3 times. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation was already riddled with holes. Even Xianxia was severely injured. Such a powerful flute sound. If it's not relying on absolute soul power, it's impossible to be so powerful. Xianxia's face turned pale as he thought to himself. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. A bunch of ants. No matter how many I kill, it's useless. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Great Soul Derivation Technique, Soul Derivation. Xianxia casted the Great Soul Derivation Technique. His terrifying soul force covered the entire area, completely covering the sound of the flute. The Great Soul Derivation Technique swept across the 9 heavens, its soul force was astonishing. Xianxia's soul power was as powerful as a hierarch realm expert. Xianxia was not confident in this collision of souls because he did not know how strong the opponent's soul was. However, he had to do it. If the opponent's soul power was stronger than his, he would definitely suffer a backlash. However, if the opponent's soul power was weaker than his, he would definitely injure the opponent heavily. The insect swords naturally subsided. The overwhelming soul power engulfed the East Wu Sunset Mountain. The black figure's expression changed as he retreated 1,000 miles away. The green-clothed girl was the first to bear the brunt of Xianxia's soul attack. The soul return to the great amplification could purify soul energy, causing the green-clothed girl's face to instantly turn pale. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and stopped breathing. Her clear eyes dimmed significantly as she fell from Wudong's Sunset Mountain. Xianxia felt that the terrifying soul power was still unable to defeat him. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, but the corner of his mouth slowly revealed a smile. The endless insect swords retreated once again. Those dead snakes, insects, rats, and ants were taken away by their companions. Xianxia could not help but sigh. Even the ants were trying to survive. However, this massacre was not what he wanted. The flute sound also stopped at this moment. He knew that even if the opponent did not die, she must have suffered a heavy injury and would not be able to fight anymore. In the end, he still won this smokeless battle. Jiang Chen is still Jiang Chen. The black figure murmured. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of resentment and determination to kill. Are you all right? Jiang Chen? Shuiliang asked. I'm fine. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Jiang Chen? Which Jiang Chen? Are you that Jiang Chen from Linhe Boundary? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Yu Ernyang. There are so many people with the same name in this world. I am me. Jiang Chen said noncommittally. He didn't confirm or deny it. What's wrong? Yu Huafan looked at Yu Ernyang and felt a little surprised. Is the name Jiang Chen very cool? However, Yu Ernyang still did not believe it. What's so different about the Jiang Chen that you know? Jiang Chen smiled and said. He challenged the Linhe Boundary alone and swept across the entire Ba Huang region. He killed thousands of heavenly god realm experts, tens of thousands of prodigies and 10 half-step divine kings. Even the 8 divine kings couldn't do anything to him. He offended the entire Linhe Boundary. He's the peerless genius of the younger generation. His name has spread far and wide. Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen with her fiery eyes. Because this name was too famous in the surrounding 10 boundaries. Even Yu Ernyang, who was in the Tianqi mountain range, had heard of it. This name was like a thunder that came out of nowhere and swept across the entire world. Not only the Linhe Boundary, even the surrounding boundaries were terrified of Jiang Chen's name. How could Yu Ernyang not be shocked? However, the Jiang Chen in front of her was only an early heavenly god. Even though he was powerful, she still could not believe that the current Jiang Chen was the same Jiang Chen. Are you serious? If he's really as powerful as you said, killing 10 half-step divine kings wouldn't have been so difficult. Haha. Although he's powerful, he's only an early heavenly god. Yu Huafan was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. However, Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation could restrain the pests. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy. At least, he did not believe that Jiang Chen could kill a half-step divine king. Yu Jingfan looked at Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen was calm and unruffled. This wasn't something worth bragging about. Yu Jingfan didn't know, but Yu Ernyang knew very well how terrifying the name of Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen had never mentioned his name along the way. She wouldn't have been so surprised if Shuiliang didn't mention it. Jiang Chen, is he really as godly as you say? Yu Jingfan smiled. However, he was obviously more reserved and did not say anything. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. You people in East Wudong Sunset Mountain don't know this, but the name Jiang Chen has become a nightmare in other domains, and has shaken all of them. Yu Ernyang said solemnly. Even so, what can we do? Whether I am or not, what does it have to do with this? Jiang Chen is indeed a big devil, but you don't have to put the blame on me, do you? Don't tell me you're worried that I'll kill you and rob you? Rob you of your scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. His smile made Yu Ernyang even more unfathomable. Yeah, Jiang Chen has just saved our lives, he won't harm us no matter what. Yu Jingfan smiled. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Yu Ernyang murmured and suddenly smiled. So what if you're the big devil? I really want to see how powerful the big devil Jiang Chen is to be able to kill a half-step divine king, and even a divine king couldn't do anything to him. First of all, you have to be clear. Look at my harmless appearance, I have nothing to do with the great devil. Haha. Handsome and elegant, that's more like it. Jiang Chen laughed and said confidently. Even though he was severely injured, it did not affect his mood at all. Alright, you're still injured, so don't brag. Yu Ernyang was still as elegant as before, her voice was gentle and her smile was elegant. She was more beautiful than a young girl, more bashful than a young girl, charming and charming. Yu Jingfan looked at Yu Ernyang in surprise. This was the first time this girl had become so obedient. She was the famous thorny blood rose in the family. Now that she had come out, she had learned to restrain herself and was not as arrogant as before. This was also a good thing. We need to get out of this peach blossom forest as soon as possible. Otherwise, the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart will mature on the 9th day of the 9th month of the first year. It's already the 3rd day of the 9th month, there are still 6 days left. Yu Huafan said solemnly. Indeed, we don't have much time left by the heavens. Yu Ernyang nodded slightly and looked at Jiang Chen. Do you have any ideas? Looks like you're quite knowledgeable about formations. Yu Ernyang suddenly recalled that Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation was able to restrain the snakes, insects, rats and ants. He even managed to repel the insect tied by himself. He must be quite knowledgeable about formations. I know a thing or two, let me try. Jiang Chen said. He did not have absolute confidence. Before Jiang Chen and the others could continue their journey, the croaking of the frogs made everyone's heart tighten again. Croak, 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 the croaking of the frogs reverberated in the depths of the peach blossom forest. Jiang Chen's expression slightly froze. I've heard that the reason why the blazing flame heavenly lizard was so courageous to fight against the earthly fire 3-headed dragon of the 8 lineages Silver River was that its master had already reached the divine king realm. And that master was the 2nd strongest demonic beast in the Tianqi mountain range, the ancient spiritual beast, blue-eyed azure flower toad. Could it be that we? Yu Ernyang said in a low voice. Her pretty face was filled with worry. That shouldn't be the case. The blue-eyed azure flower toad is an ancient spiritual beast. It's no weaker than an ancient divine beast. Most importantly, if it has become a god king, it probably won't cause trouble for us small fries, right? Yu Huafan rolled his eyes. If it was really the blue-eyed azure flower toad, it would be impossible for them to leave this place alive. Mysterious blue triangular eyes, purplish-blue flower spots, bowl-like eyes, ocean-like aura, this, Yu Huafan's face turned pale. The 3 of them had been in the Tianqi mountain range for more than 100 years. They were very clear about the forces here. Although they had never seen the blue-eyed azure flower toad before, they had heard about it. After all, it was the 2nd strongest demonic beast apart from the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Chen and the others' pupils shrunk as they stared at the giant toad that was 100 meters away from them. The toad was more than 3 zhang tall and it was staring at them with its huge eyes. There were hundreds of little toads around it and they were all heavenly god realm experts. It was a terrifying sight to behold. It's not a divine king realm. It's just a peak heavenly god realm. Shueliang said. Yu Huafan took a deep breath and sighed. Just a peak heavenly god realm? You know that the blue-eyed azure flower toad is an ancient spiritual beast. Although it's only a peak heavenly god realm, even a half-step divine king might not be its match. Truly, before one wave has subsided, another wave rises. It seems like this peach blossom spring is not some paradise, but a place where demonic beasts run amok. There are so many of us. Even if this fella is strong, we're not afraid of him. Jiang Chen said. Big brother, are you really dumb or are you acting dumb? Do you think that the blue-eyed azure flower toad has nothing to do with the blue-eyed azure flower toad that just broke through to the divine king realm? Yu Ernyang smiled bitterly. The old gibbon is right. Since we're here, let's kill it first. Jiang Chen said with a gloomy expression. This blue-eyed azure flower toad came prepared. Not a bad dinner. The taste of humans is more delicious than those demonic beasts. The blue-eyed azure flower toad spoke with a tinge of greed. It leaped up and appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others in an instant. What a big mouth, I wonder if it can swallow its own heart. Shueliang sneered. Lowly humans, it's your honor to be eaten by me. How dare you provoke me? The blue-eyed azure flower toad turned into a fat young man. His eyes bulged and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. He looked like a fool. This lady is not bad. I'll keep her to be my wife. Humph, I've never tasted a human beauty. Hee hee. How dare you take liberties with me? I'll dig your eyes out. Yu Ernyang roared in anger. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Although she said that she could not kill this blue-eyed azure flower toad, she hated it to the core. A bunch of lowly humans. Do you think you're qualified to fight me? Ha ha ha. I'm an ancient spiritual beast. My father is now the king of the Xianxia mountain range. It's impossible for the 8 lineages Silver River to be the strongest. The blue-eyed azure flower toad said proudly. His bulging eyes looked disgusting. However, his aura was extremely powerful, only Yu Jingfan could match up to him. If it wasn't for your father's prestige, you would have died 100 times in the Xianxia mountain range. Jiang Chen sneered. You dare to mock me? I can kill 10,000 of you with one hand. No, it was 100,000. Even without my father, I'm still one of the top experts in the Xianxia mountain range. It's your fortune to be eaten by me. The blue-eyed azure flower toad said in a condescending manner, looking down on Jiang Chen. There's no point in talking. Let's see if you'll eat us or if we'll kill you. Shueliang Lingling stared at the blue-eyed azure flower toad. He was as domineering as Jiang Chen, completely disregarding the blue-eyed azure flower toad. You bunch of ants. How dare you look down on me? I will chew you up until not even your bones are left. The blue-eyed azure flower toad was enraged. Yu Ernyang and her siblings knew that they could not let the blue-eyed azure flower toad leave. Attack! We can't let him take even half a step away from here. Brother Jiang, rest first and watch how my brother kills this blue-eyed azure flower toad. Yu Huafan smiled proudly. The 3 siblings joined hands with Shueliang and charged towards the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. He needed some time to recuperate. It should be a piece of cake for the 3 of them to deal with the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Shueliang, who had reached the late heavenly god realm, could definitely fight against a half-step divine king. As a rare genius in the late years of the Forgotten Sword Tomb, Jiang Chen did not believe that Shueliang was only capable of this. As for Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan, they were not easy to deal with either. There shouldn't be too much suspense in this battle. You guys will pay the price for being arrogant. The blue-eyed azure flower toad sneered. He took a step forward and leaped into the sky. The blue-eyed azure flower toad had returned to its original form. It's no use trying to argue. Without your father, you're just a stinky toad. Ha ha ha. Yu Ernyang said with a smile. She held a white jade dagger in her hand and leaped into the sky. A terrifying aura swept across the peach blossom forest. Countless peach blossoms rolled over and formed a terrifying blade aura that could split a mountain. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's expression turned serious. He soared into the sky and ignored the blue-eyed azure flower toad's attack. Croak! Yu Ernyang's dagger slashed on the blue-eyed azure flower toad's body. The blue-eyed azure flower toad trembled and Yu Ernyang retreated. The ferocious blade aura did not leave a single scratch on the blue-eyed azure flower toad's body. She was indeed a peak heavenly god realm expert. Yu Huafan immediately rushed forward. His long spear with red tasseled embellishments rose up one after another, and the shadow of the stick broke through the void like thunder and lightning. The blue-eyed azure flower toad kept leaping up, and Yu Huafan pursued it relentlessly. The shadow of the spear pierced through the sky, and the blue-eyed azure flower toad escaped Yu Ernyang's attack, but failed to escape from Yu Huafan's long spear. The spear struck the blue-eyed azure flower toad's back. Yu Jingfan took the chance and joined hands with Shueliang to suppress the blue-eyed azure flower toad. The blue-eyed azure flower toad was in a passive state. It kept roaring and tried to break through. However, Yu Jingfan and Shueliang were both powerful and would not give it a chance to counterattack. With a spurt of energy, he was determined to completely subdue him. Jiang Chen's lips curled. This fella is not that scary after all. However, the person behind him is not to be underestimated. One of the only divine kings in the Xianxia mountain range. Ha ha ha, so you're this weak. I've overestimated you. The blue-eyed azure flower toad is just SOSO. Yu Huafan sneered. The spear radiance rose once again and approached the blue-eyed azure flower toad. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's eyes were filled with rage. It was suppressed by Yu Jingfan and Shueliang and had no chance to retaliate. On the contrary, it was forced back by Yu Huafan and Yu Ernyang. You guys forced me to do this. The blue-eyed azure flower toad let out a low roar and continued to breathe. It grew bigger and bigger, from 30 feet to 30 feet. Its aura was getting stronger and stronger, even Yu Jingfan and Shueliang could not suppress it anymore. This fella is weird. Jiang Chen frowned. Soul-devouring poison mist. The blue-eyed azure flower toad spat out a purple poisonous mist that spread out. In an instant, the peach blossoms withered and the peach trees withered. Yu Jingfan and the rest had a drastic change in expression as they quickly retreated. The terrifying poisonous mist caught them off guard and they were all struck by it. Their bodies were constantly being devoured and even their souls were being corroded. The blue-eyed azure flower toad stared coldly at Yu Jingfan and the others. The corner of its mouth was filled with killing pleasure. How could this be? Isn't this poison a little too overbearing? Yu Huafan's expression changed. He, Yu Ernyang, Yu Jingfan, and Shui Liang were both affected by the poison. Their figures were scattered as the poison had completely invaded their bodies. They were too careless. The blue-eyed azure flower toad pretended to be weak at the beginning and used its poison to fight against them. It was indeed a cunning and insidious thing. The poison is spreading in my body. I must force it out of my body as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's over. The corner of Yu Huafan's mouth slightly trembled. Even though Yu Jingfan and Shui Liang were powerful, they still couldn't resist the poison. They had underestimated the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad, causing them to suffer a great loss. Yu Ernyang, on the other hand, was not in so much pain. Even though the poison was quite powerful to her, she was able to resist the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison after drinking Jiang Chen's blood. However, it was still a drop in the bucket as the poison was too overbearing. After all, the blue-eyed azure flower toad is an ancient spiritual beast. I'm envious of its terrifying poison. Jiang Chen's lips curled. He was the only one who could fight against the blue-eyed azure flower toad now. You don't have the ability to eat my people. Jiang Chen took a step forward and stood in front of the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Ha 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 ha, did I hear it wrong? You're the weakest and you dare to show off in front of me? Do you think that with your meager strength, you dare to challenge me? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Do you think that I, the blue-eyed azure flower toad, am a pushover? Can't you see that the poison has started to take effect on those 4 guys? The blue-eyed azure flower toad looked down on Jiang Chen. In its eyes, Jiang Chen wasn't worth mentioning at all. It could crush him with one hand. Really? I'm a person who likes to do the opposite. I want to see how you're going to crush me. Come on. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest. He was arrogant. The blue-eyed azure flower toad was arrogant, but he was even more arrogant. I've never seen someone like you who seeks death. I'll grant your wish. Go to hell for me. Roar. The blue-eyed azure flower toad spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. Jiang Chen stood still like a mountain, facing the poisonous mist that was spat out by the blue-eyed azure flower toad. The poisonous mist spread on Jiang Chen's body, but Jiang Chen stood there proudly, unharmed. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's pupil shrunk. Even Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan were shocked. Jiang Chen could withstand the poisonous mist? Jiang Chen was able to resist the poison, only Shui Liang and Yu Ernyang knew that Jiang Chen was resistant to poison. But he was still able to ignore the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison. Shui Liang knew how terrifying this fellow was. He wouldn't be surprised if anything happened to Jiang Chen because this fellow was best at creating miracles. Bastard? You dare to ignore my poison? The blue-eyed azure flower toad's heart skipped a beat. His poisonous mist was his strongest technique. If Jiang Chen ignored his poisonous mist, it would be equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. Fortunately, he was still weak. I don't believe that a normal human like you can be immune to my poison. The blue-eyed azure flower toad gritted his teeth and roared. Jiang Chen had completely angered him. This was a provocation. So confident? Haha, then have a taste of my poison. Let's see who's better. Jiang Chen sneered. His hand struck out continuously. 2 rays of black light shot out and interweaved with the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison. At that moment, the blue-eyed azure flower toad's body trembled. He felt a poison that was even more terrifying than his own. Jiang Chen's eyes became colder. The poisonous nether toad's poison was not weaker than the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison. It might even be stronger. The poisonous nether toad's poison made him immune to hundreds of poisons, but the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison was not ordinary either. Xianxia suddenly wanted to devour the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison and use it for himself. If that was the case, the poisonous nether toad's poison would be even more terrifying. Even he didn't dare to imagine what would happen when the two poisons fused together. What a terrifying poison! The blue-eyed azure flower toad's heart shook. But it had the same thought as Xianxia. If it could assimilate Xianxia's poison, then its poison would be even more powerful. Xianxia and the blue-eyed azure flower toad were smiling while releasing the poison from their bodies. Shui Liang and the others quickly retreated. Even though Xianxia tried his best to control the range of the poisonous mist, it still caused a few li of land to be barren. Even the peach trees that were spared from the poisonous mist of the snakes, insects, rats, and ants had all withered at this moment. The flowers had fallen and the trees had withered. The blue-eyed azure flower toad and Xianxia constantly released the poison in their bodies. Both of them wanted to assimilate the poison in each other's bodies. Therefore, they had to fight with their lives on the line. The poison of the poisonous nether toad was gradually devoured by the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad and gained the upper hand. After all, this was the main body of the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Although the poisonous nether toad was strong, it was probably on par with the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Compared to the poison of Xianxia's poisonous nether toad, his main body was obviously superior. Xianxia's face became darker and darker. Because his body was already filled with the poison of the poisonous nether toad and the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Will Xianxia be alright? Yu Ernyang said with a solemn face. At this moment, the two poisons in Xianxia's body were intertwined. From his face and aura, it could be seen that Xianxia was not feeling well. It's hard to say. This guy is really too arrogant. Although he also has a poison in his body that can contend against the blue-eyed azure flower toad, the blue-eyed azure flower toad has an endless supply of poison. It won't be easy to truly contend against it. Yu Jingfan was extremely shocked. Xianxia's actions made them extremely worried. After all, he was the last line of defense. If Xianxia was defeated, all of them would become the blue-eyed azure flower toad's food. They could only blame themselves for underestimating the enemy and falling into the blue-eyed azure flower toad's trap. I don't think he will give in so easily. Shui Liang murmured. The Xianxia that he knew would not give up. Although he did not have the chance to witness that shocking battle, he heard from the old ancestor in the Forgotten Sword Tomb that it was the most terrifying battle in the Linhe boundary for thousands of years. Xianxia was unstoppable, peerless and peerless. If he really died in the hands of a mere toad, would he still be Xianxia? The blue-eyed azure flower toad wasn't having a good time either, because the venomous nether toad's poison had already seeped into its body. Right now, the two of them were competing in endurance, to see who could last longer, to see whose poison was stronger, fiercer, and fiercer. Xianxia's expression was solemn. The two poisons in his body had formed a vicious cycle. The poisonous nether toad's poison had already been tamed by Xianxia, but now, it became active again. The two poisons collided with each other, causing Xianxia to suffer. There should be a way to cure the poison no matter how strong it is. Xianxia thought. The battle between the two of them had already caused him great pain. The poison was corroding every meridian in his body. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's eyes were ferocious. Its pain might not be any lesser than Xianxia's. Burning everything, using fire to cure poison. Ha ha ha, I'm really talented. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and the five-elemental true fire instantly spread through his meridians. Using fire to expel poison was truly using poison to fight poison. If water could purify everything, then fire could burn everything. The true dragon fire, true thunder fire, Qilin sacred fire, vermilion divine fire, and extreme sun fire gathered together. Xianxia used fire to burn his body. As expected, Xianxia's method of using fire to cure poison had a great effect. The two poisons were shrinking rapidly in Xianxia's body. Eventually, they formed two clouds of poisonous gas that balanced each other and complemented each other. The five-elemental true fire combined the two poisons into one, but it didn't completely merge. Instead, it formed a black taiji diagram in Xianxia's dantian. Using poison to fight poison, they restrained each other. Xianxia's complexion also gradually returned to normal. Although he was still being corroded by the two poisons, they had already been continuously purified by Xianxia. Under the suppression of the 5-elemental true fire, the two poisons had no room to fight back. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Break for me. Xianxia struck out with the seal. The blue-eyed azure flower toad let out a strange cry. Its heart was filled with shock. Xianxia could actually make the two poisons listen to him, and they complemented each other. Its own poison was completely ineffective against him. Moreover, the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal formed by the 5-elemental true fire roared continuously, engulfing the sky. The blue-eyed azure flower toad couldn't withstand it at all. It had already been corroded by the two poisons. Under the devouring of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, it was completely scorched. Without the attack of the poison, and under the influence of Xianxia's venomous nether toad's poison, the blue-eyed azure flower toad couldn't protect itself. In the end, it turned into ashes, leaving only a demon crystal in Xianxia's hand. The blue-eyed azure flower toad died without a burial. My son, who dared to kill my son? Xianxia seemed to be in deep thoughts as he raised his head and looked towards the direction. A surging resentment seemed to be spreading in the west of the Tianqi mountain range. Xianxia devoured the blue-eyed azure flower toad's soul-devouring poisonous mist and turned it into his own. Now, his poison was more than 10 times stronger than the poisonous nether toad's poison. This was not a simple addition. Xianxia is still the same Xianxia. Shueliang's lips curled up slightly. Xianxia's strength had proven everything. Even the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison could not defeat him. Good lad. Quick, 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 cure us. Yu Huafan's eyes lit up. He was almost turned into ashes by the soul-devouring poisonous mist. At this moment, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Xianxia did not say much and quickly cured the 4 of them. Since they were deeply poisoned, they would be severely injured if they did not cure the poison as soon as possible. Even if they could cure the poison in the future, they might not be able to improve their strength anymore. Yu Ernyang's eyes lit up. Xianxia did not disappoint them. Although he was not the strongest, he had gained everyone's approval. The path of a powerhouse was never smooth sailing. Xianxia, thank you. Yu Ernyang said from the bottom of her heart. Xianxia had saved the lives of the 3 of them. It's nothing. Xianxia said with a smile. We must leave this place as soon as possible. The blue-eyed azure flower toad was killed. Do you think his father will let it go? Tianqi mountain range is his base. Yu Jingfan's words reminded Xianxia. But the only thing he could do now was to leave the peach blossom forest. Otherwise, everything would be useless. The day of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart's ripening was getting closer. If we can't get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, then our 100 years of hard work will all go to waste. Yu Ernyang murmured with a hint of worry in her eyes. Yu Jingfan and his brother looked solemn as well. One could see that they were well prepared for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. They had been sharpening their swords for 100 years just for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. I'll try my best. This peach blossom forest might not be able to trap me. Xianxia said in a deep voice. He closed his eyes and started meditating. He suddenly remembered the old macaque's words, since we're here, we might as well take things as they come. It seemed that it was impossible to break this formation by force. Xianxia could only use his wits. There must be a shortcut to break this peach blossom formation. Xianxia closed his eyes and rested his mind. At this moment, he realized that every single tree in the entire peach blossom forest seemed to be alive. They were moving all the time. Moreover, the peach blossom forest was unpredictable. This was the essence of the formation. Xianxia understood that it would take at least a few months to find the flaw in the formation and completely develop the ever-changing formation of the peach blossom forest. At that time, he was absolutely confident that he could break out of the formation. However, if he waited for a few months, the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart would disappear completely or be taken away by someone else. Therefore, Xianxia could not wait that long. No one could wait that long. Xianxia spent a day and a night in meditation. Yu Ernyang and the others were waiting for Xianxia anxiously. Shueliang's heart was as calm as still water. He was not in a hurry. On one hand, it was because he trusted Xianxia. On the other hand, although the task of the Forgotten Sword Tomb was to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, the Sword Master did not order him to obtain it. However, Shuai Liang had never failed before. Therefore, he did not want to fail, even once. Jiang Chen was trying to break the peach blossom formation with his divine strength. However, it was obvious that his idea was too naive and unrealistic. While he was studying the myriad changes of the peach blossom formation, he did not forget to learn from it. After all, he wasn't an absolute master in the art of formation. It was already very good that he could reach his current level. As for whether he could break the peach blossom formation or not, it would depend on his own luck. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered the old gibbon's words. There is a family in the depths of the peach blossom formation. You should know where you came from. Those who covet the peach blossom formation will not change. Those who covet the peach blossom formation will not change. Jiang Chen murmured. The old gibbon came and went without a trace. Obviously, he did not put the peach blossom formation in his eyes. Then, his words must have a deeper meaning. Those who covet the peach blossom formation will not change. This sentence was really thought-provoking. Jiang Chen has not spoken for a day and a night. We don't have much time left. If we can't get out of this peach blossom forest, then all our efforts will be in vain. We have traveled thousands of miles from. Yu Huafan murmured. His eyes were filled with worry. Shut up. Don't forget your mission. Yu Jingfan shouted in a deep voice. His words woke Yu Huafan up instantly. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Yu Ernyang's pretty face was solemn. She was afraid that she would slack off. They had placed their hopes on Jiang Chen, but they did not know if it was right or wrong. However, they had no other choice. They had been walking for 3 years, but they still could not get out of this place. It would be extremely difficult for them to break through in a short period of time. However, Yu Ernyang and the others were still full of confidence in Jiang Chen. After all, he had saved their lives. They were very sure that it was not impossible for Jiang Chen to break the formation. Although Jiang Chen did not admit it, Yu Ernyang was even more certain that Jiang Chen was the Jiang Chen who shocked the world. There should not be such a coincidence in the world. This Jiang Chen and that Jiang Chen were both monstrous geniuses. Shuai Liang glanced at the three of them. These 3 people definitely had some background. They had waited for 100 years just for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. It could be said that they had done a flawless job, but in the end, they were still trapped in this peach blossom forest. No matter how meticulous they were, there would always be a loophole. It was not that they were not careful enough or not strong enough, perhaps it was fate. Those who covet the peach blossom formation will not change. Those who covet the peach blossom formation. Jiang Chen murmured in his heart. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He seemed to have grasped an inspiration. Those who covet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were those who were obsessed with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Those who covet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were those who had evil intentions. These 2 types of people could not change the formation and fell into the peach blossom formation. However, those who covet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were the opposite of the peach blossom formation. Thus, they were blinded by their obsession and completely lost their understanding of the formation. Because they were too obsessed with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, they had lost their initial judgment of the peach blossom formation. Ha ha ha, those who covet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart are really good. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with excitement. He finally found the way to break the formation. However, he still had to thank the old gibbon. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take him to break the formation. The one who could break the formation was none other than themselves. However, their obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had caused them to fall into a trap, unable to extricate themselves. Jiang Chen could see that whether it was the 3 siblings or Shuai Liang, their obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was extremely strong. It could even be said that it was as important as their own lives. To put it bluntly, it was like they were blinded by lard. How could they find the way to break the peach blossom formation? Only by letting go of everything, especially the obsession in their hearts, could they see the peach blossom formation clearly. Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He got rid of all distracting thoughts. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was important to him, but it was not something that he had to obtain. Treasures of heaven and earth naturally belonged to the virtuous. It had always been like this since ancient times. Xianxia knew that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart could not be forced, it would only bear fruit after 10,000 years. Xianxia even suspected that the Peach Blossom Formation and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were closely related. When Xianxia completely let go of his obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, he suddenly realized that this Peach Blossom Formation did not have the illusions from before, it was just an ordinary peach blossom forest. His heart was as clear as a mirror. This was the way to break the formation. Looking at the path in front of him, Xianxia was finally enlightened. This formation actually existed in their hearts. The stronger the obsession in their hearts, the more complicated the peach blossom formation would be. There was no way to break the formation. Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia, have you found the way to break the formation? Xianxia was overjoyed to see Xianxia's happy face. She grabbed Xianxia's hand tightly and asked. I found it. Rather than calling it a formation, it's better to call it a smokescreen. For those who have no distractions in their hearts and have no desire to compete, then this peach blossom forest is actually a paradise with beautiful scenery. For those who have deep obsessions in their hearts, this is a hellish cage. Xianxia said with a faint smile. No wonder the old ape regarded this place as a paradise. In the eyes of different people, the peach blossom forest would become a different formation. All you need to do is to let go of your obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, and the formation will naturally disappear. It's that simple? Yu Huafan looked at Xianxia in disbelief. It's that simple. Xianxia shrugged and said. He had already seen a broad road out of the peach blossom forest, as if it was right in front of him. Yu Huafan took a deep breath to calm himself down and get rid of the distracting thoughts. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was still in the peach forest in front of him. Nothing had changed. Impossible, you're lying. Why can't I walk out of this peach blossom forest? It feels like everything here is exactly the same. There are no paths to speak of. Yu Huafan said resolutely. Let me try. Xianxia said. She immediately got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind, but the result was the same as Yu Huafan. There was no way out at all. The peach blossom formation was still the peach blossom formation, it was still unpredictable. Yu Jingfan and Shui Liang did as they were told, but the result was the same. In their eyes, there was no change at all. Xianxia frowned and said in a deep voice, it's absolutely impossible. I can already leave this place, why can't you? I think it's because we can't get rid of the distracting thoughts in our minds. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is deeply rooted in our hearts. It's almost impossible for us to get rid of the obsession from the bottom of our hearts. Xianxia pondered for a long time and said in a low voice. At this moment, all of them fell into silence. It was indeed the case. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was deeply rooted in their hearts. It was impossible to get rid of the obsession in their hearts in a short period of time. Xianxia's mind was as clear as a mirror, but it did not mean that everyone could be like him. Even Shui Liang could not do it. Xianxia sighed. These people's obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was too strong. It was impossible to get rid of it completely. If the peach blossom formation was not broken, they would not be able to get out. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The way to break the formation was right in front of them, but the four of them could not get out of the peach blossom formation no matter what. What should we do? You can leave the peach blossom formation, but we can't. Xianxia was in extreme pain. Although they tried their best to suppress the obsession in their hearts, they could not do it. The obsession of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was deeply rooted in their hearts. Xianxia could not change their hearts, not even their original intentions. Xianxia wanted to bring them out of the peach blossom formation, but it was obviously impossible. They could not change their obsession and would be trapped in the peach blossom formation forever. Xianxia sighed helplessly. He could feel the despair in Xianxia's eyes. If they could not get out of the peach blossom formation, it meant that they were not fated to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. They were already worried about it, but now they had no more thoughts. It was impossible for them to get rid of their obsession. However, Jiang Chen could not bear to see Yu Ernyang's lonely and helpless eyes. Jiang Chen did not know what kind of story they had, but the obsession of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was deeply rooted in their hearts. To them, it had even reached the point of madness. Jiang Chen could not change it, which meant that he could not help them get out of the peach blossom formation. Yu Ernyang's eyes, the sadness, the loneliness, the helplessness, and the self-blame. It was as if Yu Ernyang was playing out the thoughts of a desolate woman. The determination in her eyes was something that Jiang Chen had never seen before. The charming Yu Ernyang was right in front of him. She was a beautiful woman who was not inferior to any man. However, her obsession for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was completely defeated by the devil in her heart. Both Yu Jingfan and Yu Ernyang were extremely disappointed. Because they only needed to try once and they would know the result. Why exactly did she have such a strong obsession? Was it because she was blinded by greed, or did she have other plans? Jiang Chen was curious about Yu Ernyang and the others. However, the tears hidden deep in her eyes were true and pure. Although Shui Liang's obsession was not as strong as theirs, it was because of his unyielding spirit. His obsession for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was not the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, but his undefeatable heart. I will definitely help you get out of this peach blossom formation. Jiang Chen chose to remain silent again because he had to get the four of them out of the peach blossom forest. The peach blossom formation would only be paralyzed if the formation I was destroyed. By then, the peach blossom formation would no longer have the illusion of the formation, and all that would be left would be the peach blossom forest. The base of the formation was naturally the 100 miles of peach blossoms, but Jiang Chen had no idea where the eye of the formation was. He knew that it was impossible to destroy the 100 miles of peach blossoms. Those peach trees that were corroded by the soul-devouring poisonous mist were reignited in the one day that he was trying to think of a way to destroy the formation. The peach blossoms bloomed once again, looking even more dazzling and enchanting. Therefore, these peach blossoms were almost indestructible. This was the scariest part of the formation. Destroying the base of the formation was a huge project. At least, Jiang Chen couldn't do it right now. So, only the eye of the formation was left. Find the formation eye and cut it off. This peach blossom formation will collapse on its own. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He did not have the ability to do so. Even a master of formation might not have the confidence to do so. Moreover, he had to find the formation eye in such a short period of time. It was still unknown if he could successfully destroy the formation eye. Jiang Chen, Ernyang begs you, you must break this peach blossom formation. If you can get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, I will not be able to repay you even if I die 1,000 times. Yu Ernyang bit her lips as she was suffering in her heart. Every passing second made them extremely nervous. Yu Jingfan's expression was calm as he quietly waited for Jiang Chen's reply. Don't trust someone you doubt, don't doubt someone you trust. Jiang Chen did not promise Yu Ernyang as he was already trapped in the peach blossom formation. Jiang Chen did not have the ability to break the peach blossom formation. Therefore, he could only analyze the peach blossom formation through the formation of no beginning. Jiang Chen could break the formation of no beginning. As long as he could find the formation eye of the peach blossom formation, Jiang Chen was confident that he could turn the situation around. Jiang Chen had become everyone's hope. This hope had a long way to go as it was related to whether they could get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. The no-beginning array had long been thoroughly understood by Jiang Chen. Thousands of array formations, no matter how they changed, were still the same. Therefore, the no-beginning array could definitely sense the location of the peach blossom array. Jiang Chen silently stared at the peach blossom formation. The formation of no beginning originated from no beginning. No beginning was a transformation from nothing to something. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all living things. Jiang Chen controlled the no beginning array and wandered around the entire peach blossom formation. Finally, he found the location of the formation eye. The formation eye turned out to be the old gibbon's cave. Jiang Chen had mixed feelings in his heart. He did not know what the old gibbon's intention was for the formation eye to be his cave. Jiang Chen was now sure that the old gibbon's intention was to make them retreat. If they could not break the peach blossom formation, they would miss the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. If they could break the peach blossom formation, their obsession with the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart would be relieved. Knowing how terrifying the peach blossom formation was, they would naturally want to retreat. In the end, the old gibbon wanted them to leave the peach blossom formation and Wudong Luoxiao mountain. The peach blossom formation was a warning. Therefore, the peach blossom formation did not have much offensive power. It only enchanted people's minds and made them sink into it. If they could not let go of their obsession, they would be trapped in the peach blossom forest for thousands of years. What a grand gesture. They've really put a lot of thought into it. Xianxia said faintly. Even so, I will break your peach blossom formation. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed at the formation eye. However, the moving formation eye was out of Xianxia's expectation. It was unscathed under the heavenly dragon sword. Interesting. Xianxia smiled. Since he couldn't destroy the eye of the formation, he would use a formation to cut off the connection between the eye of the formation and the peach blossom formation. Once the eye of the formation was cut off, the peach blossom formation would collapse on its own. There were thousands and thousands of formations in Xianxia's mind. Although there weren't many of them that he could use, there were still a lot of them that he could use to cut off the connection between the peach blossom formation and the formation eye. Xianxia's mind was filled with a myriad of formations. Xianxia set up the encirclement formation step by step and sealed off the formation eye completely. The moment the encirclement formation was activated, the formation eye would be cut off. Xianxia used one hand to cover the sky and the encirclement formation was activated. At that moment, the entire peach blossom formation seemed to be overshadowed. The entire peach blossom formation lost its former glory. The formation eye was sealed and the peach blossom formation no longer existed. Only the peach blossom forest was left. Puff, in the cave, the old gibbon spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that someone could break the peach blossom formation. The peach blossom formation is broken in the end. Perhaps this is my fate. It has been 300,000 years and no one could break the peach blossom formation. But today, it was broken when the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was formed. Who is it? Who has such great power? Even a divine king or a hierarch would not be able to find the formation eye. The old gibbon murmured. However, he failed in the end. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart became the target of everyone as the peach blossom formation was broken. Although the old macaque was extremely unwilling to do so, it had to be said that the moment the peach blossom formation was broken, it felt like it had been liberated even though it was filled with sorrow. I'm finally out. Mother Faster's cur, I don't want to die in this damned place. I've been in the peach blossom forest for 3,000 years without seeing the sun and moon. I'm alive again. I'm finally out of this world. Phew, it's been 10,000 years. The peach blossom formation is finally broken. I don't know who did it. Damn the peach blossom forest. The peach blossom formation is broken. Who can stop me now? Sighs and excited voices, accompanied by anger and helplessness, resounded in the peach blossom forest. Countless monstrous beasts and humans flew up into the air. The entire western region was bustling with activity. The wild aura filled the sky, shocking the world. Countless experts' voices rose from the ground and rushed up to the clouds. Xianxia suddenly felt a strong and overbearing aura filling the entire peach blossom forest. His expression changed completely. Mother Faster's cur, did I poke a hornet's nest? Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. He could feel that the peach blossom forest had turned into a wasteland the moment the formation was broken. He did not expect that there were so many humans and demonic beasts trapped in the peach blossom formation, and they were all so powerful and invincible. The peach blossom formation is broken? It's really broken. Yu Ernyang cried tears of joy. Peach blossoms were everywhere, and spring was in full swing. The peach blossom forest was no longer enchanted by the illusory formation, and all that was left was the scenery of spring. As the peach blossoms bloomed, even her mood became unusually relaxed. Xianxia, good job. Yu Huafan was also overjoyed. He did not expect that Jiang Chen could really do it. Jiang Chen was their savior, he had helped them turn the situation around, giving them the determination and faith to fight for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart again. Their obsession was unshakable. Although it was fatal in the Peach Blossom Formation, once they got out of the formation, this obsession became their determination to win. Yu Ernyang did not expect Jiang Chen to complete the impossible task in such a difficult situation. This was beyond everyone's expectation. Jiang Chen's rebirth from a hopeless situation had given them new hope. Yu Ernyang could not express her gratitude to Jiang Chen even if she wanted to express it to him. We seem to be in trouble. Jiang Chen did break the Peach Blossom Formation, but we are not the only ones he saved. Yu Jingfan said in a low voice, his expression was solemn. They were shocked by the experts around them, there were even some old monsters that had lived for more than 10,000 years. Once the Peach Blossom Formation was broken, all the people and beasts that were trapped in the Peach Blossom Formation were freed. Now, the Wudong Sunset Mountain was in chaos. These guys are not easy to deal with, there are even some half-step Divine King experts. Some of them might have been trapped here when the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart matured. But looking at the corpses around, most of the people and beasts that were trapped here for thousands of years have turned into ashes. Who could survive for thousands of years under the Divine King realm? There are only a few half-step Divine Kings that survived, most of them are struggling at death's door. Jiang Chen said with a sigh. Some people were blinded by greed, their only obsession was the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. They didn't understand why and were trapped here, unable to control themselves for thousands of years. If they couldn't walk out of the Peach Blossom Formation, they could only silently bury their bones here. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosion of time. If they couldn't become a monarch, they would eventually die. 10,000 years was enough to change many things, allowing countless people to become eternal. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen had broken the rules of the Peach Blossom Formation, allowing countless humans and demonic beasts to break out of the seal. Unknowingly, he had also increased the number of opponents for them. Naturally, these people would not be grateful to Jiang Chen. They came here with only one goal, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Although Jiang Chen did not expect this, it was already too late. Moreover, this was the only chance for him to save Yu Ernyang and the others. It was understandable for him to do so. We might have more opponents now. I thought that the competition for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart would not be too intense. Seems like we've thought too much. Shueliang said faintly. The Peach Blossom Forest had turned into a sea of joy. Everyone was running with all their might, trying to escape from this death cage that had trapped them for thousands of years. We can only take one step at a time. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This was not his intention, but there was no turning back now. They could only hope that they could stand out in this competition. After all, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was not easy to obtain. There were many people who wanted it, but there was only one Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Only those who were capable could obtain it. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is within 1,000 miles of the Wudong Luoxia Mountain. However, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart can move, so it's not easy to find it. So we must do our best to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. We can't shut everyone out, but we can at least be one step ahead. Yu Jingfan said. After 100 years of research and his understanding of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, he knew it like the back of his hand. However, this was not the key to winning at this moment. Only the stronger ones could obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. There shouldn't be more than 5 half-step Divine Kings, but there are dozens of peak heavenly gods and thousands of heavenly gods. Some people or demonic beasts have been trapped here for thousands of years. No one knows who they are or where they came from. That's why our crisis will never end. In other words, everyone is our enemy. Yu Jingfan continued. That means that we have increased the difficulty of obtaining the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. It seems like Jiang Chen's success and Jiang Chen's failure. Yu Huafan shrugged and said with a smile. However, he did not blame Jiang Chen, he was just joking. Without Jiang Chen, they wouldn't even be able to get out of the Peach Blossom Formation. Fifth brother, don't talk nonsense. Yu Ernyang said in a low voice. Jiang Chen was their 9 stars. She was afraid that Jiang Chen would not agree to it. It's all right. I think you guys know how to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yu Jingfan nodded silently. Since it has come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Brother Jiang, we do know how to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. After 100 years of hard work, we can't fail on the verge of success. Yu Jingfan looked solemn. Jiang Chen admired his determination. The trio's persistence in finding the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was beyond his imagination. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is an ancient relic. It's extremely difficult to find it. However, there is a jade-faced spiritual fox that is extremely sensitive to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. If we can find the jade-faced spiritual fox in the Wudong Sunset Mountain within 3 days, we can definitely find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart without anyone knowing. Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen. They are looking for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart while we are looking for the jade-faced spiritual fox. Interesting. Shui Liang said with a smile. Time is of the essence. Let's hurry and find the jade-faced spiritual fox. Jiang Chen said and quickly left the peach blossom forest to look for the jade-faced spiritual fox. Whether or not they could gain the upper hand against so many pursuers depended on the jade-faced spiritual fox. Jiang Chen knew that it would not be easy to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The spirituality of an ancient relic was not any weaker than a human. It might have become an existence similar to a fairy. In the void, a figure descended from the darkness. His eyes were as sharp as ice and filled with coldness. He murmured, "Good one, Jiang Chen. Not simple at all. You can even break the peach blossom formation. It seems like I have underestimated you. However, you will only die more miserably and get hit by more people. At this moment, you no longer have any chance." Thousands of people had gathered at Wudong Luoxia Mountain. They only had one goal, to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. These thousands of people wanted to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, but there was only one true treasure. Every time the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was fought over, many experts would be attracted and countless people would be buried in Wudong Luoxia Mountain. The old gibbon looked at Wudong Luoxia Mountain silently. Jiang Chen had broken the peach blossom formation and released countless humans and beasts. These people had entered the peach blossom formation thousands of years ago. Countless of them were immersed in the peach blossom formation, unable to break free. However, the peach blossom forest that the old gibbon was guarding was not a place of death. Because the peach blossom formation only targeted those with strong desires and stubborn beliefs. In other words, those who were obsessed with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Once the obsession was formed, the peach blossom formation would become a maze. Even the godly king of the 9 heavens would not be able to step out of the peach blossom formation. However, if their obsession with the peach blossom formation gradually subsided, they would ignore the peach blossom formation. In these 10,000 years, some would leave, some would come, some would give up their obsession and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart and leave the peach blossom formation. Some would enter and never come out again. The old macaque did not intend to kill anyone. Since the moment he guarded the peach blossom forest, more than 1,000 years ago, he had already deeply understood the horror of the human heart. Therefore, he said those words to many people, but only a few could truly understand and feel relieved. Most of them died alone in the peach blossom formation and turned into ghastly white bones. Experts were lonely, but they were also lonely. There were too many people who entered Wudong Sunset Mountain and accidentally entered the peach blossom forest. It was just a warning, nothing more. However, the obsession of the experts was even more difficult to break. Some people knew that there was a tiger on the mountain, but they disguised themselves and went into the mountain. It became a nightmare for them to get lost. Now that the peach blossom formation had been broken, the people who had lost their way were still rushing towards Wudong Sunset Mountain. Since the peach blossom forest was no longer protected by the formation, no one cared about the existence of the peach blossom formation or its purpose. When a person's obsession was magnified, it would become an inner demon. This inner demon was the one that the peach blossom formation could restrain. In a sense, the peach blossom formation was the salvation formation for those who came to fight for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. But now, it could no longer appear. Sigh, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I don't know if this peach blossom array is good or bad. This time, I'm afraid the Wudong Sunset Mountain will be littered with corpses. The old gibbon murmured in his heart. He had been merciful since the beginning, trying to save all living beings from suffering. However, in the end, he still failed to make those people back off. Now that the peach blossom formation had been destroyed, the demons would surely cause a huge commotion in the East Wu Sunset Mountain. A bloody storm was unavoidable. Xianxia slowly turned his head and looked at the peach blossom formation that had trapped them for a long time. He was a little worried. He didn't know if what he did was right or wrong. Controlling everyone's desires, but not killing the people in the peach blossom formation. The existence of this peach blossom formation might not be a bad thing. Xianxia sighed silently, but it was too late to turn back now. If I can get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I will definitely break the peach blossom formation when I turn back. Xianxia left resolutely because he had to move forward to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, which was a necessary ingredient for the heaven-seizing fate pill. Therefore, Xianxia was determined to get it. The jade-faced spiritual fox likes the shade and likes to stay in damp and dark caves. We've been studying here for 10 years and found a total of 4 jade-faced spiritual foxes in the entire Wudong Sunset Mountain. However, none of them succeeded. Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. It was obvious that the jade-faced spiritual fox was not an ordinary demonic beast. It would not be easy to catch it. Why? Shuiliang frowned. They had found 4 different jade-faced spiritual foxes, but none of them succeeded. This indicated a lot of problems. Because the jade-faced spiritual fox is too cunning and fast. It moves as fast as lightning in the forest. Once it enters the forest, it's like a dragon diving into the sea. It's very difficult to catch it. It's very good at disguising itself. It's even impossible to find it in the forest. We've failed 4 times, but we've figured out their habits. Now that we have more people, it shouldn't be difficult to catch it. Yu Ernyang said, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, the 3 of them had been studying the jade-faced spiritual fox for 10 years and they had failed 4 times. It was really disappointing. Follow me, we'll definitely catch the jade-faced spiritual fox this time. Yu Huafan gritted his teeth and said confidently. This was their last chance. In the Wudong Luoxia Mountain, there were many people secretly searching for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Those who could enter the Wudong Luoxia Mountain and had the confidence to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were not ordinary people. In the dense forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. They were hundreds of meters tall and covered the sky. They were surrounded by countless rocks and flowers. The Wudong Sunset Mountain gave off an extremely majestic feeling. It was like an ancient dragon crawling on the ground, majestic and heroic, with an aura that could control the mountains and rivers. The vast and boundless Sunset Mountain, especially the moment when the sunset clouds rolled into the sky, was the most beautiful. Between the 2 mountains, the setting sun was magnificent, as if it was a paradise on earth. The 2 mountains supported the sun, the light flowed, and the cries of birds and apes could be heard. Thousands of miles of red clouds were chasing the sun, and hundreds of birds were returning to the forest to pay homage to the phoenix. It was so beautiful and refreshing. The 5 of them traveled quickly in the forest for a day and a night. Under Yu Huafan's lead, they came to an extremely dark valley. The Grand Canyon was filled with dark green 100-leafy trees, completely blocking the view from the outside and preventing wind from passing through. There were countless deep ravines and valleys. This place was backed by a huge mountain, but it was under a steep mountain. If one did not pay attention, it would be hard to find it. In the deserted valley, moss covered the ground and water splashed everywhere. The clear spring that flowed down from the mountain was clear and sweet. Xianxia stooped down and took a mouthful of it into his lungs. It was sweet, cold, and refreshing. Looking at the deep and dark valley, there seemed to be an inexplicable pressure. Suddenly, a white light flashed across the sky and appeared in front of the 5 of them. Yu Ernyang exclaimed. It's the jade-faced spiritual fox. I told you that they would definitely be here. This time, we definitely can't fail. Xianxia quickly followed up. No wonder you Xianxia and the other two couldn't catch up with the jade-faced spiritual fox. It was just too fast. It was like a ray of light in the dark, like a ghost. Plus, it was good at camouflaging itself in the forest. It could be said that it was the darling of nature. It was as difficult as ascending the heavens to catch it. Yu Jingfan and Shui Liang took the lead while Jiang Chen and the other two were a step behind. However, they followed the jade-faced spiritual fox into the canyon. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. It shouldn't be difficult to catch the jade-faced spiritual fox this time. The canyon was like a natural rift valley with steep cliffs and the sound of water dripping could be heard. It was dark and gloomy. Jiang Chen and the others carefully walked into the canyon. The canyon was deserted. Broken stones were everywhere. After being rubbed by the flowing water, the stones were as smooth as jade. The sound of flowing water lingered in their ears. It was like the last sound of nature. Jiang Chen could feel the pressure increasing with every step they took. There was a creaking sound under their feet. It was especially ear-piercing in the silent canyon. The nest of the jade-faced spiritual fox should be in front. We must be careful. We must not let it escape this time. Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. I feel something strange in this canyon. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. What's so strange about it? Yu Jingfan looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. However, Jiang Chen couldn't explain it because his senses were always accurate. Moreover, it was very oppressive, as if there was a great pressure that made him restless. I'm not sure, but this is definitely not a good place. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His heart was extremely heavy. He was not sure what he was going to face next. Let's go in and look for the jade-faced spiritual fox. As long as we find the jade-faced spiritual fox, the scarlet-clad ancient vine heart will be ours. Yu Xianxia said with a smile. The four of them walked into the gloomy canyon. Jiang Chen frowned as he found that the four of them had no spirit in their eyes, as if they were being controlled. Jiang Chen was shocked. He knew that the four of them must have fallen into an illusion, or entered an illusion formation. There was no sign before they started to rush into the depths of the canyon. He was no longer as cautious as before. Damn it, this valley is definitely not simple. Jiang Chen instantly released his soul strength. However, his soul strength was only able to spread to a range of less than 1,000 meters. Fortunately, it was able to envelop the four of them. Jiang Chen also hurriedly followed, fearing that something might happen to them. In an instant, a white light appeared in the canyon, shooting out like lightning. The four of them were still walking forward without knowing it. Jiang Chen felt a strong sense of danger. Not good, this jade-faced spiritual fox is not simple. Jiang Chen exclaimed in his heart. However, the moment he turned around, Yu Huafan who bore the brunt of the attack had already been pushed back by the white light. 2 deep ravines could be seen on his chest. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen and blood was dripping out. However, Yu Huafan didn't seem to notice it at all. The four of them were in the illusory realm and didn't know what was happening. Jiang Chen clearly saw that the white light was a snow-white figure with a white fox face. Its eyes were sinister and extremely cold. When Jiang Chen rushed forward, he managed to push back the white light. However, Yu Huafan was already severely injured. What a good jade-faced spiritual fox. I'm afraid the illusion in this valley is not simple. Jiang Chen murmured. Although he could ignore the illusion, the four of them had already fallen into it. Hiss, hiss, the jade-faced spiritual fox hissed and attacked again. This time, its target was Shui Liang. However, Shui Liang was not easy to deal with. Even in the illusion, he was aware of the danger he was in. He blocked with his sword and was pushed back by the drowsy soul. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured. Jiang Chen quickly took action. In a split second, he got close to the jade-faced spiritual fox. However, the speed of the jade-faced spiritual fox was quite terrifying. Jiang Chen tried to grab it, but failed. The jade-faced spiritual fox was very confident. It had already escaped and looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. It's not that easy to catch me. However, you can ignore the illusion here. It seems that you are not simple. The jade-faced spiritual fox sneered and stared at Jiang Chen. He did not take Xianxia seriously at all. Really? Let's see who will be the one to die. Xianxia said faintly. The 9 phantom wolves flew up and chased after the jade-faced spiritual fox. The jade-faced spiritual fox's figure left a series of shadows in the valley. Although Xianxia did not catch up with the jade-faced spiritual fox, he forced the fox to keep dodging. One was chasing while the other was escaping. Xianxia forced the jade-faced spiritual fox to retreat again and again. In the depths of the valley, the jade-faced spiritual fox's movements were ever-changing. Although he was not strong, his speed had reached the limit. Even a divine king realm expert could not catch up with him. I don't believe that I can't catch up with you. Xianxia chased after the jade-faced spiritual fox closely. The jade-faced spiritual fox also felt that it was difficult to escape at such a high speed. However, Xianxia's divine power seemed to be endless. The jade-faced spiritual fox was in a passive position. Although his speed did not decrease, if this continued, the jade-faced spiritual fox would definitely be defeated. This human is too good at running. The jade-faced spiritual fox's sharp voice reverberated in the valley. He was already panting heavily. Xianxia only chased after him without attacking him. The valley was his base camp, but he could not get rid of Xianxia no matter how hard he tried. Xianxia did not want to be outdone. After half an hour of chasing, the jade-faced spiritual fox finally lost to Xianxia. Xianxia followed behind the jade-faced spiritual fox like a dogskin plaster. The jade-faced spiritual fox's speed had decreased. However, Xianxia was not in a hurry to deal with him. He kept chasing after him. He kept pressuring the jade-faced spiritual fox so that the jade-faced spiritual fox would collapse. Damn it. Stop chasing me. The jade-faced spiritual fox did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was not strong as he was only a mid-heavenly god. However, his speed was comparable to a divine king. It was a pity that he encountered Xianxia, who was even more abnormal than him. If I don't catch up with you, my name is not Xianxia. Xianxia sneered. At this moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox was completely defeated by Xianxia. He wanted to give Xianxia a fatal blow. After all, Xianxia was only an early heavenly god. However, when he attacked, he felt how terrifying Xianxia's power was. The jade-faced spiritual fox fell on the ground. His cunning eyes became gloomy and his snow-white fur stood up. He squinted his eyes and gasped for breath while looking at Xianxia. His pointy little head was shaking like a rattle drum, making him look cute. His body was less than 3 feet tall, totally different from those beasts that were hundreds of feet tall. That's why he was called the elf of the Xianxia mountain range. Damn it, I'm not running anymore. The jade-faced spiritual fox said gloomily. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. The anger in his eyes could be seen clearly. You want to kill my friends? Your illusion formation is not bad, but it's useless against me. Xianxia said. That illusion formation is not mine. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked wronged. What? It's not yours? Xianxia was shocked. If the illusion formation was not set up by the jade-faced spiritual fox, then they were not the only ones in this valley. Xianxia restrained the jade-faced spiritual fox and said coldly, "Bring me back to them. I don't want to kill you. As long as you bring us to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I'll let you go." Greedy human. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is not something you can touch. Ha ha ha. The jade-faced spiritual fox laughed coldly. Xianxia struck his palm on the top of the jade-faced spiritual fox's head. The jade-faced spiritual fox instantly became listless and trembled. I'll go, I'll go, I'll go. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Xianxia rolled his eyes. This guy was really a guy who wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He thought he would be a tough guy, but he didn't expect him to give in so quickly. Can you really find the location of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Xianxia asked doubtfully. You can choose to stay silent, or I can choose to kill you and go back to my friends. Xianxia said indifferently as the jade-faced spiritual fox did not reply. If you want to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, just say so earlier. Why didn't you? Am I the kind of person who doesn't have loyalty? Since you promised not to kill me, I will definitely bring you to the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The jade-faced spiritual fox immediately put on a flattering expression. Under his furry face, there was a cunning smile. Xianxia would not trust him easily. Only by controlling his life and death would the jade-faced spiritual fox be willing to work for him. Otherwise, this jade-faced spiritual fox would be a pain in the neck. When Xianxia and the jade-faced spiritual fox returned to the starting point, Yu Ernyang and Shui Liang were nowhere to be found. What happened? Xianxia held the jade-faced spiritual fox's neck tightly. The jade-faced spiritual fox was scared out of his wits. I don't know, I really don't know. That illusion would appear here from time to time, but I also don't know why it would appear from time to time. Moreover, there is an extremely powerful youth in that illusion. The jade-faced spiritual fox said in a deep voice. There was fear in his eyes, as though he did not dare to hide anything. Illusions that come and go? How could this be? Even you don't know? Xianxia frowned. He was getting more and more worried. From the moment he came in, he felt that this place was not normal. It even made him feel extremely pressured. His initial ominous feeling had finally come true. Yu Ernyang and the others were nowhere to be found. To Xianxia, it was not a good thing. The illusion disappeared again. Xianxia suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He quickly turned around and saw a figure of a youth. The youth was wearing an icy blue robe that was fluttering without any wind. His cold eyes were shining with a sharp edge. He was skinny, but he gave people a feeling that he could shake the heavens. The youth stared at Xianxia. Leng Leng said, "Hand it over." "What do you want?" Xianxia said faintly. He could not feel the strength of this youth, but he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. It's him. I've seen him twice in the illusion. Every time the illusion disappeared, he would appear. The jade-faced spiritual fox said in a trembling voice. It was as if the overwhelming aura made him worship this youth as if he was a god. My friends are in your hands? Xianxia said in a deep voice. If Yu Ernyang and Shui Liang were in his hands, Xianxia would not show any mercy. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Give me the ice-sealed man. I will only say this once. The aura of the young man increased once again. The jade-faced spiritual fox cried out in fear. Xianxia didn't know if it was real or not, but he fainted from the shock. That kind of aura that could crush everything had shocked Xianxia. Interesting. You are not afraid of me? Who are you? Why should I be afraid of you? Xianxia asked. Good question. I will let you know why you should be afraid of me. Because in my eyes, you are just an ant. The young man clenched his fist and the void was shattered. The mountain in the canyon trembled. However, Xianxia could feel that the young man's attack was just a casual strike, yet it was filled with a murderous and violent aura, crushing everything in its path. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Xianxia shouted angrily and instantly unleashed his strongest defense. However, the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was shattered into pieces. Xianxia's heart was in a state of shock. This young man's eyes were cold and terrifying. Who is he? You can block my attack. Not bad, not bad. The young man smiled coldly and struck out a punch. The mountains and rivers were shattered and the void was destroyed. However, Xianxia could clearly see that everything within 100 meters of him was still as calm as before. The only thing that was destroyed was the space within 100 meters. This young man's control of the spatial energy had reached such a high level. It was truly shocking. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Xianxia actually felt the threat of death from this young man's fist. Xianxia didn't have time to think. Two terrifying heavenly lightnings were instantly formed in his hands. The heavenly lightnings fused together and a violent energy swept across the void. The young man moved slightly. Xianxia's strongest attack was not able to move him at all. In just a short moment, the entire space became quiet again, as if nothing had happened. Xianxia's heavenly thunders was completely blocked by the youth. You are quite capable. It's a pity that you are still too weak. Accept your death. The youth's eyes turned. His palm was like a blade that could destroy the great path. Xianxia took out the frozen person without a second thought. At that moment, the youth's eyes were filled with shock. His usually calm eyes revealed an unconcealable shock. The person sealed in ice seemed to have an extremely powerful magic power, completely suppressing the aura of the youth with the blade edge. "Suppress the 3 mountains," the young man exclaimed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a dozen steps back and the surrounding space started to distort again. It wasn't because of the void crack, but because the entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing and being devoured by a black hole. Once it collapses and devours everything, the valley would cease to exist. The void crack could repair itself, but if the space collapsed and was devoured by a black hole, it would be even more terrifying than the void crack. It can actually cause space to collapse. Devoured by a black hole. Xianxia murmured. Even his great void technique couldn't do it. At least, he didn't dare to think about it now. However, to Xianxia's surprise, the space beneath the frozen man began to heal itself. "The space here is too fragile," the young man murmured and looked at Xianxia unwillingly. He didn't expect Xianxia to be able to summon the frozen man. "You will become the source of evil for my tribe, never to be reincarnated." The youth stared at Xianxia fiercely and finally looked at the frozen man. His eyes were filled with shock and panic as he disappeared into the depths of the void. At this moment, the illusory realm appeared once again. Yu Ernyang and the others were still wandering in the illusory realm. Xianxia looked at the frozen man. The frozen man had been dead for tens of thousands of years, but this piece of ice was extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the frozen man suppressing the young man, Xianxia would have died. "Who is he? Why is he here?" Xianxia frowned, but he couldn't find an answer. Xianxia stared at the frozen man, but he couldn't feel any power or aura from the frozen man. However, the frozen man was able to suppress the defenseless young man. Xianxia couldn't imagine the secrets of the frozen man. Xianxia couldn't figure it out. The young man didn't seem to be from here, and he said that the space here was too fragile. It was obvious that the young man's background wasn't simple. He couldn't see through the young man's strength, but he was able to suppress him without holding back. This alone was enough for Xianxia to ponder. Moreover, the young man was here for the frozen man. Xianxia seemed to have fallen into a dead end. The mysterious illusion made him extremely curious about the young man's identity. However, Xianxia's biggest shock was the young man's strength. The gap between them was too huge. That young man was able to control his life and death. Doesn't that mean that Xianxia's heavenly god realm was just a pile of mud? Xianxia looked at the sky. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, but it couldn't cover his heroic aura. "One day, I will walk in the sky and fight for the heavens." Xianxia slapped the jade-faced spiritual fox awake. When the jade-faced spiritual fox saw that everything had returned to normal, he scanned the surroundings with a lingering fear. Only then did he realize that the powerful young man who made him feel suffocated had already disappeared. "You really don't know who that young man is?" Xianxia asked again. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't know." "You don't know that I don't even have the desire to resist him," the jade-faced spiritual fox said. "This place seems to be an alternate space, and it's connected to another region, right?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. "You saw through me. The space here is very strange. That Dao Feng young man probably traveled through space to come here. However, he usually only wandered around in the illusion, as if he was looking for something. I've seen him before, but it's like he's never seen me," the jade-faced spiritual fox said with lingering fear. "Alternate space, young man with a blade," Xianxia murmured. All of this was too strange. He couldn't believe it. If it wasn't for the frozen man, he would have been dead by now. Fortunately, Yu Ernyang, Shui Liang and the others were not in any danger at this moment. When the illusion came out and the young man left, they were naturally exposed. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked at Xianxia in utter shock. Because the young man was extremely powerful. However, Xianxia managed to survive and the young man disappeared without a trace. Xianxia had already proven his strength and how terrifying it was. Xianxia looked at Xianxia in shock. The jade-faced spiritual fox worshipped Xianxia like a god. Although he was cunning and sinister, it was all for the sake of survival. Otherwise, if he was caught, he would be used as a tool to search for treasures until his death. The jade-faced spiritual fox was the darling of the Xianxia mountain range. Xianxia knew that the young man with a blade was not an ordinary person. Moreover, he didn't know where this alternate space was connected to. However, it made him feel his strength again. In front of a true expert, he was totally powerless. If it wasn't for the frozen man, he would have died thousands of times. How can I wake them up from the illusion? Xianxia said. That's simple. Your soul power is quite powerful. As long as you cover their souls, they will naturally be able to walk out of the illusion. However, it will consume a lot of your soul power. Even if your soul power is very powerful, it won't be easy to suppress the soul power of these 4 people. Apart from that, there's no other way unless they can walk out of the illusion by themselves. However, I don't think they can do that. The jade-faced spiritual fox curled his lips and looked at Shui Liang and the others with a mocking expression. However, Xianxia could do it. He was too abnormal. Moreover, he was able to stand till the end of the battle with the young man with a blade. The jade-faced spiritual fox admired Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. He was an early heavenly god. Not only did he have a terrifying soul strength, his strength was also terrifying. Great! Xianxia's soul strength instantly spread across the entire valley. However, he was stunned in the next second. There was a small cave in the deepest part of the valley. There were many terrifying treasures in the cave. Xianxia saw more than a dozen ginsengs alone. There were also countless rare flowers and herbs. It was a treasure house of medicinal herbs. Xianxia was even more sensitive to treasures than divine origin stones as an alchemist. What a huge amount of treasures. A windfall from the sky, ha ha ha. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he looked at the deepest part of the valley. No. That's mine. Ha ha ha, what's yours is mine and what's mine is yours. What's the difference between us? Xianxia laughed and said. The jade-faced spiritual fox was so angry that he scratched his head. Shameless. You humans are too despicable and shameless. The jade-faced spiritual fox gritted his teeth and said. Xianxia was becoming more and more hateful in his eyes. Xianxia wanted to keep all his treasures for himself. Those were his gains from 3,000 years of hard work. He still needed to rely on these treasures to cultivate for 100 years. He never expected to be caught by them. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Despicableness is the passport of the despicable. Xianxia looked at the jade-faced spiritual fox with a playful gaze. What do you mean by despicableness? You can't touch my things. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. The jade-faced spiritual fox threatened. Die, die. If you die, won't all the treasures be mine? Plus, I don't have a strong desire for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. There are so many treasures here, they should be comparable to the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I'm an easily satisfied person. Haha. Xianxia said seriously. The jade-faced spiritual fox was dumbfounded. He thought that Xianxia would give in and be worried that he wouldn't help him find the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. However, Xianxia didn't care at all. He just wanted to keep all his treasures for himself. You're too shameless. I'm not a heartless person. I'll only take what I can use for myself. I definitely won't empty your treasury. So, you'd better listen to me. If you piss me off, I'll make you a pauper. 3,000 years. That's my savings for 3,000 years. How can you bear to do that? The jade-faced spiritual fox was extremely sad. He sighed and felt that there was nothing left for him to live for. Xianxia went straight to the jade-faced spiritual fox's lair. He couldn't wait any longer. The herbs there were enough for him to concoct a lot of pills. Plus, they were all extremely precious. Otherwise, the arrogant jade-faced spiritual fox wouldn't even be interested in them. TSK. Too dazzling. My luck is too good. Ha ha ha. Xianxia was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He had to wear out iron shoes to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and he found all of them effortlessly. This wealth was really a windfall that fell from the sky. It's not that your luck is too good, it's that I'm too king unlucky. The jade-faced spiritual fox said angrily, gnashing his teeth. However, he was still in Jiang Chen's grasp. Life and death were up to fate. No matter how big the treasure was, he could only stare at it. Compared to his life, everything else was just a worldly possession. 16 10,000-year-old ginsengs. This is perfect. I will only take 15 and leave one for you. I am not a heartless person. Jiang Chen scooped up 15 10,000-year-old ginsengs and took a deep breath in his heart. To Jiang Chen, the allure of these natural treasures was absolutely more tempting than seeing a divine origin stone mine. Moreover, these 15 10,000-year-old ginsengs were filled with spiritual energy. 100,000-year-old ginseng could transform into a human form. Unfortunately, they were all dug up by this jade-faced spiritual fox. Although they could no longer absorb spiritual energy, the jade-faced spiritual fox had great protective measures for these natural treasures. Therefore, the spiritual energy was not lost at all. These 7 10,000-year-old Ganoderma, I will leave one for you too. One should leave some leeway for others in the future. Jiang Chen kept the 10,000-year-old Ganoderma and said seriously. Shameless! 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 The jade-faced spiritual fox gritted his teeth. Those were the boundless treasures that he had collected in the past 3,000 years. He had risked his life to travel across half of the Xianxia mountain range. However, most of them were confiscated by Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. I don't want to see you ever again in my life. The jade-faced spiritual fox trembled in anger. Crouching sealwort, colorless fig, green spiritual partridge grass. These are all good stuff. I can use them to concoct the immortal great azure spirit pill. Jiang Chen was excited. He was extremely excited. Crouching sealwort, green spiritual partridge grass and colorless fig were the main ingredients to concoct the azure spirit pill. Moreover, Jiang Chen had no confidence in concocting an immortal grade pill. However, with so many ingredients, why would Jiang Chen worry about not being able to concoct the azure spirit pill? The azure spirit pill was a kind of pill that could raise one's cultivation by a level. Even divine kings would go after it like a flock of ducks. Moreover, it could expand one's senses and purify one's divine origin energy. It could be considered as a minor heaven-seizing fortune pill. However, it could not be compared to the heaven-defying heaven-seizing fortune pill. It should be known that the heaven-seizing fortune pill seized the fortune of the world. Even so, the azure spirit pill could not be underestimated. It was at least 100 times stronger than the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. As long as the azure spirit pill was successfully concocted, Jiang Chen's strength would increase again. More importantly, it could purify one's divine origin energy and expand one's six senses. Although such a small change could not be seen, it could still increase one's strength greatly. Whether it was in a battle or in an emergency, it would be beneficial. Especially for a divine king, increasing one's strength by one realm was the most fatal. Who could resist such a temptation? It was normal for a divine king to not make any progress for 1,000 years. That was why the azure spirit pill was so terrifying. What? You're an alchemist? The jade-faced spiritual fox widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Why? Don't I look like one? Jiang Chen smiled. Can you really concoct the azure spirit pill? The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath. He had heard of the azure spirit pill before. It was said that someone had brought an azure spirit pill into the Xianxia mountain range. Even the Lord of the Eight Lineages Silver River had to fight for it personally. That battle could be said to be dark and gloomy. In the end, the person who received the azure spirit pill swallowed it and defeated the 4 experts of the 8 lineages Silver River before leaving safely. Who can say for sure? Haha, I can give it a try. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said. If you can concoct an azure spirit pill for me, I'm willing to give you all the medicinal ingredients. The jade-faced spiritual fox said solemnly as he looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation. Little fox, do you know how precious the azure spirit pill is? Even if you exchange all the treasures you have with others for an azure spirit pill, they might not be willing to exchange it with you. You do have the medicinal ingredients for the azure spirit pill, But do you think the medicinal ingredients can be turned into a pill? Xianxia asked. The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath. He knew that he had thought too much. Even the Lord of the Eight Lineages Silver River would keep the azure spirit pill a secret, let alone a little demon like him. Moreover, didn't he want to increase his strength by collecting so many treasures? Moreover, he didn't know how many treasures he would waste. There were only a few treasures that he could absorb for his own use. Xianxia's words caused the jade-faced spiritual fox to fall into silence. Xianxia continued to collect the medicinal herbs while the jade-faced spiritual fox's heart was dripping with blood. This damned bastard was simply robbing him. He was completely stealing the fruits of his labor. After a while, the jade-faced spiritual fox rolled his eyes and sneered. You speak so confidently. I don't think you can refine the azure spirit pill. So what if you are an alchemist? Even an immortal-grade alchemist grandmaster might not be able to refine the azure spirit pill. The success rate is extremely low. You? TSK, I don't believe it. There's no use trying to provoke me. However, I'm not one to be provoked. I'll refine an azure spirit pill for you. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He first refined a lot of supreme rank recovery pills and some healing pills. It was just the right time to practice his skills. The medicinal herbs were burned in the raging fire. The fragrance of the medicinal herbs permeated the valley. The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath and immersed himself in the sea of medicinal fragrance. He seemed to be enjoying it. In less than 2 hours, Xianxia had refined 1,000 recovery pills to recover divine energy, 1,000 recovery elixir to heal injuries, and 1,000 soul-absorbing pills to heal injuries to the soul. All of them were supreme-grade elixirs. At that moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox was a little dumbfounded. His previous suspicions had turned into astonishment. Xianxia had actually refined so many supreme-grade elixirs in 2 hours. It seemed like the rumor of refining immortal-grade elixirs was not groundless after all. Looking at his treasure trove of medicinal herbs being ransacked by Xianxia, the jade-faced spiritual fox felt that there was nothing left to live for. The cave that was originally filled with medicinal herbs had been stuffed into his spatial ring by Xianxia. Is this guy still human? The eyes of the jade-faced spiritual fox flickered. However, the medicinal herbs that he had lost could not be returned. This greedy fellow still had a shred of humanity. He had left 10 to 20% of the medicinal herbs for the jade-faced spiritual fox. However, they were all substandard. Compared to those top-notch heavenly treasures, they were a far cry. Next, it's time to refine the azure spirit pill. Xianxia took a deep breath. He could not guarantee that he would succeed in refining the azure spirit pill. However, he had enough medicinal herbs to refine dozens of portions. It was enough for him to squander. Don't lose your skills. Humph. Although Xianxia had given him a small portion of the heavenly treasures, they were all his. It was just that this fellow had not lost his humanity yet. Don't worry. I won't let you down. Xianxia said in a deep voice. At the moment when he took out the myriad chi cauldron, even the jade-faced spiritual fox felt a great pressure. He was more sensitive to the treasures of the heavens and the earth than ordinary people. He was even more sensitive than demonic beasts. Therefore, when the myriad chi cauldron appeared, he felt his breath stagnate. Although he did not know how much the myriad chi cauldron was worth, he knew that it was not an ordinary item. Moreover, it was not something that ordinary people could possess. With the myriad chi cauldron, it could definitely produce twice the result with half the effort when refining elixirs. It's really generous. The jade-faced spiritual fox murmured. Compared to many people, this human was more mysterious and powerful. The miraculous elixir refining just now had shocked him. Who could refine 3,000 supreme elixirs in 2 hours? That was simply a fantasy story. Xianxia held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand and continuously put the green spiritual partridge grass, sealwort seal, and colorless fig into the cauldron. The 5 elements true fire started to refine them. Every medicinal ingredient was refined by Xianxia to the point of perfection. The jade-faced spiritual fox was dazzled by the process. Xianxia did not dare to be negligent. This was his first time refining the azure spiritual pill. Even if he failed, it would not be a big deal. However, he must learn from it in order to perfect it. After 2 hours of refining and fusing, the jade-faced spiritual fox was extremely excited at the moment the elixir was formed. However, Xianxia sighed. He had failed to form the elixir in the end. He had to start from the beginning again. He had failed on the verge of success. The jade-faced spiritual fox's eyes were filled with pity. Although the azure spiritual pill had nothing to do with him, it was still exciting to see the azure spiritual pill being formed. For the second time, Xianxia disappeared in an hour, but he still failed. For the third time, Xianxia used an hour and failed as usual. For the fourth time, Xianxia used only half an hour. The myriad qi cauldron had refined all the medicinal ingredients. At this moment, Xianxia was full of confidence. He had learned a lot from his previous failures. The success rate of refining the azure spiritual pill had greatly increased. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sky. At the moment when the elixir was formed, he felt a terrifying phenomenon. That was the pill thunder. He knew that he would succeed this time. The 9 heavens changed its color as thunderclouds rolled. The peak of Wudong Luoxia mountain was covered by a thick layer of thunderclouds. Xianxia felt a great pressure because the pill lightning wasn't scary at all. What was scary was the appearance of the pill lightning. It would definitely attract countless people to this place. Some of them would definitely think that this place was the birthplace of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, and he would definitely become the target of everyone. I must form the elixir as soon as possible. Leaving this place is the best option. Xianxia thought and increased the speed of forming the elixir. The 9 heavens pill thunder above his head became more and more terrifying. It gathered together and shocked the entire Wudong Sunset Mountain. Look, such a phenomenon. I'm afraid that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is about to be born. Yeah, these thunder clouds are not ordinary. It must be the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. I've searched everywhere and finally found you, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Ha ha ha. What a terrifying disturbance. Let's go. Something big must be happening there. We must get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Countless people and demonic beasts rushed towards the dark valley where Xianxia was. Xianxia's heart tightened. He had neglected this point. The pill thunder that appeared when the azure spiritual pill was formed had attracted people from all directions. This made him even more worried. When the azure spiritual pill was in his hand, he would definitely be attacked by the crowd. Is the elixir about to be formed? The jade-faced spiritual fox murmured. He was looking forward to the azure spiritual pill. He did not know that the enemies from all directions had started to gather here. Hundreds of experts had risen up. Condense! Xianxia shouted coldly. The 10 azure spiritual pills in the myriad qi cauldron were formed instantly. 9 pill thunder struck down from the sky. Xianxia was calm as he endured the pill thunder. Although the pill thunder was terrifying, it was still weaker than the heavenly lightning. Therefore, Xianxia was not afraid at all. At this moment, Xianxia quickly added the tiger bone musk into the azure spiritual pill. The effect of the elixir was greatly improved. The azure spirit pill was completed. At that moment, the fragrance of the pill filled the air, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. The jade-faced spiritual fox was completely shocked. Xianxia had really succeeded, and not just 1, but 10 azure spirit pills. The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath. He was completely dumbfounded. Xianxia held the azure spirit pill in his hand and flicked it towards the jade-faced spiritual fox. Keep it. I can't keep it to myself since it's a pill refined from your treasure. Xianxia said. The jade-faced spiritual fox was slightly stunned. His face was filled with disbelief and his body trembled. You're saying that this azure spirit pill is for me? The jade-faced spiritual fox had never imagined that Xianxia would give him an azure spirit pill. That was the azure spirit pill that even a divine king would want. It was a peerless pill that even the 8 lineages Silver River's lord was moved by. How could this silly human give it to him? If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Xianxia said indifferently. Yes. The jade-faced spiritual fox nodded his head like a chick pecking on grains. His eyes were filled with shock and joy. Even if he added up all the treasures he had, it wouldn't be worth a single azure spirit pill. How could he not be excited? This despicable human had once again impressed the jade-faced spiritual fox. It seemed like he wasn't that shameless after all. The jade-faced spiritual fox had never imagined that Xianxia would give him such a precious pill. Moreover, he refined 10 azure spirit pills in one go. This was something that even an alchemist grandmaster would not dare to imagine. It was invincible to refine it in batches. The pill lightning had already dispersed among the clouds. However, Xianxia knew that those people were getting closer. Countless experts were approaching. They had no choice but to leave this place as soon as possible. "Oh no, someone's coming!" the jade-faced spiritual fox exclaimed. He held the azure spirit pill tightly as if it was more important than his own life. "Did you feel it too?" Xianxia said indifferently. "Furthermore, it's not just one person. Hundreds of powerful forces are swarming over." The jade-faced spiritual fox felt suffocated. "There's not much time left. Let's go," Xianxia said in a deep voice. He turned around and brought the jade-faced spiritual fox towards the direction of Yu Ernyang and the others. Xianxia used his soul power to break the illusion of Yu Ernyang and the others, allowing them to leave first. "You guys go first, I'll bring up the rear. Many people are rushing over here," Xianxia said. "But, Yu Ernyang looked at him worriedly. "Don't worry, I won't die. With this little thing here, the living map of the Tianqi mountain range, I won't be in any danger." Xianxia smiled calmly. "Let's go. Believing in Xianxia is far safer than believing in yourself," Shuiliang said calmly. For Xianxia, he was disdainful at the beginning, then he took him seriously, then he was shocked, and then he was amazed. Finally, he respected Xianxia more and more. Xianxia was a real opponent. Shuiliang knew that he might not be a match for Xianxia now, but he would never give up the pace of pursuing the strong. Those who came out of the Forgotten Sword tomb had forsaken all love and lived only for the sword. "All right, we'll wait for you 1,000 miles away." Yu Jingfan grabbed Yu Ernyang's hand, turned into a gust of wind and left. Yu Ernyang's worried eyes gradually disappeared in Xianxia's eyes. "What a love-struck girl." The jade-faced spiritual fox smiled and pretended to be emotional. "Do you believe that I will kill you and make you a bowl of fox soup?" Xianxia looked at the jade-faced spiritual fox calmly. The jade-faced spiritual fox sneered disapprovingly, but he did not talk back to Xianxia. He knew that Xianxia was not that kind of person. From the moment Xianxia gave him the azure spirit pill, he knew that Xianxia's heart was warm. To demonic beasts, there was no good or bad. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. Moreover, the azure spirit pill was something that he could never obtain in his life. Although the jade-faced spiritual fox did not say it, he admired Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. He was a kind person that deserved respect. But the next second, the jade-faced spiritual fox thought that he had seen wrongly. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and commanded the 108 peak divine weapons. At this moment, there was a sword formation above the dark canyon. "What are you doing?" the jade-faced spiritual fox could not help but ask. Xianxia did not answer him. At this moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox noticed that Xianxia's face had become extremely cold, like the Grim Reaper. The jade-faced spiritual fox shuddered in fear. "It's here. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart must be here. Let's go, let's go. Ha ha ha, I finally found it. TSK TSK. Such a secret place." "Exactly. I'm sure that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is here. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart belongs to me. Don't speak too early. Be careful not to bite your tongue." More and more people entered the dark canyon. There were hundreds of them and all of them were strong. The weakest among them was a late heavenly god while the strongest was only a peak heavenly god. There were no half-step divine kings here. Xianxia was expressionless as he coldly looked at those who entered the illusion and the sword formation. His heart was as cold as ice. "Are you going to kill the jade-faced spiritual fox felt his mouth turning dry. Hundreds of late heavenly god or peak heavenly god experts. Does he want to die? Isn't he being a little too confident with just this sword formation? Moreover, these people have no grudges with him. Why would he kill them? The jade-faced spiritual fox had many questions in his mind. However, Xianxia did not say a word. Half an hour later, the sun finally set. The entire Wudong Luoxiao mountain was shrouded in darkness. However, no one knew that a massacre was about to take place in this dark canyon. Xianxia slowly closed his eyes and murmured in his heart. Everything shall end here. At this moment, the little Ashura sword formation shone brightly. Hundreds of heavenly god realm experts felt the sky turning dark in an instant. Their screams of despair were deafening. Rays of terrifying sword light pierced through the little Ashura sword formation like rays of death. There were no blind spots. Hundreds of peak heavenly god realm experts died at this moment. Blood and cold screams were heard, forming a bloody scene. The jade-faced spiritual fox was dumbfounded. Was this still the gentle human he used to know? Or was it a human who knew how to repay kindness and generously gifted the azure spirit pill to him? The jade-faced spiritual fox could not understand what was happening. He was shocked. Hundreds of peak heavenly god realm experts did not even have the chance to fight back. They were all killed by the sword formation. Their lives were worthless at this moment. The jade-faced spiritual fox was not a kind person. However, he could not help but tremble when he saw such a terrifying scene. It was his first time witnessing Xianxia's power. Even a half-step divine king would not be able to do such a thing. Hundreds of peak heavenly gods could easily kill 2 or 3 half-step divine kings. However, Xianxia killed hundreds of experts without making a sound. I'm here for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Some people are destined to be my stumbling blocks. Some of them were saved by me from the peach blossom array. Their life and death no longer belong to them. I'll kill them as soon as possible. Xianxia looked at the quiet Grand Canyon and smiled. He looked calm and composed. In the eyes of the jade-faced spiritual fox, Xianxia had once again brought him a different kind of fear. He thought that he was intelligent and understood human nature. He knew Xianxia very well. However, he fell into despair and confusion once again. He killed decisively without leaving any traces. Xianxia never thought that he was killing the innocent. Some people should have died long ago. Some people died because of greed. He was just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. The path of the great Tao was to have no scruples. To go against the heavens and destroy the mortal world. This was the true path of the great Tao. When Xianxia caught up with Yu Ernyang and the others, the Wudong Sunset Mountain had returned to its peaceful state. No one knew what happened. Xianxia returned with a dusty journey. In the eyes of Yu Ernyang and the others, it was good that he was still alive. There are less than 2 days left. Can you bring us to the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart now? Xianxia looked at the jade-faced spiritual fox. All right. The jade-faced spiritual fox seemed to be extremely afraid of Xianxia. He pouted and dared not say a word. Because Xianxia was much more terrifying than those huge and ferocious demonic beasts. This jade-faced spiritual fox is very obedient. Yu Ernyang hugged the jade-faced spiritual fox in her arms. She liked it very much. She was a woman after all. She liked a white demonic beast from the bottom of her heart. The jade-faced spiritual fox hid in Yu Ernyang's arms. He seemed to be enjoying it. He did not dare to look at Xianxia anymore. Under the guidance of the jade-faced spiritual fox, they finally found a hidden volcanic cave in the evening of the second day. A wave of heat wave hit their faces. Everyone felt refreshed. Is this the place where the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is? Yu Huafan asked in astonishment. There were no plants within 100 miles of this place, how could there be scarlet cloud ancient vines? There must be a reason behind this. Yu Jingfan whispered. Little fox, I'm talking to you. Yu Ernyang pinched the fox's ears and said with a smile. I don't know, but I can feel that the spiritual energy here is the densest. Moreover, for thousands of years, countless demonic beasts have not dared to approach this place. The volcanic rocks will erupt once every 100 years. A few hundred years ago, I once plucked a 10,000-year-old fire lotus here. The jade-faced spiritual fox said, feeling wronged. Myriad-year flame lotus? Xianxia and the others gasped. Lotus flowers were rare, not to mention the fire lotus that grew on volcanic rocks. Moreover, it was a 10,000-year-old one. If it was a 10,000-year-old demon beast, it would at least be at the divine king realm. However, it took 100,000 years for it to become a spirit because it absorbed a lot more spiritual energy. It was evident that it took 100,000 years for it to become a spirit. What about the fire lotus? You didn't eat it, did you? You shouldn't be able to withstand such a majestic energy, right? Yu Huafan held his breath and asked nervously. The jade-faced spiritual fox glanced at Xianxia. He gave it to me. Xianxia said faintly. F***ck your mother. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked at Xianxia with disdain. Did I give it to you? Didn't you rob my medicine treasure house? Don't you feel ashamed? Yu Huafan smiled embarrassedly. He wanted to get the myriad-year flame lotus from the jade-faced spiritual fox, but he did not expect that he would give it to Xianxia. How many caves are there in this volcanic rock? Where should we go to find the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Shuiliang said with a frown. When they walked in, they realized that it was not a volcanic cave. I don't know. I only know that this is the most likely place to find the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The jade-faced spiritual fox said and continued to bury himself in Xianxia's arms. There are over 100 caves within this volcanic rock. Furthermore, I'm afraid that each cave is connected to all directions. I don't know where they lead to because this mountain is really too big. However, there should only be one volcanic crater at the center. Xianxia said. You want to go in from the crater? No, it's too dangerous. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and said. Although there was no lava coming out from the volcanic rock, it did not mean that they could enter the crater. Then what should we do? There are so many volcanic caves, which one leads to the deepest part? And we are not sure that the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is here. Yu Jingfan said. Wait, the jade-faced spiritual fox suddenly said. Everyone held their breath and looked at him silently. The jade-faced spiritual fox suddenly closed his eyes and sensed the surrounding aura. He, who was full of spirituality, once again felt the movement in the volcanic rock. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart should be here. I can feel the spiritual energy in the lava being rapidly devoured. A towering tree seems to be covering the sky. The jade-faced spiritual fox said in a low voice. Yes, it's the scarlet cloud ancient vine. A heavenly ancient vine. The jade-faced spiritual fox said with certainty. He suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood dripped onto his white fur, looking extremely demonic. What happened? Xianxia said in a low voice. I was pushed back by the spiritual power. It was as if there was a huge eye in the void. Lunlun looked at me and I was injured. The jade-faced spiritual fox said weakly, his eyes were filled with fear. It only looked at you from the void? Xianxia continued to ask. That's right. Those two eyes seemed to come from the void. The jade-faced spiritual fox said with lingering fear. Since it's here, there's no reason for us to hesitate. Xianxia said and took the lead. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart might be in the volcanic rock. Can we find the real cave? Xianxia fed the jade-faced spiritual fox a compound elixir and asked. The jade-faced spiritual fox felt refreshed and almost recovered. He looked at Xianxia gratefully. I'll try my best. The jade-faced spiritual fox jumped out of Xianxia's arms and walked in front. Xianxia and the others followed behind him silently. After walking for 2 hours, Xianxia and the group started feeling extremely hot. Their mouths were dry, and it felt like all the water in their bodies was rapidly draining away. Will we be roasted into jerky if we continue like this? Yu Huafan sighed and said while wiping the sweat off his face. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and her face was also covered with sweat. Only Xianxia was not afraid of the heat. His clothes were not soaked. Even experts like them felt suffocated under such hot conditions. However, Xianxia was not affected at all. It was really shocking. The 5 elements true fire in Jiang Chen's body was the most terrifying fire in the world. It was incomparable to these flames. How could he be afraid of the burning fire? At this moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox looked at another jade-faced spiritual fox and exclaimed. The jade-faced spiritual fox screamed, causing Jiang Chen and the others to be startled. Because the jade-faced spiritual fox had also attracted their attention. In other words, they were not the only ones who found this place with the help of the jade-faced spiritual fox. Moreover, they might not have good intentions. Who is Xiaoyu? Yu Ernyang asked. She's the object of my love. She's so perfect, so noble, so smart, so gentle, so kind, the jade-faced spiritual fox closed his eyes, showing an intoxicated expression, as if he was a young man who had fallen in love. If we don't catch up to them, you, the perfect, noble, intelligent, gentle, and kind fox princess, will become a puppet in the hands of others. Jiang Chen sneered. The jade-faced spiritual fox suddenly opened his eyes and was shocked. At this moment, he realized that his Xiaoyu might be in danger. Jiang Chen's reminder made him feel refreshed. You're right. Let's go, let's go. The jade-faced spiritual fox quickly chased after them. Looks like we're not the first ones to enter this volcanic cave. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. Now, they were even more certain that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was here. Then let's hurry up. Otherwise, someone else will get it before us. Yu Huafan quickly said and the others quickly followed. Jiang Chen followed closely behind the jade-faced spiritual fox. He could feel 2 powerful forces entering this volcanic cave. Although it was complicated and ever-changing, it was still the same. Finally, Jiang Chen entered a blazing square under the jade-faced spiritual fox's lead. Countless flames shot out light pillars from the ground, shooting up to tens of meters high before gradually subsiding. The blazing light pillars carried scorching magma and eventually turned into ashes. Every 10 meters or so, there would be a 1-meter square flaming cavern. There were hundreds and thousands of them in the entire flaming plaza. The flames were incomparably dazzling, so dazzling that one could not see anything. Jiang Chen and the rest were extremely cautious. In this flaming plaza, one could see the top of a 100-meter wall just by raising their heads. The air was extremely thin and thick smoke was rising from everywhere. It's so hot here. I feel like I'm going to be roasted. Yu Huafan rolled his eyes and said while gasping for breath. Jiang Chen, why are you fine? Yu Huafan looked at the people around him and found that all of them were in the same state. Even the jade-faced spiritual fox was sweating profusely. His white feathers, which were standing up, were now lying flat on his body. I don't know if you've heard this saying before, but curiosity killed the cat. Jiang Chen said lightly. You. Alas, forget it. I won't lower myself to your level. Yu Huafan said unwillingly. However, the secrets of Jiang Chen had really surprised him. Previously, he had saved them from the Peach Blossom Array and the Dreamland. He knew that Jiang Chen did not have any evil intentions, but he still felt a little uncomfortable being kept in the dark about everything. It's strange. Why can't I sense Xiaoyu's aura? The jade-faced spiritual fox said anxiously. Jiang Chen sensed the aura around him, but he found nothing. Because the heat wave in the depths of the magma was too turbulent. All he could feel was the horrible heat. Someone is coming. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The few of them turned around and saw a red-cloaked girl. Her long hair was fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were cold and sharp. Her eyes were long and narrow, and her lips were thin. She gave off a natural sense of viciousness and cunning. Although she was as beautiful as a snake or a scorpion. Behind her, there were 4 powerful and beautiful ladies looking at them silently. They were cold and merciless. Their cold killing intent formed a sharp contrast with the blazing heat in the magma cave. Are you looking for her? The lady in red said lightly. She was holding Xiaoyu, who was choked by his neck. Xiaoyu was on the verge of death. Her mouth was cold. Crazy woman, what did you do to Xiaoyu? Bastard, I won't let you off. The jade-faced spiritual fox gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. Looking at Xiaoyu, who was extremely weak, his heart was in extreme pain. A bunch of useless soldiers and crab generals, relying on the jade-faced spiritual fox to find this place. Do you really think that you can get a share of the loot? This is not a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come to. The lady in red said mockingly. Now, her mission is considered completed. I'll return her to you. The lady in red said and let go of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu fell directly into the flames of the underground cave. Under the flames, there was boiling magma. At that moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox was dumbfounded. He did not expect the lady in red to be so vicious. Xiaoyu. The jade-faced spiritual fox's roar was extremely ear-piercing. However, in the next second, Xianxia disappeared from where he was. However, his strength was too weak. Even the lady in red did not notice him. Under the protection of the five elemental true fire, Xianxia jumped into the depths of the magma and protected Xiaoyu in time. He pulled her back from the brink of death and fed her 2 elixirs. Only then did she manage to save her life. She killed as soon as she attacked. She's really an old witch. Xianxia was calm and composed. He carried Xiaoyu in his arms and slowly walked out. Everyone's eyes froze, including the lady in red. She did not even see how Xianxia did it. He was just at the early stage of the heavenly god scripture, yet he was able to save the demonic beast without anyone noticing. He did have some tricks up his sleeves. The jade-faced spiritual fox held Xiaoyu's paw tightly. There was a deep look in his eyes. However, she managed to escape from death. If it wasn't for Xianxia, she would have died. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked at Xianxia. He saved Xiaoyu. It was like giving her a new lease on life. This mysterious man with a mysterious identity and strength made the jade-faced spiritual fox feel enlightened. Xiaoyu, wake up. Wake up. Xiaoyu was brutally tortured by the lady in red. She was on the verge of death. However, under Xianxia's help, she finally woke up. Xiao Bing, it's you? I'm not dead yet? Xiaoyu said weakly. She opened her eyes with difficulty. You're not dead yet. I won't let you die. It doesn't matter if you don't like me. I will protect you for the rest of my life. The jade-faced spiritual fox hugged Xiaoyu tightly. His body was warm, but his heart was cold. He hated himself for not being able to protect the person he loved. The lady in red squinted her eyes. Lung Lung said, it's just a demonic beast. I can kill it if I want to. What can you do to me? You don't know that the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Humans are born from their mothers and demons are born from their mothers. Why can you decide the life and death of others? Xianxia said calmly. Because I'm strong enough. What a bunch of cute fellows. However, you guys don't deserve to stay here. You better get out of here. Otherwise, there's no turning back if you lose your life. Ha ha ha. The lady in red stroked her long hair. She covered her mouth and giggled. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. If I'm not wrong, you should be from one of the top 10 sects in the Chilean region, the Red Cloth 13 House, right? The red-robed lady squinted her eyes. You're quite knowledgeable. Since you know, do you still dare to take another step forward? The red-robed lady looked down on Yu Jingfan and the others. Apart from Yu Jingfan's strength, the others were not even worth mentioning. She could kill them with a wave of her hand. As the 8th house master of the red-robed 13 house, Hong Yan was extremely confident. Although they were both at the half-step Divine King realm, Yu Jingfan was definitely not her match. Yu Jingfan had just entered the half-step Divine King realm while she had been stuck in the half-step Divine King realm for hundreds of years. It was obvious who was stronger in just a glance. You know where we come from. If we don't even dare to take a step forward, how can we compete for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? I believe that you've stayed in this Wudong Sunset Mountain for a long time, so you should be very clear that we won't leave so easily. Aren't you a little too naive to think that we'll subdue the enemy without fighting? Yu Jingfan maintained his composure and looked at Hong Yan fearlessly with a cold expression. Forcing me to take action, I'm afraid that you guys don't have the ability to do so. Hong Yan sneered and took a step forward. His chi soared to the heavens and earth as he struck out his palm. Although Yu Jingfan was startled, he did not panic. He turned around and swung his sword at Hong Yan. The next moment, Hong Yan turned around and looked at Yu Jingfan, who had also landed on the ground. Hong Yan's heart became solemn. He had never expected this fella to have such combat strength. It was truly shocking. He had just broken through to the half-step Divine King realm and he could already fight against him. Hong Yan also wanted to test Yu Jingfan's strength. If they were evenly matched, she would not take action at this moment. Because it was not a wise choice to take action now and let the others reap the benefits. Let's see how far you guys can go. Ha ha ha. Hong Yan turned around and left with a smile filled with disdain and sarcasm. It was not the time for her to take action yet. Ha ha ha. It's so lively. I thought I'm late. Looks like I'm not late. A scarlet-haired man holding a jade-faced spiritual fox appeared in the volcanic cave once again. A white-haired man followed closely behind him. Both of their auras had reached the terrifying half-step Divine King realm. They were not to be underestimated. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Looks like they were not the only ones who found the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Eighth Lady, long time no see. How are you? Haha. I've missed you dearly these past few years. The red-haired man said with an ambiguous gaze. To think that the Lord of the Eight Lineages Silver River is also interested in the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Hong Yan's expression became even more solemn. These two fellas were not easy to deal with. Previously, they had followed the Master of Eight Lineages Silver River out of Xianxia mountain range to celebrate the birthday of their Tower Master. They had met each other once. Of course our Lord likes the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered us to come here. If it wasn't for the Lord of Eight Lineages Silver River's wedding, who would be able to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Of course our Lord likes the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered us to come here. If it wasn't for the young Lord's wedding, who would be able to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Anything in Xianxia mountain range belongs to our Eight Lineages Silver River. Eighth Lady, am I right? The second guardian, Fei Ying, squinted his eyes and looked at Hong Yan. He then glanced at Jiang Chen and the others. There's nothing to be afraid of. The troublesome one was the eighth building master, Hong Yan. It's a natural item, born from the heavens and earth. Since when did it belong to your Eight Lineages Silver River? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Coincidentally, my building master wants the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart too. As the host, shouldn't your Eight Lineages Silver River give way to me? Hong Yan covered her mouth and giggled. Her smile was charming. Eighth Lady, you must be joking. This item belongs to those who are capable. Why don't we see who will have the last laugh, what do you think? The third guardian, Xianxia, said casually. However, his words caused their conversation to fall apart. It's useless to talk too much. Let's see who's capable. Hong Yan shrugged her shoulders, revealing her fragrant shoulders. She looked sexy and charming, extremely alluring. Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Xianxia Lingling said while looking at Yu Jingfan. However, he also understood that it would not do them any good if they took action now. Yu Jingfan was a half-step Divine King after all. It would not be easy to kill a half-step Divine King. Thank you for your reminder, Guardian. Yu Jingfan smiled indifferently, neither servile nor overbearing. At this moment, even the four great guardians of Eight Lineages Silver River could not do anything as the temptation of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was too great. He hoped that there was no Divine King realm expert here, otherwise, the Lord of Eight Lineages Silver River would have sensed it. Let's go, third brother. They're just ants. Why worry about them? Fei Ying said arrogantly. He and Xianxia continued to walk forward. The flaming square was full of unknown things. No one knew what kind of danger was hidden under the flames. Yu Jingfan looked at the two great guardians of Eight Lineages Silver River and Hong Yan of the red-clothed 13th house. These two groups are hard to deal with. We know the function of the jade-faced spiritual fox. It's impossible that the Eight Lineages Silver River doesn't know about it. Looks like it's going to be a tough battle. Xianxia said with a smile. How can you still smile? Yu Ernyang rolled her eyes at Xianxia. However, Yu Huafan saw it as a little lover's anger. He sighed secretly. A grown girl really can't be kept at home. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Do we have to retreat just because they're stronger than us? No one knows who's going to have the last laugh until the end. Xianxia said. We can't let our guard down now. Whether it's the two great guardians of 8 lineages Silver River or the people of the red-clothed 13th house, they're our greatest threat. We can only wait and see. There's no one else who has entered the volcanic cave yet. We need to seize this opportunity. Now that the 3 of them are in a stalemate, none of them would dare to make the first move. Yu Jingfan said with a serious expression. He led everyone forward step by step. The strength of a half-step divine king still had a certain degree of deterrence. Jiang Chen and the others slowly moved forward in the fiery square. When they arrived at the center of the square, they found a huge square with a circumference of 100 meters. Everything within the radius of 100 meters had collapsed, and under the collapsed area was scorching hot magma. However, in the middle of the magma, there was a thick ancient vine that extended all the way to the top of the wall, as if it was supporting the entire volcanic cave. A withered ancient vine was rooted in the magma. Who would believe it? Jiang Chen looked at the ancient vine silently. It was like an old man that had experienced countless years, but its majestic aura was still the same. It gave people a comfortable feeling. Standing beside the ancient vine, Jiang Chen's heart became much calmer. Jiang Chen looked at the ancient vine silently. His eyes were filled with an ancient qi, and his heart was calm. It's the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Hong Yan of the red-clothed 13th house and the 2 great protectors of the 8 lineages Silver River were among them. However, none of them dared to move as they did not know where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was. It's really the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Yu Jingfan said in a low voice. Everyone held their breaths. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was found, but where was the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart? However, it caused everyone to sink into bewilderment. Even Fei Ying and Xianxia, the 2 great protectors, knew nothing about it. Where is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart? Xianxia frowned and said. No one knows where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is. However, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is born along with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. The River Lord said that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is extremely hard to find. Moreover, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was said to have been taken away by a great demon 10,000 years ago. Fei Ying said in a serious manner. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart should not have matured completely. Otherwise, there would be a natural phenomenon. I think the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart should be in this volcanic cave. Hong Yan said in a low voice. At this moment, they did not know. Jiang Chen, where do you think the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is? Yu Jingfan looked at Jiang Chen and asked. I don't know. However, a 10,000 years old spiritual object like this, even if it does not have a spiritual consciousness, I think it should be the same. No one knows how old the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is. Jiang Chen wasn't sure, but how could he not have prepared for this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine that was tens of thousands of years old? Different from the 10,000 years old ginseng and the 1,000 years old lingji, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart had existed for countless years. Therefore, it was not easy to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. I don't believe that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart can run away on its own. Fei Ying squinted his eyes as he observed the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. He was extremely confused as no one knew where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was. Under the boiling magma, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine took root. No one could believe that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was indestructible, even the magma couldn't do anything to it. Rumble. A loud sound was heard, followed by a deafening explosion that made everyone's scalp numb. The caves around the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine spurted out many balls of light. The balls of light kept exploding and radiance shot out in all directions. Yu Jingfan used his hand to protect Jiang Chen and the others. Even though he was a half-step divine king, he had to give it his all. The exploding balls of light were too terrifying. Anyone below the half-step divine king realm would die or be injured if they were to touch it. Be careful, third brother. Yu Ernyang said worriedly. On the other side, the people from the red-clothed 13th house and Fei Ying did not dare to be negligent. They were constantly dodging the terrifying exploding light balls. It was all lava exploding and splitting apart. The commotion underground seemed to be even greater. The continuous explosions caused the entire mountain range to shake and tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, quite a few people also discovered this unusual movement. Thousands of people began to rush towards the volcanic cave without stopping. "It's over there. Let's go." The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart finally moved. "Ha ha ha, no one can compete with me. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart belongs to me." Countless experts soared up to the sky and rushed towards the volcanic cave. The volcanic cave had become the gathering center of the Wudong Sunset Mountain. Such a huge commotion, will this place collapse? If it does, we will all be engulfed by the magma. Yu Huafan said worriedly. There must be something wrong. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart should be appearing soon. Jiangchen said in a low voice. He felt that this was just a sign of the birth of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Look, what's that? Shueliang frowned. The moment he looked at the cave, he saw 4 black ladle-like seeds, about the size of a palm, floating above the magma. They were not melted, nor did they sink into the magma, which was really puzzling. Those black ladle-shaped seeds must be extraordinary. Yu Jingfan said solemnly. At the same time, Fei Ying, Hong Yan and the others also noticed the 4 ladle-shaped seeds floating above the magma. Could that be the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Yu Ernyang said in surprise. Everyone had the same question in their hearts, but they were not sure. If there were really 4 scarlet cloud ancient vine hearts, could those 4 black seeds be the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? You must get those black seeds. Jiangchen said. The lava light balls are constantly exploding. Danger lurks everywhere. I can't split myself up. You guys go and get those black seeds. Yu Jingfan said. I'll go get them. Yu Huafan made up his mind. Although he was at the peak of the heavenly god realm and was only 1 step away from the half-step divine king realm, he was still very nervous in the face of this terrifying magma. However, in order to obtain the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, he had to risk it all. Fifth brother. Don't worry. I will definitely get it. No one can stop my determination to get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Yu Huafan jumped into the cave. When he tried to grab the black seed with one hand, his whole body was burned. The moment his hand touched the black seed, he was seriously injured. His protective divine spirit power was burned by the magma in an instant. It could not resist the heat of the magma at all. It was like taking chestnuts out of the fire. It was a matter of life and death. A slight mistake and he would lose his life. Yu Huafan let out a scream and turned back like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. However, his body had been burned by the lava and he was in great pain. No, this magma is too terrifying. It's not an ordinary magma. Yu Huafan's face was filled with fear. If he stayed in the underground cave for 1 more second, his entire arm would be crippled. Hong Yan and Fei Ying took action at the same time. They went into the underground cave with great agility. In just a moment, each of them got a black seed and returned with a solemn face. Such terrifying magma. Such a strange black seed. It was the same for Hong Yan. All of them could sense that the black seed was extraordinary. However, it was already impossible for them to snatch it from him. Jiangchen followed closely behind. Yu Huafan's failure showed how terrifying the underground cave was. Even Hong Yan and Fei Ying did not dare to be careless. When they went down again, Jiangchen had already taken away a black seed. At that moment, Jiangchen saw a black shadow that was as fast as lightning. He could not find the shadow at all. He wanted to take away 2 black seeds but the other one was taken away by the black shadow. Damn it. Who are you? The moment Jiangchen turned around and left the underground cave, he felt the black shadow's gaze. The gaze was very familiar but he could not remember where he had seen it before. The moment Jiangchen left the catacombs, Xianxia had already closed in on him. He was closing in on Jiangchen in order to snatch the black seed from him. At this moment, Shueliang took action. He waved his sword and forced Xianxia to retreat. Fei Ying and Hong Yan did not expect that an early heavenly god like Xianxia could get the black seed from the underground cave. Even a peak heavenly god could not get it. Moreover, Xianxia wanted to take it away, but he was stopped by a late heavenly god. These fellas looked weak, but they were extraordinary. Xianxia and Shuiliang looked at each other. Even Yu Jingfan was shocked. Shuiliang was so powerful that he easily forced Xianxia to retreat. Was this the combat strength of a late heavenly god? Whether it was Jiangchen or Shuiliang, both of them were extremely mysterious and powerful. Clap. 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 Great, great, great. Young hero indeed. Haha, I like it. Lad, if you're willing to pledge allegiance to the 8 lineages Silver River, I, Fei Ying, will definitely recommend you. Fei Ying said with a smile and clapped his hands. What is the 8 lineages Silver River? Why should I pledge allegiance to you? Jiangchen said Leng Leng. Do you know who you're talking to? Kid? What kind of place is 8 lineages Silver River? It's not a place that a bunch of cats and dogs can join. I can see that you're young and promising, but you don't know how to appreciate kindness. What a pity. Fei Ying said indifferently. He did not put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. At this moment, killing intent also rose in his heart. Ha ha ha, don't be so hypocritical. Great Guardian Eagle, if it wasn't for the black seed in his hand, would you have done this? Recruiting talents? It just wants to swallow the black seed. Hong Yan looked at Fei Ying disdainfully. You're the first one who dares to disobey me. Boy, let me see what you're capable of. How dare you challenge my 8 lineages Silver River? Fei Ying took a step forward and swept his palm toward Jiangchen. Jiangchen took 3 steps back and his eyes turned cold. He met Hong Yan's palm. Jiangchen was pushed back and his face looked terrible. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, when Fei Ying wanted to snatch the black seed, he was protected by Jiangchen with all his might, preventing him from succeeding. Trash. Fei Ying sneered and looked at Jiangchen disdainfully. You've been hit by my 5 poisoning bone palm. You can't live for more than 3 days. Yu Ernyang's expression changed and looked at Jiangchen anxiously. Are you all right? Jiangchen. That was the second of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River. His strength was unfathomable and the mightiness of a half-step divine king was extremely powerful. Moreover, a half-step divine king realm demonic beast was much stronger than a human. Even if Jiangchen was strong, how could he be a match for him? Yu Ernyang was extremely worried. Even her 5th brother, Yu Huafan, was a little jealous. She was not even this worried when he was injured. Such a ruthless palm technique. Jiangchen pretended to be in pain and said in order to show his weakness. The 5 poisoning bone palm was not enough to hurt him at all. He did it to show the person who was hiding in the dark. Who was the person hiding in the dark? What was his purpose? Was it for himself or the scarlet-clad ancient vine heart? Now that he was out in the open, Jiangchen had no idea what was going on. Moreover, his strength was not going to be exposed in this volcanic cave. Now that Fei Ying had given him such an opportunity, why wouldn't he take it? As for Fei Ying, he was disdainful to use a second palm strike against Jiangchen. Firstly, it was because of his identity and secondly, Jiangchen's strength. He had used 70% of his strength in this palm strike. It was not difficult for him to kill a mid-heavenly god. It's a worthy death to be killed by my 5 poisoning bone palm. You can only blame yourself for being too conceited. Young man, you still have a long way to go. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of your talent. Since you're willing to submit to my 8 lineages Silver River, then I don't need to talk about morality with you anymore. Fei Ying said solemnly. He looked righteous as if the 8 lineages Silver River was the rule of the Xianxia mountain range. Hand over the black seed and I might spare your life. You can't afford to offend the 8 lineages Silver River. Come here if you want to live. The black seed is right here. Come and get it if you want it. Jiangchen was still like a troublemaker. He looked at Fei Ying coldly and played with the black seed in his hand. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really want me to kill you now? Fei Ying's eyes looked gloomy. However, there was a half-step divine king beside him. Fei Ying knew that it would not be easy to kill him. Don't worry. I won't die so soon. Xianxia smiled and looked at Yu Ernyang. The latter's eyes were filled with tenderness and worry. You can't die. Yu Ernyang said while gritting her teeth. She held Jiang Chen's hand tightly. Even her nails had sunk into Jiang Chen's flesh. It hurts, Jiang Chen said. Where does it hurt? My hand hurts. Yu Ernyang looked at her unintentional action. Her face flushed and her heartbeat accelerated. She did not expect that Jiang Chen's pain was caused by her. Jiang Chen looked at the black seed in his hand and his eyes narrowed. The black seed was like a blazing sun. It was as big as a palm and it was extremely hot. What exactly is this thing? Jiang Chen was also puzzled. At this moment, there were many people outside the volcanic cave. All of them were excited and anxious. They wanted to enter the volcanic cave as soon as possible. However, not everyone could enter the volcanic cave at this moment. Many of them lost their way when they entered the volcanic cave. Without the guidance of the jade-faced spiritual fox, it was impossible for them to come to the fiery square. A hearty laughter rang out, deafening and somewhat mocking. A plump man leapt up, his footsteps unsteady, calm and composed. Zhu, I didn't expect to see you here. Fei Ying's eyes turned cold. Zhu was not an ordinary man. He was also a half-step divine king, the wild boar king of the Xianxia mountain range. He had saved the young master's life when he was young. That's why he refused to submit to the 8 lineages Silver River. He could be considered as a transcendent existence. However, the master did not bother to pay attention to him, so this fellow was fearless. However, Zhu's strength was not any weaker than his. There were more than 10 half-step divine kings in the Xianxia mountain range. Not all of them belonged to the 8 lineages Silver River. Some of the wandering beasts did not like to be bound, so they did not like to be associated with the 8 lineages Silver River. Why can't I come here if you can? Humph. Zhu harumphed coldly. I didn't expect you to have such a sharp nose. You found this place in such a short time. I saw that some people are too shameless. That's why I wanted to stop them. If they don't even care about their face, the 8 lineages Silver River will eventually decline. Haha. Zhu, don't think that you can disrespect the 8 lineages Silver River just because you've saved the young master's life. I don't need the master to kill you. Fei Ying shouted in a deep voice. Kill me? Ha ha ha. You're too naive. Do you dare to attack me now? Aren't you afraid of being eyed by others? You're smarter than a monkey. You won't be the first one to attack me. Lad, this kind of person is like a fox pretending to be a tiger. He'll be terrified when he sees me. Haha. Zhu looked at Jiang Chen and said arrogantly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. This old pig is interesting. He is not afraid of the 8 lineages Silver River at all. It seems like they have a deep relationship. It was just that Zhu said the truest words, which also made Fei Ying angry. At this time, he would never draw his sword first, otherwise, he would naturally fall into a passive position. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. It's really lively. I, am here. A white-clothed, skinny old man with sunken eyes walked slowly into the volcanic cave. Another force that could rival the 8 lineages Silver River appeared on the public square. But you can't fall down at all. Zhu said in a strange tone. At the same time, Fei Ying, Hong Yan and Yu Jingfan's expression became more and more solemn. The more people that came, the more pressure they felt. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The more the better, he could take advantage of the chaos. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, it's a gift from the heavens that we have the chance to participate in it. Being born in this era, it's a great fortune to be able to meet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. How can I, not be here? Said with a faint smile. His long white hair fluttered in the wind. His sunken eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Heba's original form was an immortal crane. His cultivation was successful and his strength was at the true perfection realm. However, his lifespan was approaching a few thousand years. Although he looked indifferent on the surface, no one was more eager to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart than him. Because it could prolong his lifespan and allow him to break through. It was his only hope, and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was his only opportunity. It seems like the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart has attracted a lot of people, Shuiliang said in a deep voice. His pupils constricted as he looked at the people around him coldly. All of them were half-step divine kings, each stronger than the other. Even the 4 people behind Hong Yan were peak heavenly gods. How could they be ordinary people if they were able to stand here? It would not be easy to stand out from the crowd. This battle was bound to be incomparably difficult. Yu Ernyang was getting more and more worried. Only her 3rd brother's strength could compete with them. The rest of the people's strengths were all different. Especially Jiang Chen. Sometimes, he was like a great hero who could do anything, but sometimes, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yu Ernyang was extremely anxious, because the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was too important to her, even to the Yu family. Otherwise, she would not have followed her 3rd and 5th brother to travel thousands of miles to search for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, regardless of life and death. Yu Ernyang did not care about anything, even if she had to sacrifice her life. But even so, she might not be able to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen held the black seed tightly in his hand. He felt that this black seed was not as simple as it looked. It might be related to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. What a gathering of heroes. Looks like even the Chilean boundary from the other side of the continent has come to participate in the battle for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Looks like many people are going to die this time. Time and time again, natural and man-made disasters. Don't tell me you'll never remember them? A cold-looking person slowly walked towards the flaming square. He wore a fiery robe, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked neither good nor evil, like a man or a woman, but he didn't give people a bad feeling. Instead, he was cold, arrogant, and even had a pure heart and few desires as he looked at the world coldly. His voice was full of magnetism, as if it made people feel a gentle and wanton feeling in the spring breeze. His eyes were sometimes cold, sometimes gentle, sometimes filled with killing intent, and sometimes like a blooming flower in spring. Jiang Chen was shocked when he saw this man, because this man was just too beautiful. If he was a woman, he would be an outstanding beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. His beauty was comparable to Yan Qingqing and Yan Xinyu. If he was a man, his handsomeness would make Jiang Chen sigh in admiration. His androgynous beauty had shocked everyone on the scene. Whether it was a man or a woman, they were all shocked by him. Bewitching like a ghost, wise like a prophet. When Jiang Chen's eyes fell on him, he seemed to have sensed it and looked at Jiang Chen. This guy, why does he look like he knows me? There's a hint of bitterness in his eyes? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Because Jiang Chen could not see through him at all. What was the scariest thing? The unknown was the most frightening thing. Jiang Chen was confident that he could fight anyone here, but this person in front of him was the only one that he did not have the confidence to defeat. In other words, he could not even muster up the will to fight against him. Beautiful like a fairy, handsome like jade, wise like a demon, close to the gods. Feng Qiuhuang, is it really him? Didn't they say that he died 10,000 years ago? Impossible. Feng Qiuhuang is immortal, he's the symbol of Tianqi mountain range. Feng Qiuhuang is a kind of faith. Beasts and humans of Tianqi mountain range all respect Feng Qiuhuang. Does Feng Qiuhuang really exist? He's just a legend. Could it be that this Feng Qiuhuang? I'm seeing a legend? I, Jiang Chen, have never seen such a monstrous existence. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, but Feng Qiuhuang seemed to have seen through his mind. You're not afraid of me, but you're cowering because you don't know how terrifying I am. Feng Qiuhuang's words shocked Jiang Chen, he was extremely shocked. Who are you? Jiang Chen said. I've heard that Feng Qiuhuang is the faith of the Tianqi mountain range, a symbol. The existence of the Tianqi mountain range is because of Feng Qiuhuang, but nobody knows why. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. He glanced at Jiang Chen and was shocked. Feng Qiuhuang's appearance was like a warning to everyone. However, no one can stop me today. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me, I must get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Yu Jingfan Lingling said. He did not grow up in the Tianqi mountain range, hence, he did not have much respect for the totem of the Xianxia mountain range. Yeah, I'm a dying man, there's nothing to worry about. I'm here for the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart, not even Feng Qiuhuang can stop me. He Ba said with a smile, looking calm. Feng Qiuhuang, Jiangchen murmured. Raising his head, he saw that more and more people were pouring into the fiery square. At this moment, something strange happened. When dozens of people entered the fiery square, the entire fiery square started to crack. The stone floor beneath their feet started to crumble inch by inch. The falling stones fell into the magma and were instantly devoured by the magma, disappearing without a trace. The fiery red magma lit up the entire volcanic cave. At this moment, the original flaming plaza had completely collapsed. The flaming plaza no longer existed. Everyone had fallen into the magma. They had just stepped into the volcanic cave and they had already met with such a crisis. Those who did not know what was going on had completely fallen into a dead end. Jiang Chen and the rest were no exception, but they were prepared for it. Looking at the fiery magma beneath their feet, everyone held their breaths. Jiang Chen recalled the black seed that was floating above the magma, and it did not melt. This black seed might be their savior. Some of them tried to grab onto the wall, but the temperature of the wall was extremely high, not any weaker than the magma. Dozens of people fell into the magma one by one, they did not even have the chance to scream. Even if they could step on the air, it was useless. The magma seemed to have a strong suction force, sucking them in. I'm not willing. Save me. I can't die in peace. Every echo was terrifying. Jiang Chen was floating in the air, but he was not affected by the magma suction force. Hong Yan, Fei Ying and the rest were the same. Even He Ba and Zhu Ri were having a hard time resisting the suction force of the magma. It was obvious that those who were below the half-step Divine King realm could not do anything. Corpses fell into the magma, not even a single sound was heard, not even their bones were left. It's the black seed. Fei Ying's lips curled into a faint smile. Because of the black seed in his hand, he and the third great protector Xianxia did not feel any pressure. Jiang Chen, Hong Yan and the rest were the same. Only Zhu Ri and He Ba had an ugly expression on their faces, resisting the suction force of the ground with great difficulty. It was like a huge magnet. More and more people were sucked into the magma, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Numerous corpses turned into ashes, and from then on, they vanished into thin air, vanishing from this world. It's terrifying. Fortunately, we have the black seed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to escape this fate. Yu Huafan's face was covered with sweat, it was unknown whether it was due to the heat or the fear. This black seed is extraordinary, Jiang Chen, you must take good care of it. Yu Jingfan said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. But at this moment, He Ba who was smiling suddenly shot towards Jiang Chen, trying to snatch the black seed from Jiang Chen's hand. However, Yu Jingfan was prepared for this, the terrifying force caused the magma to rise. However, He Ba was obviously stronger than Yu Jingfan, he managed to force Yu Jingfan to retreat, but he himself was troubled by the suction force of the ground. He Ba's eyes became colder and colder as he retreated. Old fart, you're still as shameless as ever. Ha ha ha, sneak attacking a weak young man, you're getting worse and worse. You look like an immortal, but you're the worst. Ha ha. Zhu Ri could not stop laughing. Although the suction force was extremely terrifying, to the point that even half-step divine kings had to go all out, Zhu Ri did not make a move. On the other hand, He Ba Xian could not hold it in anymore. Humph, what do you know, pig brain? This old pig will not lower himself to your level. What's the saying again, those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. Zhu Ri still had a smile on his face, causing He Ba to snort coldly and no longer speak. However, He Ba was also fighting with Yu Jingfan. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. But one had to admit that Yu Jingfan had already lost in that exchange. He was fighting He Ba within the range of the black seed, and when He Ba was fighting with him, He Ba had to resist the terrifying suction force from the magma. The difference between the two of them was obvious. Third brother, are you all right? Yu Ernyang said. Although this palm strike had forced He Ba to retreat, Everyone could see that Jiang Chen and the others had the advantage of numbers. In the eyes of those who had real combat strength, they were the weakest. Don't worry. Yu Jingfan waved his hand and said. Jiang Chen suddenly woke up. Feng Chouhuang is gone? Where did he go? Who is he? While Jiang Chen was still in shock, the magma under the ground was collapsing step by step, sinking deeper and deeper. The magma was shrinking rapidly in front of Jiang Chen and the others, sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. And right at this moment, a deep abyss appeared before everyone's eyes. A winding ancient bluestone path that seemed to be filled with the vicissitudes of life extended all the way into the darkness of the underground. It was just like an endless abyss. Even though it did not have that terrifying suction force from before, this endless abyss seemed to have some sort of magical power that was attracting everyone to go down and check it out. Beside the ancient path, the roots of the scarlet cloud ancient vine extended all the way down, coexisting with the ancient path. The heat wave receded, and the magma became an empty nest in the ground. However, no one knew if the magma that brought endless fear to the human race would quickly erupt again. That was the most worrying thing. Guys, look, this is like an abyss that leads to hell. Zhu Ri said with a smile, but in his eyes, there was no calmness anymore, because this endless abyss gave everyone a feeling that it was a path that leads to hell. Everyone's mood was incomparably depressed, Jiang Chen was no exception. Because no one knows what's in this endless abyss, but even if it's the 18th level of hell, there's no reason for them to retreat. Because the abyss, the scarlet cloud ancient vine tree, and the bluestone ancient path seemed to be guiding them. Second brother, what should we do? Xianxia looked at Fei Ying and asked. Of course, we have to go. Since when have I, Fei Ying, been afraid of anything in the Tianqi mountain range? Fei Ying said proudly. You're right, I'm already at the end of my life. If I don't give it my all, I'm afraid I'll be letting my old bones down. He Ba was also not to be outdone, he was not the least bit careless. Amongst them, he was the most fearless one when it came to life and death. His life was coming to an end. If he did not give it his all, he would be filled with regret even if he died. He Ba looked at the bottomless abyss, he was fearless. How can I, this old pig, fall behind? Ha ha ha. Zhu Ri was not afraid at all. The ancient bluestone path leading to the abyss was indestructible even under the magma. It must be extremely mystical. Now that the ancient path was right in front of them, if they hesitated, they might just miss the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Hong Yan and the rest did not hesitate and stepped onto the bluestone ancient path. Jiang Chen, what do you think? Shueliang looked at Jiang Chen and smiled faintly. It was a rare smile on his face, as if he was fighting with his life on the line, or fighting against fate. You only live once in your life, if you can stir up trouble, why stay calm? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He looked calm, but he could feel the danger in this endless abyss. To Jiang Chen, this was a kind of spirit, a kind of fearlessness. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, fighting against humans, it's also a joy. Shueliang laughed out loud. He raised the 3-foot green sword in his hand and waved it in a resolute manner. The three of us shouldn't have anything to hesitate about. Let's go. No one dared to stop, just like how none of them dared to be careless. Jiang Chen knew about the Yu family's obsession with the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Therefore, they would not hesitate even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire in front of them. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw a figure following him closely. However, in the end, he was unable to find it. The ancient bluestone path twisted and turned, leading to a secluded place. Below the ground, it was a vast expanse of darkness. It was impossible to tell how deep it was. Low groans and roars sounded, as if they came from ancient times. Listening to the sound of the wind, it shook one's soul. Without the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, no one would make the first move. Because that would be creating an opportunity for others. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman would benefit from it. No one would make such a low-level mistake. Therefore, they would be safe before they found the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. However, once they found the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, they would show their ferocious side. At that time, they would see who would be the last one laughing. Jiang Chen took each step carefully. The bluestone path under his feet revealed an ancient and vicissitude aura, as if it had experienced countless years. The aura that had been washed by time could not be imitated. It was still hot under his feet. The lava had receded, but the terrifying heat wave still made people feel oppressive and stuffy underground. Beside the ancient bluestone path, there was a broken stone tablet. The words on the tablet were carved with ancient inscriptions that no one could recognize. "Who can recognize the words on the tablet?" Fei Ying said in a deep voice. However, no one answered him. Because no one could recognize the meaning of the broken ancient inscriptions. On the back of the tablet, there was a blood-red Buddha name. However, that blood-colored Buddhist name was already extremely dilapidated. Numerous cracks could be seen on the blood-colored Buddhist name. It was as if the cracks had drilled into the depths of one's heart. Xianxia could feel the aura of the Buddha name. It was filled with demonic characteristics. It did not feel like a Buddha name at all. The palm print of Gautama Buddha was supposed to be a Buddha name with boundless power. However, it made people feel oppressed. It's just a tablet inscription. You're just trying to be mysterious. Hong Yan said coldly. He was not afraid at all. He led the four experts and continued to walk towards the endless abyss. At this moment, Xianxia stopped moving because he was quite sensitive to the Buddha's name. The Buddha's radiance was the name of this terrifying Buddha's name. However, this Buddha's name, which was supposed to be peaceful and majestic, was stained with blood. This blood-red Buddha's name was like a curse, making Xianxia feel disgusted. "Xianxia, what's wrong?" Yuernyang glanced at Xianxia, who was staring at the tablet, and asked in a low voice. "Nothing, I couldn't help but look at it a little longer. This Buddha name is the heart seal of Buddhism. It's supreme, but it's carved in this dark place. Moreover, it's poured with blood. It's really strange." Xianxia shook his head and said. "This Buddha name seems to be suppressing this tablet. However, this tablet is too broken and no one knows what the inscriptions on it mean." Yuernyang frowned and said. "Do you think this Buddha name is suppressing this tablet?" Xianxia looked at Yuernyang in surprise. "I'm just making a wild guess. It looks like this tablet has been here for thousands of years. Moreover, it's underground. Who knows what's going on? Moreover, it's just a broken tablet. What can it do? Let's go. If we're late, we'll be left behind. I always feel that this place is creepy." Yuernyang urged Xianxia. "All right. You go first. I'll be right there." Yuernyang was the first to leave. Xianxia's expression slightly changed. He tried to pull out the stone tablet that was stuck on the side of the ancient bluestone path. However, he could not move it even after using all his strength. Although Xianxia was surprised, he knew that the stone tablet could not be pulled out. He could only leave unwillingly. "I don't believe it." After taking 7 steps, Xianxia's face turned gloomy. He took out the frozen man and smashed it on the tablet. At that moment, the entire ancient bluestone path trembled. However, it was only a slight tremble. The blood-red Buddha name on the tablet became brighter and more enchanting. What's going on? Why is it shaking all of a sudden? Is this ancient bluestone path going to collapse? I feel that this endless abyss is getting more and more terrifying. Everyone was certain that this was not a safe place. However, they had to do this in order to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart extended all the way to the bottom of the endless abyss. No one knew how long the roots of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were. However, this was their only choice. Xianxia placed the frozen man on the tablet and reached out to pull it out again. This time, the tablet was finally touched. Xianxia growled and pulled out the broken tablet with great effort. Xianxia looked at the frozen man again. This guy was definitely not a kind person. He was able to intimidate the young man from the other dimension. He could even move this immovable tablet. Xianxia knew that this was the scariest thing because he knew nothing about this frozen man. The demonic aura dissipated in a split second. No one noticed it, but Xianxia could feel it clearly. The tablet in his hand was like a mountain, but Xianxia had the strength of 1,000 caddies, so it wasn't hard for him to deal with it. Why do I feel that this broken inscription is a little suspicious? Xianxia frowned and kept the broken inscription. Although he did not know what it was used for, it should be something extraordinary. It reminded Xianxia of Tyrant's god-suppressing monument. It seemed to be similar to this broken inscription, but it was just a guess. Xianxia quickly caught up with Yu Ernyang and the others. At this moment, they had already walked more than 10,000 meters into the underground abyss. The scorching heat had gradually disappeared and was replaced by an inexplicable coldness. It was as if the coldness came from the depths of their hearts. The roots of the scarlet cloud ancient vine extended for tens of thousands of meters, the end could not be seen, the root could not be found. The deeper they went, the worse the bluestone path became. On the bluestone path, sword marks and knife grooves could be seen, as if there had been an earth-shattering battle not long ago. However, everyone knew that it was at least tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer, unknown to the public. Every sword mark seemed to have an ancient charm, grand, majestic, and shocking. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Not only him, everyone became solemn. The bluestone ancient path seemed to be engraved with a grand blueprint of an ancient war. Scenes of armies and horses roaring resounded in their ears. Such a cold aura. I did not expect that the scarlet cloud ancient vine has yet to reach its root. It's unbelievable. Fei Ying frowned and seemed a little impatient. He was not the only one who felt this unknown. Everyone seemed to be on tenterhooks. The deeper they went into the abyss, the greater the pressure they felt. In particular, the overlapping shadows of swords and sabers and the resounding battle intent deeply stimulated everyone's heart. That's right. I feel like I'm walking into hell if I continue like this. He Ba's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice. Each of them was trying to probe each other, but they knew nothing about what was happening in the endless abyss. Look, on the scarlet cloud ancient vines, there are many swords and divine weapons pierced into them. They are still ancient. Yu Ernyang noticed that the thick scarlet cloud ancient vine was crisscrossed and full of scars. There were also swords and divine weapons stuck on the vine. It was cold and chilling. I'm afraid those divine weapons are about to decay. Even the heavenly divine weapons have decayed. Although there are countless divine weapons, they are no match for the passage of time. Xianxia said. Those divine weapons had already turned into scrap metal, but there was still a trace of ancient aura left in them. They shouldn't be underestimated, but if they were to be used in battle, it would be a fantasy. After all, under the corrosion of time, not to mention humans, even divine weapons were extremely fragile. The decayed divine weapon pierced into the scarlet cloud ancient vine, penetrating deep into the wood. The ancient vine skin carried the mark of time. The sharp blade of the divine weapon looked old, causing people to sigh endlessly. If you don't become an emperor, you won't be able to withstand the passage of time. So what if you've lived for thousands of years? You'll still turn into dust. I'm afraid these divine weapons were once worn by the ancient gods. But now, they have become the marks of time. They will never regain their former glory. Hong Yan faintly spoke. However, no one refuted her words. After all, her words were extremely true, causing everyone to be enlightened. In the face of time, everyone was equal. Everyone was weak. Only by becoming a peerless monarch could one surpass the limits of time and become an eternal existence in the immortal world. Xianxia stretched out his hand. Although he was looking at it from afar, it felt like he could touch it. He could deeply feel the terrifying battle that was going on in this abyss. On the ancient bluestone path, there were many ghastly white skeletons. However, when Xianxia's feet touched the white skeletons, he instantly turned into ashes and disappeared between the heavens and earth. The passage of time, the white bones turned into ashes. Xianxia closed his eyes. It was easy to become an emperor. But how many people could reach the pinnacle in the history of the divine world? Life in the immortal world might have been carefree and carefree. In that world where the pressure wasn't as strong, one might have been able to live a carefree life for a few 100,000 years. But when one came to the divine world and walked step by step, one would realize how difficult it was to live forever. Even if one was a god king, hierarch, or even a god emperor, what could they do? They would still become the slaves of time. Everyone could only stare blankly at what was happening. None of them said anything, and yet, all of them could sense the boundless pressure brought upon them by the passing of time. Their entire lives had been a race against time, a struggle against it. The battle marks of the ancient times were recorded in this endless abyss. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was probably the target of many people in the ancient times. Otherwise, how could there be so many marks of time and battles under the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? The war horses were roaring, the wild beasts were roaring, the divine weapons were neighing, the god of war was riding his mount. The deeper they went into the abyss, the deeper they felt. When they were 30,000 meters deep, they finally saw the roots of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. There were corpses and broken divine weapons everywhere. But at this moment, they were already used to it. Every set of bones was like a warning. They finally reached the bottom of the boundless abyss. But at this moment, they were even more puzzled. Where was the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? How could it be? The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart's thick roots were tens of meters wide. It was like a giant tree growing in the abyss. On the ancient vine, there were crisscrossing marks. The war and mourning of the past could never be erased. Where is the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Heba finally could not hold it in anymore. He could no longer stay calm. If it was not for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, he would have died when his time came. Legend has it that the scarlet cloud ancient vine is an ancient divine vine. It is a true ancient relic. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is in its roots. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart has its own spirituality. Although it is not as strong as a 10,000 years old scarlet cloud ancient vine, it still has its own spirituality. Hong Yan said in a deep voice. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart had not appeared for a day. It was a hurdle in everyone's heart. They came here without a care for their lives, just to obtain the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Ancient vine forbidden ground. Trespassers shall die. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Come out. Fei Ying said. A white figure slowly walked out from the scarlet cloud ancient vine. It was a white tiger, not an ordinary white tiger, but a divine beast, white tiger. You greedy humans, how dare you enter the scarlet cloud ancient vine forbidden place? Only death awaits you. White Tiger Ling Ling said, looking at Jiang Chen and the others with disdain, as if he had already sentenced them to death. Those white bones are your final outcome. What a mysterious white tiger. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The white tiger's strength was indeed extraordinary, it had reached the half-step divine king realm. None of the people present was a match for it. No one dared to go against its pair of terrifying tiger eyes. Moreover, its majestic aura had completely shocked everyone present. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were the four most terrifying divine beasts. They possessed the talent and divine strength that even the heavens and earth were jealous of. No other beasts could rival them. As a divine beast, White Tiger, even though he was only a half-step divine king, he was not inferior to a human divine king realm expert. No other beasts could be compared to a divine beast. Bloodline was a terrifying thing, only the purest divine beasts could survive. No one could imagine that there was a white tiger divine beast in this endless abyss. A half-step divine king divine beast, White Tiger, you're indeed powerful. But there are so many of us, we're not afraid of you. Zhuri squinted his eyes and said with a smile. A bunch of lowly humans, you want to get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Dream on. You'll all die under my claws. Really? I want to see just how capable you, White Tiger, are to be able to fight against all of us. Fei Ying Ling Ling said fearlessly. However, deep in their hearts, they were extremely solemn. Even though they were all half-step divine kings, their chances of winning against the divine beast White Tiger were not high. Everyone, we're in grave danger. How about we join hands to resist the enemy? Let's deal with this divine beast White Tiger first before deciding. Fei Ying took the lead and stood at the front. Everyone went silent for a moment and chose to tacitly agree. After all, no one was a match for the divine beast White Tiger in a one-on-one fight. If he defeated them one by one, they would really become skeletons under the ground. Then let's fight together. My old bones haven't moved for hundreds of years. This time, I'm really excited to have a divine beast to practice with me. Ha ha ha. Heba laughed and said without hesitation. Since they were 6 half-step divine kings, they might stand a chance against a half-step divine king divine beast. Looks like this white tiger divine beast is not simple, Xianxia said with a smile. However, he did not plan to join the fight because he would be despised by the others. You're just an early heavenly god, fighting a half-step divine king divine beast, you're courting death. Xianxia stood there and observed the situation. The rest of them were ready to fight the divine beast with all their might. Looks like it's my fortune to be able to fight a divine beast today. I've never seen the might of a divine beast before. Zhu laughed heartily without any fear. They were both half-step divine kings, why should he be afraid? Old pig, don't be the first to drop the ball. You should know that this is a divine beast. Haha. He Ba said with a sarcastic tone. You don't have to worry about that. Since this divine beast is blocking our way, he must know about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Once we kill him, we won't have to worry about getting the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Zhu said with disdain. Xianxia patted Shui Liang's shoulder and said, conserve your strength. I believe you're not weaker than them. Xianxia smiled. Shui Liang nodded. Indeed. Although he was a late heavenly god, Xianxia believed that his strength was not weaker than a half-step divine king. He was a prodigy of the entire Linhe boundary, the #1 prodigy of the Forgotten Sword Tomb, how could he be weak? Be careful, don't fight him recklessly. Xianxia glanced at Yu Ernyang and chose to remain silent. No one would disagree, they might even worry that Xianxia would cause more trouble. I got it. Yu Ernyang felt sweet in her heart. Regardless of whether Xianxia had some ulterior motives, at least she felt a sense of warmth. Stop wasting time. If you want to fight, let's fight. I can't wait any longer. The white tiger showed his terrifying fangs and said coldly. With a roar, it sprinted forward, glaring like a tiger at its prey as it charged at everyone. No one dared to look down on him, even if he was a half-step divine king. The divine beast white tiger was more than 5 zhong tall. Its claws were as powerful as a heavenly divine tool. Fei Ying and Xiong Zhan were forced to retreat. Even if the two of them used their full strength, they still could not withstand the might of the white tiger. At this moment, Hong Yan, Yu Jingfan and the others took the opportunity to surround the white tiger. It was extremely difficult to force the white tiger back. The giant white tiger roared and roared in the abyss. The roar of the tiger and the howl of the ape were deafening. In just a short moment, they felt great pressure. The divine beast of the half-step divine king realm was indeed extraordinary. Yu Huafan, Shui Liang, Yu Ernyang and the 4 experts of the red-clothed 13 house attacked the back of the white tiger. However, they could not find any opportunity. The ferocious white tiger swept its tail and forced them back. They were not seriously injured, but their aura was completely suppressed by the white tiger. He Ba and Zhu Ri were also supporting from the side, grabbing hold of any opportunity the white tiger had to deal damage to him. But the white tiger was simply too terrifying, be it in terms of defense or combat strength, he was invincible. Among the 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon had the strongest attack, the black tortoise had the strongest defense, the vermilion bird was immortal, and the white tiger had the best of the 3. It was the weakest among the divine beasts of the same level, but it was also the most balanced one. All of you are simply too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The divine beast white tiger comes from the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Not simple. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Why was he here, old gibbon, where did he come from? Could it be that he has some unknown relationship with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Xianxia looked at the old gibbon and the old gibbon looked back at him thoughtfully. However, everyone was focused on the battle and no one noticed the old gibbon's presence. Xianxia could feel that the old gibbon's aura was not fluctuating at all. It could be said that the old gibbon was unfathomable or just like an ordinary person. Xianxia knew that if it was not for the old gibbon's words, he would not have been able to break the formation so quickly and would have missed the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. However, the old gibbon seemed to want him to retreat. However, Xianxia had no choice but to break the peach blossom formation. He had no other choice because he had to break the peach blossom formation to save them. Xianxia couldn't tell whether the old gibbon was good or bad. He didn't know whether he was the one who set up the peach blossom formation, but he didn't think that the old gibbon was an evil person. Otherwise, those people who were trapped in the peach blossom formation wouldn't be able to survive even if he wasn't strong enough. However, the old gibbon didn't do that. The divine beast white tiger was as steady as Mount Tai, making everyone feel a huge pressure. Their strength was quite extraordinary, but no one could do anything to the white tiger. The divine beast white tiger's attitude of sweeping away thousands of soldiers made everyone incomparably ugly. "Old man, what are you here for?" Xianxia looked at the old gibbon. The old gibbon smiled but did not say anything. He looked back at him and said calmly, "There are many people who can walk out of the peach blossom formation. However, you are the only one who can break the peach blossom formation." Although the old gibbon's words were extremely calm, his high evaluation of Xianxia was extremely terrifying. Xianxia did not expect that he would be so highly valued. It did not seem to be good news. If you don't participate in the battle, it might be good news for these people. This is good news for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The old gibbon said quietly. My strength is there for all to see. Could it be that you think so highly of me? I'm just an early heavenly god, they're looking down on me. Xianxia said in a self-deprecating manner. It seemed that the old ape had come with ill intentions. Although he could not use any means in the peach blossom forest, Xianxia would definitely not underestimate him. Moreover, it was impossible for an ordinary person to control such a large formation in the peach blossom forest. The old macaque thought so highly of him, and so did he. Sometimes, cultivation doesn't mean everything. It can only be said that they are short-sighted. The old gibbon smiled with a calm expression, looking like an old man with one foot in the grave. However, the old gibbon's calm expression made Xianxia worried. This was not a good sign. The old gibbon smiled and said calmly, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. My goal is to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart," Xianxia said firmly. The old macaque sighed when he saw Xianxia's resolute words. You're indeed a formidable person, to be able to restrain your desires and obsessions perfectly. The relief in the peach blossom forest and your current desires form a sharp contrast. It's not easy for ordinary people to achieve this. To me, to the peach blossom formation, it's a great irony. The old macaque felt a little ashamed but he did not take any action. He just looked at Xianxia silently and turned to look at the battlefield of the divine beast, white tiger. I hope that you won't make me take action. The old macaque murmured. Although you were the one who set up the peach blossom formation, you did not harm a single person. Everyone was devoured by the obsession in their hearts. In the peach blossom formation, they died lonely and depressed. They did not die by your hands, but by their own desires. In the end, you've saved our lives. I didn't kill them but they died because of me. What's the difference? My hands are already stained with blood. The old macaque put his palms together and closed his eyes, feeling ashamed. Xianxia knew that this was not what he wanted. But where did this old macaque come from? Xianxia was puzzled but he did not know the answer. It was too suspicious. The old gibbon looked towards the battlefield. Xianxia had no doubt that he would join the battle. If it's that painful, why not follow your heart and do whatever you want? Xianxia said. There's always no choice in life. The old macaque said meaningfully. He was the guardian of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The battle between the white tiger and the others continued. The terrifying aura of the tiger was unparalleled. The tiger's claws were unstoppable. The Tao light and sword shadows overlapped one after another. The divine beast, white tiger, did not feel any pressure at all. On the contrary, Fei Ying and the others were retreating. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. The white tiger roared and swept its tail. The white tiger turned into ashes and dust flew everywhere. Under the dark abyss, a domineering aura could be felt. Everyone witnessed the aura of a divine beast. A half-step divine king realm demonic beast was extremely powerful. Zhu Ri threw out a punch and clashed with the white tiger. But at the next moment, he was pushed back 100 meters by the tiger's hoof. Zhu Ri spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Everyone, if we continue to hold back at this moment, I have no doubt that all of us will end up dying here." Everyone's heart sank. They knew that Zhu was telling the truth. They did not use all of their strength and held back. However, if they continued to hold back, the divine beast, White Tiger, would have the chance to take advantage of them and they would die a horrible death. After all, everyone wanted to preserve their strength. Now that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had yet to appear, how could they use all of their strength? Everyone wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, no one was a fool. In the face of life and death, they finally had to start the real battle. A bunch of sly old fools. If we don't take action now, we'll really be helpless. This divine beast, White Tiger, is indeed ferocious. Xianxia said sincerely. The divine beast, White Tiger. Only a divine king expert can defeat it. The old macaque seemed to trust the divine beast, White Tiger, very much. Since you guys look down on me, then I'm not in the mood to play with you guys anymore. Die for me. Han Yan gasped. He had never expected the White Tiger to be this terrifying. Then, the White Tiger did not stop. It charged towards Yu Ernyang, Yu Huafan, and the others. Yu Ernyang and Yu Huafan exerted all their strength, but they were still sent flying. Fortunately, Shueliang managed to catch up with them in time. He threw a punch that was as powerful as a half-step Divine King Realm expert. However, even though the punch was powerful, it was still not enough to defeat the White Tiger. Fortunately, Shueliang blocked the attack for them, saving Yu Ernyang and Yu Huafan's lives. Puff, Shueliang spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, everyone was impressed by him. A peak heavenly god was crushed by the White Tiger's attack, but he, a late heavenly god, was completely fine. Although he spurted out a mouthful of blood, it was only a minor injury. It was not a big deal. Good lad, you're quite capable. What a surprise. Haha. Zhu laughed and said. Shueliang was once again recognized by everyone. Although he was not as powerful as a half-step divine king, he was not to be underestimated. It seems like this battle is not simple. Xianxia said in a low voice. Even Shueliang's strength was so terrifying. This man from outside the Tianqi mountain range showed them that he was well prepared. Everyone had to re-evaluate Yu Jingfan and Shueliang's strength. Even so, Shueliang did not exert his full strength. He just wanted to save the two of them. Thank you, brother. Yu Huafan said. If Shueliang did not take action, both of them would have been dead. Yu Ernyang was very grateful to Shueliang. At that moment, Jiangchen didn't panic, because he knew that Shueliang had the ability to do so, and he would definitely do the same. Only when he trusted his back to his teammates would he truly stay by their side. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. The White Tiger struck again. This time, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Xianxia and Feiying joined hands to fight against the White Tiger. Their swords and blades were shining brightly. The two of them became more and more terrifying after using their full strength. However, they were not forced back by the White Tiger. Instead, they were entangled with the White Tiger. Yu Jingfan and Shueliang joined hands and attacked the left wing of the White Tiger. Their punches and kicks were so powerful that they could shatter mountains. Even Yu Jingfan knew nothing about Shueliang and he did not expect Shueliang to be this powerful. With the two of them joining hands, their aura was even more powerful and the White Tiger had no chance to turn around. Hong Yan was mercilessly attacking the White Tiger's tail. The ice sword in his hand was a heavenly divine tool. Although it was a low-grade heavenly divine tool, it was more than 100 times more powerful than a peak divine tool. Hong Yan's long sleeves danced in the air, the tip of his sword spun and unleashed a terrifying sword light. The White Tiger roared in anger. He did not dare to be careless as he was being attacked from the front and back. All the half-step divine kings unleashed their true skills at the same time. His situation was getting more and more dangerous. Zhu and Heba attacked from the side, focusing on the right flank. Their palms were like thunder and their fists were surging. The two of them were well versed in the offensive and defensive techniques of demonic beasts. One was a red-crowned crane and the other was a wild boar king. Neither of them were ordinary. Although they were slightly inferior to the White Tiger, they were able to suppress it without any hesitation. The White Tiger moved cautiously. At this moment, they finally saw their true battle strength. In fact, none of them were cowards. Good. 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 Tiger's might reaches the heavens, dominating the universe. With a roar, the tiger's body shook. The divine beast white tiger was unparalleled in the world. The terrifying sound wave attack continuously reverberated in the endless abyss. The echo was so loud that even the deaf could hear. Who could resist it? The white tiger took a step forward, its hooves galloping, sweeping away everything in its path. Xianxia, who bore the brunt of the attack, punched out with his fist. In an instant, he transformed into an invincible war bear that was more than 10 meters tall. He fought to his heart's content against the white tiger, but in the end, he was still unable to block the white tiger's attack. The might of the white tiger reached the heavens. To a certain extent, although it wasn't as terrifying as the might of a dragon, the suppression of a god beast's level and might caused Xianxia to be unable to breathe. He was forced back dozens of meters, constantly hammering his chest as he once again rushed towards the white tiger. Xianxia pressed forward and once again collided with the divine beast white tiger. A deafening rumble rang out. The white tiger was calm, but Xianxia was already riddled with scars. His momentum was also much weaker. After all, the tiger's might reaches the heavens and earth. Although it was not as powerful as the dragon and phoenix, even the dragon and phoenix had to give it some respect. The eagle transformed into its true form. The eagle spread its wings. Its eyes were like torches, its beak was like a hook, and its claws were like knives. Like an unparalleled golden rock, it descended from the sky with a momentum of 1,000 miles. Roar! The eagle flapped its wings and soared. Its bright wings were like bright swords. It was not inferior to the white tiger. A mere eagle dares to compete with me, the white tiger? The white tiger's hooves were at the front, and it rushed forward to face the eagle head-on. The two of them collided continuously, and the white tiger completely gained the upper hand. The eagle was also extremely impolite, and it constantly caused trouble for the white tiger. On the other side, Zhu also transformed into his true form. He was a wild boar king that was 10 feet tall. Just his tusks alone were more than 2 feet long. It was like a sharp scimitar that pierced into the enemy's heart. Under the joint attack of the two, the white tiger could no longer gain the upper hand. Because Yu Jingfan, Shui Liang, and He Ba were glaring at the white tiger fiercely, ready to deal a fatal blow to the white tiger. Their harassment had become a crucial step. Any flaw of the white tiger would be magnified by them and quickly suppressed. He Ba charged towards the sky. His long beak was like a thorn, sharp like a blade. He pointed his red rock sword at the vital point of the white tiger. His eyes were merciless. Yu Jingfan and Shui Liang took advantage of the chaos to attack the white tiger. The white tiger's back had become his weakness. When the white tiger was facing the attacks of the others, Shui Liang stabbed his sword into the back of the white tiger. Blood spurted out and dyed the white fur of the white tiger red. A wail and rage filled the endless abyss. Roar! 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 The rage of the white tiger was feared by the gods. In a split second, the white tiger looked up and clawed at Shui Liang's sword. Shui Liang was sent flying and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knelt down on one knee. Yu Jingfan took advantage of this situation and fought with the white tiger. The eagle and Xianxia joined hands to fight the white tiger. The white tiger was scratched by the eagle again. The white tiger's back was covered in blood. Although the white tiger's strength was terrifying, he could not withstand the attacks of so many people. Moreover, all of them had rich battle experience. Be it in terms of battle or skills, they had the upper hand. Although the white tiger was strong, he was still lacking in battle experience. Under the joint attack of the crowd, he gradually lost the upper hand. The old gibbon's eyes looked extremely solemn. The white tiger was not weak. However, Fei Ying and the others attacked from both the front and the back. After weighing the pros and cons, the divine beast white tiger lost the upper hand. However, it was not easy to kill the divine beast white tiger. After all, it was one of the 4 divine beasts. Most importantly, it had not unlocked its inherited memories. If the white tiger had reached the divine king realm and unlocked its inherited memories, even a late divine king realm expert would not be able to do anything to it. Everyone felt lucky that the half-step divine king White Tiger did not have inherited memories. Otherwise, everyone here would have died. If this goes on, the divine beast White Tiger is going to lose. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. It seems like the divine beast White Tiger is not as strong as I thought. Xianxia said with a chuckle, giving the old gibbon a meaningful glance. He's too young and has no battle experience at all. Moreover, he's too arrogant. That's why he fell into their trap. The White Tiger is not as strong as he used to be. The old gibbon sighed. This is not a game or a joke. No one can be arrogant when it comes to life and death. I only have the attitude of a winner. Xianxia closed his eyes slowly and sat down with his legs crossed, looking calm and composed. Xianxia calmly swallowed an azure spirit pill. At that moment, the divine origin energy in Xianxia's body was rolling and growing rapidly. The effect of the azure spirit pill was completely absorbed by Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked by the number of dragon marks in his body. The increasing number of dragon marks and the surging divine origin energy made Xianxia confident that he could increase his strength again with the help of the azure spirit pill. The old gibbon couldn't help but look at Xianxia. How could this fella choose to break through so calmly at this moment? Xianxia had already reached the peak of early heavenly god realm, but he never had the chance to break through. This time, with the help of the azure spirit pill and the battle between the half-step divine kings, Xianxia had benefited a lot. No one knew how important this battle was to Xianxia. Because he could kill a half-step divine king in Linhe boundary because of the little Ashura sword formation. If he were to fight against a half-step divine king, Xianxia would definitely lose without a chance to use his formation. This time, the battle between the half-step divine kings was a battle between the White Tiger and a few other experts. Xianxia had benefited a lot from it. With the help of the azure spirit pill and the battle between the half-step divine kings, Xianxia would definitely be defeated if he did not have the chance to use his formation. Battles could improve one's strength rapidly. Battles were also the only way to improve one's strength quickly. It was the same for watching the battle. At this moment, Xianxia was not in the battle, but he could feel the aura and battle achievements of the half-step divine kings. Moreover, every one of them was extremely powerful. They were the elites among the half-step divine kings. Any one of them could stand alone. Xianxia was shocked by Xueliang's growth. As the strongest descendant of the Forgotten Sword Tomb in 1,000 years, his talent was unquestionable. However, he could not exert his full strength in the hidden secret realm. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Xianxia did not know how powerful Xueliang was. At least, Xueliang was not weaker than Xianxia. Xianxia knew that Xueliang's appearance here might be a coincidence, or it might be fate between them. However, he was not a lifelong enemy, but a confidant. A confidant that he must defeat. With Xueliang's presence, Xianxia would constantly remind himself that he should not slack off. Xianxia looked at the sea of qi in his dantian. His divine power was endless. The effect of the azure spirit pill was far beyond his imagination. Even a divine king would be a taboo to use it on a heavenly god. However, it was different for Xianxia. Especially when he felt that the azure spirit pill had brought him great benefits, Xianxia was even more shocked. The azure spirit pill had purified all the impurities in his body. Anything that was absorbed into his body during cultivation would be purified by the azure spirit pill. Moreover, his divine power was growing rapidly. Let's strike while the iron is hot. Xianxia swallowed another azure spirit pill. However, at this moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox had already been kept into the myriad qi cauldron. Otherwise, the jade-faced spiritual fox might have been angered to death. Xianxia was completely wasting the azure spirit pill. 2 azure spirit pills could only make his divine power a little purer and improve a little more. However, to Xianxia, the pill was something that he could refine whenever he wanted. It was just like jelly beans. There was nothing to be regretful about. The effect of the 2 azure spirit pills erupted at this moment. The dragon marks in Xianxia's body rose to an unprecedented level. More than 3,370,000. The aura within Xianxia's body was extremely pure. The azure spirit pill had purified his divine energy, causing his divine energy to transform once again. His strength had reached the next level, reaching the mid-heavenly god realm. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His aura became more and more condensed and stable. The old gibbon took a deep look at Xianxia. Although he did not want Xianxia to participate in the battle, he did not want to take advantage of Xianxia and attack Xianxia when Xianxia was breaking through. Young heroes are born. It's a pity that your greed and desire have caused great harm to others. The old gibbon murmured. A person's desire is directly proportional to his strength. If one's strength is not enough and his desire is too strong, then he's destined to be miserable. If one's strength is strong enough, then his desire will no longer be desire, but faith and persistence. Xianxia darted a glance at the old gibbon. He could feel that the old gibbon had the intention to join the battle. This is just an excuse for your greed. Don't you want the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? But do you know how the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart grew? Xianxia's eyelids twitched when he heard the old gibbon's words. What do you mean? What do you mean? Xianxia frowned and asked. My heart is towards the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. The divine beast white tiger retreated step by step. His body was already riddled with wounds. Bright red blood reflected on his snow-white fur, it was particularly dazzling. The old gibbon's face was solemn, he could no longer sit still anymore. Xianxia could see that the old gibbon was really anxious. If the divine beast white tiger was the last barrier of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, then they could get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart at any time. That was why the old gibbon was so nervous. From the initial calmness to the dignified look, and now a trace of panic, the old gibbon's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect the divine beast white tiger to be so vulnerable. It could be said that he underestimated the enemy or that he was inexperienced, but it was all an excuse. The divine beast white tiger was advancing step by step. He would fall soon. Fei Ying and Xianxia took the lead and completely suppressed the divine beast white tiger. Even though the divine beast white tiger was invincible, it was still powerless. There was an old saying that a good tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. The divine beast white tiger was in such a difficult situation under the attack of a pack of hungry wolves. You guys, who dares to fight me alone? The divine beast white tiger roared. Even Xianxia revealed a smile. This divine beast white tiger was really naive. He actually wanted someone to fight him alone. This was a battle of life and death, not a martial arts competition. So what if it was a one-on-one fight? Their goal was to kill the white tiger. What an innocent and naive little fellow. Ha ha ha, the divine beast white tiger is just SOSO. Zhuri laughed and said. How big of a wave can a toothless tiger stir up? You're too confident in a one-on-one fight. Heba laughed involuntarily. This guy was really silly to the point of being cute. This mythological beast white tiger should have a high intelligence. Although it could only be regarded as a newly matured mythological beast white tiger, it was still so unwise. Before breaking through to the divine king realm, the mythological beast white tiger was admittedly brave and fierce, but it was impossible for it to have too much of an eruption. Not to mention Fei Ying, Xianxia, Zhu, and Heba, which one of them was easy to deal with, the eagle's aura was the most ferocious, and each of its attacks was fatal. Its claws constantly scratched the body of the mythological beast, the white tiger, riddled with wounds and stained with blood. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The mythological beast, the white tiger, kept roaring. However, it was in vain. After all, he had fallen into a passive position. It wasn't easy to reverse the situation. Let's see how long you can last. Hong Yan coldly laughed. The corner of his mouth was strangely cold and sharp. He did not leave any leeway. White tiger pounces on the wind, heaven and earth remain silent. The mythological beast, the white tiger, suddenly became dignified. Its tiger eyes flickered, and it looked extremely terrifying. A heavenly white tiger appeared in the sky. The white tiger leaped into the sky and overlapped with the heavenly white tiger's shadow. In a split second, its aura suddenly rose. Not good, this is the divine beast, the white tiger's soul-burning skill. It's second only to his inheritance. Heba's eyes sharpened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Among the people present, he had the longest lifespan and was also the most knowledgeable. He immediately recognized the divine beast white tiger's soul ignition skill. It was extremely frightening. He quickly retreated, his eyes filled with shock. This divine beast, the white tiger, actually still has the strength to fight. Not simple at all. Xianxia said with a faint smile. His eyes slightly squinted. The old gibbon was somewhat unable to suppress the pressure in his heart. However, when he saw the white tiger rising again, he was slightly startled. Obviously, he did not expect that the divine beast, the white tiger, still had the strength to fight back. Roar, roar, the heavenly white tiger descended from the sky and pounced on the crowd. The whole endless abyss seemed to be suffocated by his domineering aura. No one was an exception. This aura seemed to represent the heavens. The might of the white tiger was indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great divine beasts. If it were some strange ancient giant beasts, they would have been defeated long ago. Only the white tiger, one of the 4 great divine beasts, could not be defeated even after such a long time. The attack of the white tiger had forced Yu Jingfan to retreat. However, Yu Huafan and Shui Liang were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Both of them were under great pressure. Their tendons and meridians seemed to have been completely destroyed. Yu Huafan had become a cripple. His tendons and bones were all destroyed by the might of the white tiger. Shui Liang could only protect his heart and meridians. He was also seriously injured. He held the long sword in his hand and ran away. 5th brother. Yu Ernyang's eyes were filled with tears. She shouted in a deep voice. At that moment, she had lost all hope in her heart. Her brother, who shared the same mother as her, had been smashed into pieces. His breath was almost gone. 5th brother. Yu Jingfan exclaimed and quickly caught Yu Huafan. At that moment, Yu Huafan was already at death's door. 3rd brother, what should we do? What should we do? Well, 5th brother, Yu Ernyang burst into tears. She had always been unrestrained and straightforward. But this time, she burst into tears. How could she be at ease when the life of her loved one was hanging by a thread? For the mission of the Yu family, I deserve to die. Yu Huafan held Yu Jingfan's hand tightly. His eyes were filled with determination. 5th brother, Yu Jingfan took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with pain. Xianxia frowned. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Yu Huafan. Feed him these 3 pills, Wang Yao said. Xianxia looked at Yu Ernyang with the recovery pill, and soul-absorbing pill in his hand. Yu Ernyang suddenly raised her head and looked at Xianxia. If you don't want him to die, feed him. Yu Ernyang was slightly stunned by Xianxia's words. Then, she fed Yu Huafan 3 pills. The medicinal effect of the pills spread continuously and healed Yu Huafan's body. In just a few breaths, Yu Huafan's breath that was hanging at the entrance of hell was back. Yu Ernyang and Yu Jingfan were shocked. They looked at Xianxia gratefully. Xianxia, I, Yu Huafan, can never repay you for saving my life. Yu Huafan heaved a long sigh of relief. Life and death were determined by fate. However, who would be willing to die if they could live? It was better to live a bad life than to die a good death. Death was like extinguishing a lamp. Once one's body and soul were destroyed, everything would be over. On the other side, the power of the white tiger was still unstoppable. Except for Han Yan, the rest of the people from the red-clothed 13th house had all died. Zhu Ri and Heba had joined hands to survive. Xiong Zhan and Fei Ying were also retreating. They were afraid that they would be affected by the white tiger. We can't fight him head-on. This white tiger is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He just wants to drag a few people to the grave with him. We can't let him get away with it. Everyone was shocked. They understood what Zhu Ri meant. If the divine beast white tiger were to kill all of them at once, it would be too humiliating. They wanted to kill the white tiger, but the white tiger also wanted to kill them. As expected, the aura of the divine beast, the white tiger, continued to weaken. Although it managed to force everyone to retreat, it was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Its aura, which was like the final radiance of the setting sun, instantly became incomparably dispirited. It's time to take a break. Little white tiger. The old gibbon took a step forward, crossing the void and said faintly. The divine beast white tiger was protected behind him. Old monkey, it's you? The divine beast white tiger was surprised. I'm late. Little white tiger, you won't blame me, right? The old gibbon looked at the divine beast white tiger with a smile. How could I? The divine beast white tiger shook his head. He knew that his arrogance and underestimation of his opponent played a large part in his defeat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so badly. Old ape, you old bastard, you actually want to interfere? Fei Ying said coldly. I've long heard that there's a mighty old gibbon living in the peach blossom forest of Wudong Luoxiao Mountain. Could it be you? He Ba said with a faint smile as if he had heard about it. Yes, it's me. The old gibbon said with a smile. Hearing about it is not as good as seeing it. We don't object if you want the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, but we have to kill this divine beast white tiger. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. The divine beast white tiger almost killed Yu Huafan. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Yu Huafan would have been a corpse by now. Hong Yan of the red-clothed 13th house did not want to let go of the divine beast white tiger. After all, they were all injured, and it was all because of the divine beast white tiger. It's said that no one who entered the peach blossom forest has ever come out. It's been like this for tens of thousands of years. However, I heard that your peach blossom formation was broken not long ago. Everyone who was trapped inside managed to escape. Hee, it seems like the mysterious divine beast white tiger is just SOSO. Zhu Ri chuckled. His voice was filled with mockery and provocation. Now, no one wanted to let the divine beast white tiger leave. Even if the old gibbon stood out, it would be useless. The old gibbon glanced at Jiang Chen but did not say anything. Jiang Chen did not mean to make things difficult for him. There was no need for him to drag Jiang Chen into this. This little white tiger is entrusted to me by a friend of mine. If anyone wants to touch him, he will definitely not stand by and do nothing. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. He no longer had the kind expression he had before. This battle was inevitable. He must teach them a bloody lesson in order to save the divine beast white tiger. The name of Old Macaque is well known in the West Mountain. To be honest, Old Macaque, I really don't want to fight with you. This is what the Lord of Eight Lineages Silver River told me before we left. It's better not to fight with you if I can avoid you. Fei Ying said in a deep voice. He knew that the person who could make the Lord of Eight Lineages Silver River treat him seriously was not an ordinary person. However, the old gibbon was not as terrifying as a divine king realm expert. Therefore, in Fei Ying's eyes, the old gibbon was not invincible. After all, he was not fighting alone. He was not the only one who wanted to kill the divine beast white tiger. It's just an empty reputation. However, if you guys insist on killing the white tiger, then I can only protect him this time. Whoever dares to hurt the white tiger, I, the old gibbon, will fight to the death with him. Jiang Chen did not expect the old gibbon to be so famous. He was the Lord of Eight Lineages Silver River, a divine king realm expert. Even though the old gibbon did not seem to be very powerful, the more he was, the more people would be afraid of him. Jiang Chen did not expect the old gibbon to be so famous. Even a divine king realm expert would not dare to underestimate him, let alone these half-step divine king realm experts. My journey has always been a path of no return until I die. It's great to be able to fight with Brother Ape before I die. Ha ha ha. He Ba said with a smile. However, everyone knew that the old crane did not want to die. On the contrary, he wanted to kill everyone. The more he wanted to live, the stronger his desire to live became. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was his only hope. How could he give it up? It's useless to say more. Old gibbon, this day next year will be your Memorial Day. Hong Yan disregarded everything and charged forward. Her four-peak heavenly god realm experts had all died in the hands of the divine beast white tiger. Even though they were heavily injured, it was necessary for them to fight against the old macaque together at this moment. Yu Jingfan did not want to be outdone. The few of them joined forces once again. Before the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart appeared, they could still fight against the enemy together. However, once the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart appeared, their fragile alliance would collapse. Old gibbon, I'll fight you till the end. the old gibbon said coldly. His steps were strange. His hunched body was like a ray of light, shuttling between the few of them. Hong Yan and Yu Jingfan could not catch him at all. Only Fei Ying and He Ba could fight against him. The old gibbon was faster than everyone else. No one had expected that the old gibbon would be so fast. Old gibbon, be careful. The divine beast white tiger did not forget to remind them. It could be seen that he was still worried about the old gibbon. On the other hand, he was also worried that if the old gibbon collapsed, he would also face death. Jiang Chen could see that the divine beast white tiger did not feel grateful towards the old gibbon at all. There was only a hint of blame in its eyes. The relationship between the both of them was unfathomable. The old gibbon was indeed someone that even the Lord of Eight Lineages Silver River was afraid of. His speed was extremely fast. He moved in a blink of an eye. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll between the few of them. The name of the old ape has shaken the Western Mountain. You truly do live up to your reputation. In that case, let me see exactly why the River Lord has such a high evaluation of you. Fei Ying was unconvinced. He did not believe that the old gibbon was really that skillful. Everyone was curious about the old gibbon and they were filled with battle intent. Because no one could succeed with the old gibbon standing in front of the divine beast white tiger. The white tiger must be killed. Old fella, take my sword. Hong Yan was like a dancing dragon and a dancing phoenix. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. The old gibbon fought and retreated at the same time, stabilizing the battle situation. Even though it was 1 against 6, it did not have any stage fright. The 6 of them combined their strength, but were actually suppressed by the old gibbon to the point that their hands and feet were tied. Jiang Chen had no doubt that the old gibbon could defeat all of them. If he lost, he would truly feel disappointed, because this old gibbon was just too mysterious. He was like a guardian that guarded Wudong Sunset Mountain, but he didn't ask for anything in return. As for why, no one knew. Jiang Chen looked at the battle between the 7 people. The old gibbon was powerful and he was gradually gaining the upper hand. But at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. The old gibbon lost his footing and was pushed back by Hong Yan. A sword swept across his shoulder, revealing a deep wound on his back. Jiang Chen could feel that the old gibbon was like an ordinary human, without any divine origin force left in him. Under the siege of the 6 people, the old gibbon couldn't resist. He vomited blood and was sent flying by Zhu Ri. How could this be? Jiang Chen murmured. Not only him, but everyone else was astonished. They were originally suppressed by the old gibbon, but just now, the old gibbon was suddenly forced back. This made the white tiger feel very complicated. The old gibbon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head helplessly. What a failure. As soon as the old gibbon finished speaking, it displayed its majestic stance once again. With a sweep of its leg, the 6 of them were all pushed back and were in a sorry state. When the old gibbon displayed its majestic stance again, the divine beast white tiger broke out in a cold sweat. Old fella, are you messing with us? He Ba wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. That attack just now made them feel that it was inconceivable and invincible. I know. This is his weakness. When he's strong, he's comparable to a divine king. When he's weak, he can't even withstand a single blow. Fei Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. This was also the reason why the River Lord valued him so much. However, his strength was extremely unstable. Everyone woke up from their dream. The old gibbon's different battle strength already explained everything. However, after repelling everyone, the old gibbon felt the emptiness of the divine origin energy in his body again. Strike while the iron is hot. I don't believe that you can stay strong forever. Fei Ying once again led the group to fight the old gibbon alone. The old gibbon retreated step by step. The divine origin energy in his body seemed to have been sucked dry. Suddenly, he remembered something. The guardians of each generation, his ancestors, seemed to be like this. They all died mysteriously without a trace. It's getting more and more difficult to understand. Jiang Chen frowned. Where did this old gibbon come from? Why was he so vulnerable? Moreover, his strength was just a feint. It was too serious. His aura soared and disappeared in a flash. Fei Ying was charging in front. Would the others be afraid? The old macaque was pushed back 100 meters by the 6 people's joint attack. It spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, and its strength became unstable. It was quite hesitant. Peach blossoms fade, feathers fill the sky. As the old gibbon looked back, the divine power in its body rose to the peak again. The old gibbon swallowed the blood in its mouth and soared into the sky. With a leap, the petals rained down. The peach blossoms were like flying swords that pierced through the sky. Everyone felt a great pressure. 1 or 2 petals were nothing but thousands of petals rained down on them. Even they could not remain calm. They kept blocking the petals as they were afraid that they would be injured by the petals. Even so, Hong Yan and Zhu Ri's bodies were cut by the petals and they were bleeding profusely. What a terrifying flower rain. Zhu Ri fled in a haggard manner. The injuries on his body were quite severe. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn and he casted the 5-elemental trigram fire formation to protect Yu Ernyang and the others. Shuai Liang was also injured and Yu Ernyang was taking care of Yu Huafan. Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation completely blocked the feathers. The old gibbon looked at Jiang Chen deeply. This young man is really amazing. My feathers are quite powerful. There are not many half-step divine kings who could block it. However, Jiang Chen was not having a good time either. His 5-elemental trigram fire formation almost collapsed several times but he managed to hold on. Fei Ying, He Ba and the rest were forced back step by step. Their eyes were filled with horror, while their faces were covered with numerous scars from the feathers that filled the sky. This old gibbon is really something. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. Not bad. But I don't know how long you can hold on for the next attack. Fei Ying had been paying close attention to the old gibbon. As long as he made a mistake, they would not let go of this opportunity. Even though they were injured, it did not mean that the old gibbon would be able to defeat them. Puff, finally, the old gibbon could not hold on anymore. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and knelt down on one knee. More and more divine power was being drained from his body. Ha ha ha. You're getting old. You might not be stronger than me. He Ba shook his head. He seemed quite excited. Since the old gibbon was much weaker than him. Old man, you and him must die, said Xianxia while gnashing his teeth. His entire arm had been crippled by the old ape sky full of feathers. The petals had pierced into Xianxia's thick and coarse skin. He had completely lost his senses. One could imagine how much damage the sky full of feathers had done to them. Rumble, with a deafening sound, the scarlet cloud ancient vine was torn into pieces. Everyone was shocked and their faces were filled with shock. For streams of fire chi rushed out from the scarlet cloud ancient vine. They were like fireflies dancing in the sky. Jiang Chen moved. These 4 streams of fire chi lingered in the bottomless abyss. Terrifying energy was emitted from these 4 streams of fire chi. Jiang Chen raised the black seed in his hand. Right at this moment, a stream of fire energy fell into Jiang Chen's hand and fused with the black seed. The color of the black seed kept changing, from black to red, and it was getting hotter and hotter. Fei Ying and Hong Yan ignored the old gibbon and followed Jiang Chen's instructions. 2 streams of fire chi were held in their hands. The fire chi fused with the black seed. At that moment, the scarlet cloud ancient vine started to burn. The raging fire started to burn from its roots. The ancient tree seemed to have turned extremely pale at this moment. The flame rose to the sky and burned along the scarlet cloud ancient vine. At this moment, the scorching black seed also split into pieces, as if an extremely restless soul was trying to break out of its shell. Is this the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Yu Ernyang took a deep breath. She stared at the red seed in Jiang Chen's hands without blinking. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, it must be the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. He Ba said excitedly while staring at the fiery red seed in Jiang Chen's hand. Because Hong Yan and Fei Ying were not easy to get their hands on, but this mid-heavenly god realm fella had the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, how could this be? A gentleman's wealth would arouse the envy of others. Jiang Chen also felt that the fiery red seed in his hand had become a hot potato. Zhu Ri and He Ba looked at Jiang Chen. Lad, I advise you to hand over the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, don't go astray, otherwise, you'll be the one suffering. I promise, as long as you hand over the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I will not make things difficult for you. Zhu Ri said with a smile, as if he wanted to advise Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen had obviously become the target of everyone, including Xianxia. Although Fei Ying had already obtained a fiery red seed, he was not satisfied with the current situation. The old gibbon looked at Jiang Chen silently. The fiery red seed in his hand had also attracted his attention. Don't harm others and yourself, you should know who to give the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart to, right? He Ba's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he tried to persuade Jiang Chen patiently. This fiery red seed is indeed a hot potato. Jiang Chen's face was solemn, his words made He Ba and Zhu Ri even more excited. Jiang Chen understood the stakes, then he would definitely not face it head-on, it was no different from courting death. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Young man, I admire the talent of a wise man who submits to circumstances. Your future is boundless. He Ba was even more delighted, he took a step forward, wanting to snatch the fiery red seed in Jiang Chen's hand before Zhu Ri and Xianxia. Lad, you need to understand, who is the true ruler of the Xianxia mountain range. War Bear's eyes shone with a threatening light as he stared lungling at Jiang Chen. You're right, but even if it's a hot potato, when did I say that I'm going to give it to someone else? The few of you have worked so hard. Some of you are injured, and some of you are old and your legs are not nimble. I am afraid that it will be bad if you burn yourselves. Even if it doesn't burn you, it won't be good if it burns the flowers and plants. Jiang Chen said with a shrug. He held the fiery red seed in his hand and retreated with a thought-provoking smile. You little bastard, how dare you trick us? He Ba was so angry that his beard stood on end, and his entire body trembled. So what if I'm injured? Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. He Ba sneered and took the initiative to attack, aiming straight at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered, not afraid at all. At this moment, it's time for me to take action. If I don't teach him a lesson, how will he know how sinister people are? Although he was a mid-heavenly god, his strength was severely damaged. If he couldn't even defeat a heavily injured half-step divine king, Jiang Chen, then he would not be qualified to stand here. Jiang Chen was calm and collected, facing He Ba's attack without any fear. Jiang Chen's fist was like a thunderbolt, it was not the strength of a mid-heavenly god. He Ba was extremely shocked by the might of that fist. He Ba had never seen or heard of such a ferocious fist. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the mid-heavenly god realm, but his strength was comparable to a half-step divine king. Just this terrifying fist alone was enough to make a half-step divine king take it seriously. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the mid-heavenly god realm, but it was comparable to a half-step divine king. Such a terrifying fella. Hong Yan's eyes flickered, she was shocked. It seemed like Jiang Chen was not any weaker than them. So powerful. Fei Ying's eyes lit up. He felt that this fellow was not ordinary, but he did not expect him to be able to unleash such terrifying strength. One should not judge a book by its cover. The one who was most shocked was Yu Ernyang. She knew that Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary, but she did not expect that even her third brother was not his match. Jiang Chen's formation and strength were both so profound. He Ba was pushed back dozens of steps by Jiang Chen. He staggered and struggled to regain his balance. At the same time, both Xianxia and Zhu Ri stopped moving, because they knew that they could not do better than He Ba. They were injured, if their strength was not reduced, it would not be a problem for them to fight against Jiang Chen. However, they were in a disadvantageous position, it would not be easy for them to snatch the fiery red seed from Jiang Chen. Truly a young hero, it's a pity, sigh. The old gibbon sighed. It was a pity that they were on different sides. Jiang Chen was the same as the others, he came for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. However, from the old gibbon's point of view, there was something different about Jiang Chen. He did not admire Jiang Chen, he did not want to be involved in this battle. However, there was nothing he could do, this was his inheritance, his mission. Jiang Chen looked down on everyone, not even a half-step divine king expert could do anything to him. I, Jiang Chen, have never given away anything in my hands. Jiang Chen said faintly, his expression was cold and his eyes were sharp. Everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. This fella had been hiding his strength all along, pretending to be weak. Or perhaps, they had neglected his existence from the beginning. They did not expect him to be able to silence everyone with such a terrifying stance. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to fight. I, Jiang will accompany you till the end. Xianxia glanced at Zhu Ri and said faintly, I'd rather you guys get it than to let the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart fall into someone else's hands. Xianxia's words reignited Heba and Zhu Ri's determination. Alright, lad, let's see who will be the last one laughing. Heba, Zhu Ri, Xianxia, the three of them revealed their true forms, determined to fight Jiangchen to the death. The fiery red seed must not fall into his hands. Do you guys think I'm just a decoration? Yu Jingfan knew that he had to take action. Jiangchen had saved them several times. Jiangchen was facing these shameless half-step divine kings alone. It would be too heartless of him if he remained indifferent. Keep the goodies within the family, you guys have no right to interfere in the Tianqi mountain range. Xianxia said. Let's see if you guys have the capability. Yu Jingfan gave Jiangchen a glance and both of them nodded slightly. They then joined forces to fight. Xianxia, Ba Zhu Ri and the other two were not willing to be outdone. Jiangchen was even more fearless in the group battle. His overbearing fists fell from the sky, each of them was deadly. Jiangchen had completely changed his silence. This time, he must let the three of them know what a true expert is. Feiying quickly took action to protect Xianxia, but he was also forced back by Jiangchen's fist. As for Heba, he wasn't as lucky as Xianxia. Jiangchen was fighting and chasing after him at the same time. It was a completely one-sided situation. Heba's skillful offense and defense were completely useless in front of Jiangchen. Jiangchen fought close to him. Every inch was dangerous, forcing Heba into a hopeless situation. Heba was an old demon that had lived in the Tianqi mountain range for thousands of years. He had never thought that he would be forced into such a situation. His eyes were filled with fear. Jiangchen had already unleashed his murderous intent towards him. Zhu Ri was not careless, he charged forward savagely, sending Jiangchen flying a few times. However, Jiangchen was able to easily charge forward again. Facing Heba and Zhu Ri, Jiangchen did not give them any leeway. If he used his dragon transformation, they wouldn't even be able to last 10 rounds against him. Yu Jingfan was getting more and more shocked. Although Jiangchen's strength was still weak, he gave people a feeling that he was an insurmountable mountain. No one could move him even if he just stood there. I don't want to die. Heba shrieked. His eyes were filled with fear. However, Jiangchen didn't give him any time to react. He punched and shattered Heba's meridians and bones, turning him into a cripple. His divine energy dissipated and he looked like a decayed tree. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. I, Zhu Ri, have never thought of leaving this place alive after coming here. Zhu Ri scoffed coldly. He would rather die standing than live like a coward. Then, I'll give you a quick death. Jiangchen turned around and kicked. His kick was like a thunderbolt, shooting everywhere. Hong Yan and Fei Ying subconsciously took a step back. Zhu Ri was heavily injured, dying. However, Jiangchen admired his fearless spirit. Don't make me suffer like this. Zhu Ri looked at Jiangchen. Alright. Jiangchen struck out with his palm and directly killed Zhu Ri. Yu Jingfan finally knew how terrifying Jiangchen's strength was. He was so powerful and unstoppable. All of a sudden, the sound of a flute reverberated throughout the bottomless abyss. Everyone's spirits jolted. Is that him? Jiangchen's expression changed. It was still the flute sound that he had heard in the peach blossom forest. It was familiar, but this time it was even more frightening. Everyone was as though they were facing a great enemy. The sound of the flute made them nervous. A young girl in green clothes, delicate and pretty like a new bamboo, with a temperament like a lotus, slowly descended. She held a bamboo flute in her hand, and her eyes rippled with autumn light. She was beautiful beyond compare. Little fellow, even you are here. The old macaque murmured, its eyes filled with regret. I've been entrusted with a task, so I'll do it. The voice of the green-robed girl was like the sound of Sanskrit in an empty valley, clear and melodious, and pleasing to the ear. He glanced at the old macaque. His calm eyes seemed to reveal a trace of affection. The bamboo flute is everywhere in the valley, but where can I find a soulmate? Xianxia said with a smile. He had never thought that the soul expert who trapped him was actually a girl who looked so fragile. You're flattering me. The girl's calm eyes flickered with astonishment. The phrase "the bamboo flute is everywhere in the valley, but where can I find a soulmate" made her heart tremble. Playing the bamboo flute alone for 3,000 years, leaving my voice in the valley, where can I find a soulmate? The girl sighed in her heart. This was her true self, and it was also what Xianxia had said. The bamboo flute is everywhere in the valley, but where can I find a soulmate? She used the sound wave of the bamboo flute to enter the Tao, using her soul to be invincible. She roamed the Xianxia mountain range, standing aloof from worldly affairs. She herself was a legend, a fated existence. The girl was calm, like a fairy descending from the heavens, untainted by worldly affairs. She pointed her finger and the last fire chi was absorbed into her palm. The green-robed girl moved her palm and a black seed appeared. It merged with the fire chi and eventually became a fiery red seed. The 4 fiery red seeds shone brightly and the scarlet cloud ancient vine that was burning in the sky became even more vigorous. So this is the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The girl opened her mouth, staring at the fiery red seed in her hand. At this moment, even Fei Ying was extremely shocked. He suddenly recalled the words of the Valley Lord. In the depths of the Tianqi mountain range, there lived an expert who stood aloof from worldly affairs. His soul force was incomparably powerful. Could it actually be this delicate green-cloaked girl? Of course, Fei Ying would never think that she was weak. May I know who asked you to do this? Xianxia said. If he was not wrong, it must be that mysterious shadow. Xianxia knew that the real expert had just surfaced. Who asked me to do this? What does it have to do with you? The green-cloaked girl was silent. Her voice was indifferent without any joy or sorrow. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to offend you. Xianxia said with a smile. I've lost to you once, but it doesn't mean that I'll lose to you again. The girl seemed to have an obsession in her heart. She looked at Xianxia deeply. Really? Then I'll wait and see. Xianxia really wanted to know who the person behind the girl was. Moreover, Xianxia also wanted to force the person behind her to show himself. Xianxia took a step and arrived in the sky. The girl's bamboo flute played again, her eyes were calm and silent, as if nothing could change the ripples in her eyes. Waves of terrifying sharp soul blades burst out from the girl's body, comparable to a heavenly divine tool. The soul blades were like the Grim Reaper. Xianxia sat down on his knees. At this moment, he fully unleashed his soul energy, turning it into a sturdy shield, facing the girl head-on. Facing the girl's invincible soul blades, everyone was terrified. However, Xianxia completely disregarded it and approached the girl step by step. Her eyes finally revealed a trace of astonishment. Xianxia, please show mercy. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. He knew that he had no right or ability to ask Xianxia to show mercy, but he did not want the girl to suffer any harm. Xianxia approached the green-cloaked girl step by step. The distance between the two of them was getting shorter and shorter. In the end, both of their soul strengths had completely cancelled each other out. At this moment, Xianxia stood in front of the green-cloaked girl. The girl's face turned red and she staggered backwards. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly attacked. His target was the red seed in the girl's hand. He, Xianxia, it's been a long time since we last met, but you're still as cunning as ever. A familiar voice made Xianxia frown his brows. The black figure turned into a ray of light and snatched the fiery red seed from the girl's hand before Xianxia could. The fiery red seed slowly rose from the black-robed man's hand, giving off a demonic feeling. The man slowly raised his head, and Xianxia's eyes focused on him. Finally, his gaze landed on the man. You're still alive? Xianxia said solemnly. He had never thought that the black-robed man in front of him was someone who was supposed to be dead. You didn't expect this, right? You killed me with your own hands, but now I'm alive again. Ha ha ha. Li Zongheng laughed wildly. His eyes were extremely sharp and his aura was terrifying. Although he was also a half-step divine king, Fei Ying, and the others were obviously much weaker than him. Because he was infinitely close to the Divine King realm, no one below the half-step Divine King realm was his match. Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed and said faintly, "Looks like I've underestimated you. Coming back from the dead, interesting, really interesting. The one who resurrected you should not be an ordinary person. Jiang Chen, you killed me in the past. Today, it's time for us to settle this. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to vent my hatred." Li Zongheng had finally come back from the dead after experiencing 9 deaths. However, there was a barrier in his heart that he could never cross, and that was Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen killed him, he did not have any means to retaliate. He could only die silently and become an unknown dead man in the hidden secret realm. His soul returned to the heavens and earth. However, the hidden secret realm was a place where countless souls were trapped. Li Zongheng's soul was extracted from the hidden secret realm by a peerless expert. Li Zongheng would never forget the moment when Jiang Chen killed him. His heart was filled with despair and desolation. Fortunately, God was merciful and allowed him to return to the peak of the world. What the Ghost Eye sect could give him was not enough for him to reach the peak. However, the current Li Zongheng was not the same as before. "Really? Since I was able to kill you once, I think I can do it a second time, and it shouldn't take too much effort," Jiang Chen said confidently. At this moment, even Fei Ying, Hong Yan, and the others were shocked. Jiang Chen was really arrogant. The strength of this black-robed man was terrifying. Fei Ying knew that even if he and Xiong Zhan were at their peak, they still wouldn't have the confidence to defeat this black-robed man. However, Jiang Chen was so confident. He was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. However, Jiang Chen said that he had killed this black-robed man before. "You're a beauty, why did you become a thief?" Jiang Chen took a glance at the young lady and sighed. The young lady seemed to want to say something, but she chose to remain silent. Li Zongheng's gaze was cold like an ice blade. He looked at Jiang Chen and their gazes were filled with killing intent. "That's what you said. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do to kill me again. Do you think I'm still as weak as before? I'm only one step away from the Divine King realm. What makes you think you can fight against me?" Ha ha ha. Li Zongheng felt the same. Both of them were extremely confident. However, it was obvious that Li Zongheng came prepared. "You're good at talking. You were also like this in the past. Didn't you get beaten up by me in the end? Do you think you can win against me even if you come back to life? A loser will always be a loser." Jiang Chen looked down at Li Zongheng with an arrogant attitude. Li Zongheng's eyes looked gloomy. That scar seemed to be pressing on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. He swore to kill Jiang Chen, Yu Jingfan, Fei Ying, and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was a mid-heavenly god, but he was already arrogant. Since the two of them were no longer the same as before, the difference in their strength was too huge. If they were to fight again, Jiang Chen might not be able to gain the upper hand. Only Shui Liang knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength was. This battle might be earth-shattering. However, when the two of them were about to fight, something unexpected happened. The scarlet cloud ancient vine was burning fiercely. The fiery red seeds in Jiang Chen's and the others' hands were getting hotter and hotter. In the end, they broke into pieces. How could this be? Hong Yan's heart was filled with shock as he said. After every fiery red seed split open, there would be a crystal-clear heart-shaped object within. It was plump and moist, just like a newborn baby. However, the incomparably large amount of pure energy within it indicated that it was extraordinary. "It's really the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart," Fei Ying said excitedly, holding the crystal-clear heart tightly. He could not wait to swallow it. The divine beast, White Tiger, licked his dry lips, his eyes were filled with envy and greed. However, the flame of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart had covered the entire bottomless abyss. Everyone felt suffocated, as if the divine energy in their body was being squeezed out. "This scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is strange." Jiang Chen frowned. "If it's not because of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, I'll definitely make you suffer." Li Zongheng did not make his move immediately because the crystal heart in their hands attracted everyone's attention. That terrifying energy caused everyone to be fearful. Heavenly Fire Domain. The old gibbon took a deep breath and looked up. The entire sky was covered by the blazing flame of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. They were trapped in this bottomless abyss, and the heavenly fire domain was constantly shrinking their living space. What's the heavenly fire domain? Xianxia looked at the old gibbon. I don't know. I only know that in the message left by my ancestors, the heavenly fire domain was the last thing they could see. The old macaque's heart skipped a beat when he said that. He could sense a trace of death aura gradually descending. This might be the reason why every generation of his ancestors had disappeared for no reason. The heavenly fire domain was formed by sealing off ultimate heavenly fire, especially when it was underground. They had no way out and could only wait for death. Xianxia also realized the seriousness of the situation. The heavenly fire domain, the name alone was enough to make one's scalp numb. The heavenly fire was comparable to his five-elemental true fire. Xianxia had never heard of the heavenly fire before. However, the aura of the heavenly fire had caused the five-elemental true fire in his body to become restless. The heavenly fire is too terrifying. Yu Ernyang murmured. Death was rising in everyone's heart. The heavenly fire was already hundreds of feet high in the sky and it was constantly descending. Every inch, every meter, every foot was a challenge to their mental limits. The heavenly fire domain will burn everything. Quickly, get into the tree hole. However, the pressure in their hearts was far too great, causing Fei Ying, Hong Yan and the rest to have difficulty breathing. How could anyone survive under the heavenly fire? The heavenly fire that could destroy the sky had become their life and death crisis. Forget it, let's go in first. Fei Ying pulled Xianxia and rushed into the burning tree hole. Hong Yan followed suit. Shui Liang, third brother Yu, bring them into the tree hole. Jiangchen said. Yu Jingfan and Shui Liang brought Yu Huafan and Yu Ernyang into the tree hole. Jiangchen, you must live. Yu Ernyang said heartbreakingly. In the end, the green-clothed girl and the old macaque looked at each other and entered the tree hole, braving the raging fire. Jiangchen's heart was as calm as still water. He looked at Li Zongheng. Only the two of them were still calm. Aren't you afraid of death? Li Zongheng said. Then, are you afraid? Jiangchen asked. I've already died once. What do you think? Li Zongheng suddenly laughed. I'm not afraid of death because I won't die. Jiangchen was still full of arrogance, wild and domineering. How about we fight in the heavenly fire field? Li Zongheng was not afraid of death. The heavenly fire field is just a gimmick. Although the heavenly fire is strong, don't you think it's strange that it suddenly descended? Jiangchen said. It is strange. I felt that this place is strange the moment I entered. It doesn't look like a good place. Li Zongheng frowned. An even greater conspiracy is about to descend. As soon as Jiangchen finished his words, a scream was heard from the tree hole. Jiangchen looked at the red seed in his hand and said, this is just a part of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart's energy. The real scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is still in this tree hole. Li Zongheng did not doubt him because the scream had explained everything. The next moment, Jiangchen and Li Zongheng rushed into the tree hole at the same time. After entering, Jiangchen found out that this tree hole was actually a mystical flame space. The terrifying flames were rising continuously. Fei Ying and Xianxia had disappeared without a trace. Yu Jingfan, Shui Liang, Hong Yan and the others were still fighting the divine beast white tiger. The old gibbon was exhausted and the green-robed girl was supporting him. The relationship between the green-robed girl and the old gibbon made Jiangchen even more confused. The divine beast, the white tiger, was even more powerful than before, as if it had the help of God. Fei Ying and Xianxia were both devoured by him. This tree hole is his base. His strength is continuously rising in this place. Shui Liang shouted. What a cunning fellow. I didn't guess wrong. This is all a good show directed by you. Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiangchen's words shocked the white tiger and the old ape. What? The white tiger is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Yu Jingfan and the others were shocked. How could the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart be him? Li Zongheng squinted his eyes. He could see that the white tiger was feeling pressured. Jiang Chen's guess was correct. Jiang Chen had long suspected that these 4 crystal hearts were not the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The white tiger came out from the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Although it was the white tiger, it did not have the divine skill of the white tiger, not to mention the inherited memories. In addition to the old gibbon's oath, Jiang Chen was sure that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart belonged to the white tiger. The white tiger is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Yu Ernyang exclaimed. But she knew that white tiger was getting more and more powerful. Fei Ying and Xiongzhan had already been swallowed by him. Now, Shuai Liang, Heng Yan and Yu Jingfan would be in danger at any time. The green-robed girl moved slightly, but she was not too surprised. Because in her eyes, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had nothing to do with her. On the contrary, the old gibbon stared at Jiang Chen. He thought that his plan was flawless, but Jiang Chen saw through it. This fella's eyes were really sharp. Brat, you really make me love and hate you at the same time. I love that you're brimming with talent, and I hate that you're extremely smart and powerful. You didn't have to be involved in this, but anyone who enters this tree hole must die. Or should I say, you're destined to die the moment you stepped into this endless abyss. The old gibbon said with a serious expression. The divine beast white tiger was still as arrogant as before. He had completely suppressed Heng Yan and the others. The scene was extremely depressing. Red cloak formation. Heng Yan harumphed coldly. His figure flashed and 13 red figures turned into a terrifying red cloak formation, trapping the divine beast white tiger within it. The red cloak formation was extremely powerful. It was Heng Yan's trump card. Those who were below the divine king realm could break this formation. Roar. Unfortunately, the divine beast white tiger was an existence that was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. With a loud roar, Heng Yan's formation was completely crushed by the divine beast white tiger's attack. Heng Yan was sent flying and his blood splattered across the sky. The divine beast white tiger leaped up and swallowed Heng Yan and the crystal heart in his hand. His aura increased once again. At this moment, the divine beast white tiger looked at Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng. All of you will become my delicacy. The divine beast white tiger squinted his eyes and charged towards Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan kept retreating. How could a half-step divine king be so weak? Yan Lingyu! Yu Jingfan shouted. This was the heavenly divine tool of his clan, the Yan Lingyu. In the hands of the Yu clan, the Yan Lingyu seemed to be blessed by the gods. Terrifying feathers covered the sky, the fiery red space and the feathers flew towards the divine beast white tiger. The white tiger's roar shook the heavens. Under Yan Lingyu's attack, it did not move at all. Such a terrifying fella. Yu Jingfan gasped and staggered backwards. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The divine beast white tiger sneered and tried to devour Yu Jingfan. Shuai Liang slashed his sword and stopped the divine beast white tiger. At this moment, his sword was filled with golden radiance. Not bad. You're quite powerful. The divine beast white tiger was not angry and turned towards Shuai Liang. The sword in Shuai Liang's hand shone with golden radiance. Forgotten sword technique, golden saint sword. Shuai Liang went on a killing spree. Gold and red intertwined in the tree hole, the light was dazzling. The divine beast white tiger swallowed the sky and suppressed all directions. It directly went against Shuai Liang's golden holy sword. Shuai Liang was forced to retreat 100 meters. The golden holy sword was smashed into pieces by the divine beast white tiger's claw. Forgotten sword scar. Shuai Liang rushed forward again to meet the challenge. The small figure formed a sharp contrast with the divine beast white tiger. However, this time, Shuai Liang was not defeated so easily. Both of them took a step back, but Shuai Liang's sword had a crack. Just so. The divine beast white tiger continued to absorb the energy of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine, which meant that his existence was connected to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was his solid support. Jiang Chen stared at the scene without blinking. Shuai Liang's strength was completely revealed. The third sword was also Shuai Liang's strongest sword. Forgotten sword becomes void. Shuai Liang's expression was cold and indifferent. His momentum was unstoppable. His sword swept through millions of troops as if it was born from the heavens and earth. This time, the divine beast white tiger also became serious. The huge sword shadow pierced through the void as if it was going to pierce through his heart. Melt for me. The divine beast white tiger swallowed the huge sword shadow. However, Xueliang was in a sorry state. He was blown away by the divine beast white tiger and the sword shadow was melted. Xueliang was blown away. He knelt on one knee and stood with his sword. However, the sword was no longer complete. The day the broken sword is reforged, the day the night returns. Xueliang murmured as he looked at the void. He was defeated in this battle, but he would never admit defeat. Let's get rid of the white tiger first, then we'll settle our old scores. What do you think? Li Zongheng looked at Jiang Chen. That's what I was thinking. Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng looked at each other. Although Li Zongheng was killed by him once, he had his own pride. Especially after his rebirth, Li Zongheng's only thought was to defeat Jiang Chen fair and square. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not worried that Li Zongheng would play tricks on him. A true expert had his own pride and belief. Li Zongheng was like that. Moreover, he was so proud. Even if you found out that I am the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, what can you do to me? Ha ha ha. The divine beast white tiger said with extreme confidence. Let's see if you really have the ability to swallow me. Jiang Chen said. The two of you will be my most delicious food. The divine beast, white tiger, said with a smile. He had already sentenced Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng to death. As long as the two of them were killed, there was nothing to worry about. The rest were just shrimp soldiers and crab generals, nothing to be afraid of. Did I do the right thing? The old gibbon fell into silence. He realized that the divine beast white tiger wasn't as docile as he had imagined. He wasn't as calm as he had expected either. Because he had been guarding it for thousands of years, just to prevent others from entering the Wudong Sunset Mountain and threatening the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine and his safety. However, because of his existence, his clan had been guarding it for thousands of years. Every generation of ancestors had disappeared without a reason. It must have something to do with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. If it wasn't for the ape ancestors' help, I'm afraid I would have become the prey of tigers and wolves. The girl said in a low voice. You're the son of heaven. You won't die even without me. You're different from the others. The old gibbon sighed. You're different from me. But I can't tell if what I'm doing is right or wrong. Is the inheritance of the ancestors just to protect the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? The old ape showed a rare bewilderment. A crack had appeared in his heart. He was no longer perfect and flawless, and he no longer had a clear conscience. Why did you help the black-robed man? The old gibbon asked. I don't know. Because of the token in his hand. It's as if that token has always existed in my memory. It was rare for the girl to speak so much. Token? What token? The old gibbon was even more surprised. Buddha token. Buddha token? The old gibbon shook his head. He did not know anything other than what happened in the Xianxia mountain range. His mission was determined the moment he was born. It was to protect the Wudong Sunset Mountain and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The divine beast white tiger was fighting against Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng. Both of them were invincible. Be it Jiang Chen or Li Zongheng, both of them posed a great threat to the divine beast white tiger. Roar. The divine beast white tiger roared continuously as if to express his anger. However, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. He did not need to be afraid of Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng at all. You look weak, so I'll start with you. The divine beast white tiger squinted his eyes and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered and instantly transformed into a half-dragon and half-human. Although he looked tiny, he was filled with a domineering aura that could fight against the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen threw out a punch and clashed with the divine beast white tiger's claw. Radiance shone and thunder rumbled in the sky. Jiang Chen's tiny figure was not worth mentioning in front of the divine beast white tiger. However, it was this tiny and seemingly powerless attack that made the divine beast white tiger gasp. Not to mention that both of them were equally matched, the might of the white tiger could not be displayed at all in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's dragon aura was suppressing the divine beast white tiger. For the first time, the divine beast felt that his aura was suppressed. "Are you a human or a dragon?" the divine beast white tiger shouted. "I am the descendant of the dragon." Jiang Chen smiled confidently and charged towards the divine beast white tiger. Although he looked weak, he was able to unleash an earth-shattering power. What a terrifying fella, Yu Jingfan thought. He finally knew the gap between him and Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was not a half-step divine king, he was stronger than a half-step divine king. He could even suppress the divine beast white tiger with his dragon aura. He could clearly feel the dragon aura from Jiang Chen. Yu Jingfan looked at Yu Ernyang. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was not easy to get. "Little seventh, you're still as good as ever at judging people. Fifth brother is not as good as you." Yu Huafan sighed and looked at Yu Ernyang. Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. He was really too powerful, especially among those who were below the divine king realm. His combat strength was unparalleled. Just his human dragon form alone was enough to crush countless people. "You're right." The old gibbon was slightly startled and his heart trembled slightly. The mightiness of the demonic beasts, especially the mightiness of the divine beasts, was frightening. Jiang Chen's dragon mightiness was exactly the same. Of course, Li Zongheng did not want to be outdone. After Jiang Chen transformed into a dragon, his aura became stronger, which made Li Zongheng feel serious. Little pagoda art. Buddha shakes the heavens. Li Zongheng's hand seals were intertwined and a black whirlwind was condensed in his hand. A huge palm print was shot out and collided with the divine beast white tiger. Jiang Chen's attack was powerful and incomparable. The divine beast white tiger was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Li Zongheng's Buddha shakes the heavens had already collided with the white tiger. The divine beast white tiger groaned and withstood the attack. However, it was hit by Jiang Chen's punch and was sent flying away. 2 of its teeth were knocked out by Jiang Chen's punch. Such a strong physical strength. "Is this guy a human or a beast?" Yu Huafan said with a bitter smile. Jiang Chen had made him understand that a human's strength could still be as overbearing as a demonic beast's. His body's resistance and strength had reached its peak. Yu Huafan said with a bitter smile. The dragon scales were attached to the body, the dragon breath was unparalleled and the dragon's prestige was unparalleled, Jiang Chen was explaining to everyone who was the real king of the physical body. So what if it was the divine beast white tiger? It was still impossible for him to take a step back. Jiang Chen pressed forward step by step with irresistible force. Li Zongheng's little pagoda art was also extremely powerful. Under the joint attack of the two, the divine beast white tiger had completely lost its previous majesty. However, the divine beast white tiger did not want to be outdone and continued to absorb the energy from the scarlet cloud ancient vine tree. "I didn't expect you to have improved so much." Li Zongheng glanced at Jiang Chen. "You're not bad either." Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. After his dragon transformation, he was completely unreasonable. He fought hand-to-hand with the white tiger and trampled on the white tiger miserably. If it was not for his strong recovery ability and evil energy, he would have already fallen down. "Buddha covers the sky." Li Zongheng roared proudly. The tree hole was filled with flames and was covered by darkness. It was like a giant hand that could support the sky, grabbing the divine beast white tiger. Jiang Chen immediately moved forward and entangled the divine beast white tiger so that it had no chance to escape. Under Li Zongheng's giant palm, the divine beast white tiger howled and was finally defeated by the two. Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng did not stop. They attacked the white tiger fiercely, making it difficult for him to turn. "No, I don't want to die." The divine beast white tiger finally showed a hint of panic. He could feel the murderous intent of Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng. He was born for thousands of years just to be able to transform into a human one day. However, he suffered a fatal attack at this moment. "You greedy humans, you'll all die a horrible death." The divine beast white tiger gritted his teeth. However, 2 of his fangs had already been knocked off by Jiang Chen, making him look extremely funny. Jiang Chen snorted. He had swallowed so many people, why didn't he think about whether it was his fault? The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart had actually transformed into the body of the white tiger. This was something that no one had expected. However, Xianxia and Li Zongheng obviously had no intention of holding back. The divine beast white tiger could no longer resist their attacks. It was just a slow death for him. No, I can't let them succeed, the old gibbon said in a deep voice. In the midst of struggle and conflict, the rational god of war finally showed his emotional side. Whether he was merciful or cowardly, he still had to follow the ancient teachings. From the moment he was born, he was destined to be the guardian of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart for the rest of his life. The old gibbon did not know if it was the blind loyalty of his ancestors, but he had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, how would he be able to meet his ancestors after his death? The old gibbon gathered all of his strength and soared into the sky, just to stop Xianxia and Li Zongheng. The old gibbon was enraged and his aura rose again. He threw a punch and forced Xianxia to retreat. Xianxia squinted his eyes and stared at the old gibbon. Do you really want to fight to the death with us? You can't save the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Xianxia stared at the old gibbon. He did not want to make things difficult for the old gibbon, but the old gibbon insisted on getting involved. He could have stayed out of this, but the old gibbon had to protect the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart until his death. Xianxia was impressed by the old gibbon's determination. However, this was a battle to the death. Everyone was here for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Retreat. There was no longer any way to retreat. This is my mission. I will protect the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart even if I die, the old gibbon said in a deep voice. He raised a saber and stood between Xianxia and the divine beast white tiger. Old gibbon, looks like you're quite stubborn. Then, I shall send you to heaven. Li Zongheng's eyes flickered coldly. I hope that you're right. Xianxia did not say anything, because the battle was to show respect to the old gibbon. No one could tell whether he would win or lose, but the old gibbon could die without regrets through the battle. Thank you. The old gibbon's eyes were clear. He was ready to die in this battle. Xianxia and Li Zongheng were not to be trifled with. They were invincible under the divine king realm. Alright, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, the divine beast white tiger did something out of everyone's expectation. He opened his mouth and swallowed the old gibbon. Even Xianxia did not expect this. The green-clothed girl's eyes revealed a trace of suffering, and she was deeply moved. Xianxia's pupils shrunk and his expression froze. You deserve to die, Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. He's willing to live and die for me. This is his glory. This is his glory. To be eaten by me, he will feel even more honored. Every generation of forest ape ancestor is the best fertilizer for me. Their 10,000 years of cultivation are all at my disposal. Ha ha ha. The divine beast white tiger said while laughing wildly. His voice was filled with horror. Xianxia squinted his eyes and Lingling stared at the divine beast white tiger. Unfortunately, the old gibbon was still proud of his loyalty at the moment of his death. However, he was swallowed by the divine beast white tiger in the next second. He never expected the divine beast white tiger to be so ambitious. Xianxia disdained the old gibbon's loyalty, but he respected his choice. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The ending shocked everyone. His death is not to be regretted. He was born for the scarlet cloud ancient vine and died for it. This is the inheritance of the ancestors of the forest. Their lives belong to me. The strength of the divine beast white tiger continued to rise. At this moment, the divine beast white tiger's strength seemed to have reached the critical point of breaking through. After swallowing the old gibbon, his strength had reached a higher level. With the addition of the energy from the scarlet cloud ancient vine, he was about to break through to the divine king realm. We must not let him break through to the divine king realm. Otherwise, it will be more troublesome for us, Li Zongheng said. He was not afraid of the divine beast white tiger. He just did not want this guy to be a hindrance to him. Moreover, Xianxia was eyeing him. Such a ruthless guy. The old gibbon swore to protect his master, but he was swallowed by the white tiger in the end. How cruel. Yu Huafan's expression was solemn. He was a sincere man. Although he did not belong to the same camp as the old gibbon, he still felt it was unfair for the old gibbon. This divine beast white tiger was worse than a beast. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was determined to kill the divine beast white tiger that was transformed from the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. No one could stop him. Although Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng were enemies, they had a tacit understanding. Facing the divine beast white tiger that was growing stronger and stronger, their attacks were as ruthless as usual. Jiang Chen used his flesh and blood to fight against the divine beast white tiger. However, the divine beast white tiger's strength did not stop there. It was continuously absorbing the energy from the tree hole. It was like an indestructible beast. However, Jiang Chen's attack was like a sharp knife. The divine beast white tiger had no chance to fight back at all. Li Zongheng's little pagoda art was constantly causing him more trouble. Being attacked from both front and back, the two of them were still a notch higher in terms of skills. However, this time, the divine beast white tiger did not show any signs of nervousness, as if it had a card up its sleeve. I've had enough. Now, it's my turn, right? The eyes of the divine beast white tiger flickered as he sneered. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation had suppressed him for a long time. At this moment, he had finally broken through to the divine king realm. Oh no, he still broke through to God King. Li Zongheng said in a deep voice. Not yet. He's only borrowing a part of the scarlet cloud ancient vine's energy. He's infinitely close to a divine king, but he's still not there yet. Jiang Chen's eyes were vicious. Even so, it's enough to kill you. The divine beast white tiger turned defeat into victory and began a new counterattack. Sword Will of Solitude, one with the sword. Jiang Chen did not plan to give the divine beast white tiger any chance at all because he had touched Jiang Chen's bottom line. If the old gibbon fought with them, it would be a glorious death. However, the moment he was engulfed by the divine beast white tiger, Jiang Chen's heart was pounding heavily. This guy is worse than a beast. Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light. His sword's shadows covered the sky and earth. The Sword Will of Solitude was unstoppable. Heavenly Fortune Palm. Li Zongheng did not show any mercy. Jiang Chen had seen this palm before. He knew how terrifying it was. Both of them used their ultimate moves, leaving no chance for the divine beast white tiger. White tiger's divine might, chi of inheritance, one chi shakes the universe. The divine beast white tiger spewed out a mouthful of divine origin chi, covering the sky and earth. This was the divine beast white tiger's inheritance chi, one chi shakes the universe. However, Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng were not to be outdone. Their palms whistled, covering the sky and earth. Even the space in the tree hole seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Jiang Chen's Sword Will of Solitude, under the one with the sword, his speed was beyond the limit. In a split second, the divine beast white tiger's body was pierced through by the Nine Swords reincarnation. Jiang Chen's Sword of Solitude pierced through the layers of qi. The divine beast white tiger felt a great pressure, as if its body was pierced through. The heavenly fortune palm pressed it down fiercely. Its knees were broken and it was crawling on the ground. It had completely lost its ability to fight and its aura had disappeared. Jiang Chen had also consumed a lot of his strength. He had used 9 swords in a row, which was not something he could do in the past. Li Zongheng was the same. The heavenly fortune palm was his ultimate move. In order to kill the divine beast white tiger as soon as possible, both of them had used their ultimate moves. Although the divine beast white tiger had comprehended some of its inheritance chi, it was still of no use. If it was the real divine beast white tiger, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Jiang Chen murmured. Looking at the white tiger lying on the ground, he was ready to kill. Accept the death sentence. Jiang Chen struck with his palm, intending to kill the divine beast white tiger. However, he was stopped by Yu Ernyang. Wait. Yu Ernyang's shout stunned Jiang Chen. Give me a reason not to kill him. If you kill him, the value of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart will be greatly reduced. At that time, it will only be a medicinal ingredient, nothing more. Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment. She's right. Although this guy deserves to die, we should make the best use of him. However, there's only one scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Li Zongheng squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Their battle had just begun after defeating the divine beast White Tiger. If that's the case, this scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is mine. I want to refine a medicinal pill, and the main ingredient is the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Jiang Chen said confidently. To be honest, although this scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is important to me, it's not as important as you in my heart. Killing you might be the most exciting thing for me. Li Zongheng smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth arched upwards. They were destined to fight to the death. Even if Jiang Chen was willing to spare his life, Li Zongheng would not leave just like that. Jiang Chen knew that he had left a shadow in Li Zongheng's heart. Li Zongheng's obsession was the deepest. If Li Zongheng did not kill him, he would never be able to become a true expert. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Back then, you also made a solemn vow. However, I don't think I need to explain the result, right? Even after leaving the hidden secret realm, you still haven't learned your lesson. Jiang Chen said to Leng Leng. Yu Jingfan, Yu Ernyang and the others sighed silently. Jiang Chen was still the same Jiang Chen, the all-powerful Jiang Chen who stirred up chaos in the world and shocked half of the Lone Dragon County. As you wish. You'll die miserably in this battle. I promise. Li Zongheng slowly raised his head. The entire space within the tree hole was filled with a black aura that covered the sky, completely blocking the raging flames. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. I must get it. Yu Ernyang silently looked at the divine beast White Tiger's dispirited figure. At this moment, he had completely turned into a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. He did not pose any threat at all. He lay there motionlessly, his eyes were filled with fear. Don't mess around, Ernyang. Just wait and see. If Jiang Chen is able to defeat that guy, we don't need to take the risk. Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. For the sake of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, the three of them had been living in seclusion for 100 years. If they failed in the end, how could they face their elders when they returned? Therefore, Yu Ernyang had already prepared herself. If she could not get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, she would be too ashamed to return home. But, doesn't Jiang Chen want the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart as well? Yu Ernyang murmured. She was now in a dilemma. If they were to obtain the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, it would be all thanks to Jiang Chen. How could she open her mouth? I know your difficulties, but don't act rashly. In this godforsaken place, any mistake will lead to your death. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice and stared at Yu Ernyang fiercely. Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng were ready for battle. Jiang Chen could not afford to be careless in this battle. After his rebirth, Li Zongheng was obviously much stronger and more terrifying. If he was not careful, Jiang Chen could not guarantee that he would be able to defeat Li Zongheng. Even he had to be extra careful. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. Li Zongheng's voice was filled with battle intent and expectation. Jiang Chen was the devil in his heart. If he could kill Jiang Chen, then he would be like a dragon rising to the heavens. If he lost, no matter how talented he was, he would not be able to move forward. Therefore, Li Zongheng knew that he could only win and not lose. The person Li Zongheng wanted to win was not Jiang Chen, but his own devil in his heart. History repeats itself. You will make the same mistake again. Jiang Chen smiled confidently and calmly. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation was still as swift as ever. He rose up and crushed Li Zongheng with a roar. Li Zongheng became more and more excited. Their fists and palms collided in the space of the tree hole. Shueliang silently watched this scene. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was still above his. At least for now, he was no match for Jiang Chen. Even if he exerted all his strength, it was still impossible for him to defeat him. Shueliang was not a person who was willing to admit defeat. Even Li Zongheng was more powerful than him. Therefore, Shueliang had to regroup. His heart as an expert could never be silent. Anyone who stood in his way would be destroyed by him. Sooner or later, I will fight you fair and square, Jiang Chen. Shueliang murmured. But at this moment, he still hoped that Jiang Chen could win and crush Li Zongheng to death in the space of the tree hole. Jiang Chen was extremely powerful. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. After using the dragon transformation, he was able to fight against a half-step divine king. An ordinary peak heavenly god was no match for him. Even a half-step divine king was no match for him. The strength of Jiang Chen's body was extraordinarily terrifying. It was intertwined with Li Zongheng's. Their palms were linked together like a tsunami. However, Li Zongheng did not retreat at all. There was only battle intent in his heart. Little pagoda art, 7-storied pagoda. Li Zongheng's hands kept changing. The terrifying black pagoda was unparalleled, crushing the void. The 7-storied pagoda was a 7-storied black pagoda. Every floor seemed to oppress all living beings. Jiang Chen felt the crushing force of the 7-storied pagoda and kept retreating. But he still underestimated Li Zongheng's 7-storied pagoda. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck the 7-storied pagoda but it did not move. The black pagoda was still intact, but Jiang Chen was pushed back. He was at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. However, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the heavenly dragon sword. It had been a long time since he last used it. This time, he was going to destroy the 7-storied pagoda again. Solitude and sleeplessness solve all worries. One sword light chills 14 prefectures. The sword of solitude swept across all directions. The sword light was like a meteor falling from the sky. It was ferocious. The sword left a sound as it passed by and fell on the 7-storied pagoda. The 7-storied pagoda trembled slightly. Li Zongheng frowned. He knew that Jiang Chen had finally taken out the heavenly dragon sword. 7-storied pagoda, destroy all living beings. Li Zongheng clenched his fist and the 7-storied pagoda pressed down once again. Jiang Chen swept his sword and fought against the 7-storied pagoda fearlessly. A golden light flickered. The moment the sword fell down, a cold light appeared and the 7-storied pagoda was pushed back. Li Zongheng held the pagoda in his hand calmly. Jiang Chen's sword would always reveal its edge, leaving not a speck of dust in its wake. What a powerful sword! Yu Jingfan took a deep breath and his expression became solemn. It was his first time seeing this sword. Yu Ernyang was the same as well. It was filled with the great spirit and the dragon's prestige. I'm afraid that even the sword in the patriarch's hand is not as powerful as this sword. Yu Jingfan was shocked. This Jiang Chen was indeed a person who could stir up a storm in the Linhe boundary. Even a divine king would be tempted by such a treasure. He was just a mid-heavenly god but he had such a divine item. It was really enviable and enviable. Yu Jingfan was a mid-heavenly god. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, as if he had the help of the gods. He did not flinch when fighting against Li Zongheng, he even had the upper hand. One should know that the gap between their strength was not small, but now it seemed like they were on par. You're indeed getting stronger and stronger, but I'm not weak either. 7-storied pagoda, deliver all living beings from suffering. A terrifying power of faith came out from the 7-storied pagoda. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He never expected that Li Zongheng's 7-storied pagoda would contain the power of faith. The power of faith had surpassed the power of divine origin energy. A mortal could even turn the situation around with his endless power of faith. Sword cutting through the void, heaven's will. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the sky, causing the entire space in the tree hole to ripple with a series of fiery red ripples. However, the power of faith that could save all living beings from suffering had completely suppressed Jiang Chen. The 7-story black pagoda was pressing down on him. Jiang Chen could feel that his strength was being stripped away bit by bit and his soul was being suppressed by the power of faith. No. 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 Jiang Chen's heart kept resisting, but the dreadful power of faith had already engulfed him. The 7-floored pagoda had completely turned into a purplish-black color. Li Zongheng saw Jiang Chen's painful expression and his eyes were shining brightly. Buddha's radiance. The moment the Buddha's aura intertwined with the power of faith, Jiang Chen was finally able to break free. The Buddha's aura had saved his life at the critical moment. After losing the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen's means of self-protection was naturally not as good as before. Even his dragon transformation skill was not as good as before. Puff, Jiang Chen was pushed back by the 7-floored pagoda. However, his face did not look good. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and his complexion was extremely pale. How is this possible? You actually broke through the 7th-floored pagoda. Li Zongheng's face was filled with disbelief. He thought that the 7th-floored pagoda would be able to suppress him. However, the Buddha's aura had dispersed his power of faith. This power of faith seems to be an extremely evil power of faith. Xianxia had a lingering fear. If he was suppressed under the 7th-floored pagoda and was assimilated by the power of faith, then he would really be in danger. Xianxia, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Li Zongheng's attention towards Xianxia had increased by another level. Even the 7th-floored pagoda was broken by Xianxia. However, Li Zongheng was also severely injured because of it. Cut the crap. You're not qualified to suppress me. Xianxia raised his sword and swung his sword. The heavenly dragon sword rotated and the sword of solitude was deadly. Li Zongheng did not dare to be careless. Let's end it here. Little pagoda art, black-floored pagoda. Li Zongheng held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The 7th-floored pagoda changed again and merged with the pagoda token, forming a more terrifying pagoda light. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand as he fought with his life on the line. The black graded pagoda was like a huge mountain, pressing down on Xianxia's head with an overwhelming aura. Xianxia's sword pierced through the air and the black graded pagoda became heavier and fiercer. Xianxia's knees were bent at this moment and he was forced to kneel down on one knee. The black graded pagoda was terrifying, causing everyone to hold their breath. Yu Jingfan and the others were forced to take a few steps back as it was difficult for them to breathe. The black-tiered pagoda is suppressed by the pagoda token. Not even a god king can reverse it. Xianxia clenched his teeth. His aura was constantly being devoured by the black-tiered pagoda and his body was constantly being squeezed. He knelt down on one knee and his blood vessels were spurting out. His scarlet eyes were filled with an unyielding look. Xianxia suddenly saw a ray of light in his mind. That ray of light seemed to have burst out from the eyes of the frozen man. The frozen man in the myriad chi cauldron seemed to have opened his eyes at that moment. Xianxia saw a hint of battle intent, or rather, a hint of will. That hint of will was like the Lord of the heavens and earth, born from the heavens and earth, changing the heavens and earth, seizing the creation of the heavens and earth. It was as if he was an ancient king that ruled the world, invincible and unstoppable. That hint of will made Xianxia's heart filled with fighting spirit and it seemed to have aroused the weak Tao sense in the depths of his heart. Heaven-dominating Tao, Xianxia's eyes glowed with a strange light again. The heaven-dominating Tao dominated the universe and everything. Xianxia's battle intent soared into the Milky Way. No one can suppress me with the heaven-dominating Tao. Xianxia's eyes were extremely cold, determined and even full of arrogance. Step by step, Xianxia slowly stood up and pushed the black-tiered pagoda up. Xianxia supported himself with one hand and held the black-tiered pagoda tightly in his hand. His knees were no longer bent and his battle intent rose to the sky. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded, especially Li Zongheng. He did not believe that the black-tiered pagoda could not suppress Xianxia. Impossible. Li Zongheng was a little angry, but Xianxia really stood up. He was like a bolt of lightning or a divine weapon, indomitable. Xianxia's Tao intent became a little stronger. At that moment, when he looked back at the myriad chi cauldron, he found that the frozen person was still silent and there was no change. In his mind, it was as if that person had never appeared. But Xianxia knew that the will had indeed existed. Between the heavens and the earth, only I, heaven-dominating Tao. Xianxia slashed down with his sword and sent the black-tiered pagoda flying. The heaven-dominating battle intent made his strength soar. That sword intent was not only the sword of solitude, but it also contained an extremely powerful Tao connotation. Wherever the sword pointed, it would dominate everything. The black-tiered pagoda shook violently, and the pagoda token fell down. The 7th-floored pagoda was also broken into pieces. Li Zongheng's heart was fluctuating, and he was extremely surprised. At that moment, Xianxia's heaven-dominating battle intent made him feel a little afraid. It was not because of the gap in strength, but because of the Tao connotation, which made him feel very depressed. What a terrifying aura. Xianxia's sword descended into the mortal world. Everyone was shocked. Yu Ernyang was extremely shocked. Jiang Chen was like a supreme existence between the heavens and earth. Even though it was only for a moment, his domineering battle intent had made everyone hold their breath. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the heavens and earth. Damn it! Black-tiered pagoda! Li Zongheng roared again and again. He was even a little angry out of humiliation. The blood and qi in his body were tumbling. His mind was disturbed by Jiang Chen's sword, and his momentum was completely disrupted. Jiang Chen's heaven-dominating Tao connotation was rampant, and he finally felt fear. The unity of man and sword. Jiang Chen's body turned into a sword, and his aura engulfed the mountains and rivers. He intertwined with the black-tiered pagoda, and the heavenly dragon sword's dragon might was matchless. The roar of the tiger and the roar of the dragon made Li Zongheng completely fall into a passive position. I have a sword that can cut the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Jiang Chen's sword rose again, and Li Zongheng's black-tiered pagoda was continuously bombarded by the heavenly dragon sword. The golden light and the black light intertwined, and finally, the black-tiered pagoda cracked. Li Zongheng was sent flying, and blood flowed to the sky. I still lost in the end, but I am not willing to accept it. Why? Why? Li Zongheng was a little absent-minded, and his roar was like thunder, but he was already out of breath. Jiang Chen stood with his sword, and he was calm and composed. You are not ashamed, because the person who defeated you is called Jiang Chen. He, Jiang Chen, what a good one. Since I am born, how can I be born? God, I, Li Zongheng, am not willing to accept this, I am not willing to accept this. Li Zongheng raised his eyes and looked at the sky, and his heart was extremely complicated. He was a formidable person, and he was like Xianyuan Kanglin in the Linhe boundary. Even Xianyuan Kanglin did not make him look so bad, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. How could he accept this? This scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is yours. Li Zongheng murmured. It's expected. Jiang Chen smiled, calm and unruffled. Then, have you ever asked me about it? Jiang Chen. It's you? You really can't get rid of me. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and his heart became heavy. Everyone could feel a great pressure shrouding their hearts. Li Zongheng was indeed strong, but he was not strong enough to make Jiang Chen tremble with fear. Jiang Chen was incomparably excited from the battle just now, but he had also benefited a lot from it. After all, Li Zongheng was no longer the same as before and Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. That was why the battle between the two of them was so thrilling. In the hidden secret realm, there was only one person that could make Jiang Chen feel threatened. That was Xianyuan Kanglin. Not only was he strong, he had also fused with the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen did not know whether he had devoured the Tao Tai or the Tao Tai had devoured him. In short, Xianyuan Kanglin had always been a hidden danger in Jiang Chen's heart. Even though he had left the Linhe boundary, he could still feel the great threat from Xianyuan Kanglin. And the person in front of him was Xianyuan Kanglin. This fella, I didn't expect him to come as well. I'm afraid it'll be another feast. Shui Liang murmured. Xianyuan Kanglin's strength was not any weaker than Jiang Chen. Moreover, he had witnessed the battle between the two of them. Jiang Chen was able to win against Xianyuan Kanglin because of a lot of factors. In terms of strength, even Jiang Chen was weaker than Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin was terrifying. Who is he? Yu Ernyang asked. He can be said to be the #1 expert in the Linhe boundary. Although Jiang Chen had stirred up the Linhe boundary and caused chaos, he still left the Linhe boundary like a stray dog. Although I know that he'll come back one day, I'm sure he'll come back one day. And this person is the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Linhe boundary, the Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Kanglin. Shui Liang said faintly. His words were a little insincere. Back then, he had the strength to fight against Xianyuan Kanglin and he did not even put Xianyuan Kanglin in his eyes. But now, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone had their own opportunities. Xianyuan Kanglin's was the biggest. He had fused with the ancient ferocious beast, Tao Tai. How domineering was that? How terrifying was that? Even though Xianyuan Kanglin's strength was still outstanding, he was no match for Xianyuan Kanglin. However, Shui Liang never showed weakness. He always had the heart of an expert. The Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream Sect. This name is indeed very famous, Yu Jingfan said. Xianyuan Kanglin gave him a suffocating pressure. Even Li Zongheng did not have such an aura. Xianyuan Kanglin gave off a feeling that he was not a divine king, but he was stronger than a divine king. That suffocating aura made even the divine beast White Tiger feel a terrifying pressure. Only Jiangchen remained calm. Lunglun looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. You should be glad that I am here. Is this how you greet an old friend? Xianyuan Kanglin smiled faintly as if he was not interested in Jiangchen. Looks like my greeting method is not to your liking. Then, should I line the road to welcome you to kill me? Jiangchen snorted. You still have the same bad temper. Back then, a few Divine King Realm experts forced you to leave Linhe Boundary. Now that you're in my hands, if I kill you, will I become the hero of Linhe Boundary? Xianyuan Kanglin looked at Jiangchen with interest. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability to do so. In the end, you'll still be defeated by me like Li Zongheng. Jiangchen said confidently. You think he's worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me? Ha ha ha, you're overestimating him. He's just an ant, I've never put him in my eyes. Xianyuan Kanglin's indifference enraged Li Zongheng. However, he was already defeated by Jiangchen, how could he be brave? However, Xianyuan Kanglin's humiliation made him even angrier. These two fellas are not good people. Li Zongheng knew that he was not at his strongest yet. Only by fusing with the Buddha token and turning into a Buddha could he master the little Buddha art to great completion. At that time, he would be able to dominate the world. There's a price to pay for being arrogant, Li Zongheng said while gritting his teeth. You're not worthy to talk to me. Li Zongheng, you're already a dead man, yet you're still lingering on your last breath. I don't care who saved your life, but killing you again is as easy as flipping my hand. Xianyuan Kanglin struck out with his palm. Li Zongheng formed the Buddha seal with his hand, but he was still heavily injured by Xianyuan Kanglin. It's just a casual strike, but it's already so powerful. Jiangchen knew that the pressure on him had increased. Go to hell. Xianyuan Kanglin waved his sleeves and struck out with his palm. Lightning flashed and his strength was boundless. Li Zongheng's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the flute sound was heard again. Terrifying soul blades slashed onto Xianyuan Kanglin's palm wind, blocking all of his attacks. Xianyuan Kanglin raised his brows and looked at the green-cloaked girl in shock. Interesting. Such a powerful soul energy. Unfortunately, do you think that my soul energy is weaker than yours? Xianyuan Kanglin sneered. His terrifying soul energy shrouded the green-cloaked girl and Li Zongheng. The green-cloaked girl's expression was cold. The flute sound became more and more chaotic. That terrifying soul energy had completely suppressed the green-cloaked girl. The terrifying soul blades were turning into nothingness in Xianyuan Kanglin's hand. The green-cloaked girl's eyes finally showed a hint of solemnity. Your soul strength has grown quite a bit. Jiangchen's body trembled. His soul energy swept across the sky and clashed with Xianyuan Kanglin. Both of them took a step back. Xianyuan Kanglin stared at Jiangchen silently. You're trying to stop me? Looks like you should restrain your hypocrisy. Later on, you'll die more miserably than anyone else. Xianyuan Kanglin raised his eyebrows. Lunglun said. Back in the hidden secret realm, you went against me. Now, it seems like you still have a bad memory. Jiangchen looked at the green-cloaked girl. The latter's expression slightly changed. However, she did not say anything and quickly left with Li Zongheng. You're the one who lost to me, right? Jiangchen asked. Don't tell me you don't know how you beat me? Do you think you're still my opponent now that I've fused with the Tao Tai? It's important to know one's own strength. You'll never have that. You're just conceited. You're the one who lost last time. But you've never won against me. Fine, fine, fine. Since you're so stubborn, I'll win once for you to see. I'll show you who the true ruler is, you arrogant bastard. Xianyuan Kanglin shouted. His roar shook the heavens like the roar of an ancient giant beast. To be exact, Xianyuan Kanglin was an ancient ferocious beast. Such a terrifying ferocious beast aura. The divine beast White Tiger was shocked as he murmured. He was the divine beast White Tiger, but he did not have such a ferocious aura. Moreover, the aura of an ancient ferocious beast contained a powerful dragon aura. Other than the ancestral Dragon Emperor, White Tiger Emperor, Nirvana Phoenix Lord and the Xuanwu Great Emperor, no other beast could suppress the aura of an ancient ferocious beast. Not even the Dragon Clan. Because he was the descendant of the Dragon Clan, his dragon aura was not any weaker than the Dragon Clan. I could have broken through to the Divine King realm in one go, but I didn't. Even so, there are only a few Divine Kings who could defeat me in this world. Xianxia, today is the day you die. Xianyuan Kanglin took a step forward and soared into the sky. His fist aura tore the space apart. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. Xianyuan Kanglin's words were not groundless. Xianxia believed that Xianyuan Kanglin's strength was enough to defeat a Divine King realm expert. He had merged with the Tao Tai giant beast, an ancient ferocious beast that could fight against those who were stronger than him. With his strength and talent, he would be able to soar into the sky once he broke through to the Divine King realm. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Xianxia unleashed the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. His strength had reached the half-step Divine King realm. At that moment, both of their auras reached the peak. Xianxia and Xianyuan Kanglin clashed against each other. Their attacks shook the void. This was the true battle of the Heavenly Kings. Yu Ernyang, Yu Jingfan and the others were completely dumbfounded. This level of battle was not any weaker than a Divine King realm battle. Moreover, their combat strength was almost equal. Xianxia used the ancient Soaring Dragon technique to fight against the Tao Tai. However, the Tao Tai's ferocious mightiness complemented Xianxia's. The dragon mightiness and ferocious mightiness were like a sharp sword that soared up to the sky. It was a battle between two enemies, the braver one would win. Xianyuan Kanglin's palm was like lightning while Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. Lightning flashed and the sound of metal clashing was deafening. Devour the heavens and earth. Xianyuan Kanglin opened his mouth. Xianxia felt as if his body was being sucked away by Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianxia slashed down with his sword. Xianyuan Kanglin could only retreat because the heavenly dragon sword was too powerful. Xianyuan Kanglin did not dare to swallow it. Xianxia was fighting against Xianyuan Kanglin while holding the heavenly lightning in his hand. The two heavenly lightnings fused together. Xianxia's aura became more and more terrifying. Fusing heavenly lightnings? Let's see how terrifying your heavenly lightning's fusion is. Xianyuan Kanglin knew how terrifying Xianxia's heavenly lightning's fusion was. Back in the hidden secret realm, Xianxia was only a peak true god, but he was able to defeat a half-step divine king. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly lightnings were. However, Xianyuan Kanglin was very confident in himself. After all, he was not a mortal anymore. He had fused with the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai giant beast was his true body. That's right. Since you know, then come and die. Xianxia sneered. The two heavenly lightnings fused into one. The explosive energy of the lightning seemed like it was going to burst out from Xianxia's hand. Yu Ernyang and the others felt their throats dry. Only a madman like Xianxia could come up with such a terrifying heavenly lightning's fusion. How is this possible? He has heavenly lightnings? 2 of them? He actually wants to fuse these 2 thunderbolts together? Yu Ernyang exclaimed. In this space, if the 2 heavenly lightnings were to fuse and explode, they would be greatly affected. Geniuses and madmen are always the same. The rise of every genius is because he is crazier than the others. Shueliang smiled. Xianxia set up a defensive formation to protect Yu Ernyang and the others. The heavenly lightning's fusion in his hand was getting closer to perfection. Xianxia, I don't believe that you can defeat me. Xianyuan Kanglin roared and turned into the Tao Tai, shocking Yu Jingfan and the others once again. These 2 fellas could only be described as monstrous. Devour the heavens and earth, devour the void. The Tao Tai roared and wanted to devour Xianxia. The huge mouth of the Tao Tai made them feel like the reaper of hell. The space around Xianxia and everything was devoured by the Tao Tai. Xianxia stabbed his sword into the ground and stood still, letting the rain and wind blow on him. 70 to 80% of the flames in the entire tree hole had been sucked away. It was rather terrifying, and it made one's hair stand on end. The Tao Tai's devouring power completely engulfed Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia could not hold on anymore and was sucked away by the devouring power for more than 10 meters. Most importantly, half of the divine origin energy in Xianxia's body was devoured by the devouring power. His body was getting weaker and weaker. His life force, divine origin energy, essence, qi, and spirit were all absorbed by the devouring power. Xianxia's face turned pale and the heavenly lightning's fusion in his hand did not stop. Myriad Qi Cauldron, it's your turn now. Xianxia held the Myriad Qi Cauldron in his hand. At that moment, even the Tao Tai's devouring power could not do anything to Xianxia. How could this be? Xianyuan Kanglin's face turned solemn. At that moment, the heavenly lightning's fusion in Xianxia's hand was completed. Be destroyed for me. Xianxia's eyes froze and pushed the heavenly lightning's fusion towards Xianyuan Kanglin. I shall devour the heavens. Xianyuan Kanglin roared furiously, trying to devour Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion. However, he did not succeed in the end. The heavenly lightning fusion exploded on the Taoya's body. It was like a thunderclap. Xianyuan Kanglin looked at the heavens proudly. He did not expect that he would be heavily injured by Xianxia's heavenly lightning's fusion. A huge hole appeared on his chest. Even though his body was strong and he had fused with the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai, he still could not withstand Xianxia's heavenly lightnings. Xianyuan Kanglin was in a difficult situation. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to withstand Xianxia's fatal attack. However, it was obvious that he and Xianxia did not gain the upper hand in this battle. Both of them suffered great losses. At that moment, Xianxia had exhausted all of his strength. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin had devoured 70 to 80% of his divine origin energy, essence, qi, and spirit. Even the energy recovery pill could not allow him to return to his peak condition in a short period of time. The mountains never change, and the rivers never stop flowing. Xianxia, just wait and see. Xianxia did not have the strength to chase after him anymore. In this battle, he barely won against Xianyuan Kanglin. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's strength had completely changed. After this battle, Xianyuan Kanglin was still able to escape from him. Xianyuan Kanglin's strength would definitely increase to the next level. If he really broke through to the Divine King realm, Xianxia would not be able to do anything to him. Xianxia, you're indeed the devil incarnate. Not only the Linhe boundary, your stage is far from here. Yu Jingfan said sincerely. He was full of admiration towards Xianxia. Xianxia knelt down on one knee, gasping for breath. No one had expected that this battle would be so intense that even Xianxia was severely injured. Are you all right, Xianxia? Yu Ernyang helped Xianxia up and asked anxiously. I'm fine, I won't die for the time being. Xianxia smiled with a self-deprecating tone. Divine Beast White Tiger. Now, it's finally mine. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at the Divine Beast White Tiger. At this moment, Yu Ernyang's heart skipped a beat. Xianxia still wanted to keep the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart for himself. He did not intend to give it to her. Although Yu Ernyang knew that this was all thanks to Xianxia, she really wanted the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart no matter what. Yu Ernyang had worked hard for 100 years just to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Now that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was within her reach, she was extremely excited. Xianxia clenched his fist and the divine origin energy enveloped the Divine Beast White Tiger. Save me, Father, save me, the Divine Beast White Tiger's eyes flashed with fear as he said in a deep voice. Father? Xianxia frowned. At this moment, he realized that this Divine Beast, White Tiger, was just a child. This Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine should be its father, right? A bunch of despicable and greedy humans. You will never be able to take away my Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. No one who came here can leave alive. It has always been like this since the ancient times. An old and deep voice reverberated in the void. However, the Divine White Tiger had already been shrunk to the size of a pellet by Xianxia and was wrapped in an energy light formation. Xianxia held the Divine White Tiger in his hand. You are the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine? Xianxia said in a deep voice. That's right. You've come to my territory, yet you still want to leave alive? What a fool's dream. I can sense that your aura is the purest, and also what I like the most. As long as you're still alive, everything will be worth it. It was a pity that there wasn't as much fresh blood as there had been 10,000 years ago. But you alone should be enough to make up for this regret. And those two fellas, their auras are not simple. They thought that they could escape from my palm, but little did they know that they've already fallen into my absolute territory. The old voice was filled with emotion, as if it had experienced countless years of accumulation. His hoarse voice was filled with excitement. Xianxia's pupils shrunk. He finally knew what the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was thinking. No wonder no one could leave this place alive after so many years, and no one had received any news about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. It turned out that this was all a plot by the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is just your bait. What you really want is the lives of countless humans who want to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Not bad, you're quite smart. But it's all too late. In the void, an old figure that was born along with the ancient vines floated in the air. His figure was tall and slender. Half of his figure was in the shape of a human, while the other half was made up of ancient vines. His old face and bald head gave off a strange feeling. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is the crystallization of my 10,000 years of metamorphosis. It can be considered as a true spiritual item. That's why many people want it for themselves. Unfortunately, they are not fated to have it. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart will still be eaten by me. If I can devour you, I might be able to break through, or at least speed up my progress. Within 10,000 years, I'll be able to completely transform into a human form. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart said calmly, as if it was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. So, you've set up this trap to make everyone your nourishment? Xianxia Lungling said. That's right. Because I want to transform into a human form, I need to absorb their blood essence. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart murmured. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years I've lived here. Time is just a normal thing to me. No one can escape from my absolute territory, not even an ultimate god expert. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart's confidence shocked Jiang. Even hierarch experts can't escape from here? It seemed like this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had an extraordinary origin. It seemed like it had been growing here for countless years. Every 10,000 years, it would crystallize and form the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. It was an extremely easy thing for it to do. Moreover, its metamorphosis required such a complicated transformation. Over the years, the number of people who died in your hands must be piled up into a mountain. What exactly did you evolve from? Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine, I don't believe that you're an ancient vine spirit. Even if you're an ancient vine spirit, it's impossible for you to be evergreen. You can ignore the passage of time. What kind of monster are you? Jiangchen's expression became gloomy. He knew that this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was not an ordinary monster. Even the 1,000 ancient divine vine could not be evergreen. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for it to transform into a human form. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only half of its body was formed after countless years. Hee, looks like you're quite knowledgeable. You're right, I'm not a Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. But now, Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine is my name. As for what I am, you're not qualified to know. Ha ha ha. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent towards Jiangchen. You don't even dare to see the sun. You're not a true peerless expert. You're just an evil monster. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is just your bait. Jiangchen and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart stared at each other. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was not afraid at all. No one could survive in the space of the tree hole. It was extremely difficult to escape from here. Little doll, you're very smart, but you shouldn't have come here. This can be considered fate between you and I. I really like your body too much. Your blood will nourish my new life. Accept death, my nourishment. What a terrifying ancient vine. Yu Ernyang and the others took a deep breath. Jiangchen was now surrounded by countless ancient vines. It was extremely difficult for him to escape, and he was in a passive position. This time, we have miscalculated. This scarlet cloud ancient vine is too terrifying. Yu Jingfan sighed, his eyes were filled with despair. Shuai Liang was in the same situation now. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he managed to defeat Li Zongheng and Xianyuan Kanglin, he still failed to defeat the scarlet cloud ancient vine. Moreover, this scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was a true schemer. He had been planning for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Every time the news of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart maturing, it would be the time for him to devour people's hearts. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was unfathomable and terrifying. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and the heavenly dragon sword in his hand flew out once again. The sharpness of the heavenly dragon sword cut down countless ancient vines and burned them to ashes. However, in the space of the tree hole of the scarlet cloud ancient vine, the ancient vines were endless and they were getting more and more terrifying. The terrifying sword shadows overlapped and intertwined with the ancient vines. Although the vines were extremely sharp and strong, they were still inferior to Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled, Jiang Chen was fighting against countless vines. However, there were too many vines coming from all directions. Jiang Chen felt that it was quite troublesome to deal with them. After the vines were chopped off, they regenerated continuously and continued to advance. Jiang Chen's fighting space had been greatly compressed, and he was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. If this goes on, Jiang Chen will definitely lose. Yu Huafan said worriedly. They could not help Jiang Chen anymore, but they were still worried about Jiang Chen. Little kid, you can't escape from my palm. The scarlet cloud ancient vine said coldly. Jiang Chen's pressure had reached a radius of 3 meters. Even the heavenly dragon sword could not cut through the vines, forcing him into a dead end. 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation instantly spread out. However, the vines seemed to be fearless. The entire tree hole was filled with raging flames. These flames were comparable to the 5 elemental true fire. It was the true heavenly fire. Under the heavenly fire, even Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation could not do anything. The astral wind of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was constantly being corroded by the heavenly fire. This was the first time Jiang Chen felt the decline of the 5 elemental fire. However, it was not the scarlet cloud ancient vine's heavenly fire that caused the 5 elemental fire to be defeated. More importantly, the 5 elemental true fire had lost its initial fierceness. It was a pity that Red Lotus was still in a deep slumber. Otherwise, he could have easily crushed the heavenly fire. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation was suppressed by the heavenly fire. The ancient vines also broke through Jiang Chen's defense from all directions. Jiang Chen was trapped in the middle of the ancient vines. Everything comes to an end when there's too much. Scarlet cloud ancient vine, you're too eager for quick success. A cold voice suddenly resounded in the tree hole. Jiang Chen saw that figure once again. Feng Qiuhuang. Feng Qiuhuang, it's you again. The scarlet cloud ancient vine's face darkened. The floating vines tightened. It was obvious that it was extremely fearful of Feng Qiuhuang. My heart is towards the bright moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. I could have cultivated to the great Tao. Why would I choose to be reincarnated? Feng Qiuhuang's voice was deep, delicate and elegant like a ghost, yet holy and pure. Feng Qiuhuang, does he really exist in this world? Jiang Chen heard that Feng Qiuhuang was long dead, yet he was still here. Bull ***** T Great Tao. I'm the heavens now, who can stop me? Ha ha ha. The scarlet cloud ancient vine said proudly. A centipede dies but never falls down. You deserve to die. If you didn't seal me for 1,000,000 years, how would I be in such a miserable state? Now you're making sarcastic remarks. Even if you still have a strand of your soul left, can you defy the heavens and change your fate? You couldn't kill me back then and could only seal me for 1,000,000 years. Now, I can finally be reborn, yet you're still trying to stop me. Looks like you won't be satisfied until I destroy your soul. The scarlet cloud ancient vine stared at Feng Qiuhuang fiercely. Feng Qiuhuang was still walking leisurely, calm and mysterious. So, the grudge between these two fellows is so complicated. Only now did Jiang Chen realize that these two fellows were probably 2 old antique-level figures. One was reborn after being sealed for 1,000,000 years, while the other was dead for 1,000,000 years but his soul still lingered. Both of them were extremely powerful. Feng Qiuhuang, could it be that you're the undying phoenix of the divine phoenix clan? Jiangchen squinted his eyes, looking at Feng Qiuhuang's extremely handsome face. Until now, he still did not know whether Feng Qiuhuang was a man or a woman. Feng Qiuhuang gave Jiangchen a glance. His eyes were filled with a complicated feeling, but it was hard to describe. The wind stops the dust, the fragrant flower is gone, don't say 10,000 years of sorrow, we'll be together year after year, falling at the head of Nanjiang, Qiuhuang brings back the shame of our past lives, we'll hold hands when we part, don't force it. Things remain the same but people change, everything ends, tears flow before we speak. Feng Qiuhuang's eyes were filled with an unnoticeable tear stain. Jiangchen frowned, the obsession in the depths of his eyes made Jiangchen feel extremely pressured. What a great poem of longing. It's a pity that the undying phoenix lord fell in the western mountain, the black tortoise great emperor fell in the northern sea, the white tiger Hades died, the ancestral dragon heavenly lord turned into starlight, Master Bodhi was crushed, old ancestor Bodhi disappeared from the world, even the #1 lunatic in the world died in the ancient battlefield. The cycle of the heavenly Tao has long gone beyond recognition. What is the heavens? What is the demon? What is God? They're all nothingness. I only know that only the strong can have a foothold in this world. Wait till I reconstruct my golden body, I'll rise to the top and trample on the emperor realm. Who in the world can stop me? Ha ha ha. The scarlet cloud ancient vine's voice was filled with coldness and bloodlust. He wanted to become the strongest in the world and step on the path of a supreme king. You're just a tree branch, how can you comprehend the heavenly Tao? 100 reincarnations? Is the undying phoenix lord someone you can blaspheme? Is old ancestor Bodhi someone you can speculate about? Even the Buddha of the West Pole divine region has to address him as senior. You're too arrogant. Feng Qiuhuang said in disdain. I've been born since the beginning of the world, who can compare to me? If it wasn't for that old man destroying my golden body, even a little kid like you can't do anything to me. Hateful, pathetic. Since you're immortal, then I'll make you disappear from the divine world. The scarlet cloud ancient vine raised his hand and countless vines struck towards Feng Qiuhuang. Feng Qiuhuang did not move at all. The moment the vines pierced through his body, he disappeared and reappeared beside Jiangchen. You dare to fight against me? In my tree hole space, no one can contend against me. The scarlet cloud ancient vine said confidently. Go, I can only hold him back for a while. Otherwise, you'll all die. Feng Qiuhuang's eyes were filled with anxiety. With a flick of his sleeve, the vines on Jiangchen's body were dispelled. Who are you? Why did you save me? Jiangchen was curious about Feng Qiuhuang. There's no time to explain. The moment you pulled out the demon-suppressing steel, he's already reborn. Feng Qiuhuang sighed without a trace of reproach in his eyes. Demon-suppressing steel? Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. So the demon-suppressing steel was used to suppress the scarlet cloud ancient vine, but it was pulled out by him. Jiangchen smiled bitterly. He only had himself to blame. The rise of the scarlet cloud ancient vine was not a baseless rumor. Everything had its cause and effect. But now that he had touched the demon-suppressing steel, should he put it back? Jiangchen was reluctant. The demon-suppressing steel was not an ordinary item. Feng Qiuhuang and the scarlet cloud ancient vine were not easy to deal with either. Looks like I'm still too greedy. Before you, there were others who tried to pull out the demon-suppressing steel, but no one could do it. Feng Qiuhuang murmured. Go, don't look back. Jiangchen pulled Yuernyang and the others and prepared to leave. At this moment, no one hesitated when it came to life and death. However, Jiangchen could not bear to let others die for him. He was not an ungrateful person who would let others die for him. You want to leave? Let's see if you can get past me. The scarlet cloud ancient vine sneered. Countless vines were unleashed once again. This time, Feng Qiuhuang's illusory figure shone brightly. This should be your final glory, right? The scarlet cloud ancient vine said in a deep voice, showing no fear towards Feng Qiuhuang. You can try. Let's see if I can stop you. Feng Qiuhuang said with a faint smile. A single smile of hers was enough to charm hundreds of people. At that instant, Xianxia discovered that she was indeed a girl as beautiful as a goddess. She didn't attract the attention of the mortal world, yet her soul could move the 9 heavens. The dignified Princess Qiu Huang actually ended up in such a state. The Divine Phoenix clan is only SOSO. You should have been exterminated from this world long ago. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine said with a feminine expression. Princess Qiu Huang, Xianxia's heart jolted. This Feng Qiu Huang was actually the princess of the immortal phoenix race, a prodigy of the divine phoenix race. All of you, leave quickly. It's not safe to stay here for long. Xianxia said in a deep voice as he pushed Yu Ernyang, Yu Huafan, Yu Jingfan, and Shui Liang out of the tree hole. No, we'll leave together. I will never leave you. Yu Ernyang said firmly as she stared at Xianxia. I can't feel at ease when others die for me. Even if I know I'm going to die, I will never take a step back. Xianxia suddenly turned around and returned to the tree hole. I have to leave with him. Yu Ernyang looked at her 2 brothers with determination. Shui Liang did not say a word. However, he had no right to interfere with Xianxia's decision. Under the hesitation of Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan, Yu Ernyang chose to follow Xianxia without hesitation. In the space of the tree hole, Feng Qiu Huang returned to her original form. A 5-colored phoenix with golden wings appeared in the space of the tree hole. Bathing in fire, it was even more enviable. However, the bathing fire phoenix was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Her original body had already died, leaving only a trace of remnant soul. Now that she had accumulated 1,000,000 years of spiritual strength, she did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to save Xianxia and the others, causing the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine to have no time to take care of them. Stubborn fella. The immortal phoenix race will die one day. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine said in a deep voice. The ancient vine pierced through Feng Qiu Huang's body. The soul light gradually dispersed and her figure became more and more illusory. Xianxia returned to the tree hole. Why did you come back? Feng Qiu Huang stared at Xianxia. Because I can't leave her to die. Even if I know it's a dead end. Feng Qiu Huang murmured. I don't know where my love came from, but it goes deep. Sorrow reappeared in Feng Qiu Huang's heart once again. She thought back to the era when she was bathed in blood and fought bravely. Once upon a time, there was also someone who said to her affectionately, "It's impossible for me to leave you to die." It was still ringing in her ears. However, the person back then had changed. She could no longer return to the past. Very good. A person who values friendship. I like it. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine sneered, full of mockery. Didn't you say it before? This demon-suppressing monument can suppress him. I believe it can still be done this time. Xianxia held the demon-suppressing monument tightly. Blood light emerged from the monument, but it contained a domineering aura. At that moment, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was slightly stunned. Back then, you were able to suppress me because of your godly strength. Or else how could a broken demon-defending monument suppress me? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine took a glance at the demon-suppressing monument. There was no longer any fear in his heart. He was suppressed back then because of Feng Qiu Huang's strength. She exhausted her life force to suppress and destroy him. However, he was born from the heavens and earth. He would not die so easily. His life force was even stronger than the immortal phoenix race. You're dreaming. Ha ha ha. You're too reckless. Feng Qiu Huang looked at Xianxia and sighed. Her expression turned ugly. Her beautiful face was filled with worry and solemnity. Once the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine obtains the demon-suppressing monument, it'll be another heart-wrenching matter. Kid, since you don't know what's good for you and value friendship so much, I'll teach you a lesson. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine charged towards Xianxia. Thousands of vines pierced through the void and shrouded Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were solemn. He held the demon-suppressing monument in his hand. This was his only chance. Suppress him. It's all in vain. Humph, you want to fight me with that little ability of yours? Dream on. I was trapped by the demon-suppressing monument once, I will not be trapped by it a second time. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine roared furiously. Feng Qiuhuang sighed. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to suppress the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine as their strengths were not comparable at all. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he would be restricted within the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's tree-hole territory. Under such circumstances, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine might not even be at a disadvantage against a Hierarch Realm expert. However, his strength was limited. Once he left this place, his strength would be greatly reduced. It was impossible for him to roam the Tianqi mountain range before he could completely reconstruct his golden body and transform into a human form. Really? At least I can trap you first. That's enough. Jiang Chen said. The demon-suppressing monument was on top of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's head and was continuously suppressed by Jiang Chen. As expected, it was a peerless divine item. Even though the monument was badly damaged, it was still able to suppress the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine for a while. There's still time to leave now. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Feng Qiuhuang stared at Jiang Chen. This fella did not seem to have any intention of leaving. You should leave as well. Jiang Chen said. Me? Hehe, it's impossible for me to leave. Do you know why I'm immortal? My bloodline is only one of the reasons. Secondly, this Wudong Sunset Mountain is formed from my body. If I leave this place, my soul will be destroyed. Feng Qiuhuang said calmly with a calm expression. From the start, he had never thought of leaving this place. Is there no other way? Jiang Chen frowned. Feng Qiuhuang had saved him, he naturally wanted to help him. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. It was a matter of course. Leave. This is not a place you should be in. It's enough for me to trap the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Your appearance will only make it appear earlier. Feng Qiuhuang's tone was filled with worry. Princess Qiuhuang, what's the background of this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Even if you don't know, he still treats you very well. Once you know, you will be involved in a shocking conspiracy. There are too many things in this world that humans don't understand. Even gods are humans. I'm afraid that only the Venerable Emperor can understand the change between humans and gods. Even an emperor can't seem to be able to change these things. Feng Qiuhuang's eyes were filled with helplessness. Jiang Chen was shocked as well. Princess Qiuhuang did not want to tell him about the origin of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. She did it for his own good. Moreover, even the Venerable Emperor had his own helplessness, there were things that he could not change. The road to immortality, where would it end? Jiang Chen's emotions underwent a huge change. Feng Qiuhuang and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine were not ordinary people. Princess Qiuhuang was the princess of the immortal Phoenix clan, while the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's background was even more mysterious. Damned demon-suppressing monument. I don't believe that you can still suppress me after losing the suppressing power. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's roar could be heard continuously. He stood up continuously, the demon-suppressing monument on top of his head was getting dimmer and dimmer. Jiang Chen knew that the demon-suppressing monument could not suppress him for long. Leave now. Otherwise, you'll all die here. Feng Qiuhuang shouted. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. However, he still wanted to suppress this fella. Ice-sealed man, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen recalled that when he seized the devil-suppressing monument, he had to rely on the icebound man to suppress the devil-suppressing monument. That was how he managed to pull it out. Now, he could only use the icebound man to try. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's expression changed the moment the ice-sealed man appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The terrifying suppressing power pressed on the demon-suppressing monument and suppressed him as well. How could this be? How could this be? How could you have an immemorial being in your hand? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine roared in anger. It's him. It's actually him. Feng Qiuhuang murmured as she looked at the ice-sealed man. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. How did you get him? Feng Qiuhuang stared at the ice-sealed man without blinking. You know him? Jiang Chen was even more curious as he looked at Feng Qiuhuang. I don't know him. Feng Qiuhuang shook her head. However, Jiang Chen could tell that it wasn't that she didn't know him. She just didn't want to tell him. No matter how peerless you are and how powerful you are, you still fell in the end. Feng Qiuhuang murmured. Jiang Chen was confused. However, he knew that the ice-sealed man was not simple. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's voice was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. The power of this frozen man was not any weaker than the complete demon-suppressing monument. Moreover, it was suppressing someone as weak as him. Even if he was in his peak condition, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine would still be suppressed if he returned to the immemorial era. The reason for that was because this person was simply too extraordinary. This man should be a legendary figure in the immemorial era, Jiang Chen said. His heart was drenched in cold sweat. Such a legendary figure, no wonder he still has such a terrifying suppressing power even in death. The war song rises, the heavens resent, the clouds soar, the wind blows, the boundless heaven and earth, the ruler of the universe. Even you have fallen. An immemorial 9 revolutions emperor. A legend that led an era. However, the legend that belonged to him has already been settled, gone with the wind. Feng Qiuhuang said in a low voice. Since Jiang Chen had already guessed it, there was no need for her to hide anything anymore. Such a peerless figure should be immortal and leave his name in the annals of history. However, it was a pity that an era had fallen. The era of the great emperors had been gone for too long. The era of the great emperors, the era of war and strife had gradually been submerged in the long river of history. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was suppressed, and it was suppressed to the point that it could barely breathe. Looks like you're not a pushover. You actually possess the primordial venerable emperor's ice-sealing body, Feng Qiuhuang said. This ice-seal body is a great weapon to you. It's also a great killing weapon. You might use it to kill your enemies, but you might also lose your life because of it. Stay here from now on. No, I must take this ice-seal body away. Now that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine has been suppressed, do you think you can take the frozen man away? If you take it away, your life will be in danger. Do you think you can fight against the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine? Feng Qiuhuang said. It's not necessary to use the frozen man to suppress it. Using a formation to suppress it is also a good idea. Jiang Chen smiled. You know how to set up a formation? It's impossible for him to come in by himself, but it's not difficult to set up a sealing formation here. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and concentrated. Among the 108,000 formations in the no-beginning formation, there was a terrifying intermediate formation, the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation. Although it might not be able to suppress a divine emperor or a god emperor, it should be effective against this fella. I hope you take care of yourself. After all, it's the body of an emperor. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. If others know that you possess the body of an emperor, those ancient families will dig you out even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground. After saying that, Feng Qiuhuang's figure gradually disappeared as her soul power was almost depleted. Jiang Chen, can your soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation really trap the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine? Yu Ernyang asked softly. I'll try my best. Jiang Chen said softly as he concentrated on setting up the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation in the space of the tree hole, covering the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine within it. Although Jiang Chen could not make the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation last forever, it could protect the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine for 1,000 years. That was enough. If he was lucky enough to live for 1,000 years, he would definitely come back to seal the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine once again. The soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation was extremely difficult to set up. It was even more difficult than the Little Ashura Sword formation. Because the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation required too many formation foundations. When Jiang Chen finished setting up the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation, his divine origin energy was almost depleted. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body was extremely empty. Behind him, a sword pierced through his chest, catching him off guard. Jiang Chen slowly turned his head. Yu Ernyang looked at him with a complicated expression. Jiang Chen's blood flowed down along the blade of the sword. Finally, Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee and fell. Why? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. His eyes were filled with bitterness. He had planned everything, but he had never expected that he would be tricked by Yu Ernyang. Her current strength had reached the half-step Divine King realm, which was comparable to Li Zongheng's previous strength. I'm sorry, Yu Ernyang's eyes were slightly red, but her voice was still extremely cold. Whether it's right or wrong, success or failure, it's all in the blink of an eye. It looks like I, Jiang Chen, have misjudged him in the end. I must obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, so I have no choice but to offend you. So you're pretending to be weak? You've already planned this from the start, trying to trap me, am I right? Jiang Chen shook his head, he felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife. You can say that. I must obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen, I will take revenge in the next life. In this life, I can only apologize to you. Yu Ernyang was very calm and determined. She grabbed the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart in her hand. The mouth of a green bamboo snake, and the sting of a wasp's tail. Both are not poisonous, but the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. The heavenly fire was burning, and Jiang Chen was surrounded by it. His life was hanging by a thread, his divine power was drained, and his injuries were severe. Jiang Chen's death was already decided. Moreover, she had stabbed Jiang Chen's chest, Jiang Chen would definitely die. Yes, I am the person with the heart of a snake. You think that you are chivalrous and gentle, but in my eyes, it's just a joke. Remember, my name is Yu Jingxian. Xianxia, Yu Luo, leave a message. The moment Yu Jingxian turned around, she could no longer hold back her tears, and they flowed down, disappearing outside the tree hole. However, she did not see that the moment Jiang Chen's divine origin power was drained, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart wanted to rush up and snatch the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen risked his life to seal the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart in the soul-devouring demon sealing formation, and Jiang Chen was severely injured once again. When Yu Jingxian walked out of the tree hole, Yu Jingfan, Yu Huafan, and Shui Liang were all paying close attention to her. Where's Jiang Chen? Shui Liang was the first to ask. Jiang Chen died together with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart in order to save us. Yu Jingxian let out a long sigh of relief. Her tears were heartbreaking, and it was really pitiful. Shui Liang knew that Yu Ernyang was deeply in love with Jiang Chen, and from the moment her tears fell like rain, Shui Liang had already believed it. How could this happen, Jiang Chen? Didn't you say that you're the strongest in the world? Weren't you arrogant and invincible? Didn't you want to compete with the world's heroes? Why, you died here. Why? Shui Liang said in a low voice, with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Their friendship was better than family, and it made Shui Liang even more emotional. Jiang Chen, our Yu family will never forget your great kindness. Please accept my kowtow. Yu Huafan knelt down outside the space of the tree hole and kowtowed 3 times. At that moment, Yu Jingxian's heart was trembling. However, she must have her reasons for doing so. She could not go against the will of her family. All of them were extremely sad. Along the way, Jiang Chen had saved them from danger several times. But at this moment, they could only watch Jiang Chen leave. Once again, he had saved them. Outside the Wudong Sunset Mountain, Yu Jingxian looked back at the blazing fire cave, and her heart was like dead ashes. Killing Jiang Chen hurt her more than anyone else, but she had to do it. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was too important to her, and to the entire Yu family. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Yu Jingxian felt that this sentence was too appropriate for her. Jiang Chen had helped her a lot, but in the end, he was still swallowed by her. All of this was like a knife stabbing into her heart, and this knife was stabbed by herself. After Shui Liang left the Wudong Sunset Mountain, he parted ways with Yu Jingxian and the others. He wanted to go to a bigger stage, to fight, to break through, and to become stronger. Linhe boundary was no longer suitable for him, and the Tianqi mountain range was a good place for him. Jiang Chen took 10 recovery elixir pills, and with the help of the wood spirit, he soon recovered to his peak state. However, his heart was deeply hurt by Yu Jingxian. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was indeed important to him, but it did not mean that he would not give it to Yu Jingfan. Jiang Chen stared at the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. He, who was sealed, had completely lost his arrogance. The soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation had replaced the frozen man and the demon-suppressing steel. Jiang Chen placed the demon-suppressing steel into the myriad chi cauldron. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a slight throbbing. Although it was very small, Xianxia could feel it clearly because the myriad qi cauldron was already connected with his heart. The myriad qi in the myriad qi cauldron can actually repair the demon-suppressing steel? Xianxia was surprised. The myriad qi cauldron could not even repair the great Yu soul-forming light, but it could repair the demon-suppressing steel. This made Xianxia extremely surprised. However, the demon-suppressing steel was being repaired bit by the myriad qi cauldron. Xianxia was in awe. In less than a year, the demon-suppressing steel would be completely repaired. The great Yu soul-forming light is after all a divine tool that was refined. However, the demon-suppressing steel should be extraordinary. It was definitely not refined by a human but a divine tool of the universe. Xianxia murmured. He suddenly thought of the god-suppressing steel in Tyrant's hand. Could the god-suppressing steel be related to the demon-suppressing steel? Xianxia also planned to refine the great Yu soul-forming light. Although the myriad qi cauldron had a slight effect on the great Yu soul-forming light, the effect was minimal. It was completely different from the demon-suppressing steel. It seemed that the myriad qi in the myriad qi cauldron was the best thing to repair the demon-suppressing steel. If it was something else, it might not be able to achieve the same effect as the myriad qi. When Xianxia walked out of the Wudong Sunset Mountain, he once again saw the young girl with the bamboo flute on the top of the mountain. The young girl with the bamboo flute was looking at him silently. Their gazes met, then both of them turned around and left each other behind. Xianxia started his journey alone. To reach the Chilean boundary, he would have to cross the Tianqi mountain range. Xianxia was alone, he was able to deal with it easily. Along the way, he killed many late heavenly god and peak heavenly god realm demonic beasts, absorbing their demonic spirit. His strength had reached the peak mid-heavenly god realm, only a step away from the late heavenly god realm. At that time, Xianxia's strength would surely rise. Several months passed by in a hurry. Xianxia had experienced many demonic beast calamities along the way, but he was able to deal with them every single time. However, there were some people who were not so calm. Xianxia saved a pair of late heavenly god brothers who were already covered in wounds from the attacks of the demonic beasts. Fortunately, he arrived in time and saved their lives. Thank you for saving me, benefactor. My name is Li Lei, this is my younger brother, Li Peng. The leader of the group said with a deep voice, his eyes were filled with admiration. Xianxia was not as strong as them, but he was able to kill 4 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts effortlessly. Those demonic beasts don't seem to want to kill you, they want to capture you? Xianxia frowned and said. That's right, benefactor is wise. They don't want to kill us, they want to capture us and offer us to the 8 lineages Silver River. Now that the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River is getting married, those demonic beasts want to capture us and offer us to the 8 lineages Silver River. I'm afraid that those who entered the Tianqi mountain range this year are going to be unlucky, it's hard for anyone to walk out alive. The other skinny man, Li Peng said in a low voice, feeling helpless. Both of them were strong, they could even fight against a peak heavenly god realm demonic beast if they joined forces. However, they were continuously attacked. The 8 lineages Silver River has captured more than 1,000 people, they're going to hold a feast for the demonic beasts on the day of the young master's wedding. Those who entered the Tianqi mountain range this year can only blame themselves for being unlucky. In the past, they could still talk about their feelings, but now, it has become a hunting war. All the demonic beasts of the 8 lineages Silver River are going to capture us and make us their food. Li Lei gritted his teeth. However, it was an undeniable fact that they were almost captured due to their inferior skills, no one could change this fact. The master of the 8 lineages Silver River was a divine king realm expert, who would dare to go against him. Even in the Tianqi mountain range and the Chilean boundary, he was a supreme existence. The people of the Chilean boundary were not willing to offend this old monster, not to mention these merchants who came here to gain experience. This is truly cruel and despicable. Xianxia frowned. Using more than 1,000 people as food for the demonic beasts, this was the cruelest thing to do. Although Xianxia knew that in this world where only the strong were respected, the strong had their own rules. Humans were the smartest of all living beings, the survival of the fittest, in fact, they were just animals that stood at the top of the food chain. However, it was still hard for him to accept it, especially when it came to humans as food. It's hard for the demonic beasts and humans to get along peacefully. However, the 8 lineages Silver River has always been peaceful. This time, the war will definitely push the humans into a desperate situation. There will definitely be a great chaos in the Tianqi mountain range. Li Lei said. Jiangchen suddenly thought of Shizhen and Xixing. Oh right, I want to ask you about someone, Shizhen, do you know him? Shizhen? Could it be that you know him? He's also been captured recently. The people of the 8 lineages Silver River are worse than pigs and dogs. Li Peng said in shock. Shizhen is also captured? Jiangchen squinted his eyes. It seemed like he had to make a trip to the 8 lineages Silver River. He did not intend to cause any trouble at first, but at this moment, he had to do it. The 8 lineages Silver River was like the local tyrant of the Tianqi mountain range. If the local tyrant wanted to do something, who could stop him? That's right. There are only a few humans that are still wandering in the Tianqi mountain range. We're just lucky that we haven't been captured by the people of the 8 lineages Silver River. Li Lei sighed. However, it would be hard for them to move a single step. Do you want to do something big with me? Jiangchen said with a smile. Li Lei's body trembled as he looked at Jiangchen. Our lives are saved by you, benefactor. Even if you want us to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, we'll do it without hesitation. Are you afraid of death? Jiangchen continued. Death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. What's there to be afraid of if we can die a worthy death? Li Peng laughed heartily. Jiangchen admired him. We're going to the 8 lineages Silver River to save our people. So many of our people were captured and they're standing on the opposite side of the demonic beasts. They're our family and friends. This time, I want to save them from the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiangchen said his idea. Li Lei and his brother looked at each other and nodded silently. Although they were shocked, they also expressed their support for Jiangchen's decision. Even if we die, it's worth it. Ha ha ha. Li Lei laughed. We're going to save our people, not to throw away our lives. Oh right, when is the wedding of the young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River? Jiangchen's expression became solemn. 3 days later. Li Peng said. In order to help them reach their peak condition, Jiangchen was very generous. He gave both Li Lei and his brother a restoration pill each. Both brothers were extremely grateful, and they treated Jiangchen like a senior. Do you know where the 8 lineages Silver River is? The 1,000 Miles Glacier and the peak of the 8 lineages mountain is the base camp of the 8 lineages Silver River. But the 8 lineages Silver River is heavily guarded. It won't be easy for us to save them. Li Peng said cautiously. You two create some chaos for me. I'll go and look for those who were captured. We'll rescue everyone on the day of the wedding and give them a surprise attack. Jiangchen smiled faintly and headed towards the 1,000-mile glacier with the Li brothers. The vast white snow covered the entire 1,000 Miles Glacier. The 1,000 Miles Glacier was covered with ice. Whether it was the boundless mountains or the tall pines and cypresses, they were all surrounded by the white snow. They looked like soldiers who were waiting for a battle with spears in their hands. The 1,000-mile snowy mountain was covered with ice and snow. The snow never melted. The 8 lineages mountain was the most beautiful mountain. That's why it was called the 8 lineages Silver River. Amidst the ice and snow, the sky and the earth were in one line, giving people a visual impact. An incomparably huge ice-field bear was crawling on the ice and snow, adding a touch of liveliness to this dull world of ice and snow. The moment Jiangchen stepped into the 1,000 Miles Glacier, he felt as if there was an eye staring at him. Such a huge formation. It's the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. Jiangchen was shocked. This formation could be considered as the peak of the middle grade formation. At least, he couldn't set it up now. The person who could set up such a terrifying formation was definitely not an ordinary person. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation was one of the 108,000 formations in the No Beginning Formation. Although its lethality was not comparable to the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation, it was still quite terrifying. Looks like there's an expert in the 8 lineages Silver River. This formation is not simple at all. Jiangchen murmured. Once the formation was activated, the 1,000 Miles Glacier would be burnt to ashes. It could easily stop a divine king realm expert. We won't die here, right? I don't want to die yet. I haven't married yet. I haven't become a famous expert in the Huyu boundary. I can't die, I can't die. Lu Xingjuan gritted his teeth as he looked at the ice-cold cages around him. His eyes were filled with fear. Hundreds of people were trapped in these steel cages. Even though he was no longer afraid of the cold, the chill in his heart still made his hopes of survival extremely slim. Lu Xingjuan's face was deathly pale. The moment he was caught by the demonic beast, he surrendered because he didn't want to die. However, the moment he was caught by the steel cage, he knew that death was not far from them. Can you stop screaming like a ghost? Xianxia glared at Lu Xingjuan and said in a deep voice. Her beautiful face was also dirty and had long lost the dazzling brilliance of the past. But even so, she was still extremely cold, causing Lu Xingjuan to still be affectionate towards her. I just don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Lu Xingjuan murmured. Who do you think wants to die here? But what else can we do? Our skills are inferior and we're captured by a group of demonic beasts. We don't even know if we're alive or dead. What can we do? Xianxia said with a bitter smile. She really hoped that a peerless hero would come down from the sky to save her. Jiang Chen's figure appeared in front of her. That cold young man, would he come and save her? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Suddenly, she realized that she was a little naive. Her strength was not ordinary, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot if he wanted to go against the 8 lineages Silver River. Xianxia's words made many people who were sighing in despair. But no one could change this fact. Not only will we be imprisoned, we will probably become the food of these demonic beasts. Xizhen said in a deep voice. Lu Xingjuan and Xianxia trembled. Becoming the food of the demonic beasts was the most terrifying thing. Really? Will they eat us? Impossible. They're inferior demonic beasts. How could they eat us? Lu Xingjuan shook him continuously. His heart suffered a great blow once again. Xianxia's eyes became gloomy. It was just that her uncle did not tell them about this. But now that Lu Xingjuan's condition was extremely bad, there was no need for Xizhen to hide it anymore. Hundreds of people were trapped here. There were 3 half-step divine king experts, 70 to 80 peak heavenly god experts and some who were as strong as Xizhen. But more than half of them were weaker than him. Everyone wanted to leave this place alive. No one wanted to become the food of these demonic beasts. But being trapped here was a situation that no one could change. Xizhen's eyes flickered with regret. He shouldn't have brought Xianxia to Xianxia mountain range. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her life. She was still young, she still had a bright future ahead of her, but she had to experience the darkest moment of her life. To her, it was unfair. I'm sorry, Xianxia. Xizhen said in a low voice. Xianxia did not blame her uncle at all. Everything was her own choice. It was a little self-deprecating to say that it was her own fault. But since she had made her choice, even if she knew that the road ahead was bleak, she had to walk on it step by step. This was fate. How about Jiang Chen? Isn't Jiang Chen very powerful? Will he come and save us? Lu Xingjuan looked at Xizhen emotionally. No matter who it is, coming to the 8 lineages Silver River is equivalent to courting death. Why would he risk his life to save you? Why do you only have such thoughts at this moment? You've really disappointed me, Xingjuan. Xizhen sighed. No one would be willing to face death and still be calm. However, Lu Xingjuan had done it again and again. In front of death, he was always the most nervous, the most passive, and the most disappointing one. Perhaps this was human nature. I don't believe it. I don't believe in fate. It's all your fault. If you didn't bring me here, would I have died? If you didn't have the ability to protect me, would I have died? Everything is your fault. You're still trying to deny it. You're a jinx. Lu Xingjuan pointed at Xizhen and shouted hysterically. Xizhen could only smile bitterly in his heart. Disappointment and loneliness were not enough to express the determination in his heart. Death was not scary. What was scary was surrendering in the face of death. Lu Xingjuan even made him feel disgusted. The 100 Zhang underground steel cage was made of real millennium cold iron. It was so sturdy that even a divine king realm expert could not destroy it. It had completely sealed their way out. Under the ice field, between the 8 lineages peak, countless demonic beasts were dancing in joy. Because it was the wedding day of the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. The entire Xianxia mountain range was celebrating together. The entire 8 lineages peak was like 8 fingers that pierced through the clouds. Failed? Too useless fellas. Could it be that there's a divine king realm expert in the eastern Wu Sunset Mountain? With their strength, not only did they fail to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, but they were also killed there. I'm really curious, who is so powerful and daring to go against my 8 lineages Silver River? Young master, it's hard to predict the opponent's strength. However, it's said that there's more than one person who survived the battle. A deep and cold voice resounded in the young man's ears. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, his figure was tall and slender, wearing a black robe. He looked extremely cold, a stark contrast to the young master. According to what you said, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart has already been taken away, right? Shuang said and looked at the black-robed man beside him. I can't deny it. However, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart doesn't seem to be that important to the young master. For now, young master's wedding is more important. The black-robed man said calmly. Great Guardian, I'll leave the people here to you. Those 2 trash are dead. The 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River have become the laughingstock of the Xianxia mountain range. I'd like to see who's going to cause trouble on my wedding day. Shuang sneered and looked at the vast ice field. His heart was as calm as still water. In the Xianxia mountain range, he was the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Those who dared to go against him, only death awaited them. The black-robed man was the leader of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River, Yuan Fengchen. Young master's wedding is a joyous occasion. Who dares to cause trouble in the entire Xianxia mountain range? I, Yuan Fengchen, will definitely make them die a graveless death. Yuan Fengchen said in a deep voice. That's great. Great Guardian, from today onwards, you'll be my right-hand man. When I ascend to the position of the River Lord, you'll be the first hero. Now that my father is about to make a breakthrough, 8 lineages Silver River is in need of manpower. Those unreliable guys are really worrying. Don't let me down. Shuang said in a low voice. Young master, don't worry. Yuan Fengchen will do anything for you. Good, good, good. I'm right about you. Shuang patted Yuan Fengchen's shoulder twice. Go and see how the preparations are going down there. There are nearly 10,000 guests, we must take good care of them. Although our 8 lineages Silver River is the overlord of the Xianxia mountain range, we still need to give them some face, especially not to let them see us as a joke. By that time, 8 lineages Silver River will definitely give them a big surprise. Let them know that I, Shuang, am marrying the real #1 beauty in the world. Ha ha ha, I'll go see my beauty first. As he spoke, Shuang turned around and walked towards his icy mansion. The 8 lineages Silver River was heavily guarded. When Jiangchen arrived at the foot of the 8 lineages peak, he felt a great pressure. The 8 lineages peak was closely connected to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. In other words, the 8 lineages peak was the real Formation I, a natural Formation I. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation could make the 8 lineages Silver River invincible when facing strong enemies. Jiangchen suddenly saw a figure at the foot of the 8 lineages peak. He was wearing a green robe and had a fat body. Although he had concealed his strength, Jiangchen could clearly feel the terrifying aura that was being emitted from his body. Blue-eyed azure flower toad. Jiangchen took a deep breath. Could this blue-eyed azure flower toad be the father of the blue-eyed azure flower toad that he had killed? Senior, please wait. Jiangchen stopped the green-robed man. Who are you? The green-robed man looked at Jiangchen coldly, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Senior, I can feel a familiar aura from you. Jiangchen said. The green-robed man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Jiangchen. Speak clearly, otherwise, you'll die today. The green-robed man's aura had completely locked onto Jiangchen, leaving Jiangchen with nowhere to hide. Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed a Divine King expert. Although this fella had just broken through to the Divine King realm, he was extremely powerful. Senior, if I'm not wrong, you should be Brother Toad's kin, the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Xianxia said solemnly. What are you trying to say? The green-robed man pressed on. Senior, please take a look. Is this your crown prince's aura? Xianxia flipped his hand and took out a poison pill. This was given to me by my brother Toad before he died. He wanted me to find his father and let his father take revenge for him. Both of Xianxia's eyes were red, and he said emotionally. The green-robed man held the poison pill given to him by Xianxia. His hands were trembling and his eyes were slightly red. A raging flame was rising from his heart. This was indeed his son's aura. I am his father. Then, who are you? The green-robed man obviously would not believe Xianxia so easily. Are you really Brother Toad's father? It's truly a case of wearing out iron shoes and finding no place to hide. To think that I would be able to find you here, the heavens really have eyes. Xianxia's excitement was evident in his words. Tell me the truth, or I'll kill you right now. Brother Toad and I hit it off the first time we met. Brother Toad did not look down on me and asked me to follow him. No one in the Xianxia mountain range dared to do that. However, we met someone who claimed to be the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. He did not care about Brother Toad and me. How arrogant is Brother Toad? How could he tolerate others looking down on him? Therefore, Brother Toad fought with the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Brother Toad's strength was terrifying and he was able to suppress the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to help. However, the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River brought 2 half-step heavenly god realm guardians with him. Brother Toad fought against the 3 of them alone but he still lost in the end. The 3 of them were severely injured. Before he died, he saved me and asked me to find his father and let his father take revenge for him. Unfortunately, you're even more powerful than Brother Toad. I couldn't find your trace at all. Luckily, I met you here today. It's God's arrangement. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. His eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets. The green-robed man could feel his anger too. Then why are you here? The green-robed man, Lung Lung, said. Senior, my wife was taken by the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. He saw that my wife was as beautiful as a flower and she was devastatingly beautiful, so he took her for himself. He even announced that he wanted to marry my wife in the 8 lineages Silver River. I couldn't wait to cut him into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. But it's not enough to relieve the hatred in my heart. It's just that my strength is weak and I'm not his match at all. I want to take this opportunity to sneak in and find a chance to kill him. I will take revenge for you. I will definitely let that old man of 8 lineages Silver River know the price of killing my son. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely make him pay the price. The old toad was not afraid of death. Xianxia was moved. It seemed like the old toad was not sure if he could defeat the master of 8 lineages Silver River as he had just broken through to the Divine King realm. Xianxia saw the hesitation in the old toad's eyes. However, he had to do it for his son. I have long suspected that the people of 8 lineages Silver River killed my son. It seems like I am right. I will make you pay the price. The old toad gritted his teeth and said. Senior, can you really help me save my wife? Xianxia asked weakly. You are my son's friend and I am indebted to you. If I can help you save your wife, it will be easy. Senior, how about I make a deal with you today? Xianxia's expression suddenly turned solemn. The old toad squinted his eyes and stared at Xianxia. Spit it out. Senior, I found a pill by chance in a cave, the Azure Spirit Pill. I wonder if you know the effect of the Azure Spirit Pill? The old toad rapidly closed in on Xianxia. Even his breathing became sluggish. Azure Spirit Pill? You said you have the Azure Spirit Pill? The old toad's excitement made Xianxia happy. This was the kind of old toad that he wanted. That's right. I am willing to offer the Azure Spirit Pill to Senior. I only hope that Senior can help me save my wife. I will be very grateful. Although the Cyan Spirit Pill is precious to me, I can't fully utilize its effects because the Cyan Spirit Pill can only be fully utilized in the hands of a Divine King Realm expert. Xianxia seemed to have made a great decision. I wonder if Senior has broken through to the Divine King Realm. Of course I have. Where is the Azure Spirit Pill? The old toad said impatiently as he stared at Xianxia without blinking. Xianxia flipped his hand, and the Cyan Spirit Pill appeared in his hand. If Senior takes the Cyan Spirit Pill, your strength will definitely improve. At that time you will definitely be able to defeat the Master of the 8 Lineages Silver River. At that time you will be able to save my wife and avenge Brother Toad. Although this Azure Spirit Pill is precious, compared to Brother Toad's life and my wife, it is not worth mentioning. Xianxia's eyes were hazy with tears. He was so emotional that even the old toad was moved by the scene. Grabbing the Azure Spirit Pill, the old toad only had one thought in his heart, and that was to break through as soon as possible so that he could have a life and death battle with the Master of the 8 Lineages Silver River. Especially the young Master, he must break his bones and tear his tendons apart so that he would never be able to reincarnate. Not bad. At such a young age, you have some foresight. You are deeply righteous and quite responsible. After we rescue your wife, you can follow me and be my adopted son. I will train you myself. The old toad held the Azure Spirit Pill in his hand and said casually. Thank you, Senior. I dare not ask for too much. Now, I only hope that you can kill the young Master of the 8 Lineages Silver River to avenge Brother Toad and help me find my wife. I am already satisfied and grateful. The wedding is coming soon and there will be a lot of guests. I will make the entire 8 Lineages Silver River lose face. The old toad held the Azure Spirit Pill in his hand with hatred. Xianxia was also feeling sorry for the old toad. However, in order to make the old toad target the Master of the 8 Lineages Silver River, Xianxia had no choice but to do so. Moreover, the timing was just right. The Azure Spirit Pill could make the old toad more effective against the Master of the 8 Lineages Silver River. It would be best if both of them were severely injured. That was what Xianxia wanted the most. Moreover, the Azure Spirit Pill could also win the trust of the old toad. Now, the old toad had no doubts about him. With this Azure Spirit Pill, there is no need to worry about revenge. The old toad said with a cold smile. He was extremely envious of the Azure Spirit Pill and could not wait to swallow it. Protect me and leave the 8 Lineages peak. I will immediately swallow this Azure Spirit Pill. Great. Senior, you will definitely make a great achievement this time. Even the Master of the 8 Lineages Silver River will not be a match for you. Xianxia praised from the bottom of his heart. Good. Although it's a bit of flattery, there's one thing that you're right about. After I consumed this Cyan Spirit Pill, my strength increased by another level. Even that old guy is absolutely not my opponent. Ha ha ha. In the future, the Xianxia mountain range will have a new master. The old toad said with a wild laugh. He seemed to be full of confidence. Senior is mighty and domineering. You are the real overlord of the Xianxia mountain range. Xianxia said with a smile. He had already done something to the Azure Spirit Pill. Once the old toad swallowed it completely, he would not be able to live till dawn even if he wanted to kill him. Xianxia had planted the mark of the 5 elements true fire in the Azure Spirit Pill. Once the 5 elements true fire triggered the old toad's heart fire, the old toad would definitely die. Therefore, Xianxia was not afraid of this old man. He hoped that the old toad could kill the Master of the 8 Lineages Silver River. In less than half a day, the old toad swallowed the Azure Spirit Pill. Although he did not fully absorb the pill, he had already reached the peak of the early Divine King realm. As long as he could fully absorb the pill, he would definitely be able to reach the mid-Divine King realm. However, the old toad could not wait any longer. There was not much time left for them. The 8 Lineages Silver River was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Decorated with lanterns and colored banners, the sound of gongs and drums filled the sky. Haha, congratulations. We have prepared a small gift for young Master's wedding. I hope young Master will accept it. Yes. Me too. The gift is light but the thought is heavy. Young Master, please accept it. Young Master is a man of talent. Young mistress will definitely be a beauty. Congratulations, young master. In the future, you will be in charge of the 8 lineages Silver River. Countless flattering voices reverberated throughout the 8 lineages Silver River. Thousands of demonic beasts and humans came to congratulate him. The people under the jurisdiction of the 8 lineages Silver River were not only demonic beasts, but also humans. Many of them had chosen to live in seclusion. In fact, they had chosen to live in another world. The 8 lineages Silver River was more snobbish and feared. Shuang held a golden cup in his hand and toasted with countless experts of the Xianxia mountain range. The sound of gongs and drums was deafening. Magpies were circling around the 1,000-li ice field. Shuang narrowed his eyes. Nearly 1,000 human cultivators would be eaten in this feast, which was specially prepared for his wedding ceremony. Shuang glanced at Yuan Fengchen, indicating that he could show the feast of thousands of people at any time. Young master is a dragon among men and a peerless talent. Now, we are even more curious. How peerless will young madam be? Li Lei mixed with the crowd into the 8 lineages Silver River and said loudly. Many people were interested. This brother is right. Young master, when will we be able to witness the peerless beauty of the world? We have been wanting to feast our eyes for a long time. Young master won't be so stingy, right? The young mistress is majestic, we should at least witness it. Everyone, am I right? Li Peng also said with a smile. Many people echoed Li Lei's words and Shuang was put in a difficult position. Good. Originally, I was planning to let my wife meet everyone at the last moment. Since everyone is so anxious, then this ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet someone eventually. Ha ha ha, let's see if she is peerlessly beautiful. Everyone has the final say. Yuan Fengchen frowned. His original plan had been disrupted by the guests at this time. This 1,000-person sacrificial feast was the most important part of the demonic beasts. They could not afford to make any mistakes, especially on such a joyous occasion like the young masters. At this moment, Jiangchen had already entered the 8 lineages mountain. Jiangchen searched around and finally sensed Xizhen's aura. Looks like I didn't come here for nothing. Jiangchen smiled and looked at the giant steel cage that was embedded in the ground. He was shocked to see so much millennium cold iron wasted here. If it was with him, he would definitely be able to forge countless divine tools. Who are you? This is the death prison of the 8 lineages Silver River. Outsiders, please leave now. Today is the young master's wedding day. We don't want to make things difficult for you. A late heavenly god cheetah shouted. The 10 mid-heavenly god cheetahs behind him roared furiously as well. But, what should I do if I want to make things difficult for you? With a wave of his hand, Jiangchen swung his sword, causing the sky to change color. 11 demon beasts were instantly killed by Jiangchen, leaving no trace behind. Is Big Brother Xizhen here? Jiangchen shouted. His voice resounded in the prison. Before Jiangchen could raise his head, hundreds of late heavenly god realm demonic beasts had already surrounded the area, making it airtight. Xizhen and Xixing trembled. Lu Xingjuan was extremely excited. Xixing's eyes reddened. Did he come all the way here just to save me? The unparalleled hero in my heart had finally heard his call. It's him. It's him. It's really Jiangchen. Ha ha ha. He's here to save us. Like I said, there's always a way out. Lu Xingjuan shouted excitedly. He had forgotten that he was disrespectful towards Xizhen. Now, Xizhen was completely disappointed in him. However, in the face of death, Lu Xingjuan no longer cared about his reputation. As long as he could survive, it would be better than dying here. Someone's here to save us. We're saved. Ha ha ha. Really? Someone actually dared to step into the 8 lineages Silver River's territory to rescue someone. It seems like this person must be a peerless expert. We finally don't have to die. Haha, I've had enough of this damned place and these bastards. Hundreds of people cheered. At this moment, they felt the hope of survival. Brother Jiangchen, why are you risking your life to save me? How can I, Xizhen, be worthy? Xizhen covered his face and sighed. It would be fine if Jiangchen saved them, but if he died here as well, then even if he died, he would not be able to rest in peace. Brother Shi, you're wrong. Friends should treat each other with sincerity, right? Jiang Chen's voice made Xizhen feel a sense of respect and love that he had never felt before. This feeling was something he had never felt in his life. Ha ha ha, brother Jiang Chen, with such a close friend, I have no regrets even if I die. What more can I ask for? Xizhen was extremely excited. On the other hand, Shi Xining was slightly disappointed. Jiang Chen, did he not come here just to save me? This is the Millennium Cold Steel, not even a half-step Divine King could break it. Moreover, there's a formation on it. Jiang Chen, are you confident? Shi Xining asked. How would I know if I don't try? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked around. At least these hundreds of rubbish should be cleared first. Countless people were looking at Jiang Chen through the gaps. How could a mid-heavenly god save them? Even those who were excited at the beginning became hesitant at this moment. Since Jiang Chen was too weak, these hundreds of late heavenly gods were enough to tear him into pieces. How dare you step into the 8 lineages Silver River to rescue people? You're really audacious. Kill without mercy. The leader of the demonic beasts ordered. Hundreds of late heavenly god realm demonic beasts swarmed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked calm. Facing so many demonic beasts, even Xizhen and the others felt suffocated. How dare a tiny speck of light compete with the bright moon? Jiang Chen sneered. His sword shadow flew up and his body moved like the stars. With 9 strikes of his sword, hundreds of demonic beasts fell to the ground. Not a single one of them was spared. Not a single trace of blood was left behind. Everyone took a deep breath. Jiang Chen was only a mid-heavenly god, but he was able to make the 4 half-step Divine King experts shiver in fear. This huge Millennium Cold Steel is the perfect material for my refinement. Jiang Chen raised his hand and the 5 elemental true fire pierced through the void. It was like a sharp fire sword that fell on the iron cage, instantly splitting it into half. The scariness of the 5 elemental true fire was beyond their imagination. Even the Millennium Cold Iron was like a fallen leaf being swept away by the autumn wind. Brother, thank you. Xizhen's injuries were not light. He had yet to fully recover. Many humans were in the same situation. When they were being captured, they fought back with their lives. Shi Xining looked at Jiang Chen affectionately. However, Jiang Chen remained calm. Shi Xining's heart was once again shaken. Thank you, brother, for saving our lives. Hundreds of people were extremely grateful towards Jiang Chen. Humans and demonic beasts were always on opposite sides. Jiang Chen's action wasn't because he was a righteous person, he was just saving them out of convenience. Those demonic beasts were extremely hateful, and they were extremely cruel. Don't say anything more. This is not a place to stay. Everyone, hurry up and run. Jiang Chen said. Then, hundreds of people left the 8 Meridians Peak. Brother Shi, Miss Shi, let's go. All right. Xizhen nodded. Jiang Chen looked at Shi Xining. How could Jiang Chen not know what she was thinking? However, Jiang Chen was at a disadvantage when it came to love. Moreover, it was impossible for her to fall in love with everyone she met. In this life, it could only mean that they were not fated to be together. Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water after going through so many twists and turns with Yu Jingfan. What great skills. You want to leave after killing someone? How can there be such a good thing in the world? A cold voice resounded in the void. A black silhouette pierced through the void. It was the great guardian of the 8 Meridian Silver River, Yuan Fengchen. Those who stand in my way shall die. Jiang Chen stared at Yuan Fengchen. Yuan Fengchen's smile became more and more intense. Then I want to see how I'm going to die. Yuan Fengchen sneered and pointed his silver hook at Jiang Chen. A mid-heavenly god fella, how could he put him in his eyes? You guys leave first. Leave this to me. Jiang Chen said to Xizhen in a deep voice. Xizhen did not say much. He was not a wishy-washy person. They would only be a burden to Jiang Chen if they stayed here. So it was better for them to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Chen, come back alive. Shi Xining gritted her teeth and left. Yuan Fengchen did not stop her. Those people would be chased by the people of the 8 Meridians Silver River. He was more interested in Jiang. Fei Ying and Xianxia, you should know them, right? Jiang smiled. Who are you? Yuan Fengchen's pupils shrunk as he shouted. Your two brothers are waving at you. Can't you feel it? They've left, so you shouldn't be living in this world anymore. There's nothing good in the 8 Meridians Silver River. So, you're the one who killed my two brothers? Great, let's settle our grudges together. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to come to hell. She's so beautiful. She's one of the best in the divine world. I swear, I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. I've never seen such a beautiful woman either. God, she's so stunning. If I'm strong enough, I'll definitely snatch her away from me. I'll die for such a beautiful woman. It's worth it even if I die 10,000 times for her. This is truly the most perfect fortune given by the heavens. How could the young lord of the 8 Lineages Silver River marry such a beautiful lady? That's right and wrong. The young lord of the 8 Lineages Silver River is indeed blessed by 10 lifetimes. Just the outline of her face under the green veil is enough to make people drunk. At this moment, all the guests who came to the 8 Lineages Silver River couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. Shui Ying held the white-clothed lady's hand. Her skirt was swaying in the wind. Not a single speck of dust could be seen on her. The thin green veil could not conceal her peerless beauty. Her temperament was flawless, as if she was the most perfect piece of art in the heavens. The lady's expression was cold and her eyes were calm. Even though her face was covered by the green veil, she was still extremely beautiful. Shui Ying's eyes were filled with excitement and pride. Who could go against him in the 8 Lineages Silver River? In the Xianxia mountain range, or even the entire Qilian region, his woman was the most beautiful woman in the world. Shui Ying never thought that he would be so lucky. Their encounter was quite funny. It was supposed to be a beauty saving a hero. But in the end, the young lord of the 8 Lineages Silver River took a liking to her. Shui Ying tried his best to make her stay in the 8 Lineages Silver River. If it wasn't for his father's divine king realm strength that suppressed her strength, he wouldn't be so lucky. Shui Ying didn't care about the opinions of others. Moreover, he was the future master of the Xianxia mountain range. Why should he care about others? He finally got the beauty under coercion and temptation. When she becomes his wife, he wouldn't have any complaints anymore. 100 years later, no matter how rebellious she is, she'll still be a mother. Why should he care about that? Countless people and demonic beasts in the Xianxia mountain range congratulated Shui Ying. Shui Ying was now the focus of the entire Xianxia mountain range. It was also the dream moment of every man, especially for marrying such an enviable woman. Today, all of you are fortunate to come to my 8 Lineages Silver River. My wife and I will be together on the wedding day. This is considered as fulfilling a request of all of you. My wife must be the most beautiful one in the world. Ha ha ha. Shui Ying said with a laugh. His eyes were filled with pride. Apart from me, who else could do it? Shui Ying felt even happier when he saw the envy and jealousy in their eyes. He wanted to let everyone know that his existence was like a king. No one in the 8 Lineages Silver River would dare to go against him. He wanted to use this opportunity to announce to everyone that he was going to become the true master of the 8 Lineages Silver River. It's like a beautiful flower stuck on a pile of cow dung. If Shui Ying wasn't the young master of the 8 Lineages Silver River, how could he have the chance to marry such a peerless beauty? That's right. It's such a waste. Such a beauty should only appear in legends. Shui Ying's arrogant face makes me feel like he's blaspheming the gods. He looks like he's trying to bully others. Pfft. If it wasn't for his father, who would come to congratulate him? Looking at this devastatingly beautiful woman, I'm so angry that I can't beat him up. He's taking advantage of everything. Many people were discussing about Shui Ying in private. To put it bluntly, they were those who were disturbed by the sight of the bride. Because the bride was too beautiful. She was breathtakingly beautiful. This wedding feast would definitely make countless people beat their chests and stomp their feet. The cold wind was blowing. Her jade-like face was combed and her green veil was settled. She looked like an iceberg and her eyes were like orchids. Her smile was like a falling mountain and she turned into a water fairy. Countless people were dumbfounded as they looked at this scene. They were shocked by the bride's beauty. Such a beauty should only exist in the heavens. Even if she fell into the mortal world, she would still become a fairy. To think that there's such a beauty in this world. I've never heard of such a beauty before. Lu Xingjuan murmured. At that moment, he stopped running. Not only him, but even Shi Zhan and the rest also stopped running. No man could remain calm in front of such a woman. This was the charm of a beauty that could topple cities and countries. Even Shi Xining couldn't help but exclaim, if I'm 1/100th of her beauty, Jiangchen wouldn't have ignored me. Shi Xining smiled bitterly. She was also immersed in the beauty of the lady. Jiangchen slowly turned around and looked into the distance. At that moment, his body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. Qing. Qingqing, is it really you? Jiangchen murmured. Yan Qingqing, why did she appear here? Moreover, she had become the bride of the young master of 8 lineages Silver River. Jiangchen frowned. He had a complicated feeling in his heart. He had never expected that he would reunite with Yan Qingqing in the divine world on her wedding day. It was too ridiculous, too comical, and too sad. I don't believe it. Qingqing will leave me. Jiangchen stared at the scene without blinking. He firmly believed that Yan Qingqing would never betray him. She would never marry someone else even if she had to die. Jiangchen was very sure about this. It must be the plot of the master of 8 lineages Silver River. Qingqing, you must have your own difficulties, right? Once upon a time, Yan Qingqing had been searching for Jiangchen with great difficulty. From that small border town where there were no experts, she walked step by step towards the divine altar of the immortal world. Jiangchen was touched by Yan Qingqing in the end. Her love was as clear as ice and as passionate as fire. It was not that he did not love her, but he was worried that he could not give her much. Life only lasts for a lifetime. Pursuing slowly, just for longevity. This was the least he could do for her. Since he had fallen in love, he had no regrets. In Jiangchen's heart, no matter if it was Wu Ningzhu, Yan Xinyu, or Yan Qingqing, all of them were equally important to him. They were the ones he loved without any regrets. Someone wanted to marry his wife. Jiangchen's heart was as cold as ice. No matter who it was, he would never let go. Jiangchen had never expected that the lie he told the old toad would come true. The young master of 8 lineages Silver River was really going to marry his woman. No matter how Qingqing knew him, Jiangchen must take her away. Unless, she really likes the young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River. But that was impossible, Jiangchen believed in Yan Qingqing. Why? Are you shocked by our young madam? Not only you, but everyone in the Tianqi mountain range is also shocked because the young madam is indeed a peerless beauty. Yuan Fengchen said faintly. Obviously, he did not fall for it, showing that he was an expert with principles. You're right, but it's a pity that she's not your young lord's woman. Jiangchen glanced at Yuan Fengchen. Leng Leng said. Yuan Fengchen was stunned. Jiangchen had already turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky at an astonishing speed. Yuan Fengchen did not expect Jiangchen to be this fast. He covered a distance of a dozen li in an instant. Yuan Fengchen could not even catch a trace of Jiangchen under the Great Void technique. So fast. Jiangchen stepped on the void and stood proudly in the sky. He was like a peerless war god that was above the 8 lineages Silver River. His appearance had caught everyone's attention because it was forbidden to fly in the sky in the 8 lineages Silver River. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to fly in the sky under such a harsh environment. Jiangchen's appearance made everyone's eyes lit up. They were filled with curiosity and shock. A mid-heavenly god actually dared to appear in the sky of the 8 lineages Silver River, making everyone look up to him. It was no different from courting death. Let her go, otherwise, I'll flatten your 8 lineages Silver River. Jiangchen looked at Shuang Leng. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my 8 lineages Silver River? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? What a joke. Shui Ying's voice was cold and decisive. Both of them stared into each other's eyes and both of them revealed their killing intent towards each other. Who are you? Do you know who she is? You're not qualified to marry her. Because, she's my woman. Jiang Chen said coldly. What an arrogant brat. It seems like you're here to cause trouble. Yuan Fengchen, kill this fiend for me as a warning to others. Shuiying stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen even dared to touch his woman. It seemed like he really did not know how to spell the word death. In the 8 lineages Silver River, he was the supreme ruler. Who is this person? How dare he barge into the 8 lineages Silver River to kidnap the bride? Really? Looks like he's an idiot. He's just a mid-heavenly god and he dares to show off? I'm afraid he doesn't want his life anymore. There's no way someone like him can be a match for the young master. He's not worthy. Is that so? But from his serious expression, it doesn't seem like he's joking. Could it be that young master is really trying to snatch her away? The guests on the scene were discussing among themselves. Each of them had their own opinions. Jiang Chen's appearance had made everyone curious. The young master who had invited guests from all over the world had actually turned into such a farce on his wedding day. It was truly thought-provoking. Especially when Jiang Chen said that the bride was his woman. It was even more thought-provoking. It's Jiang Chen? Is he crazy? Shi Xining said in shock. Jiang Chen came out of nowhere. What was he trying to do? Could it be that he was lusting after the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River? But it did not make sense. After all, Yu Ernyang was not a bad person. Jiang Chen had always kept his chastity in front of her. Even if he was in love with her, he would not go so far as to kidnap the bride. Why did brother Jiang do this? Could it be that he's really related to this woman? Shizhen was shocked. I don't believe it. Shi Xining gritted her teeth. She was not reconciled. But if the bride was really his woman, then Shi Xining would completely give up. After all, Shi Xining was inferior in front of that woman, not even 1 out of 10,000. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and his eyes became gentle. But when Yan Qingqing looked at him, she looked so unfamiliar. Jiang Chen felt pain in his heart, as if his heart was being torn apart. How could this be? Who are you? Why did you say that I'm your woman? Yan Qingqing frowned her brows. She was extremely beautiful. Just a glance from her could make all the beauties lose their color. Qingqing, have you really forgotten about me? Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. But in Yan Qingqing's eyes, he could not see any intimacy or longing. The familiarity between lovers had turned into indescribable unfamiliarity. That was definitely not an act. Could it be that she had lost her memory? You are not the hero that I wanted to marry since I was young. You are neither a prince nor an expert. Yan Qingqing looked straight at Jiang Chen. But she felt an indescribable intimacy towards this man in front of her. She wanted to say that he was a toad lusting after a swan's flesh, but she could not bring herself to say it. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's right. I am neither a prince nor an expert. Why do you like me? In the past, Yan Qingqing did not care about thousands of miles to pursue him, just to be by his side. Now, she was still as graceful as before. But now, there was a big gap between them. Jiang Chen thought of giving up, but he knew that the current Yan Qingqing was not necessarily happy. No matter if she was controlled or lost her memory, Jiang Chen would not let go of her hand. Just like how she would rather die than to let go of his hand. Although I don't know who you are, I have a special feeling towards you. I can't stop thinking about you, I don't dare to forget about you. Yan Qingqing murmured, a nervous smile could be seen on the corner of her mouth. This person was indeed very special, but she really couldn't remember. Could it be that there was such a thought-provoking feeling between the two of them? That's enough. In Jiang Chen's heart, he was even more certain that she was the Qingqing in his heart. Since you have forgotten everything, that's fine too. From now on, I will return everything that I owe you. Back then, you were the one who pursued me. Now, I will use my own method to pursue you. Love is not about parting. Even if two hearts are separated by thousands of miles, they will never be separated. It has nothing to do with romance, it's about sincerity. Jiang Chen's words made Yan Qingqing look at him with interest. You are very interesting. Yan Qingqing gently sucked on her slender fingers. Countless people were shocked. Such a beautiful woman was able to move their heartstrings. This bride snatcher was really too daring. Trash, you want to snatch Xianxia away from me? Are you worthy? If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as killing an ant. Shuang was disdainful. He was too lazy to kill Xianxia himself. Are you trying to silence me? You want to kill me to silence me? She is my woman. You are not worthy of her. Who's the one who's not good enough for Xianxia? Do you still not understand? I don't care who you are, Xianxia will never like you. Don't even think about snatching Xianxia away from me. Shuang was embarrassed into anger. He looked at Yuan Fengchen, who was rushing towards them. I don't want to see him anymore. Kill him. Yes, young master. Yuan Fengchen nodded and looked at Xianxia. Even if you don't do it, I won't stay silent. You'll die if you dare to touch my woman. Xianxia drew out his sword. The moment the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed and revealed a hint of shock. What a terrifying sword. Yan Qingqing looked at Xianxia with lingering fear. But more than that, her gaze was filled with desire and provocation. The moment the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, it was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Yuan Fengchen stepped on the sky and stood above Xianxia. The surrounding area was covered in ice. Not a bad sword. But you're too weak. I'm taking this sword. Shui Ying's eyes lit up. He was also interested in the heavenly dragon sword in Xianxia's hand. Yuan Fengchen's blade was sharp as he slashed towards Xianxia. However, Xianxia was not afraid at all. Not even a half-step divine king like Yuan Fengchen could kill him with a single strike. Xianxia held his sword and danced in the sky. The sword of solitude swept across the land. Yuan Fengchen did not expect Xianxia to be so violent. He managed to push Yuan Fengchen back with just a single strike. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was in an uproar. The leader of the 4 great guardians, a half-step divine king, was pushed back by a mid-heavenly god. Is he really a mid-heavenly god? Isn't he a little too powerful? Yeah, he's ridiculously strong. That Yuan Fengchen is known as the strongest person below the divine king realm in the Xianxia mountain range. How could he be so weak? Yuan Fengchen's expression became extremely gloomy. Xianxia was just a mid-heavenly god, could it be that he couldn't do anything to him? Then he would really become a laughingstock. Winter Azure Saber. Yuan Fengchen let out a furious roar and charged straight at Xianxia. An awe-inspiring cold light suddenly appeared, and the saber light tore through the void, extremely dazzling. Both of their figures intertwined, reverberating in the air. Metal clashed, radiance flashed, and even the spectators held their breaths. Both of them stood still. Xianxia's sword was unstoppable. The heavenly dragon sword's overbearing dragon might made Yuan Fengchen feel a great pressure. Under Xianxia's dragon might, any demonic beast would have to retreat and be courteous. How could he have such a terrifying dragon might? Yuan Fengchen was extremely shocked. The long blade in his hand slashed through the void, but it could not break Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, his aura was suppressed by Xianxia no matter what. A mid-heavenly god actually possessed such strength. Yuan Fengchen felt humiliated. However, those who had not fought against him before would not understand how terrifying Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was. The fusion of dragon and sword was invincible. Yuan Fengchen, don't disappoint me. Shui Ying's voice resounded in Yuan Fengchen's ears. Yuan Fengchen trembled. He knew that the person in front of him was only a mid-heavenly god. How could he establish himself in the Xianxia mountain range in the future if he was suppressed by his opponent? How could he gain the trust of others? Yuan Fengchen raised his saber again, it was unstoppable. Xianxia was fearless. The two of them clashed with each other, the glaciers within 1,000 li cracked, the ice mountains beneath the 8 lineages Silver River collapsed one after another, the snow melted and the ice melted. It was truly earth-shattering. Other than Divine King experts, no one had seen it before. However, the battle between the two of them seemed to be on par with a Divine King expert. Xianxia only had one thought in his mind, to kill Shuang and bring Yan Qingqing away. Die, you don't stand a chance anymore. Yuan Fengchen swept his blade once again. His aura shrouded the sky, his silhouette shone brightly. Xianxia stood still like a mountain and looked at Yan Qingqing with a gentle gaze. He then turned around and stood firm, his lips curled into a cold expression. Killing decisively will only happen today. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Xianxia activated the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, countless rays of saber light scattered in the void, shattering mountains and rivers. However, Xianxia did not even budge an inch. Everyone thought that Xianxia would definitely fall, but the result was beyond their expectations. Xianxia withstood Yuan Fengchen's attack with his body. He had completed the final attack and defense, causing Yuan Fengchen to lose all his confidence. Yuan Fengchen took 2 steps back, his expression changed. He did not expect Xianxia's defense to be able to nullify all of his attacks. Not bad, but it's a pity that you're not strong enough, you're still too weak. Yan Qingqing shook her head and smiled faintly. Her harem was devoid of color. Have a taste of my attack. Xianxia's eyes became cold, the aura of the heavenly dragon sword soared to the sky, the sword of solitude, a sword that could break thousands of swords. This was Xianxia's unrivaled strength, the sword of heaven's will. Xianxia exerted all of his strength, he turned into a rain of swords, covering the sky with his sword. His name was left behind, his sword was left behind, his sword was left behind, his sword was left behind, everything turned into ashes. Xianxia used his body as a sword and did not hold back at all. Yuan Fengchen felt the fear of death and took a few steps back. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was filled with respect. Even though Xianxia's strength was not as strong as Yuan Fengchen, his technique was unparalleled. His sword intent cut through the void, severing love and hatred, life and death. Xianxia pierced through Yuan Fengchen's body and ran in the opposite direction of Yuan Fengchen. No one knew that Xianxia had kept his sword and stood still. Just so. Yuan Fengchen sneered, he took 3 steps forward and spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining the snow red. He staggered and knelt on the ground, his face was pale and lonely, his expression was full of vicissitudes. Xianxia smiled, he was confident and calm, because that sword had cut through Yuan Fengchen's strength, even if he was not dead, it would be hard for him to fight again. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was in a state of shock, nobody had thought that things would turn out this way, the leader of the 4 great guardians of 8 lineages Silver River was so weak. You've really disappointed me, Yuan Fengchen. Shuang sighed, he was also shocked by Xianxia's strength, this fella could not be judged by common sense, it seemed like he had underestimated this fella who came to snatch the bride. Shuang, could it be that you're not his match? Yan Qingqing looked at Shuang and asked. Joke? How could a despicable fella like him be compared to me? What a joke. I want to marry a man of indomitable spirit. Yan Qingqing smiled sweetly. Shuang was already intoxicated by Yan Qingqing's laughter. There's no one in 8 lineages Silver River that I, Shuang, am afraid of. Shuang looked at the sky with disdain. Of course, his father was a divine king. You're not qualified to stand beside Qingqing. Next, it's your turn. Xianxia saw that Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with coldness and provocation. That's right. This was a provocation. Xianxia could feel that the current Qingqing wasn't the same Qingqing who needed his protection anymore. Her strength was definitely not ordinary. Don't be too full of yourself. Don't be too arrogant. Since my great guardian has been defeated, I have to do it myself. Shuang hated Xianxia to the core. Xianxia had disgraced the 8 lineages Silver River. Now that Xianxia had provoked him, he must not let him leave this place alive. How could a mere mid-heavenly god realm overturn the heavens? Especially at this moment, Shuang had to show off his strong side in front of Yan Qingqing. A hero would be fearless in front of a beauty. I'll wait for your return. Yan Qingqing looked at Shuang with a meaningful look in her eyes. Although Xianxia could not tell what Yan Qingqing was planning, he knew that even though she had lost her memory, she was not a simple person. She seemed to be brewing a conspiracy. Sometimes, women are scarier than men, especially beautiful women. Xianxia felt that he had a whole new level of respect for Yan Qingqing. This fella is really courting death. He even dares to provoke the young master of 8 lineages Silver River. He must be tired of living. Hey! Lu Xingjuan curled his lips and said. He was a typical onlooker. He had forgotten that it was all thanks to Xianxia that he was able to escape. You're such a heartless fella. Even if Jiang Chen is courting death, he's still stronger than you. I will never forget your ugly face in the dungeon. You're not welcome in our Xilan escort. Shi Xining looked at Lu Xingjuan with scorching eyes, despising his current behavior and state of mind. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. We can't force them. Shi Zhen sighed and waved his hand, signaling Shi Xining not to make things difficult for Lu Xingjuan because he was thoroughly disappointed in this guy. You're right. A coward will always be a coward. Even if you're not afraid of death, do you dare to face the 8 lineages Silver River? At this time, Li Peng was standing next to Lu Xingjuan. Who are you calling a coward? Lu Xingjuan was enraged, but he was suppressed by Shi Zhen. Obviously, with Li Peng's strength, killing Lu Xingjuan was as easy as flipping a palm. Even he might not be her opponent. Xilan Escort Agency Shi Zhen, we have met once. We are indebted to Jiang Chen. However, some people don't know how to repay our kindness and even made sarcastic remarks here. I think brother she is not the same as him. Li Lei took a step forward with a vigorous aura. Even Shi Zhen was no match for these two brothers. Lu Xingjuan was so frightened that he staggered backwards. His face was pale and bloodless but he dared not say another word. I hope that Jiang Chen has his own plan. He shouldn't be a reckless person. Shi Zhen said in a low voice. We also believe that our benefactor is not a reckless person. This time, he faced a life and death crisis to save you guys. It's really admirable. Li Lei said with a sincere tone. His respect for Jiang Chen came from the bottom of his heart. The battle between Jiang Chen and Shuang was imminent. In just a blink of an eye, a great battle was about to break out. Now that you're at death's door, you should know your current situation. How dare a nobody behave atrociously in my 8 lineages Silver River? Die. Shuang stepped on the sky and stood face to face with Jiang Chen. His eyes were cold and his terrifying aura spread across the entire 8 lineages Silver River. Since this was his territory, Jiang Chen dared to behave atrociously here. In his opinion, it was no different than courting death. Shuang was gifted since he was young and he had great skills. His body was infinitely close to that of a divine beast. That's why his father became the strongest demonic beast in the entire Tianqi mountain range, the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. This time, I'm afraid that this fella has nowhere to run. Even the young master has taken action. This bride kidnapping is destined to be a farce. Does he really want to go against the 8 lineages Silver River? With just him? Isn't that right? Even a divine king expert might not have any chance of winning against the 8 lineages Silver River. I'm afraid that the old master's strength has already reached the pinnacle. I'm just watching the show. Ha ha ha. Some people were happy while some were sad. Some of them did not know about Jiang Chen's strength and they just wanted to see how this farce would end. Those who were saved by Jiang Chen were filled with righteous indignation. Hundreds of experts wanted to lend a hand to Jiang Chen. However, if they turned back now, they might become the prisoners of the 8 lineages Silver River again and face the choice of life and death. If we just leave like this, how are we going to face ourselves for the rest of our lives? That's right. Although we met by chance, we benefited from our benefactor. No matter if he's overestimating himself or that woman is really his wife, we have no reason to stand aside and do nothing. It's not good news for our benefactor to take action now. I have a suggestion. If our benefactor is defeated, let's not have any scruples anymore and attack together. I don't believe that they can stop us. We're already going to die and we're indebted to our benefactor. If we just leave like this, how are we going to live up to the word human? Ha ha ha, you're right. The reason why humans are humans is because they have more humanity than demonic beasts. Love in the human world is to experience the vicissitudes of life, to see the vanity of the world and to maintain one's cultivation. If we don't have any pursuit, how are we different from the walking dead? Li Peng laughed and said. His words aroused everyone's interest. Hundreds of eyes were looking at Jiang Chen and Shuang. The final outcome would be decided in an instant. Jiang Chen stared at Yan Qingqing. He did not even put Shuang in his eyes because Shuang's strength was almost the same as Yuan Fengchen's. Why should he care about Shuang? However, the person he cared about the most was Yan Qingqing. Xianxia did not know what kind of grievance she had suffered. Since they parted in the immortal world, there was no news about them. Now that they met again in the divine world, Xianxia naturally did not want to see Yan Qingqing living alone in the mortal world. As her man, he could not let her suffer any grievance. This battle is only for you. You're courting death. 8 lineages Silver River is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Shuang took the lead, trampling on the ice and snow of the mountains and rivers as he fought with Jiang. Shuang held the towering heaven hammer in his hand. It was as if thunder was roaring in the ears and the wind was howling. The giant hammer dominated the sky and came down with a whistling sound. It was as if Mount Tai had fallen, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Jiang Chen's eyes looked dignified as he held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword flew in all directions as the intense battle between him and Shuang shook the 9 heavens. The ferocity of the hammer and the sharpness of the sword made Jiang Chen more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The heavenly dragon sword roared furiously as it laughed proudly in the universe. What a powerful fella. Is he still a mid-heavenly god? Oh my god. Shuang might be in big trouble. However, the old master has not taken action yet. Moreover, Shuang is not the only expert in 8 lineages Silver River. It really makes people sigh. If on the day of the wedding, this well-known young master was beaten to a pulp, wouldn't that be a joke? There were always people who came to watch the show. Moreover, they would never complain that the battle was not exciting enough. Jiang Chen and Shui Ying's figures were constantly crossing each other. The collision of the hammer and the sword, the trembling of the light and the shadow. The two of them fought for a long time and it was hard to determine the winner. In the glacier valley, thousands of miles of ice and snow were falling. The 8 lineages were trembling in fear. Worthy of being the young master of 8 lineages Silver River. You're quite capable. Jiangchen smiled faintly and looked at Yan Qingqing. The latter was also looking at him with interest. However, it was only interest, there was no trace of love. Jiangchen did not care. Since he had chosen to start all over again, he would not allow himself to lose his composure in front of the woman he loved. Moreover, it would not be easy for Shuang to defeat him. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. It's good that you know. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, you'll be torn into pieces by me later. Shuang said softly. Mediocre strength, but you're one of the best in boasting. Jiangchen said calmly. Brat, you will die very, very miserably, I promise. Shuang was infuriated by Jiangchen. The two of them clashed again. 1,000 feet of sword light cut down the mountain peak, shattering the glacier. The deafening sound was deafening, and the avalanche was hundreds of miles away. Not a single blade of grass grew. The wind and snow between the two of them danced in the air. The scene was extremely beautiful, but every sword strike had touched Shuang's bottom line. It made his heart tremble again, and he retreated time and time again. However, Shuang did not want to be outdone. He raised his gigantic hammer and smashed it down. It was as if the heavens and earth were trembling. Jiangchen dodged the attack while the two of them continued to fight. It's time to end this. It's time for my woman to go home. Jiangchen sneered as his eyes became sharper. His combat strength increased again after using the dragon transformation. His physical strength had already reached the half-step divine king realm. Jiangchen swept across the universe, his sword pierced through the void and overpowered Shuang. At this moment, the onlookers finally understood how powerful Jiangchen was. After using the dragon transformation, his sword swept through Shui Ying's crown. Shui Ying's hair was disheveled and he looked extremely embarrassed. Shuang kept retreating. He still had a lingering fear from the beheading slash. This guy can only be described as a freak. That's right. Now I know why he is so arrogant. After all, he has the right to be arrogant. This young madam seems to have a powerful background. If she is really the wife of the man who stole the bride, then Shuang will really fight to the death. The 8 lineages Silver River will not admit defeat so easily. After using the dragon transformation, Jiangchen's strength increased to another level, reaching the half-step divine king realm. Together with the powerful sword intent of the heavenly dragon sword, Shuang had nowhere to hide. He could only take the attacks and stagger backwards. Did this guy eat sh*t? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Shui Ying's face turned pale. Under Jiang Chen's ferocious attacks, he had completely lost the initiative. Even though he was the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River, no one would give him any protection. In a battle of life and death, there was only death. Jiang Chen's sword aura was unparalleled. He was like a peerless god of war, invincible. Shui Ying did not have the strength to resist at all. At this moment, the title of being invincible under the Divine King realm seemed extremely ridiculous. Jiang Chen's 9 swords fell on Shui Ying's body. Shui Ying had no way to avoid the attacks. The overwhelming sword shadows had completely destroyed his defense. As the pride of the 8 lineages Silver River, he was utterly defeated by Jiang Chen and was ridiculed by thousands of people. Shui Ying's face became more and more gloomy. Blood flowed out from his body, covering the snowy ground. He slightly moved his hand and a silver spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The terrifying spear light was like a cold light that made everyone gasp. What a terrifying spear! Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This silver spear was indeed a good treasure. It was at least a high-grade heavenly divine tool. It was completely different from a divine tool. Moreover, this silver spear seemed to have an innate murderous aura. Shui Ying held the spear tightly in his hand. A cold light suddenly appeared and his aura suddenly rose. Like I said, Shui Ying would never admit defeat so easily. He has not even used his trump card yet. The silver snowflake spear, this is the old master's natal heavenly divine tool. No wonder Shui Ying dares to say that he is invincible under the Divine King realm. It seems like he has his reasons. Hee. A few thousand years ago, the snowflake spear had challenged all the experts in the Xianxia mountain range. Everyone was terrified of it. The old master's name had spread throughout the Xianxia mountain range. I wonder if the silver snowflake spear is as terrifying in the hands of the young master. The appearance of the silver snowflake spear had attracted everyone's attention. This silver snowflake spear was the pride of the entire 8 lineages Silver River. The reason why the old master was invincible was because of this silver snowflake spear. Now that the inheritance of the silver snowflake spear had fallen into Shui Ying's hands, it was unknown if he could regain his former glory. What a handsome divine spear! Jiang Chen said sincerely. If this silver snowflake spear fell into his hands, he could definitely add it into the Little Ashura sword formation. In that case, he could increase the lethality of the Little Ashura sword formation. This high-grade heavenly divine tool was even more powerful than the 2 hammers. The current Jiang Chen could only forge a peak-grade divine tool. It was not easy to forge a heavenly divine tool. Therefore, a heavenly divine tool was extremely precious to Jiang Chen. It's good that you know. This spear is called the Silver Snowflake Spear. It's more than enough to kill you. Shui Ying looked at Jiang Chen again. His killing intent intensified. Just now, Jiang Chen had made him suffer. Now, he would definitely kill him in one strike. This spear is not bad. I want it. The ignorant are truly fearless. Ha ha ha, now I will show you the power of the silver snowflake spear. Just the spear radiance alone is not something you can withstand. Shui Ying took a step forward and went straight to the sky. The spear's shadow covered the void like a silver dragon entering the sea. The silver snowflake spear really lived up to its name. One spear sets peace. Shui Ying was invincible. Everyone thought that the spear transformed into thousands of spear radiance. Was it not enough to force Jiang Chen to retreat and kill him? But everyone was wrong, because Jiang Chen was just too powerful. After transforming into his dragon form, he was like a peerless war god that was invincible. No matter what kind of attacks came at him, he wouldn't budge an inch. Although the silver snowflake spear was strong, how could the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand be an ordinary weapon? The silver snowflake spear might be invincible in other people's hands. However, to Jiang Chen, it was too passive. The heavenly dragon sword was so skillful that it completely made the silver snowflake spear lose its dignity as a heavenly divine weapon. Even Shui Ying could not believe that the heavenly dragon sword was like the silver snowflake spear's nemesis. A spear radiance of 10,000 zhang and the spear sets peace should not be difficult at all. However, when Xianxia used the heavenly dragon sword, any divine weapon seemed to become ordinary. In fact, the silver snowflake spear was not weak. It was the heavenly dragon sword that was too powerful. No matter how many spear shadows of the silver snowflake spear were, they could not withstand the power of the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia approached Shuang again. The silver snowflake spear flew up and down. Xianxia used the Great Void technique and his figure flashed 9 times. Shuang could not find any trace of him at all. The two continued to fight. Shuang's silver snowflake spear, which was once an invincible divine weapon, was defeated by Xianxia for the first time. This made Shuang extremely depressed. Not only did he fail to complete his father's halo, but he was also forced to retreat several times by Xianxia. Even the silver snowflake spear could not change the situation. Xianxia raised his sword and looked arrogant. Xianxia stared at Shuang with a cold smile. Shuang had nowhere to retreat. After 3 strikes, the Sword of Solitude knocked the silver snowflake spear away. Shuang was completely at a loss and fear. Xianxia took the opportunity to press him. Shuang's heart almost collapsed. He kept clashing with Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword. Good sword, so powerful. Yan Qingqing murmured as she looked at Xianxia. This guy is not easy to deal with. He is even better than Shuang. Shuang was forced into a desperate situation by Xianxia and was on the verge of death. The young master of the 8 lineages Silver River was beaten up in front of his own house. It was really sad. Father, save me, Shuang's face was pale without a trace of blood. His hysterical cry for help made Xianxia's heart palpitate. Shuang's heart had completely collapsed. Boy, how dare you! A deafening roar resounded through the sky. Everyone on the 8 lineages Silver River's expression changed drastically. They were trembling from the bottom of their hearts. It was obvious who this person was. He must be Shuang's father. Xianxia took a few steps back. However, he was still pushed back 100 meters by the terrifying airwave. The aura in his body was boiling. It was just a casual strike, but it was so powerful. It was terrifying. A divine king realm expert indeed lived up to his name. The master of the 8 lineages Silver River? Xianxia squinted his eyes. A middle-aged man with white hair and eyebrows landed in front of Shuang. At that moment, everyone bowed down to him. Welcome, master. May the master live as long as the heavens. One after another, their voices echoed in the sky, majestic and awe-inspiring. The white-clothed middle-aged man was skinny and his expression was stern. He stood on the Silver River like a gust of wind. His cold eyes seemed to be able to penetrate through one's heart. He slowly turned around and looked at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia felt that his whole body was as cold as frost. This man was too powerful. He was comparable to Di Long and Elder Luo of Battle Sect in Linhe Boundary. His dreadful aura instantly swept across the entire 8 lineages Silver River. That dreadful confinement force made Xianxia feel that he had been locked down. There was a huge difference between a divine king realm expert and a heavenly god realm expert. One would never know how terrifying a divine king realm expert was without fighting against him. Everyone in the 8 lineages Silver River knelt down on the ground. They were extremely respectful towards the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. One could imagine how powerful the master of the 8 lineages Silver River was in their hearts. However, no one knew if they were in awe or fear of him. Xianxia stood proudly and looked into the white-robed middle-aged man's eyes. He was not timid at all. Neither of them wanted to be in a disadvantageous position. Xianxia's strength was far from a divine king realm expert. However, he was able to look down upon the heavens. Everyone was shocked by this. You're quite powerful. How dare you look into my eyes? Ordinary people, even a half-step divine king would not have the guts to do so. Shuijia said coldly. His aura was vigorous like that of a peerless god. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent, which made people shudder. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill me. Xianxia smiled confidently. Shuijia squinted his eyes. This fella is indeed powerful and arrogant. Unfortunately, arrogant people don't have long to live. Moreover, he has offended the 8 lineages Silver River. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a critical period of his seclusion, he would have come out to deal with this fella. If it wasn't for Shuang asking for help, he might still be in seclusion. Do you think you can escape from the 1,000-mile Silver River? Shuijia was amused by Jiang Chen's confidence. He shook his head and asked. Since I'm here, I don't plan to let you leave alive. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. You don't plan to let me leave alive. You're too confident. Ever since the 8 lineages Silver River was established 10,000 years ago, this is the first time I've heard someone say that he doesn't plan to let me leave alive. Shuijia's expression was calm as he regained his arrogance. A Divine King expert would never be provoked by Jiang Chen because of his mental state. I really don't know where this fella's confidence comes from. Now that the master of the 8 lineages Silver River is here, why isn't he running away? You even dare to spout nonsense here. You're really impressive. Sigh. This fella, does he want to fight a Divine King realm expert head-on? Even though he has defeated a half-step Divine King, it's impossible for him to fight a Divine King realm expert. He thinks too highly of himself. Looks like he's going to die soon. Many of them were mourning for Jiang Chen. They thought that he had completely provoked the master of the Divine King realm and it was only a matter of time before he died. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yan Qingqing smiled. Jiang Chen looked at her as if he was thinking about something. Her gentle smile seemed to have infected him. Indeed, I'm arrogant. But it's for you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. How could he say such sweet words when he's going to die? You're the first person who dares to behave so atrociously in my 8 lineages Silver River. Shui Jiaolingling said with a smile. Father, you must kill this bastard. I want him to die a horrible death. Shuang gritted his teeth as he hated Jiang Chen to the core. However, he did not have the ability to defeat Jiang Chen. Shut up, useless thing. Go back and reflect on yourself. Shuijia said in a low voice. Shuang looked extremely embarrassed and could only lower his head helplessly. His father's strict words had become the most ironic words that he had ever heard as the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. The people of the 8 lineages Silver River were not fools. Shuang had been beaten badly by Jiang Chen. It was impossible for him to leave in peace. Shuijia gently stroked the silver snowflake spear in his hand. This was his favorite weapon in the past, it was like a limb to him. He would never take it out if he wasn't worried about his son. However, his disappointing son had made a fool of himself. Even the silver snowflake spear that had shaken the entire Xianxia mountain range was broken. Moreover, this man was just a peak mid-heavenly god. It really made him furious. Your past glory has been destroyed by my unfilial son. Today, you and I will work together to restore your glory. Shuijia held the silver snowflake spear tightly and said. A domineering aura rose from his body and everyone held their breath. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, he's not a match for a Divine King realm expert. What should we do now? Shi Xining said worriedly. However, there was nothing she could do. It seemed like Jiang Chen was a little reckless. The 8 lineages Silver River was not an ordinary place. Now that the real master of the 8 lineages Silver River had appeared, his arrogance had become a joke. Yeah. Why is our benefactor still here? Could it be that this bride was really his wife? Didn't you say that you'll leave after saving him? Now that the Lord of the 8 lineages Silver River has been lured out, it's too late to leave. Li Lei said in a low voice. He was extremely worried in his heart. This was completely different from their plan. Not only did Jiang Chen not leave immediately, he even tried to kidnap the bride. This was something that the two brothers couldn't understand. Benefactor, you are a man of true character. I like you. So what if it was love at first sight when he met the woman he liked? I'm not afraid of having my bones smashed to pieces. I want to leave a good name in this world. Ha ha ha. Li Peng squinted her eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. Her eyes were full of admiration. I believe that he would never do something he's not confident in. Shi Zhen said in a low voice. Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen would not be so reckless as to not leave a way out for himself. It was not like him at all. Although Jiang Chen was arrogant, he had a mature side. A man should be a hero in life and a hero in death. However, a true expert should know when to yield and when to stand tall. Only then could he become the final king. Jiang Chen stared at Xianxia. At this moment, the old toad was hiding in the dark. As long as he gave the order, he would definitely not let Xianxia have a good life. "Boy, go to hell," Xianxia said in a deep voice. His cold voice reverberated throughout the entire 8 lineages Silver River and the valley was deafening. "Senior, if you don't take action now, when will you? Brother Toad's death will be avenged today." Jiang Chen raised his head and stared at the void. At the moment when Xianxia took action, a black ray of light pierced through the void. The old toad wore a black robe and his eyes were sunken. Endless anger was burning in his heart. The death of his son was absolutely irreconcilable. How sad was it for him to die before his son? All of this was done by the 8 lineages Silver River. How could the blue-eyed azure flower toad not be angry? Such a domineering aura. I'm afraid that he's already at the mid-divine king realm. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This fella's strength has improved so fast that he's catching up to me? Old toad, it's you? Xianxia recognized the blue-eyed azure flower toad immediately. Although the blue-eyed azure flower toad had just broken through not long ago, it was still the Xianxia mountain range. A divine king realm expert had the power to change the whole situation. Xianxia was not someone that could be ignored. "It's me. As the master of the 8 lineages Silver River, it's rare that you still recognize this old man," the old toad said with a smile. "Brother Toad, what do you mean? You've just broken through to the divine king realm and I haven't had the time to congratulate you. You've come here first. Sorry for not welcoming you earlier." Ha ha ha. Xianxia didn't want to offend a divine king realm expert. Moreover, he had yet to figure out the background of this old toad and what his intentions were. Could he be on the same side as this human? Congratulate me? Ha ha ha. Could it be that Brother Shui wants to kill me so that you can continue to be the only king of the Xianxia mountain range? What have I done to make Brother Shui care about me so much? The old toad said in a weird tone, not giving any face to Xianxia. "Brother Toad, if you're here to congratulate my son's wedding today, then I'll welcome you with open arms. But if you're here to mess things up, then don't blame me for disregarding our friendship and falling out with you," Xianxia said proudly. He thought that the old toad had just broken through to the divine king realm not long ago. How could he fight against me? Even though his strength had improved a lot, he was still not a match for him. "You're right. I'm here to mess things up. And the thing I'm here to mess things up is your son's wedding." The old toad's eyes were cold and his azure flower eyes were flickering. "I have no enmity with you. I don't think the 8 lineages Silver River has anything to do with you, right?" Xianxia frowned his eyebrows. If the old toad really wanted to mess things up at this moment, he would definitely be in a difficult position. "Then you'll have to ask your precious son. Brother Toad and I were sworn brothers in the past. Your disappointing son was defeated by me and Brother Toad. In the end, he was not convinced and sent his protector to frame Brother Toad and kill him. He even took my wife away. Such a deep hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I'm here with you to seek justice for my son," Jiang Chen said righteously and sternly. Everyone sighed in their hearts. They never expected the people of the 8 lineages Silver River to be so despicable and shameless. But then again, they wouldn't have any doubts if all these were done by Shuang. Because Shuang was an arrogant and spoiled person. If it wasn't for his father's great reputation in the Xianxia mountain range, he would have been torn apart by 5 horses. I never expected the young master to be so despicable. This kind of thing is done behind the scenes. If it's done in the open, isn't it just a matter of opening his mouth? Everyone says they are right, and everyone says they are right. This fella is a hot-blooded man. He endured humiliation and finally stood out at this moment. It's reasonable that he wants to take revenge for his wife and son. Don't you dare slander me. When did I take your wife away from you? When did I kill the son of Senior Blue-Eyed Azure Flower Toad? Shui Ying's face turned pale as he roared in anger. His heart was filled with unwillingness. However, no one believed him because he was used to doing such shameful things. Bastard, are you trying to defame our 8 lineages Silver River on purpose? Shuang harumphed coldly and said. Whether or not it is discrediting us, we know it in our hearts. Old Senior and I also know it in our hearts. Today, we will either leave you, the young master, alive, or, haha, we will fight to the death. Today, both Senior and I are prepared to face death with equanimity. If we don't kill this bastard, I swear that I am not human. Xianxia was filled with righteous indignation. He stood up for the blue-eyed azure flower toad and himself. Many people felt the same way. Father, I didn't. Shuang said anxiously. It was not a good feeling to be wronged. Moreover, what he said had become a joke. Yan Qingqing looked at Xianxia with a smile. Her face was filled with joy. In the eyes of those who were observant, they were naturally affectionate towards each other. Lad, I've underestimated you. Unbeknownst to him, Yan Qingqing had never thought that Xianxia's ability to make things up was so impressive. You killed my son and even did such a shameless thing. Even if it was someone else, they would not be able to stand it. Today, I will take your son Shui Ying's head to comfort my son's soul in heaven. The old toad said quietly. His sorrowful expression made people sigh. You can always find a way to frame someone. Looks like you two are here to provoke our 8 lineages Silver River. No matter how glib your tongue is, don't even think about leaving my 8 lineages Silver River today. Shuang did not bother to argue with Xianxia because they were certain that his son killed the blue-eyed azure flower toad. It's useless to argue with him. Shi Zhen, Shi Xining, and the others were dumbfounded. From their conversation, it wasn't hard to tell that this nameless expert was undoubtedly the blue-eyed azure flower toad's father. Xianxia was truly remarkable to have such a close relationship with the blue-eyed azure flower toad. No wonder he was so confident and fearless. It turns out that there's an expert here. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's strength was definitely on par with the old lord of 8 lineages Silver River. Only Xianxia knew in his heart that he had put in a lot of effort in this act. He had even given the cyan spirit pill to the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the old toad's trust so easily? One should know that these beasts are naturally suspicious. Now that Xianxia has forced the old toad into the heart of the struggle, the old toad and Shuijia have already reached a point where only one of them can live. Xianxia could also take this chance to take Yan Qingqing away. Let's see if you have the ability. Xianxia shrugged. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Shuijia said faintly. Then you'll have to defeat the old senior first. My opponent is your son. Xianxia's gaze fell upon Shuang. At that moment, Shui Ying's body trembled. Because he knew that he was no match for Xianxia. Even when he held the silver snowflake spear, he was still defeated by Xianxia mercilessly. It was impossible for him to be a match for Xianxia now. Shuijia looked at Shuang worriedly. It was not a big deal for him to fight against the old toad. However, if the old toad continued to attack Shuang, it might be an ending that he did not want to see. Everyone from 8 lineages Silver River, listen to my command. Kill this monster with all your might. Otherwise, there will be no peace in 8 lineages Silver River. Shuijia's command reverberated across 8 lineages Silver River. Countless experts roared thunderously. Shuijia did this to protect his position in 8 lineages Silver River. Although Shuang was no match for Xianxia, there were so many experts in 8 lineages Silver River. How could they be afraid of Xianxia? However, if Shuang could lead the experts of 8 lineages Silver River to defeat Xianxia, it would be the beginning of him ruling the 8 lineages Silver River. Everyone, listen to my command. If I don't kill this man, I'm not a human. Shuang leaped up. Although his strength was severely damaged, he knew what his existence meant to the experts of the 8 lineages Silver River. To him, this was a rare opportunity. If he wanted to become the master of the 8 lineages Silver River in the future, he would have to go through the test of blood and fire and become the master of the 8 lineages Silver River in order to become the master. As long as there's no divine king realm expert, I'll kill all of you. Xianxia's arrogance soared to the heavens as he held his blade horizontally across the glacier. With the spirit of one man, he could go against thousands of enemies. Senior, don't worry. Leave Shuang to me. You only need to deal with him. I'll kill this bastard with my own hands to comfort Brother Toad's soul in heaven. Xianxia said. It's my son's fortune to have a brother like you. Don't worry. Shuijia will not touch you. Let's see what the master of 8 lineages Silver River can do to me today. Ha ha ha. The old toad soared into the sky with his aura shaking the surroundings. He looked down at the sky and clashed with Shuijia. Even Shuijia didn't expect the old toad to be so powerful after breaking through to the Divine King realm less than 10 years ago. He had already reached the mid-Divine King realm, but his foundation was not stable yet. He was summoned by Shuang when he was cultivating in seclusion. Meanwhile, the old toad was approaching the peak of the early Divine King realm, almost the same as him. Both of you have to die today. Shuijia was not worried about Xianxia anymore. There were so many experts in 8 lineages Silver River. How could they be defeated by a middle heavenly god? I'm afraid that you don't have the capability. I won't give up even if I die today. I'll make your son pay for what he did. Shuijia was extremely depressed. He did not know whether his son killed the blue-eyed azure flower toad or not. However, he knew that Xianxia was definitely not Yan Qingqing's man. Shuijia was very clear about this. Because Yan Qingqing would not be trapped in 8 lineages Silver River if it was not for Shuijia. However, Yan Qingqing's character changed in the end and she decided to stay with his son. Xianxia, you've destroyed my 8 lineages Silver River. Today shall be the day you die. Shuang waved his hand. Thousands of late heavenly god experts soared into the sky. There were dozens of peak heavenly gods and 4 half-step divine king experts. They completely blocked Xianxia's way. This was all the strength of the 8 lineages Silver River. There were almost 2,000 late heavenly gods. They were the strongest in any sect in any region. There were countless demonic beasts in Tianqi mountain range and these were only the beasts under the 8 lineages Silver River. 2,000 late heavenly god realm experts, even a divine king realm expert would be drowned by them, especially at this moment. Not even the god of heaven can save you. Shuang said fiercely. Only a fool would fight him alone. At this moment, he displayed his outstanding leadership skills. 2,000 late heavenly gods were approaching Xianxia under his command. Xianxia is really in danger this time. Li Lei said. Yeah, not to mention the few half-step divine kings and peak heavenly gods, even the thousands of late heavenly gods would be able to swallow him alive. Xianxia said worriedly. I don't know what you guys think but our benefactor has saved us from danger, we can't just stand here and do nothing, right? At the very least, I, Li Peng, won't do such a thing. If I live my life as a coward, I might as well die. Even if I die, I will let the world know that I, Li Peng, am not someone who is afraid of death. Benefactor's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Even if I die in this battle, I will have no regrets. Li Peng was the first to rush out. Hundreds of human experts that were saved by Xianxia became silent. After a few breaths, more than 80% of them chose to follow Li Peng. Not everyone had a conscience. Some of them knew that they would lose, some of them were tactful while others had different attitudes. Everyone had their own ambitions, they could not be forced. Alright, I, Li Peng, have so many brothers to save our benefactor. My death today is not to be regretted. Ha ha ha. Li Peng and Li Lei took the lead while Xianxia and the others followed closely behind. Even Shi Xining wanted to join in but was stopped by Xianxia. Lu Xingjuan, my Xilan escort has always treated you well. If you still consider me as your senior, help me look after Xining. If there's a chance, help me bring her out. You guys shouldn't have come to Tianqi mountain range. Xianxia had trapped Shi Xining, who was eager to fight. If she were to make a move now, in the midst of the crowd, she would definitely die. Alright. Lu Xingjuan didn't say anything else. At this moment, he naturally chose to flee with those dozen people. Tears welled up in Shi Xining's eyes as she bit the corner of her lips until it bled. She knew that there wouldn't be many that could survive this battle. Or it could be said that this was a battle of moths flying into a flame. However, Xianxia and the others still followed behind Xianxia resolutely. This was a kind of faith, and it was also an attitude of facing death with equanimity. Xianxia looked at the hundreds of people behind him, and a smile appeared on his face. You guys are enough. Li Lei, Li Peng, bring everyone away. Today, I will fight the 8 lineages Silver River alone. Jiang Chen's words caused everyone to hold their breaths and suck in a breath of cold air. In their hearts, they all thought that Jiang Chen had gone crazy, that he was going to die, but his cold and arrogant side gave them an incomparably firm feeling. Benefactor, but this, Li Lei hesitated. Cut the crap, get out of this 8 lineages Silver River. I saved you guys so that you guys can live well, not follow me and be in danger again. No one can stop me if I want to leave. Jiang Chen said with a sneer. At this moment, Li Lei's expression turned serious. His arrogance and conceit had caused everyone to have a whole new level of respect for him. That sentence, if I want to leave, no one can stop me, was the last bit of trust Li Lei had for Jiang Chen. Since Benefactor insists on this, then let's wait and see first. Li Lei stopped everyone, leaving Jiang Chen alone on the glacier. Snowflakes were falling and the cold wind was piercing. 2,000 late Heavenly God Realm experts were like a sharp knife, piercing into the hearts of the enemies. Jiang Chen was fearless. What could 2,000 late Heavenly God Realm experts do to him? Jiang Chen's fearless aura made Li Lei and the others shiver in fear. However, that domineering aura was something that they would never be able to possess in their entire lives. Jiang Chen was still taking a stroll in the park in the face of death. He was still as steady as Mount Tai. Who could be like him? He was confident that he would be able to hit the water 3,000 miles away after living for 800 years. Let the storm come more violently. Jiang Chen stood with his sword. One person against 2,000 people formed a sharp contrast. On the glacier, everyone's heart tightened. Even Yan Qingqing could not help but break out in cold sweat for Jiang Chen. Are you really confident or are you not afraid of death? Yan Qingqing murmured. She did not know why, but at this moment, she was worried about Jiang Chen. She hoped that he would be able to stand out amongst the 2,000 people like a comet and become the true king of kings. You idiot. 2,000 late heavenly gods, even if you're a divine king, you'll still die from exhaustion. Shui Ying's eyes were extremely gloomy. When Jiang Chen chose to fight against 2,000 people alone, he had already announced his death. However, was that really the case? Everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp and he suddenly raised his head. The heavenly dragon sword was like a meteor streaking across the glacier. His figure was still standing proudly on the battlefield, fighting against 2,000 people. The shadow of the sword flashed past, slashing through the mortal world. Jiang Chen was like an immortal war god, facing all difficulties head-on. On top of the glacier, figures fell down one after another, none of them could stand up again. Blood dyed the 10 miles of glacier red. He was like a war harvester, sweeping away everything in his way. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. These thousands of heavenly god realm demonic beasts were not a challenge to him at all. The demon spirits of 2,000 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts should be enough for him to make another breakthrough. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and started a massacre. In the blink of an eye, 300 experts were killed and the glacier was stained with their blood. Shuang also felt his heart palpitating. Jiang Chen was too arrogant. He killed 10 people with a single slash and showed no mercy at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's battle intent soared to the heavens and no one could stop it. So what if there were 2,000 late heavenly gods? This fella is a peerless god of death. It's terrifying. Is he still human? No, he's not. He's a demon that harvests lives. Everyone felt that their throats were dry. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Shi Zhen, Li Lei, and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's confidence was not blind or arrogant. I don't believe that you won't run out of energy. These 2,000 people will exhaust you to death. Shuang said in a deep voice. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Time passed by. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was still not stained with blood. However, more than half of the people had died. Every demonic beast that charged forward was still fearful. To them, death was just a matter of time. Jiang Chen was getting more and more courageous as he fought. He did not show any signs of fatigue. On the contrary, the late heavenly god realm demonic beasts were in a state of panic. They were not war machines, but they were still living beings. They were also the mainstay of the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Chen's battle intent was like a soaring sword. Everyone was trembling in fear. Who else could he share such lofty sentiments with? You're really a lunatic. You're a complete lunatic. Yan Qingqing was filled with curiosity and respect towards Jiang Chen. This fellow was a reaper of death. Jiang Chen's sword was invincible. He had become the nightmare of every demonic beast. However, they had no other choice. 8 lineages Silver River would be their grave if they retreated. In less than an hour, Jiang Chen had already killed more than 1,800 heavenly god realm demonic beasts. Now, he was no longer a human in everyone's eyes. He was a god of death. Who can do anything to me? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen raised his sword towards the heavens. Under his final strike, even the 4 shivering half-step divine kings became souls under his sword. At this moment, 2,000 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts had fallen in Jiang Chen's hands. Their blood had dyed half of the glacier of the 8 lineages Silver River red. The cold wind was blowing and the snowflakes were still falling. However, it could not stop the blood from freezing. Jiang Chen was standing on top of the glacier with his sword pointing towards the sky. At that moment, Shuang trembled in fear and kept retreating. Jiang Chen made him understand what fear was. Although Shui Jia was slightly on the upper hand in the battle with the old toad, he could not control the situation at all. The old toad was extremely ferocious and it was beyond his expectation. Jiang Chen killed 2,000 late heavenly gods in a blink of an eye. Shui Jia's eyelids twitched. Jiang Chen had fixed his eyes on Shuang again. Where's Do Hongming? Shui Jia shouted. Suddenly, a white-cloaked figure appeared on the void. His strength had reached the true perfection realm. Compared to Shuang, who was at the half-step divine king realm, he was much stronger. Just like the old gibbon, he was hovering between the divine king realm and the half-step divine king realm. Dosher, there's nothing I can do today. The 8 lineages Silver River is in danger. I hope that Dosher can protect my son. Shui Jia looked at the white-clothed elder and said solemnly. The white-clothed elder looked solemn and arrogant. He did not show any respect to Shui Jia at all. The appearance of this person made many people confused. They did not expect there to be such an expert in the 8 lineages Silver River. It was unbelievable. I know what to do. Young master will be safe. The white-clothed elder's words made Shui Jia feel assured. As long as he said it, there would definitely be no problem. This person was the true master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Moreover, he was the one who set up the Great Mountain Formation and Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. Alright, I'll leave my son to Dosher. Shui Jia calmed down. Only then could he fight the old toad with peace of mind. The old toad didn't think that Jiang Chen would overcome so many trials and defeat so many enemies. 2,000 demonic beasts perished under his hands. How arrogant was this? How arrogant was this? It really gave off the feeling of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. Kid, I've really underestimated you. I won't let Shui Jia off easily either. Ha ha ha. You should worry about yourself first. Now that Dosher is here, there is no need for me to worry. You must die in this battle. Shui Jia roared, and the 2 powerful godly king realm experts collided with each other again. Jiang Chen stared at the white-robed old man in front of him. In the depths of his eyes, his fighting spirit was soaring. Right now, even if a deity descended from the heavens, he would definitely not retreat. You're strong, but that's all. Do Hongming said lightly. Is that so? How would you know if you don't try? Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Now, he had become the most terrifying existence in the entire 8 lineages Silver River. Young and successful, but it's a pity that this is your fate. After defeating so many trash, you're still trash after all. Do Hongming seemed to be full of disdain towards Jiang Chen. An old man who doesn't die is a thief. Today, I'll send you to the next world. Jiang Chen and Do Hongming were at each other's throats. Neither of them wanted to show any weakness. Then there's no need to say more. You don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. Take this. Do Hongming's breathing became heavy. He knew that Jiang Chen was strong, so he did not underestimate him. He threw spiritual stones towards Xianxia. Xianxia was caught off guard. He raised his hand and the 5-elemental trigram fire formation wrapped around him. Do Hongming's eyes brightened up as he looked at Xianxia in surprise. You know how to use formations? Interesting, interesting. Do Hongming turned his palm and the formation was activated. A battle formation was set up by him. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This formation was indeed strong. But it was obviously impossible to deal with him. Even his 5-elemental trigram fire formation couldn't break it. As expected, the battle formation that Do Hongming was so proud of could not break through the defense of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Rays of light shot through the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. It was like hitting water, like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no sound at all. Do Hongming's eyes narrowed and he sneered, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeves. To be able to set up such a formation. I'm surprised. I'm surprised too. You're so weak. How dare you show off here with just these tricks? Could it be that you can't even break my most basic formation? Xianxia sneered. Alright, since you're also a formation master, then how about we set up the 3-sex formation? If you can break through the 3-sex formation, then I'll admit defeat. If you can't, then you'll have no way out. Obviously, Do Hongming wanted to have a formation battle with Xianxia. This was the most common way for a formation master to compete. Whoever could set up a more terrifying formation, whoever could break the formation would be an extremely exciting thing. Obviously, Do Hongming, who was a formation fanatic, wanted to have a formation battle with Xianxia more than anything else. Are you sure you want to compete with me in formations? Xianxia was overjoyed. I have the no beginning formation and 108,000 formations. Any formation would be easy for me. Even if he couldn't set up a formation due to his limited abilities, it would not be difficult for him to break it. Moreover, based on Xianxia's understanding of Shurdo, a formation master who was below the Divine King realm would not be able to do anything. Without reaching the peak Divine King realm, one would not be able to set up many high-level formations. Without reaching the peak Divine King realm, who would dare to call himself a formation master? The formation foundation of a formation needed energy to support it. As long as one's strength reached a certain realm, he would be able to turn something rotten into something magical. It was the same for the formation foundation. If the formation foundation could be formed naturally, then one would be called a formation master. A formation master would not be qualified to call himself a formation master without reaching the hierarch realm. Could it be that you don't dare? Do Hongming said in a weird tone. He looked at Xianxia and looked at Xianxia with disdain. He was so young and had not even reached the half-step Divine King realm. What qualifications did he have to show off in front of him? Moreover, Do Hongming was not afraid of anyone who was at the same level as him in terms of formations. He came from a formation family. If he did not have such confidence, how could he survive in the divine world? Why not? I believe a formation master will not play tricks. I will wait for you to set up 3 formations. If I can break them, you will not be far from death. Xianxia was very confident. If you can't break them, you will die too. Do Hongming harumphed coldly. He was very clear of his own abilities. If he was given enough time to set up a formation, even a divine king would be defeated by him. But this young man was so arrogant and conceited. This was the beginning of his nightmare. Xianxia was clear that during the battle, he would naturally give his all and he would use the no beginning formation to break the formation. He was confident that he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. When he was full of confidence, it would also be the time when he was exhausted. At that time, success or failure would be decided. He didn't even need to spend much effort and Xianxia would definitely give in. Xianxia was incomparably confident in the art of formation because his master was none other than the no beginning formation. The no beginning formation was the master of all formations. It was equivalent to mastering one technique and breaking 10,000 techniques. No matter what kind of attacks came from all directions, it would remain unmoved. This was the kind of awe-inspiring feeling it gave off. Xianxia's confidence made Do Hongming sneer. To him, it was not difficult to trap Xianxia first. Then, he would attack and defend together with the amplification formation. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he would definitely not be able to get out. Moreover, this guy was really stupid. He actually went into the formation. It was no different from seeking his own death. Because this was the biggest taboo in formations. No matter how competent one was in his own formation, no one would walk into the trap willingly. At this moment, Xianxia and Dou Hongming were full of confidence. At the same time, they wanted to kill each other. Xianxia also wanted to see how this guy cultivated his skills. This heavenly palace exterminating formation must be set up by him. I have been studying formations for thousands of years. You're just a kid. Do you think you can beat me? Since you're seeking your own death, I won't be polite. Dou Hongming sneered in his heart. He had been immersed in this Tao for thousands of years. If he wasn't so obsessed with the study of formations, he would have already reached the Divine King realm. Even so, given enough time, he would definitely be able to fight against a Divine King realm expert. First formation. Heavenly Xian Earth Shell Formation. This is the strongest formation among the initial formation. After I improved it, it's comparable to a middle-level formation. However, it can only be used for defense. You're good if you can break it. Dou Hongming said coldly. Then, he started to set up the second formation. In less than half an incense's time, he was done setting up the second formation. It was the intermediate formation, Thousand Killing Blades formation. Even a Divine King realm expert would not dare to take the risk of breaking this formation. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. Dou Hongming's eyes were sharp. The Thousand Killing Blades formation was second only to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation. Moreover, its strength was definitely not ordinary as it could kill a Divine King realm expert. Most importantly, it had the third formation, the Green Light Arhat formation. The Cyan Light Arhat formation had a great effect on the Heavenly Xian Earth Armor formation and the Thousand Killing Blades formation. It could allow the two formations to reach their peak. It was like an early heavenly god being able to exert the battle strength of a late heavenly god. Only those who experienced it would know how terrifying it was. Dou Hongming was extremely focused on setting up the formation. He believed in Xianxia's dignity. Since they chose to trust each other, Dou Hongming would not take action at this moment. This was the dignity of a formation master. Xianxia was extremely confident. The three formations looked simple and clear, but they were all interconnected. Most importantly, every formation was connected. It was perfect and flawless. The last Cyan Light Arhat formation could greatly enhance the Heavenly Xian Earth Armor formation and the Thousand Killing Blades formation. It could even increase the power of the two formations. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this before? The formations were interconnected with each other. Through the amplification of the formations, his little Ashura sword formation would probably be able to reach a higher level. I've really benefited a lot. It seems like I still have a long way to go in the path of formation. Xianxia thought from the bottom of his heart. However, the most important thing right now was to break through the 3 layers of formations, then he could defeat Dou Hongming. Defeating his masterpiece would be more painful than killing him. Xianxia thought to himself. The 3 formations were closely connected. Xianxia did not dare to look down on them. Moreover, the most important thing was that Dou Hongming had reached his limit. His strength was quite weak and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. But looking at his perfect formation, Dou Hongming's eyes were filled with pride and confidence. Dou Hongming's formation was quite strange. But Xianxia could see that Dou Hongming's formation technique was much better than his. Xianxia went from complexity to simplicity while Dou Hongming went from simplicity to complexity. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Xianxia had to admit that he was not as good as Dou Hongming. In terms of formation, Dou Hongming's technique was extremely brilliant. It was even comparable to martial arts divine weapons. Xianxia naturally did not learn the technique of formation. No matter how good his learning ability was, this technique was deeply imprinted in Xianxia's mind. It left a deep impression on him. Dou Hongming was not simple. Xianxia wanted to find out more from the beginning. He wanted to find out how Dou Hongming set up the formation. Now that he had seen it, it was indeed worth it. Even if he was trapped in the formation, he was still quite happy. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. But they didn't know that Dou Hongming's ingenious method of setting up the formation was what truly moved him. Such a brilliant technique. This formation technique should not be simple, right? Jiang Chen looked at Dou Hongming with a smile. Dou Hongming's expression changed and he said in a deep voice, "Let's break the formation first." "Humph, you're not qualified to know." Dou Hongming was slightly shocked. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp. He could tell that Dou Hongming's formation technique was extraordinary. Even Xianxia, a divine king realm expert, could not tell what was so special about Dou Hongming's formation. But Jiang Chen could tell with just a glance. "The more it is so, the more curious I am," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Benefactor, you're too arrogant. I've heard of this dosher before. He's like a divine king in the Tianqi mountain range." The formation that he set up had repelled countless enemies for the 8 lineages Silver River. Xianxia, the lord of the 8 lineages Silver River, joined hands with him to create the 8 lineages Silver River. Although his strength was not at the divine king realm, I'm afraid that Xianxia would not be able to hold the position of the lord of the 8 lineages Silver River without him. This dosher is the hero of the 8 lineages Silver River. His strength must be unfathomable. Li Lei couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chen was willing to enter Dou Hongming's formation. It showed that he was extremely confident. It might not be easy for a formation master to kill you, but it was too easy for him to trap you. Moreover, dosher was a terrifying figure. Dou Hongming's eyes lit up. "I've heard about it too. But it's just a rumor. I'm afraid that this fella is too strong now. I'm afraid that Jiang Chen has fallen into his trap." Xi Jin's expression turned ugly. Jiang Chen had now become the eye of the formation. Dou Hongming had invited Jiang Chen into the trap, causing Jiang Chen to fall into the trap. Xi Jin and the others were worried. "The formation is completed. Let's break it." "All right. Let me see what's so special about your formation. I'm going to win this 3-layered formation." "Chain formation, activate!" Dou Hongming shouted. Under his guidance, the 3-layered formation was activated instantly. The 3-layered formation was closely linked with each other, trapping Jiang Chen within. A terrifying pressure rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn and he did not dare to be careless. The mightiness of the formation was fully displayed. 1 for attack, 1 for defense, and 1 for amplification. As expected of the old man, he's very cunning. It's not easy to break this defensive formation. Moreover, the defense is amplified. To break the attack, I have to get rid of the defense first. The last amplification is even harder to deal with. I've learned a lot from the 3-layered formation today. Jiang Chen's smile gradually disappeared. The deduction of the no beginning formation kept appearing in his mind. These 3 formations were not really invincible, especially the defensive formation. Moreover, Jiang Chen had the best formation under the heavens. He had 108,000 formations. Who could be more than him in terms of formation origin? With the deduction of the no beginning formation, it's not a problem to break this defensive formation. On the other side, Xianxia and the old toad were also fighting. Ha ha ha. This fella is the stupidest person I've ever seen. He dares to enter the formation and get trapped. I wonder how he grew up. Xianxia said sarcastically. Even the old toad thought that Jiang Chen was digging his own grave. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even if he walked into the trap, he might not be able to walk out alive. It's too early for you to be happy. You should worry about yourself first. The old toad snorted and his face darkened. The poisonous fog from his mouth covered the sky, forcing Xianxia to retreat again. Xianxia did not want to be outdone. The silver snowflake spear in his hand was like a tiger with wings. Compared to Xuanying, he was much stronger. The spear danced in the air, and everything in the world withered. Snow fell on the glacier, and icy rain fell like flowers scattered by a goddess. The old toad couldn't advance or retreat. On the glacier, 1,000 miles collapsed. The old toad was forced into a difficult situation by Xianxia, but at this moment, the old toad was getting more and more courageous. Their intentions were different. Shuijia wanted to protect the dignity of the 8 lineages Silver River while the old toad was willing to die. At this moment, he wanted to kill Shuiying. As long as he could avenge his son, so what if he had to die? Xianxia couldn't let the Azure Spirit Pill go to waste. This pill had helped him increase his strength by leaps and bounds, giving him the chance to fight Shuijia. If not, how could the old toad, who had just broken through, fight Shuijia? Xianxia's expression was solemn. He struck out his palm, shattering the mountains and rivers. However, the formation remained unmoved. Countless grayish-brown inscriptions emerged from the formation, like a dragon roaring on the earth or a heavenly bull roaring in the void. A golden light shield rose from the void and formed a thick wall, locking Xianxia within it. Xianxia kept striking with his fist. The terrifying wind was deafening. Xianxia could not break the shield even after he had broken through the dragon transformation realm. The heavenly Xian Earth shell formation made Xianxia suffer a little. Xianxia frowned slightly but his expression remained calm. However, Do Hongming's confident smile fell into Xianxia's eyes. He was sure that Xianxia would not be able to break his formation. That's why he was so fearless. The golden light shone brightly as it pierced through the void. It was as if there were weapons clashing against each other. Xianxia was caught in a dilemma within the 3-layered formation. Moreover, behind the golden shield, there were terrifying weapons that whistled past his ears. Every step Xianxia took, forward and backward, was shocking. The second layer of the formation, the 10,000 killing blades, had unleashed a strong killing intent, and it had almost locked down all of Xianxia's vital points. Xianxia had to remain invincible in this formation, only then could he break it as soon as possible. But now, he was in a dilemma. It was extremely difficult for him to break the first layer of the formation. The ultimate blade was unbridled. When the 10,000 blades were unsheathed, even the gods and ghosts would be shocked. The 1,000 killing blades formation was a supreme killing formation. It was similar to Xianxia's Little Ashura sword formation. However, the Little Ashura sword formation was a combination of divine tools and heavenly divine tools. Its lethality was naturally not comparable to the 1,000 killing blades formation. However, the 1,000 killing blades formation was filled with divine origin energy, turning into supreme swords that could shock even the gods and ghosts. It made Xianxia feel extremely embarrassed. In a blink of an eye, several sword wounds appeared on his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Do Hongming's smile became wider. This was only the first step. Xianxia could not withstand it completely. Once the 3rd layer of the formation underwent a huge change, it would be the time of Xianxia's death. The transformation of the formation is caused by the transformation of the formation base. Moreover, he used divine origin energy as the formation base. He's still too young. Even among the divine kings, not many would dare to use such a method. He's really looking down on me. Xianxia smiled faintly in his heart. He had suffered a few sword wounds just to test if this formation was really as strong as the legends said. To break the first layer of the formation, I need the sharpest spear to pierce through the strongest shield. Xianxia understood. The heavenly dragon sword rose up and a dragon soared into the sky. Even though the heavenly dragon sword had lost its sword soul, it was still incomparably powerful. It showed off its sharpness. The heavenly dragon sword converged at one point. The sword chi spread across 800 miles. The sword chi of man and sword fusion tore the void apart as if it was going to devour the glaciers. Because the sword chi was too terrifying. Its sharpness made Do Hongming's expression freeze. He could feel that Xianxia was like a trapped beast that was about to break out of its cage. It seemed like the first layer of the formation was not going to be able to hold him anymore. Do Hongming's eyes turned cold. At this moment, the Cyan Light Arhat formation started to operate completely. The 3rd layer of the formation was closely related to the first 2 layers of the formation. In the Cyan Light Arhat formation, green light appeared and purple light surged. Rays of terrifying spiritual light were injected into the formation, making the Heaven Xian Earth Shell formation even more stable and immovable. However, Xianxia's sword chi was determined to get it. Especially the heavenly dragon sword, the dragon's might was unparalleled and could conquer everything in the world. The golden shield started to turn into nothingness under the interweaving of Xianxia's sword chi. Eventually, the first layer of the formation started to show signs of cracking. Heaven Xian Earth Shell Formation? Just SOSO. Xianxia smiled proudly. Not bad. The first formation was broken. Would the second formation be far away? Xianxia revealed a confident smile. The first formation was the easiest to break. He was not arrogant and complacent because of this. The second formation was the scariest. It was indomitable and unparalleled. It was meant to kill the person in the formation with its terrifying attack power. With the amplification of the third formation, the attack power of the 1,000 Killing Blades formation would go up another level. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation is only focused on killing. The weakness should be the foundation of the formation. Blindly pursuing the attack power of the formation would definitely weaken the foundation and formation eye of the formation. Xianxia thought in his heart. Do Hongming had the same thought. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation was not weak and its explosive power was terrifying. With the amplification of the Green Light Arhat formation, it could even kill a Divine King Realm expert. Even if an ordinary person could break through the first formation, he would definitely be in a passive position in the second formation. Xianxia's Heavenly Dragon Sword was moving freely in the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. It was quite difficult for him to fight against the tens of thousands of blades. There were hundreds of changes in the formation. The only thing that didn't change was its ferocious attack power. Sharp blades came from all directions, but there was only one target. Within the 100-meter radius of the formation, Xianxia's every step was taken with extreme caution. Everyone was on tenterhooks, worried that Xianxia would be struck down by the formation at any moment. Do Hongming was still very confident. The first layer of the formation was just an obstacle for Xianxia. Since Xianxia had broken through the first layer of the formation, then the second layer of the formation would not be as gentle. Attack is the strongest defense, it was the same with the formation. If Xianxia was left with no room to fight back, his attacks would only become defensive, and the formation's attacks would become more and more intense. Xianxia used the no beginning formation to deduce the formation while using the Heavenly Dragon Sword to resist. Although it was extremely difficult, Xianxia was still able to do it with ease. The no beginning formation included 108,000 formations and the 1,000 Killing Blades formation was one of them. However, after being amplified by the Green Light Arhat formation, the 1,000 Killing Blades formation had undergone a lot of changes. Xianxia had to deduce step by step in order to solve the formation. Xianxia wasn't a peerless genius in the field of formation, but he had the no beginning formation in his hand. He was lucky enough to break the strongest formation in the world. That was why he had such a method and opportunity. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation was much more ferocious than he had imagined. Xianxia had to go all out and use softness to overcome hardness. Only then would he have the chance to break the formation. The sword moved with the wind and the Heavenly Dragon Sword retreated in order to advance. In the 1,000 Killing Blades formation, he didn't choose to fight against the extremely ferocious blade lights and sword shadows. If he did, he might be injured because the 1,000 Killing Blades formation wasn't too complicated. Xianxia was confident that he could break the formation. Even though it had been improved and amplified by Do Hongming, Xianxia wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. It wouldn't be easy to trap him with just 3 formations. In the formation base was the first and the divine spirit chi between the heavens and the earth was the key to building the formation. As long as the divine spirit chi between the heavens and the earth was disrupted, the formation would collapse by itself. Of course, the strength of the formation caster must be strong enough. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to destroy the divine spirit chi between the heavens and the earth, it would also become the amplification of the formation base. At that time, it would be like shooting oneself in the foot. Xianxia Praying Wind formation. That's it. With the 1,000 Killing Blades formation, it's impossible for the formation base to be too strong. This Xianxia Praying Wind formation has the ability to disrupt the formation base. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Setting up a formation within a formation, giving Do Hongming a taste of his own medicine. Using this method to break the formation would make Do Hongming speechless. At the same time, Xianxia didn't want to be left out. While he was setting up the Xianxia Praying Wind formation, he was also studying the formation eye of the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. Once he found the formation I, the Xianxia praying wind formation would be easier to break and the speed of breaking the formation would be greatly increased. Qiankuan above, Zhen Li's help, wind and thunder on the left, heavenly stems on the right, the formation I in the southeast, this is indeed the best formation. 36 formation bases, all connected. This Do Hongming is really not simple. Jiang Chen was advancing and retreating, using softness to overcome hardness, avoiding the attacks of the 1,000 killing blades formation. Finally, he completely understood the pattern of this formation. Every step was extremely careful. After setting up the Xianxia praying wind formation, he quickly changed his approach. Do Hongming's eyes were gloomy. Every move of Jiang Chen was under his control. He was also a formation master. How could he not know that Jiang Chen was setting up a formation? You want to break the formation with a formation? Isn't it a little too whimsical? Do Hongming sneered. That will depend on whether your formation is sturdy enough or not. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed and said. The coldness in his eyes gradually froze and even reached the freezing point. Finally, it was time for him to show his prowess. He had been suppressed by the 1,000 killing blades formation for a long time. The terrifying attacks never relaxed at all. The 1,000 killing blade formation was powerful enough to kill a divine king expert. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to set up another formation in such a difficult formation. However, Jiang Chen's path of setting up the formation was filled with dangers and dangers, which made people shudder in fear. Jiang Chen's path of setting up the formation was filled with dangers and dangers. Under the amplification of the green light Arhat formation, the 1,000 killing blades formation was extremely terrifying. The aurora was like a continuous rain. The moment Jiang Chen's Xianxia praying wind formation was formed, Do Hongming's eyes became solemn. He had a bad feeling. Although he didn't know what kind of formation Jiang Chen had set up, he still wanted to take precautions. Green light Arhat, tremble all directions. Do Hongming took action once again, activating the green light Arhat formation. The attacks that Jiang Chen received increased. Jiang Chen could only take the attacks passively in the formation. Even when the Xianxia praying wind formation was formed, Jiang Chen still found it difficult to move forward. A terrifying gust of wind was accompanied by the shadows of swords and blades. Jiang Chen narrowly dodged every single sword and blade. Jiang Chen also suffered more than a dozen injuries on his body. Being able to hold on for such a long time without suffering any fatal injuries was already a blessing in disguise. The green light wrapped around the wind and snow, shaking the glacier. The ground under Jiang Chen's feet kept trembling. Jiang Chen withstood the fierce attacks one after another. Let's begin. Xianxia praying wind formation, disturb the heavenly dipper. Ha ha ha. Xianxia praying wind formation? What kind of formation is this? How could it cause the divine origin qi within 10 miles to tremble? Do Hongming took a deep breath. He did not expect Jiang Chen's Xianxia praying wind formation to be so strange. Although the Xianxia praying wind formation could only cause the divine origin qi within 10 miles to tremble violently, the foundation of the formation would be greatly damaged. Moreover, not every formation could stand firm. At least his 1,000 killing blades formation might change its state in the Xianxia praying wind formation. Once the foundation of the formation was destroyed, the 1,000 killing blades formation would collapse completely. Do Hongming had never heard of the Xianxia praying wind formation. As a member of the Do family, he did not know about the existence of this formation. The Xianxia praying wind formation looked simple, but it could cause such great damage to his 1,000 killing blades formation. It was really unbelievable. However, Do Hongming also knew the weakness of his formation. The 1,000 killing blades formation pursued the extreme. All the foundation of the formation was used to attack. Therefore, the foundation of the formation was not stable. This Xianxia praying wind formation was simply the nightmare of the 1,000 killing blades formation. Do Hongming finally felt the danger. His scheming was still a step behind. He did not expect this guy's attainments in formation to be so terrifying. The formation that could disrupt the foundation of the formation must be built under the condition that the foundation of the formation was weak or the formation was not much stronger than the Xianxia praying wind formation. If the foundation of the 1,000 killing blades formation was strong enough and the formation was stronger, then Jiangchen's Tianxian praying wind formation would be useless. It seems like I can only use the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Boy, you've really pushed me this time. Dou Hongming's eyes were cold. He had already decided to kill Jiangchen. Even if he had to activate the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation at the cost of the entire 8 lineages Silver River, he must kill Jiangchen. Moreover, Dou Hongming was extremely curious about Jiangchen. He knew that Jiangchen must have a lot of secrets about the formation. At the same time, Jiangchen did the same thing. Both of them were plotting against each other. They wanted to kill each other, then kill each other and steal their secrets. The 10,000 killing blade formation. It won't be long before you completely disappear into thin air. Jiangchen had a well-thought-out plan. The heaven-revolving praying wind array stirred up the winds and clouds. With a force that swept in all directions, it disrupted the divine origin qi within a radius of 10 miles, stirring up the divine origin qi and the foundation of the 1,000 killing blades array. Jiangchen was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and his power soared to the sky. With a strong and domineering power, he confronted the 1,000 killing blades formation. The sword essence of solitude continued to cut down the mortal world, sword against sword. Countless sword qi pierced through Jiangchen's body. Jiangchen used the heavenly dragon armor to protect his body and cut through the thistles and thorns. The 10,000 killing blades formation, which had been broken by hundreds of formations, also completely collapsed at this moment. The changes in the formation also shocked Jiangchen. Although the 10,000 killing blades formation was broken by his spinning heaven praying wind formation, it did not make Jiangchen happy. The last attack of the Cyan Light Arhat formation actually had a change of heaven and earth. Good job, my savior. Ha ha ha, I knew it. You won't die so easily. 2 out of the 3 formations have been broken. The last formation is not lethal at all. What can it do to you? Ha ha ha. Li Peng was pleasantly surprised. Jiangchen was unstoppable. He had become the most terrifying existence in the entire 8 lineages Silver River. He fought against 2,000 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts alone. Now, he managed to break Dou Hongming's peerless formation. Even Shui Jia was respectful towards him. How could he be ordinary? Heroes come from the young. We have underestimated him. Shizhen said sincerely. He was worried for Jiangchen time and time again. But in the end, Jiangchen was able to turn misfortune into fortune and become the focus of everyone's attention. Yan Qingqing stared at Jiangchen. She was slightly moved by this handsome young man. However, it was indescribably complicated as if his figure kept replaying in her mind. Who are you? Why do I feel that you're so familiar? I hope you won't affect my plan. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. Jiangchen's appearance had completely freed her existence. No one could restrain her anymore. Shui Jia was extremely nervous now. Dou Hongming had met a true opponent. She could only sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Only then could she reap the benefits. I hope that both of you will suffer great losses. Yan Qingqing retreated slowly. Her target was Shuang. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. I'll bring you to hide. Yan Qingqing looked at the helpless Shuang and said softly. Shui Ying's eyes were filled with tears. Is she finally moved by me? She's finally willing to stand on my side now. After all, the 8 lineages Silver River is where she belongs. Don't say anything. I'll bring you away first. Those 2 fellas' target is only you. Yan Qingqing pulled Shuang and quickly retreated into the valley of the 8 lineages Silver River. I've made a huge mistake previously. It turns out that you've always been on my side, Qingqing. I've wronged you. Shuang was overwhelmed with emotion. Although she had been humiliated in front of the person she loved this time, the final outcome was unexpected. She was actually so sensible. She was completely different from the cold and indifferent person she used to be. Yan Qingqing's smile came to an abrupt halt the moment both of them entered the hinterland of 8 lineages Silver River. The moment her graceful figure turned around, the coldness and conspiracy in her eyes caught Shuang off guard. Qingqing, you, Yan Qingqing had already closed in on him with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the speed at which she changed her expression made him terrified. The blade of despair whizzed past his ears. There's only one way for you to go now. Tell me, where's the great bright lord's relic? Yan Qingqing said calmly. The vast valley was empty now. Everyone was watching the battle from the top of the 8 lineages Silver River. Xuejia was in a fierce battle. Although her strength was suppressed by Xuejia, it was still impossible for Xueying, who was injured, to defend himself. Yan Qingqing was as beautiful as a jade and her temperament was extraordinary. She was like a goddess. Xueying, on the other hand, was in dire straits. He smiled bitterly in the end as he felt that the difference between him and Yan Qingqing was like heaven and earth. So, you're here for the great bright lord's relic. Like I said, you're an unparalleled beauty that's hard to find in this world. How could it be so coincidental for you to appear in a barren land like the Xianxia Mountains? I'm ashamed of your acting skills. I've never noticed that you're here for the great bright lord's relic. Not many people know about it. Who are you? There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Where's the great bright lord's relic? I advise you to tell me if you want to live. Yan Qingqing smiled coldly. Xueying was charmed. He had never expected that the goddess that he had been yearning for would be such a scheming and cunning woman. It turned out that the reason why she entered the 8 lineages Silver River was because of the great bright lord's relic. Yan Qingqing was a peerless genius. Not to mention in the Chilean boundary, even in the Lone Dragon County, she would be a peerless genius. Xueying laughed at himself. Fear was spreading from the bottom of his heart. Yan Qingqing had seized the opportunity to kidnap him. Now that he had no way out and his father was in a fierce battle, he had completely lost his chance to live. Do you think you can still escape from the 8 lineages Silver River after my father defeats the old toad? Xueying pretended to be calm and said. You can try if you think that I don't have the ability to kill you before he comes. Yan Qingqing said calmly, but it broke Xueying's psychological barrier once again. He wanted to use his father to threaten Yan Qingqing. But it seemed like she had completely ignored him. The great bright lord's relic is not with me. I don't know. Only my father has it. Do you think he will tell others about such an important thing? Xueying said in a low voice. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yan Qingqing. As the old saying goes, the snake's mouth and the wasp's tail are both poisonous. The most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. Others might not, but you're his son. You've reached the half-step divine king realm for a long time. Am I right? Xueying's expression changed, but he did not say anything. That's why you've secretly begged your father to give you the great bright lord's relic so that you could break through to the divine king realm. Am I right? Your father refused to give it to you and you resented him. In the end, Xuejia could not bear the torment of his family. So, you're telling me that you don't know where the great bright lord's relic is? Yan Qingqing said with a faint smile. She had completely seen through Xueying. Xueying's face turned pale. He did not expect himself to be standing naked in front of Yan Qingqing. The feeling of being naked made him extremely disgusted and furious. Who are you? What do you want? Xueying was hysterical and his eyes were wide open. I only want the great bright lord's relic. If you want to live, this is your only chance. Yan Qingqing's jade-like hand trembled as she held the green jade sword tightly in her hand. Xueying's heart sank. If you kill me, you will not obtain anything. The great light ruler's relic is mine. It is mine. You cannot snatch it away. Xueying roared in anger. At this moment, he had already guessed the result. If he continued to be stubborn, he would only end up dead. His father couldn't even take care of himself now, and the 8 lineages Silver River was facing the biggest crisis in its history. He had been taken as a hostage by the goddess in his heart and used as a trading tool to obtain the great bright lord's relic. If he didn't want to die, he had to hand over the great bright lord's relic. My patience has its limits. Yan Qingqing's expression gradually turned ice cold. I want to know, who are you? You have no right to know. Yan Qingqing's green jade sword was already on Xueying's neck. As long as he moved a little, Xueying's head would fall to the ground. The great bright lord's relic is too precious. I can't keep it with me. Come with me to get it. I will not give you a second chance. Yan Qingqing's voice was filled with killing intent. It made Shuang feel that the green jade sword could take his life at any time. I swear, I will not play any tricks. Shuang said with a bitter smile. I hope so. Yan Qingqing pointed her sword at Shuang and forced him to move forward with difficulty. Yan Qingqing dared not slack off. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen and the old toad's sudden appearance, it would not be easy for her to get the Great Bright Lord's relic. It was worth it for so many years to get the Great Bright Lord's relic. It was a taboo even for an ultimate god expert. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Yan Qingqing's trip to get the Great Bright Lord's relic made Shuang understand that the 8 lineages Silver River was not united. They had been eyeing Yan Qingqing for a long time. At that moment, Jiang Chen had broken the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. However, the final Azure Light Arhat formation gave him a headache because the Azure Light Arhat formation was much more terrifying than the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. The terrifying part was not how terrifying the formation was, but it was because the Azure Light Arhat formation was not just an amplification formation. It was connected to the entire 8 lineages Silver River's giant formation, the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. In other words, the Azure Light Arhat formation was connected to the whole Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. Do Hongming had used the Azure Light Arhat formation to trigger the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. It was a brilliant move. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that Do Hongming had such a trick up his sleeve. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation was different from the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. It was a formation that he had spent decades to build. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation could not be compared to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation was much stronger than the Little Ashura Sword formation. It was a mountain guarding formation that he had painstakingly built. Its power was terrifying. From the moment he knew that the Azure Light Arhat formation was connected to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation, Jiang Chen knew that Do Hongming had the intention to kill everyone in the 8 lineages Silver River. He wanted to kill everyone at all costs. Such a vicious person made people tremble. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stared at Do Hongming. Do Hongming was still smiling. Even though the 2 formations were destroyed by Jiang Chen, he was just a little annoyed. His determination was not shaken at all. It seems like you've noticed something. Not simple. You've achieved so much at such a young age. I'm quite envious of you. If you're willing to join my sect, I might even spare your life. Do Hongming stroked his white beard and said with a faint smile. Hee hee. You're too full of yourself. This move of yours is going to anger the heavens and the people. The Azure Light Arhat formation is connected to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. You're going to burn the 8 lineages Silver River to the ground. I'm afraid that even Shuijia doesn't know about it. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. You're right. I only have one goal. What does your death have to do with me? You're just a small interlude. This Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation is prepared for Shuijia. But since so many of you have gathered here, I don't mind killing a few more. Your lives are no different from ants. What a complete lunatic. Jiang Chen sneered. He looked at Do Hongming in a new light because Do Hongming's way of thinking was totally different from what he thought before. Perhaps even Shuijia didn't know about Do Hongming's determination. No one was willing to keep such a lunatic by their side because he could explode anytime, harming others and himself. Do you know that once the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation is activated, the 8 lineages Silver River will cease to exist and the people who will die will be the top figures of the entire 8 lineages Silver River and even the Tianqi mountain range. More than half of the high-level demonic beasts will perish here. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He didn't doubt Do Hongming's resolution at all. Yeah. What does what you said have to do with me? Ha ha ha. I'm still alive even if the others die 1,000 times or 10,000 times. Do you think that a mere Shuijia could trap me here in the 8 lineages Silver River? I'm just doing it on purpose. You're the outsider that caused me to carry out my plan in advance. Do Hongming's eyes were cold as he looked at Jiang Chen with extreme disgust. I'm a dignified battle god clan. How could I become a distinguished guest of a demonic beast? Dream on. My formation is unparalleled in the world. Even if you've broken 2 of my formations, let's see how you're going to break the 3rd formation. Dou Hongming was full of confidence because he knew that Xianxia wouldn't seek his own death. Xianxia's expression was solemn. It was not difficult to break the 3rd formation. But he didn't know what would happen if it was broken. The Cyan Light Arhat formation was closely connected to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation. Once the 3rd formation was broken, the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation would destroy the entire 8 lineages Silver River. The most terrifying thing about this formation was its self-destruction ability. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation was enough to destroy the entire 8 lineages Silver River. No one would be able to escape from it. Xianxia and Dou Hongming were not stupid. At this moment, both of them looked at each other. Xianxia was not afraid of death. But he couldn't disregard the lives of everyone in the 8 lineages Silver River. That would be a great catastrophe. If Xianxia really did that, his Tao heart would definitely be greatly affected. The Tao of dominating the heavens was not above the lives and deaths of all living beings. Killing could not solve everything. Looking down on killing would definitely cause one to be consigned to eternal damnation. There were so many innocent people here. Xianxia couldn't just ignore them. Breaking the 3rd layer of the formation was a hurdle that Xianxia couldn't overcome. This was his principle. Dou Hongming didn't care about it at all. He was only responsible for his own actions and his own goal. In his eyes, all life and death were no match for him. At this moment, Xianxia and the old toad were fighting fiercely. The old toad was not afraid of death while Xianxia was in a passive position. The old toad was forcing Xianxia to fight with his life on the line. 2 Divine King Realm experts were fighting with their full strength. It was imaginable that the scene would be earth-shattering. 2 of the 8 lineages Silver River had fallen. Mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Blood was raining everywhere. Both of them had suffered serious injuries. Xianxia had the upper hand, but the old toad was still biting him. You can be unafraid of a gentleman, but you must be careful of a mad dog. Because he would risk his life to kill you. That was the case with the old toad. Xianxia was getting impatient. However, his opponent was not an ordinary demonic beast. The blue-eyed azure flower toad was terrifying. Everyone knew how terrifying the blue-eyed azure flower toad was. If Xianxia was poisoned by it, he would definitely be defeated. Therefore, Xianxia did not dare to let his guard down. Xianxia had broken through 2 layers of formations, which made Xianxia even more impatient. If this continued, he would never be able to gain the upper hand. His opponent's state of mind was one that was ready to die, but he was too cautious. He couldn't let anything happen to his son. Master Dou, you must stop this bastard. Xianxia will reward you handsomely for this. Xianxia said in a deep voice. The old toad and the old toad rushed forward together. A ferocious silver dragon flew up to the sky. Its black horn was shining brightly, deep and gloomy. That silver dragon was Xianxia's real body, the single-horned snow dragon. It was also a branch of the dragon tribe. Although it was not a true dragon tribe, it had a trace of the dragon tribe's bloodline. It could be called a silver dragon. The silver dragon and the old toad were fighting in the sky. It was a piece of cake for them to break through the mountains and glaciers. The might of a divine king realm expert was terrifying. You're playing with fire. Xianxia looked at Dou Hongming. However, the latter was still walking leisurely. He looked calm and indifferent. So what? If you don't break the 3rd formation, you'll be trapped here forever. If you break it, then the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation will be activated. The entire 8 lineages Silver River will fall into hell because of you. Ha ha ha. Do you feel like a sinner for all eternity? Do you still want to be a hero? The 8 lineages Silver River is not a place that you should come to. However, you came here without hesitation. If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I might consider sparing your life and train you to be my successor. Of course, the prerequisite is that you take out all your formations for me to study. Dou Hongming also coveted Xianxia's talent in formations. He knew that Xianxia must have some great treasures in his hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a high understanding and attainment in formations at such a young age. Although the Thousand Killing Blades formation and the Heavenly Xian Earth Shelf formation were not his best formations, it was still quite difficult for someone below the Divine King realm to break them. However, Xianxia did it. Xianxia hesitated. At the same time, he was trying to find the best of both worlds. It would be perfect if he could break the third formation and save more people at the same time. It wasn't that Xianxia was being kind, but that he couldn't bear to see so many innocent people fall into dire straits. You don't have much time left. Do Hongming shrugged his shoulders. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, even if you want to break the third formation, you won't have a chance anymore. Because this formation will disappear automatically and will be replaced by another formation that encircles the entire 8 lineages Silver River. You know what kind of formation it is? Do Hongming sneered as if he was a treacherous schemer. He would be proud and gratified if others had no way out. Xianxia saw that the third green light Arhat formation and the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation were not simple. Do Hongming was the one who controlled it. In the ice cave, there were exquisite jade carvings, divine weapons, and earthly treasures. In an inconspicuous corner, Shuang pushed open a secret chamber that could only fit one person at a time. Blue light shone brightly and a golden bone the size of a thumb appeared in front of Yan Qingqing's eyes. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered and she was shocked. She murmured, "That's right, that's right. Is this the Great Bright Lord's relic?" "That's right. The Great Bright Lord's relic. There are a total of 3 of them. They are the Buddhist treasures left behind by the Great Bright Lord's relic after he passed away. This relic is extremely beneficial to ultimate gods. The Saraira was the treasure that the Great Bright Lord left behind after he passed away. It was a secret treasure of the Buddhist sects, and ordinary people would find it hard to understand it. Even if one obtained the Great Bright Lord's Saraira, it would not be easy to consume it. Therefore, it goes without saying how precious the Great Bright Lord's relic is," Shuang said in a low voice with a solemn look on his face. At this moment, his eyes turned cold. He seized the opportunity when Yan Qingqing was distracted and wanted to kill her. He grabbed the relic with one hand and wanted to swallow it, but Yan Qingqing cut off his palm with a slash of her sword. Blood spurted out and Shui Ying's face turned pale. "I've told you not to play tricks on me. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Yan Qingqing raised her eyebrows. At that moment, she had lost her patience with Shuang. "My hand," Shuang held his broken hand tightly. His face was pale and he was extremely weak. Fear filled his mind. It's indeed the Great Bright Lord's relic. Yan Qingqing held the Great Bright Lord's relic that was the size of a golden finger bone in her hand. Suddenly, a sense of peace surged into her heart. The Great Bright Lord's relic that was shining with golden light seemed to have the power to support the heavens. At the same time, it seemed extremely ordinary. It gave people a sense of peace that Yan Qingqing had never experienced before. "You're useless now." Yan Qingqing looked at Shuang from the side. Shuang subconsciously took a step back and said in a deep voice, "You can't go back on your words. You can't go back on your word. I've spent so many years trying to please you. Why do you want to kill me? What's the point of keeping a scum like you? Don't I know what scandalous things you've done all these years? The dignified young master of the 8 lineages Silver River is filthy. I'm afraid that my eyes will be dirted just by looking at you." Yan Qingqing turned around and left. Shuang heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Yan Qingqing was going to let him go. However, the green jade sword in Yan Qingqing's hand suddenly spun in the air at an astonishing speed. It left a small wound on his neck. Shui Ying's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he fell straight down. No, Shuijia's eyes were filled with bloodlust. He could feel that his son had lost his life in an instant, and it happened in the 8 lineages Silver River. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that his son was killed by someone. And that person was probably the peerless demoness, Yan Qingqing. Damn it, damn it. Demoness, I will never forgive you." Shuijia turned around and rushed towards the hinterland of the 8 lineages Silver River. But how could the old toad let him leave just like that? The battle between the two of them was getting more and more intense. The old toad did not hold back at all. Both of them were severely injured. "Old toad, if you dare to stop me again, I'll grind your bones and scatter your ashes." Shuijia bit his lips and blood stained the sky. His body was covered with wounds, all of which were inflicted by the old toad. The old toad was panting heavily. He grinned as if he had already disregarded life and death. "I've said it before, I won't stop until I kill your son," the old toad said in a deep voice. "My son is dead. Are you satisfied now?" Shuijia's words stunned the old toad. "Someone killed my son. I'll find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Come out, Demonis." Shuijia's voice was loud and clear. Xianxia could feel Shuijia's anger. This divine king realm expert was completely enraged. Demonis? Undoubtedly, it was Yan Qingqing. "Master Do, activate the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. I want everyone here to die together with my son." Shuijia was obviously mad. His son was killed and the murderer could only be Yan Qingqing. Because she was the one who pretended to take Shuiying away. Now that Shuiying had lost his life, it was impossible for Yan Qingqing to escape from the 8 lineages Silver River so quickly. "Now, you don't even have the time to burn a stick of incense. Someone wants all of you to die here more than me." Do Hongming stared at Xianxia. Xianxia was prepared. He wanted to use the Little Ashura Sword formation to compete with the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. At least, he could protect those who he wanted to protect in the Little Ashura Sword formation. Xianxia moved. His Little Ashura Sword formation could not withstand the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation perfectly. Xianxia knew this very well. Therefore, he wanted to use the chain formation. There was a formation within a formation. Although it was the first time he used it, Xianxia would not take it lightly. Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation. The Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation appeared in Xianxia's mind. It was a level higher than the Heavenly Profound Earth Armor Formation. Most importantly, Xianxia had to use his Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor as the foundation to set up the formation. The consumption of divine origin energy was too much for him. Xianxia did not know if he could withstand the 2 formations at the same time. It was definitely a challenge for him. "Where is Yan Qingqing?" Shuijia's deafening roar shook Yan Qingqing's body. She knew that Shuiying's death must have alarmed Shuijia. This fella's soul power had spread throughout the entire 8 lineages Silver River to search for her. Yan Qingqing knew that she had nowhere to hide now. "How dare you kill my son?" "So be it," Yan Qingqing said lung. "Do you think you can still escape from here? Hand over the thing in your hand and I will give you a quick death." Shuijia looked at Yan Qingqing with disdain. He was furious because he knew that Yan Qingqing must have taken away the Great Bright Lord's relic. She must have escaped from the ice cave. "Then come and get it with your ability." Yan Qingqing was not afraid at all. She was not inferior to a man. Her beauty made countless men blush with shame. Do Hongming's eyes moved and his lips curled up into a smile. His 1,000 years of preparation was finally going to be put to use. No one could take away what he wanted. Shuijia purposely did not mention the Great Bright Lord's relic because he was afraid that it would cause a commotion. Once the news spread to Tianqi Mountain Range, the entire Lone Dragon County would flock to Tianqi Mountain Range. Although Tianqi Mountain Range was small, the Great Bright Lord's relic was a treasure that could shake the entire Lone Dragon County. End of chapter 2575. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.